This destruction was accompanied by horrible cruelty. For instance, 25 inhabitants of a certain village took refuge in a chateau. The number consisted of children and very old people, and they were all that was left of the entire population. Pomerol, in command of the Meticulous, hearing of this, hastened thither, seized the first 8 he could lay hold of, and shot them on the spot, to teach them, as he says in his report, not to choose a shelter which was not on the list of those permitted to them. The Catholics, also of St. Florent, Senechas, Roussen, and other parishes, becoming excited at seeing the flames which enveloped the houses of their old enemies, joined together, and arming themselves with everything that could be made to serve as an instrument of death, set out to hunt the conscripts down. They carried off the flocks of Perilat, Fonterche, and Pajolas, burned down dozen houses at the Collet de Diz, and from there went to the village of Brenu, drunk with the lust of destruction. There they massacred 52 persons, among them mothers with unborn children, and with these babes, which they tore from them, impaled on their pikes and halberts, they continued their march towards the villages of St. Denis and Castignals. Very soon these volunteers organized themselves into companies and became known under the name of Cadets de la Croix, from a small white cross which they wore on their coats. So the poor Huguenots had a new species of enemy to contend with, much more bloodthirsty than the dragoons and the Meticulous, for while these latter simply obeyed orders from Versailles, Nimes, or Montpellier, the former gratified a personal hate, a hate which had come down to them from their fathers, and which they would pass on to their children. On the other hand, the young Huguenot leader, who every day gained more influence over his soldiers, tried to make the dragoons and cadets de la Croix suffer in return everything they inflicted on the Huguenots, except the murders. In the night from the 2nd to the 3rd October, about 10 o'clock, he came down into the plain and attacked Sommières from 2 different points, setting fire to the houses. The inhabitants, seizing their arms, made a sortie, but Cavalier charged them at the head of the cavalry and forced them to retreat. Thereupon the governor, whose garrison was too small to leave the shelter of the walls, turned his guns on them and fired, less in the hope of inflicting injury on them than in that of being heard by the neighboring garrisons. The Camisards, recognizing this danger, retired, but not before they had burnt down the hotels of the Cheval Blanc, the Croix d'Or, the Grand Louis, and the Luxembourg, as well as a great number of other houses, and the church and the presbytery of Saint-Amand. Thence the Camisards proceeded to Cala and Vauvert, into which they entered, destroying the fortifications. There they provided themselves abundantly with provisions for man and beast. In Vauvert, which was almost entirely inhabited by his coreligionists, Cavalier assembled the inhabitants in the marketplace and made them join with him in prayer to God, that he would prevent the king from following evil counsel. He also exhorted his brethren to be ready to sacrifice their goods and their lives for the re-establishment of their religion, affirming that the Holy Spirit had revealed to him that the arm of the Lord, which had always come to their aid, was still stretched out over them. Cavalier undertook these movements in the hope of interrupting the work of destruction going on in Upper Cevennes, and partly obtained the desired result. For M. de Julien received orders to come down into the open country and disperse the Camisards. The troops tried to fulfill this task, but thanks to the knowledge that the rebels had of the country, it was impossible to come up with them, so that Fléchier, who was in the thick of the executions, conflagrations, and massacres, but who still found time to write Latin verse and gallant letters, said, in speaking of them, they were never caught, and did all the damage they wished to do without let or hindrance. We laid their mountains waste, and they laid waste our plain. There are no more churches left in our dioceses, and not being able either to plough or sow our lands, we have no revenues. We dread serious revolt, and desire to avoid a religious civil war. So all our efforts are relaxing, we let our arms fall without knowing why, and we are told, you must have patience. It is not possible to fight against phantoms. Nevertheless, from time to time, these phantoms became visible. Towards the end of October, Cavalier came down to Uzes, carried off 2 sentinels who were guarding the gates, and hearing the call to arms within, shouted that he would await the governor of the city, M. de Vergetat, near Lussan. And indeed Cavalier, accompanied by his two lieutenants, Ravenel and Catinat, took his way towards this little town, between Uzes and Bargic, which stands upon an eminence surrounded upon all sides by cliffs, which serve it as ramparts and render it very difficult of access. Having arrived within 3 gunshots of Lussan, Cavalier sent Ravenel to demand provisions from the inhabitants, but they, proud of their natural ramparts and believing their town impregnable, not only refused to comply with the requisition, but fired several shots on the envoy, one of which wounded in the arm a Camisard of the name of La Granger, who had accompanied Ravenel. Ravenel withdrew, supporting his wounded comrade, followed by shots and the hootings of the inhabitants. When they rejoined Cavalier and made their report, the young commander issued orders to his soldiers to make ready to take the town the next morning, for as night was already falling, he did not venture to start in the dark. In the meantime, the besieged sent post-haste to M. de Vergetat to warn him of their situation, and resolving to defend themselves as long as they could, while waiting for a response to their message, they set about barricading their gates, turned their scythes into weapons, fastened large hooks on long poles, and collected all the instruments they could find that could be used in attack or defense. As to the Camisards, they encamped for the night near an old chateau called Fan, about a gunshot from Lussan. At break of day, loud shouts from the town told the Camisards that the expected relief was in sight, and looking out they saw in the distance a troop of soldiers advancing towards them. It was M. de Vergetat at the head of his regiment, accompanied by 40 Irish officers. The Protestants prepared themselves, as usual, by reciting psalms and prayers, notice without taking of the shouts and threats of any of the townspeople, and having finished their invocations, they marched out to meet the approaching column. The cavalry, commanded by Catinat, made a detour, taking a sheltered way to an unguarded bridge over a small river not far off, so as to outflank the royal forces, which they were to attack in the rear as soon as Cavalier and Ravenel should have engaged them in front. 1,000 de Vergetat on his side continued to advance, so that the Calvinists and the Catholics were soon face to face. The battle began on both sides by a volley, but Cavalier, having seen his cavalry emerging from a neighboring wood and counting upon their assistance, charged the enemy at the double quick. Catinat, judging by the noise of the firing that his presence was necessary, charged also at a gallop, falling on the flank of the Catholics. In this charge, one of M. de Vergetat's captains was killed by a bullet, and the other by a saber cut, and the grenadiers, falling into disorder, first lost ground and then fled, pursued by Catinat and his horsemen, who, seizing them by the hair, dispatched them with their swords. Having tried in vain to rally his men, M. de Vergetat, surrounded by a few Irish, was forced in his turn to fly. He was hotly pursued, and on the point of being taken, when by good luck he reached the height of Gaming with its walls of rock. Jumping off his horse, he entered the narrow pathway which led to the top, and entrenched himself with about 100 men in this natural fort. Cavalier, perceiving that further pursuit would be dangerous, resolved to rest satisfied with his victory, as he knew by his own experience that neither men nor horses had eaten for 18 hours. He gave the signal for retreat and retired on Seine, where he hoped to find provisions. This defeat mortified the royal forces very deeply, and they resolved to take their revenge. Having learnt by their spies that on a certain night in November Cavalier and his band intended to sleep on a mountain called Nages, they surrounded the mountain during the night, so that at dawn Cavalier found himself shut in on every side. As he wished to see with his own eyes if the investment was complete, he ordered his troops to fall into rank on the top of the mountain, giving the command to Ravenel and Catinat, and with a pair of pistols in his belt and his carbine on his shoulder, he glided from bush to bush and rock to rock, determined, if any weak spot existed, to discover it. But the information he had received was perfectly correct. Every issue was guarded. Cavalier now set off to rejoin his troops, passing through a ravine, but he had hardly taken 30 steps when he found himself confronted by a cornet and 2 dragoons who were lying in ambush. There was no time to run away, and indeed such a thought never entered the young commander's head. He walked straight up to them. On their side, the dragoons advanced towards him, and the cornet, covering him with his pistol, called out, "Halt! You are Cavalier, I know you. It is not possible for you to escape. surrender at discretion. Cavalier's answer was to blow out the cornet's brains with a shot from his carbine, then throwing it behind him as of no further use, he drew his 2 pistols from his belt, walked up to the 2 dragoons, shot them both dead, and rejoined his comrades unwounded. These, who had believed him lost, welcomed him with cheers. But Cavalier had something else to do than to celebrate his return. Mounting his horse, he put himself at the head of his men, and fell upon the royal troops with such impetuosity that they gave way at the first onset. Then a strange incident occurred. About 30 women who had come to the camp with provisions, carried away by their enthusiasm at the sight of this success, threw themselves upon the enemy, fighting like men. One young girl of about 17, Lucrece Gigon by name, distinguished herself amongst the others by her great valor. Not content with encouraging her brethren by the cry of the sword of the Lord and of Gideon, she tore sabers from the hands of the dead dragoons to dispatch the dying. Catinat, followed by 10 of his men, pursued the flying troops as far as the plain of Calvison. There they were able to rally, thanks to the advance of the garrison to meet them. 80 dragoons lay dead on the field of battle, while Cavalier had only lost 5 men. As we shall see, Cavalier was not only a brave soldier and a skillful captain, but also a just judge. A few days after the deed of arms which we have just related, he learned that a horrible murder had been committed by 4 Camisards, who had then retired into the forest of Bouquet. He sent a detachment of 20 men with orders to arrest the murderers and bring them before him. The following are the details of the crime. The daughter of Baron Mayrogues, who was not long married to a gentleman named M. de Muraman, had set out on the 29th November for Ambroise to join her husband, who was waiting for her there. She was encouraged to do this by her coachman, who had often met with Camisards in the neighborhood, and although a Catholic, had never received any harm from them. She occupied her own carriage, and was accompanied by a maid, a nurse, a footman, and the coachman who had persuaded her to undertake the journey. 2/3 of the way already lay safely behind them, when between Lussan and Vaudreuil she was stopped by 4 men who made her get out of her carriage and accompany them into the neighboring forest. The account of what then happened is taken from the deposition of the maid. We copy it word for word. "These wretches having forced us," says she, "to walk into the forest till we were at some distance from the high road, my poor mistress grew so tired that she begged the man who walked beside her to allow her to lean on his shoulder. He, looking round, and seeing that they had reached a lonely spot, replied, 'We need hardly go any farther,' and made us sit down on a plot of grass, which was to be the scene of our martyrdom. My poor mistress began to plead with the barbarians in the most touching manner, and so sweetly that she would have softened the heart of a demon. She offered them her purse, her gold waistband, and a fine diamond which she drew from her finger, but nothing could move these tigers, and one of them said, 'I am going to kill all the Catholics at once, and shall begin with you.' 'What will you gain by my death?' asked my mistress. 'Spare my life.' 'No, shut up,' replied he. 'You shall die by my hand, say your prayers.' My good mistress threw herself at once on her knees, and prayed aloud that God would show mercy to her and to her murderers, and while she was thus praying, she received a pistol shot in her left breast, and fell. A second assassin cut her across the face with his sword, and a third dropped a large stone on her head, while the fourth killed the nurse with a shot from his pistol. Whether it was that they had no more loaded firearms, or that they wished to save their ammunition, they were satisfied with only giving me several bayonet wounds. I pretended to be dead. They thought it was really the case and went away. Some time after, seeing that everything had become quiet, and hearing no sound, I dragged myself, dying as I was, to where my dear mistress lay and called her. As it happened, she was not quite dead, and she said in a faint voice, 'Stay with me, Suzanne, till I die.' She added after a short pause, for she was hardly able to speak, 'I die for my religion, and I hope that God will have pity on me. Tell my husband that I confide our little one to his care.' Having said this, she turned her thoughts from the world, praying to God in broken and tender words, and drew her last breath as the night fell. In obedience to Cavalier's orders, the 4 criminals were taken and brought before him. He was then with his troops near Saint Maurice de Caisviel. He called a council of war, and having had the prisoners tried for their atrocious deed, he summed up the evidence in as clear a manner as any lawyer could have done, and called upon the judges to pronounce sentence. All the judges agreed that the prisoners should be put to death, but just as the sentence was made known, one of the assassins pushed aside the two men who guarded him, and jumping down a rock, disappeared in the forest before any attempt could be made to stop him. The three others were shot. The Catholics also condemned many to be executed, but the trials conducted by them were far from being as remarkable for honor and justice as was that which we have just described. We may instance the trial of a poor boy of 14, the son of a miller of St. Crystal, who had been broken the wheel just a month before. For a moment, the judges hesitated to condemn so young a boy to death, but a witness presented himself who testified that the little fellow was employed by the fanatics to strangle Catholic children. Although no one believed the evidence, yet it was seized on as a pretext. The unfortunate boy was condemned to death and hanged without mercy an hour later. A great many people from the parishes devastated by M. de Julian had taken refuge in Aussilargues. In the parish of Saint-André, driven by hunger and misery, they went beyond the prescribed limits in search of means of subsistence. Planck, hearing of this, in his burning zeal for the Catholic faith, resolved not to leave such a crime unpunished. He dispatched a detachment of soldiers to arrest the culprits. The task was easy, for they were all once more inside the barrier and in their beds. They were seized, brought to St. André's church and shut in. Then, without trial of any kind, they were taken 5 at a time and massacred. Some were shot and some cut down with sword or axe. All were killed without exception, old and young women and children. One of the latter, who had received 3 shots, was still able to raise his head and cry, "Where is Father? Why doesn't he come and take me away?" 4 men and a young girl who had taken refuge in the town of Lazel, one of the places granted to the houseless villagers as an asylum, asked and received formal permission from the captain of the Soissonnais regiment, by name Laplace, to go home on important private business, on condition that they returned the same night. They promised, and in the intention of keeping this promise, they all met on their way back at a small farmhouse. Just as they reached it, a terrible storm came on. The men were for continuing their way in spite of the weather, but the young girl besought them to wait till daylight, as she did not dare to venture out in the dark during such a storm and would die of fright if left alone at the farm. The men, ashamed to desert their companion, who was related to one of them, yielded to her entreaties and remained, hoping that the storm would be a sufficient excuse for the delay. As soon as it was light, the 5 resumed their journey, but the news of their crime had reached the ears of Laplace before they got back. They were arrested, and all their excuses were of no avail. Laplace ordered the men to be taken outside the town and shot. The young girl was condemned to be hanged, and the sentence was to be carried out that very day, but some nuns, who had been sent for to prepare her for death, having vainly begged Laplace to show mercy, entreated the girl to declare that she would soon become a mother. She indignantly refused to save her life at the cost of her good name, so the nuns took the lie on themselves and made the necessary declaration before the captain, begging him, if he had no pity for the mother, to spare the child at least, by granting a reprieve till it should be born. The captain was not for a moment deceived, but he sent for a midwife and ordered her to examine the young girl. At the end of half an hour, she declared that the assertion of the nuns was true. "Very well," said the captain, "let them both be kept in prison for 3 months. If by the end of that time the truth of this assertion is not self-evident, both shall be hanged." When this decision was made known to the poor woman, she was overcome by fear and asked to see the captain again, to whom she confessed that, led away by the entreaties of the nuns, she had told a lie. Upon this, the woman was sentenced to be publicly whipped, and the young girl hanged on a gibbet round, which were placed the corpses of the 4 men of whose death she was the cause. As may easily be supposed, the Cadets of the Cross vied with both Catholics and Protestants in the work of destruction. One of their bands devoted itself to destroying everything belonging to the new converts from Beaucaire to Nimes. They killed a woman and 2 children at Campuget, an old man of 80 at a farm near Bouillargues, several persons at Sicure, a young girl at Caissargues, a gardener at Nimes, and many other persons, besides carrying off all the flocks, furniture, and other property they could lay hands on, and burning down the farmhouses of Claren, Laubes, Marine, Carlot, Campuget, Meraman, La Bergerie, and Larnac. all near St. Gilles and Mandel. They stopped travelers on the highways, says Louvelot, and by way of finding out whether they were Catholic or not, made them say in Latin the Lord's Prayer, the Ave Maria, the symbol of the faith, and the general confession, and those who were unable to do this were put to the sword. In Dion's 9, corpses were found supposed to have been killed by their hands, and when the body of a shepherd who had been in the service of the Sieur de Roussière, a former minister, was found hanging to a tree, no one doubted who were the murderers. At last they went so far that one of their bands, meeting the Abbé de St. Gilles on the road, ordered him to deliver up to them one of his servants, a new convert, in order to put him to death. It was in vain that the abbé remonstrated with them, telling them it was a shame to put such an affront on a man of his birth and rank. They persisted none the less in their determination, till at last the abbé threw his arms round his servant and presented his own body to the blows directed at the other. The author of the Troubles in the Cevennes relates something surpassing all this which took place at Montellus on the 22nd February. There were few Protestants in the place, he says, but they were far outnumbered by the Catholics. These, being roused by a Capuchin from Bergerac, formed themselves into a body of cadets of the cross, and hastened to serve their apprenticeship to the work of assassination at the cost of their countrymen. They therefore entered the house of one Jean Bernain, cut off his ears and further mutilated him, and then bled him to death like a pig. On coming out of this house, they met Jacques Claus and shot him in the abdomen so that his intestines obtruded. Pushing them back, he reached his house in a terrible condition, to the great alarm of his wife, who was near her confinement, and her children, who hastened to the help of husband and father. But the murderers appeared on the threshold, and unmoved by the cries and tears of the unfortunate wife and the poor little children, they finished the wounded man, and as the wife made an effort to prevent them, they murdered her also, treating her dead body, when they discovered her condition, in a manner too revolting for description, while a neighbor, called Marie Cilliot, who tried to rescue the children, was shot dead. But in her case they did not pursue their vengeance any further. They then went into the open country, and meeting Pierre and Jean Bernard, uncle and nephew, one aged 45 and the other 10, seized on them both, and putting a pistol into the hands of the child, forced him to shoot his uncle. In the meantime the boy's father had come up, and him they tried to constrain to shoot his son, but finding that no threats had any effect, they ended by killing both, one by the sword, the other by the bayonet. The reason why they put an end to father and son so quickly was that they had noticed 3 young girls of Bagnals going towards a grove of mulberry trees where they were raising silkworms. The men followed them, and as it was broad daylight and the girls were therefore not afraid, they soon came up with them. Having first violated them, they hung them by the feet to a tree and put them to death in a horrible manner. All this took place in the reign of Louis the Great, and for the greater glory of the Catholic religion. History has preserved the names of the 5 wretches who perpetrated these crimes. They were Pierre Vignau, Antoine Ray, Jean de Hugon, Guillaume, and Gontanil. Chapter 3. Such crimes, of which we have only described a few, inspired horror in the breasts of those who were neither maddened by fanaticism nor devoured by the desire of vengeance. One of these, a Protestant, Baron d'Aiguillers, without stopping to consider what means he had at his command, or what measures were the best to take to accomplish his object, resolved to devote his life to the pacification of the Cevennes. The first thing to be considered was that if the Camisards were ever entirely destroyed by means of Catholic troops directed by de Baville, de Julien, and de Montrevel, the Protestants, and especially the Protestant nobles who had never borne arms, would be regarded as cowards, who had been prevented by fear of death or persecution from openly taking the part of the Huguenots. He was therefore convinced that the only course to pursue was to get his coreligionists to put an end to the struggle themselves, as the one way of pleasing His Majesty and of showing him how groundless were the suspicions aroused in the minds of men by the Catholic clergy. This plan presented, especially to Baron d'Aiguillers, 2 apparently insurmountable difficulties, for it could only be carried out by inducing the king to relax his rigorous measures and by inducing the Camisards to submit. Now the Baron had no connection with the court and was not personally acquainted with a single Huguenot chief. The first thing necessary to enable the Baron to begin his efforts was a passport for Paris, and he felt sure that as he was a Protestant, neither M. de Baville nor M. de Montrevel would give him one. A lucky accident, however, relieved his embarrassment and strengthened his resolution, for he thought he saw in this accident the hand of Providence. Baron d'Aiguillers found one day at the house of a friend, a M. de Parrot, a colonel in the king's army, and who afterwards became major general, but who at the time we are speaking of was commandant at Uzes. He was of a very impulsive disposition, and so zealous in matters relating to the Catholic religion and in the service of the king, that he never could find himself in the presence of a Protestant without expressing his indignation at those who had taken up arms against their prince, and also those who, without taking up arms, encouraged the rebels in their designs. M. d'Aiguillers understood that an allusion was meant to himself, and he resolved to take advantage of it. So the next day he paid a visit to M. de Parrot, and instead of demanding satisfaction, as the latter quite expected, for the rudeness of his remarks on the previous day, he professed himself very much obliged for what he had said, which had made such a deep impression on him that he had made up his mind to give proof of his zeal and loyalty by going to Paris and petitioning the king for a position at court. De Parrot, charmed with what he had heard and enchanted with his convert, embraced d'Aiguillers and gave him, says the chronicler, his blessing, and with the blessing a passport, and wished him all the success that a father could wish for his son. 500 Aiguillers had now attained his object, and furnished with the lucky safe conduct, he set out for Paris, without having communicated his intentions to anyone, not even to his mother. On reaching Paris, he put up at a friend's house and drew up a statement of his plan. It was very short and very clear. The undersigned has the honor to point out humbly to His Majesty that the severities and the persecutions which have been employed by some of the village priests have caused many people in the country districts to take up arms, and that the suspicions which new converts excited have driven a great many of them to join the insurgents. In taking this step, they were also impelled by the desire to avoid imprisonment or removal from their homes, which were the remedies chosen to keep them in the old faith. This being the case, he thinks that the best means of putting an end to this state of things would be to take measures exactly the contrary of those which produced it, such as putting an end to the persecutions and permitting a certain number of those of the Reformed religion to bear arms, that they might go to the rebels and tell them that far from approving of their actions, the Protestants as a whole wished to bring them back to the right way by setting them a good example, or to fight against them in order to show the king and France, at the risk of their lives, that they disapproved of the conduct of their co-religionists, and that the priests had been in the wrong in writing to the court that all those of the Reformed religion were in favor of revolt. 500 Aiguillers hoped that the court would adopt this plan, for if they did, one of two things must happen. Either the Camisards, by refusing to accept the terms offered to them, would make themselves odious to their brethren, for d'Aiguillers intended to take with him on his mission of persuasion only men of high reputation among the reformers, who would be repelled by the Camisards if they refused to submit, or else, by laying down their arms and submitting, they would restore peace to the south of France, obtain liberty of worship, set free their brethren from the prisons and galleys, and come to the help of the king in his war against the allied powers, by supplying him in a moment with a large body of disciplined troops ready to take the field against his enemies. For not only would the Camisards, if they were supplied with officers, be available for this purpose, but also those troops which were at the moment employed in hunting down the Camisards would be set free for this important duty. This proposition was so clear and promised to produce such useful results that although the prejudice against the reformers was very strong, Baron d'Aiguillers found supporters who were at once intelligent and genuine in the Duc de Chevreuse and the Duc de Montfort, his son. These two gentlemen brought about a meeting between the Baron and Chamillart, and the latter presented him to the Marquis de Villers, to whom he showed his petition, begging him to bring it to the notice of the king. But M. de Villers, who was well acquainted with the obstinacy of Louis, who, as Baron de Pecquin says, only saw the reformers through the spectacles of Madame de Maintenon, told d'Aiguillers that the last thing he should do would be to give the king any hint of his plans, unless he wished to see them come to nothing. On the contrary, he advised him to go at once to Lyon and wait there for him, M. Villers, for he would probably be passing through that town in a few days, being almost certain to be appointed governor of Languedoc in place of M. de Montrevel, who had fallen under the king's displeasure and was about to be recalled. In the course of the 3 interviews which Digeliers had had with M. de Villers, he had become convinced that de Villers was a man capable of understanding his object. He therefore followed his advice, as he believed his knowledge of the king to be correct, and left Paris for Lyon. The recall of M. de Montrevel had been brought about in the following manner. M. de Montrevel, having just come to Uzes, learned that Cavalier and his troops were in the neighborhood of Saint-Chat. He immediately sent M. de la Jonquière with 600 picked marines and some companies of dragoons from the regiment of Saint-Sernin, but half an hour later, it having occurred to him that these forces were not sufficient, he ordered M. de Foix, lieutenant of the dragoons of Fimarcin, to join M. de la Jonquière at Saint-Chat with 100 soldiers of his regiment, and to remain with him if he were wanted, if not, to return the same night. 1,000 de Foix gave the necessary orders, chose 100 of his bravest men, put himself at their head, and joined M. de la Jonquière, showing him his orders, but the latter, confiding in the courage of his soldiers and unwilling to share with anyone the glory of a victory of which he felt assured, not only sent away M. de Foix, but begged him to go back to Uzes, declaring to him that he had enough troops to fight and conquer all the Camisards whom he might encounter. Consequently, the 100 dragoons whom the lieutenant had brought with him were quite useless at Saint-Chat, while on the contrary, they might be very necessary somewhere else. M. de Foix did not consider that it was his duty to insist on remaining under these circumstances and returned to Uzes, while M. de la Jonquière continued his route in order to pass the night at Moussac. Cavalier left the town by one gate just as M. de la Jonquière entered at the other. The wishes of the young Catholic commander were thus in a fair way to be fulfilled, for in all probability he would come up with his enemy the next day. As the village was inhabited for the most part by new converts, the night, instead of being spent in repose, was devoted to pillage. The next day the Catholic troops reached Moussac, which they found deserted, so they went on to Las Cours de Gravia, a little village belonging to the barony of Boucaron, which M. de la Jonquière gave up to pillage, and where he had 4 Protestants shot, a man, a woman, and 2 young girls. He then resumed his route. As it had rained, he soon came on the trail of the Camisards, the terrible game which he was hunting down. For 3 hours he occupied himself in this pursuit, marching at the head of his troops, lest someone else less careful than he should make some mistake, when suddenly raising his eyes, he perceived the Camisards on a small eminence called Les Devoirs de Marenogs. This was the spot they had chosen to await attack in, being eager for the approaching combat. As soon as Cavalier saw the royals advancing, he ordered his men, according to custom, to offer up prayers to God, and when these were finished, he disposed his troops for battle. His plan was to take up position with the greater part of his men on the other side of a ravine, which would thus form a kind of moat between him and the king's soldiers. He also ordered about 30 horsemen to make a great round, thus reaching unseen a little wood about 200 yards to his left, where they could conceal themselves. And lastly, he sent to a point on the right 60 foot soldiers chosen from his best marksmen, whom he ordered not to fire until the royal forces were engaged in the struggle with him. 1,000 de la Jonquière, having approached to within a certain distance, halted, and sent one of his lieutenants named de Saint-Chat to make a reconnaissance, which he did, advancing beyond the men in ambush, who gave no sign of their existence, while the officer quietly examined the ground. But Saint-Chat was an old soldier of fortune and not easily taken in, so on his return, while explaining the plan of the ground chosen by Cavalier for the disposition of his troops to M. de la Jonquière, he added that he should be very much astonished if the young Camisard had not employed the little wood on his left and the lie of the ground on his right as cover for soldiers in ambush. But M. de la Jonquière returned that the only thing of importance was to know the position of the principal body of troops in order to attack it at once. Saint-Chat told him that the principal body was that which was before his eyes, and that on this subject there could be no mistake, for he had approached near enough to recognize Cavalier himself in the front rank. This was enough for M. de la Jonquière. He put himself at the head of his men and rode straight to the ravine, beyond which Cavalier and his comrades awaited him in order of battle. Having got within a pistol shot, M. de la Jonquière gave the order to fire, but he was so near that Cavalier heard the words and saw the motion made by the men as they made ready. He therefore gave a rapid sign to his men, who threw themselves on their faces, as did their leader, and the bullets passed over them without doing any harm. De la Jonquière, who believed them all dead, was astonished when Cavalier and his Camisards rose up and rushed upon the royal troops, advancing to the sound of a psalm. At a distance of 10 paces they fired, and then charged the enemy at the point of the bayonet. At this moment the 60 men in ambush to the right opened fire, while the 30 horsemen to the left, uttering loud shouts, charged at a gallop. Hearing this noise, and seeing death approach them in 3 different directions, the royals believed themselves surrounded, and did not attempt to make a stand. The men, throwing away their weapons, took to their heels, the officers alone and a few dragoons whom they had succeeded in rallying making a desperate resistance. Cavalier was riding over the field of battle, sabring all the fugitives whom he met, when he caught sight of a group composed of 10 naval officers, standing close together and back to back, spontoon in hand, facing the Camisards, who surrounded them. He spurred up to them, passing through the ranks of his soldiers, and not pausing till he was within 15 paces of them, although they raised their weapons to fire. Then making a sign with his hand that he wished to speak to them, he said, "Gentlemen, surrender. I shall give quarter, and in return for the 10 lives I now spare you, will ask that my father, who is in prison at Nimes, be released." For sole answer, one of the officers fired and wounded the young chief's horse in the head. Cavalier drew a pistol from his belt, took aim at the officer and killed him, then turning again to the others, he asked, "Gentlemen, are you as obstinate as your comrade, or do you accept my offer?" A second shot was the reply, and a bullet grazed his shoulder. Seeing that no other answer was to be hoped for, Cavalier turned to his soldiers. "Do your duty," said he, and withdrew to avoid seeing the massacre. The 9 officers were shot. 1,000 de la Jonquière, who had received a slight wound in the cheek, abandoned his horse in order to climb over a wall. On the other side, he made a dragoon dismount and give him his horse, on which he crossed the river Garden, leaving behind him on the battlefield 25 officers and 600 soldiers killed. This defeat was doubly disastrous to the royal cause, depriving it of the flower of its officers, almost all of those who fell belonging to the noblest families of France, and also because the Camisards gained what they so badly needed, muskets, swords, and bayonets in great quantities, as well as 80 horses, these latter enabling Cavalier to complete the organization of a magnificent troop of cavalry. The recall of the Marquis de Montrevel was the consequence of this defeat, and M. de Villars, as he had anticipated, was appointed in his place. But before giving up his governorship, Montrevel resolved to efface the memory of the check which his lieutenant's foolhardiness had caused, but for which, according to the rules of war, the general had to pay the penalty. His plan was by spreading false rumors and making feigned marches to draw the Camisards into a trap in which they, in their turn, would be caught. This was the less difficult to accomplish, as their latest great victory had made Cavalier overconfident both in himself and his men. In fact, since the incident connected with the naval officers, the troops of Cavalier had increased enormously in numbers, everyone desiring to serve under so brave a chief, so that he had now under him over 1,000 infantry and 200 cavalry. They were furnished, besides, just like regular troops, with a bugler for the cavalry and 8 drums and a fife for the infantry. The Marquis felt sure that his departure would be the signal for some expedition into the level country under Cavalier, so it was given out that he had left for Montpellier and had sent forward some of his baggage wagons to that place. On Apeth he was informed that Cavalier, deceived by the false news, had set out on the 16th April, intending to pass the night at Caverac, a small town about a league from Nimes, that he might be ready next day to make a descent on La Vanage. This news was brought to M. de Montrevel by a village priest called Varian, who had in his pay vigilant and faithful spies in whom he had every confidence. Montrevel accordingly ordered the commandant of Lunel, M. de Granville, to set out the next day, very early in the morning, with the Charolais regiment and 5 companies of the Fimarcin and Saint-Cernin dragoons, and to repair to the heights of Boissiers, where instructions would await him. Sandricourt, governor of Nimes, was at the same time directed to withdraw as many men as possible from the garrison, both Swiss and dragoons, and send them by night towards Saint-Come and Clarensac. Lastly, he himself set out, as he had said, but instead of going on to Montpellier, he stopped at Sommières, whence he could observe the movements of Cavalier. Cavalier, as M. de Montrevel already knew, was to sleep on the 15th at Caverac. On this day, Cavalier reached the turning point in his magnificent career. As he entered the town with his soldiers, drums beating and flags flying, he was at the zenith of his power. He rode the splendid horse M. de la Jonquière had abandoned in his flight. Behind him, serving as page, rode his young brother, aged 10, followed by 4 grooms. He was preceded by 12 guards dressed in red, and as his colleague Roland had taken the title of Comte, he allowed himself to be called Duke of the Cévennes. At his approach, half of the garrison, which was commanded by M. de Malin, took possession of the church and half of the citadel, but as Cavalier was more bent on obtaining food and rest for his soldiers than of disturbing the town, he billeted his men on the townspeople and placed sentinels at the church and fortress, who exchanged shots all the night through with the royal troops. The next morning, having destroyed the fortifications, he marched out of the town again, drums beating and flags flying as before. When almost in sight of Nimes, he made his troops, which had never before been so numerous or so brilliant, perform a great many evolutions, and then continued his way towards Nagés. 1000 de Montrevel received a report at 9 o'clock in the morning of the direction Cavalier and his troops had taken, and immediately left Sommières, followed by 6 companies of Fimarcan dragoons, 100 Irish freelances, 300 rank and file of the Hainault regiment, and 1 company each of the Soissonnais, Charolais, and Menon regiments, forming in all a corps over 900 strong. They took the direction of Vonnages, above Clarensac, but suddenly hearing the rattle of musketry behind them, they wheeled and made for Langlade. They found that Granville had already encountered the Camisards. These, being fatigued, had withdrawn into a hollow between Boissiers and the windmill at Langlade in order to rest. The infantry lay down, their arms beside them. The cavalry placed themselves at the feet of their horses, the bridle on arm. Cavalier himself, Cavalier the indefatigable, broken by the fatigues of the preceding days, had fallen asleep, with his young brother watching beside him. Suddenly he felt himself shaken by the arm, and rousing up, he heard on all sides cries of "Kill! Kill!" and "To arms! To arms!" Granville and his men, who had been sent to find out where the Camisards were, had suddenly come upon them. The infantry formed, the cavalry sprang to their saddles, Cavalier leaped on his horse, and drawing his sword, led his soldiers as usual against the dragoons, and these, as was also usual, ran away, leaving 12 of their number dead on the field. The Camisard cavalry soon gave up the pursuit, as they found themselves widely separated from the infantry and from their leader, for Cavalier had been unable to keep up with them, his horse having received a bullet through its neck. Still they followed the flying dragoons for a good hour, from time to time a wounded dragoon falling from his horse, till at last the Camisard cavalry found itself confronted by the Charolais regiment, drawn up in battle array, and behind them the royal dragoons, who had taken refuge there and were reforming. Carried on by the rapidity of their course, the Camisards could not pull up till they were within 100 yards of the enemy. They fired once, killing several, then turned round and retreated. When a third of the way back had been covered, they met their chief, who had found a fresh horse by the wayside standing beside its dead master. He arrived at full gallop, as he was anxious to unite his cavalry and infantry at once, as he had seen the forces of the Marechal advancing, who, as we have already said, had turned in the direction of the firing. Hardly had Cavalier effected the desired junction of his forces than he perceived that his retreat was cut off. He had the royal troops both before and behind him. The young chief saw that a desperate dash to right or left was all that remained to him, and not knowing this country as well as the Cévennes, he asked a peasant the way from Saudorgues to Nagés, that being the only one by which he could escape. There was no time to inquire whether the peasant was Catholic or Protestant. He could only trust to chance, and follow the road indicated. But a few yards from the spot where the road from Doudorgues to Nages joins the road to Nimes, he found himself in face of Marshal Montrevel's troops under the command of Menon. However, as they hardly outnumbered the Camisards, these did not stop to look for another route, but bending forward in their saddles, they dashed through the lines at full gallop, taking the direction of Nages, hoping to reach the plain round Calvisson. But the village, the approaches, the issues were all occupied by royal troops, and at the same time Granville and the Marshal joined forces, while Menon collected his men together and pushed forward. Cavalier was completely surrounded. He gave the situation a comprehensive glance. His foes were 5 to 1. Rising in his stirrups so that he could see over every head, Cavalier shouted so loud that not only his own men heard, but also those of the enemy. "My children, if our hearts fail us now, we shall be taken and broken on the wheel. There is only one means of safety. We must cut our way at full gallop through these people. Follow me and keep close order." So speaking, he dashed on the nearest group, followed by all his men, who formed a compact mass, round which the 3 corps of royal troops closed. Then there was everywhere a hand-to-hand battle. There was no time to load and fire. Swords flashed and fell, bayonets stabbed. The royals and the Camisards took each other by the throat and hair. For an hour this demoniac fight lasted, during which Cavalier lost 500 men and slew 1,000 of the enemy. At last he won through, followed by about 200 of his troops, and drew a long breath. But finding himself in the center of a large circle of soldiers, he made for a bridge, where alone it seemed possible to break through, it being only guarded by 100 dragoons. He divided his men into 2 divisions, one to force the bridge, the other to cover the retreat. Then he faced his foes like a wild boar driven to bay. Suddenly loud shouts behind him announced that the bridge was forced, but the Camisards, instead of keeping the passage open for their leader, scattered over the plain and sought safety in flight. But a child threw himself before them, pistol in hand. It was Cavalier's young brother, mounted on one of the small wild horses of Camargues of that Arab breed which was introduced into Languedoc by the Moors from Spain. Carrying a sword and carbine proportioned to his size, the boy addressed the flying men. "Where are you going?" he cried. "Instead of running away like cowards, line the river banks and oppose the enemy to facilitate my brother's escape." Ashamed of having deserved such reproaches, the Camisards stopped, rallied, lined the banks of the river, and by keeping up a steady fire, covered Cavalier's retreat, who crossed without having received a single wound, though his horse was riddled with bullets and he had been forced to change his sword 3 times. Still the combat raged, but gradually Cavalier managed to retreat. A plain cut by trenches, the falling darkness, a wood which afforded cover, all combined to help him at last. Still his rearguard, harassed by the enemy, dotted the ground it passed over with its dead, until at last both victors and vanquished were swallowed up by night. The fight had lasted 10 hours, Cavalier had lost more than 500 men, and the royals about 1,000. Cavalier, says M. de Villers, in his memoirs, acted on this day in a way which astonished everyone. For who could help being astonished to see a nobody, inexperienced in the art of warfare, bear himself in such difficult and trying circumstances like some great general? At one period of the day he was followed everywhere by a dragoon. Cavalier shot at him and killed his horse. The dragoon returned the shot but missed. Cavalier had 2 horses killed under him. The first time he caught a dragoon's horse. The second time he made one of his own men dismount and go on foot. 1,000 de Montrevel also showed himself to be a gallant soldier. Wherever there was danger there was he, encouraging officers and soldiers by his example. One Irish captain was killed at his side, another fatally wounded, and a third slightly hurt. Granville, on his part, had performed miracles. His horse was shot under him, and M. de Montrevel replaced it by one of great value, on which he joined in the pursuit of the Camisards. After this affair, M. de Montrevel gave up his place to M. de Villers, leaving word for Cavalier that it was thus he took leave of his friends. Although Cavalier came out of this battle with honor, compelling even his enemies to regard him as a man worthy of their steel, it had nevertheless destroyed the best part of his hopes. He made a halt near Pyredon to gather together the remnant of his troops, and truly it was but a remnant which remained. Of those who came back, the greater number were without weapons, for they had thrown them away in their flight. Many were incapacitated for service by their wounds. And lastly, the cavalry could hardly be said to exist any longer, as the few men who survived had been obliged to abandon their horses in order to get across the high ditches which were their only cover from the dragoons during the flight. Meantime, the royalists were very active, and Cavalier felt that it would be imprudent to remain long at Piredon, so setting out during the night, and crossing the garden, he buried himself in the forest of Hiusit, whither he hoped his enemies would not venture to follow him. And in fact, the first 2 days were quiet, and his troops benefited greatly by the rest, especially as they were able to draw stores of all kinds, wheat, hay, arms, and ammunition, from an immense cave which the Camisards had used for a long time as a magazine and arsenal. Cavalier now also employed it as a hospital, and had the wounded carried there, that their wounds might receive attention. Unfortunately, Cavalier was soon obliged to quit the forest, in spite of his hopes of being left in peace, for one day on his way back from a visit to the wounded in the cave, whose existence was a secret, he came across 100 Miquelets who had penetrated thus far, and who would have taken him prisoner if he had not, with his accustomed presence of mind and courage, sprung from a rock 20 feet high. The Miquelets fired at him, but no bullet reached him. Cavalier rejoined his troops, but fearing to attract the rest of the royalists to the place, retreated to some distance from the cave, as it was of the utmost importance that it should not be discovered, since it contained all his resources. Cavalier had now reached one of those moments when fortune, tired of conferring favors, turns her back on the favorite. The royalists had often noticed an old woman from the village of Hiusit going towards the forest, sometimes carrying a basket in her hand, sometimes with a hamper on her head, and it occurred to them that she was supplying the hidden Camisards with provisions. She was arrested and brought before General Lalande, who began his examination by threatening that he would have her hanged if she did not at once declare the object of her frequent journeys to the forest without reserve. At first she made use of all kinds of pretexts, which only strengthened the suspicions of Lalande, who, ceasing his questions, ordered her to be taken to the gallows and hanged. The old woman walked to the place of execution with such a firm step that the general began to think he would get no information from her, but at the foot of the ladder her courage failed. She asked to be taken back before the general, and having been promised her life, she revealed everything. 1000 de Lalande put himself at once at the head of a strong detachment of Miquelets, and forced the woman to walk before them till they reached the cavern, which they never would have discovered without a guide, so cleverly was the entrance hidden by rocks and brushwood. On entering, the first thing that met their eye was the wounded, about 30 in number. The Miquelets threw themselves upon them and slaughtered them. This deed accomplished, they went farther into the cave, which to their great surprise contained 1,000 things they never expected to find there: heaps of grain, sacks of flour, barrels of wine, casks of brandy, quantities of chestnuts and potatoes, and besides all this, chests containing ointments, drugs, and lint, and lastly a complete arsenal of muskets, swords, and bayonets, a quantity of powder ready-made, and sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal, in short, everything necessary for the manufacture of more, down to small mills to be turned by hand. Lalande kept his word. The life of an old woman was not too much to give in return for such a treasure. Meantime M. de Villars, as he had promised, took up Baron d'Aiguillers in passing through Lyon, so that during the rest of the journey the peacemaker had plenty of time to expatiate on his plans. As M. de Villars was a man of tact and a lover of justice, and desired above all things to bring a right spirit to bear on the performance of the duties of his new office, in which his 2 predecessors had failed, he promised the Baron to keep, as he expressed himself, his 2 ears open and listen to both sides, and as a first proof of impartiality, he refused to give any opinion until he had heard M. de Julien, who was coming to meet him at Tournon. When they arrived at Tournon, M. de Julien was there to receive them, and had a very different story to tell from that which M. de Villars had heard from d'Aiguillers. According to him, the only pacific ration possible was the complete extermination of the Camisards. He felt himself very hardly treated, in that he had been allowed to destroy only 400 villages and hamlets in the Upper Cevennes, assuring de Villers, with the confidence of a man who had studied the matter profoundly, that they should all have been demolished without exception, and all the peasants killed to the last man. So it came to pass that M. de Villers arrived at Beaucaire, placed like Don Juan between the spirits of good and evil, the one advising clemency and the other murder. M. de Villers not being able to make up his mind, on reaching Nimes, Digoliers assembled the principal Protestants of the town, told them of his plan, showing them its practicability, so that also joined in the good work, and drew up a document in which they asked the Marechal to allow them to take up arms and march against the rebels, as they were determined either to bring them back into the good way by force of example or to fight them as a proof of their loyalty. This petition, which was signed by several nobles and by almost all the lawyers and merchants of the city of Nimes, was presented to M. de Villers on Tuesday, 22nd April 1704, by M. de Albinas, at the head of 700 or 800 persons of the Reformed religion. M. de Villers received the request kindly, thanked its bearer and those who accompanied him, assuring them that he had no doubt of the sincerity of their professions, and that if he were in want of help, he would have recourse to them with as much confidence as if they were old Catholics. He hoped, however, to win the rebels back by mildness, and he begged them to second his efforts in this direction by spreading abroad the fact that an amnesty was offered to all those who would lay down arms and return to their houses within a week. The very next day but one, M. de Villers set out from Nimes to visit all the principal towns, in order to make himself acquainted with men, things, and places. Although the answer to the petition had been a delicate refusal, Digoliers was not discouraged, but followed M. de Villers everywhere. When the latter arrived at Alais, the new governor sent for de Lalande and de Baville in order to consult them as to the best means of inducing the Camisards to lay down their arms. Baron Digoliers was summoned to this consultation and described his plan to the two gentlemen. As he expected, both were opposed to it. However, he tried to bring them over to his side by presenting to them what seemed to him to be cogent reasons for its adoption. But de Lalande and de Baville made light of all his reasons and rejected his proposals with such vehemence that the Marechal, however much inclined to the side of Digoliers, did not venture to act quite alone, and said he would not decide on any course until he reached Uzes. 500 Igoliers saw clearly that, until he had obtained the approbation of either the general or the intendant, he would get nothing from the Marechal. He therefore considered which of the two he should try to persuade, and although de Baville was his personal enemy, having several times shown his hatred for him and his family, he decided to address himself to him. In consequence, the next day, to the great astonishment of M. de Baville, Digoliers paid him a visit. The intendant received him coldly but politely, asked him to sit down, and when he was seated begged to know the motive which had brought him. "Sir," replied the Baron, "you have given my family and me such cause of offense that I had come to the firm resolution never to ask a favor of you, and as perhaps you may have remarked during the journey we have taken with M. le Marechal, I would rather have died of thirst than accept a glass of water from you. But I have come here today not upon any private matter, to obtain my own ends, but upon a matter which concerns the welfare of the state. I therefore beg you to put out of your mind the dislike which you have to me and mine, and I do this the more earnestly that your dislike can only have been caused by the fact that our religion is different from yours, a thing which could neither have been foreseen nor prevented. My entreaty is that you do not try to set M. le Marechal against the course which I have proposed to him, which I am convinced would bring the disorders in our province to an end, stop the occurrence of the many unfortunate events which I am sure you look on with regret, and spare you much trouble and embarrassment." The intendant was much touched by this calm speech, and above all by the confidence which M. Digoliers had shown him, and replied that he had only offered opposition to the plan of pacification because he believed it to be impracticable. M. Digoliers then warmly pressed him to try it before rejecting it forever, and in the end, M. de Baville withdrew his opposition. 1,000 Digoliers hastened to the Marechal, who, finding himself no longer alone in his favorable opinion, made no further delay, but told the baron to call together that very day all the people whom he thought suitable for the required service, and desired that they should be presented to him the next morning before he set out for Nimes. The next day, instead of the 50 men whom the Marachal had thought could be gathered together, Digoliers came to him followed by 80, who were almost all of good and many of noble family. The meeting took place, by the wish of the baron, in the courtyard of the episcopal palace. This palace, says the baron in his memoirs, which was of great magnificence, surrounded by terraced gardens and superbly furnished, was occupied by Monseigneur Michel Poncet de la Rivière. He was a man passionately devoted to pleasures of all kinds, especially to music, women, and good cheer. There were always to be found in his house good musicians, pretty women, and excellent wines. These latter suited him so well that he never left the table without being in a pleasant humor, and at such a moment, if it came into his head that anyone in his diocese was not as good a Christian as himself, he would sit down and write to M. de Baville, urging that the delinquent ought to be sent into exile. He often did this honor to my late father. M. Digoliers goes on to say that, on seeing such a great number of Huguenots in the court, who were all declaring that they were better servants of the king than the Catholics, he almost fell from his balcony with vexation and surprise. This vexation increased when he saw M. de Villers and M. de Baville, who had apartments in the palace, come down into the court and talk to these people. One hope still remained to him. It was that the Marechal and the intendant had come down to send them away. But this last hope was cruelly disappointed when he heard M. de Villers say that he accepted their service and expected them to obey Digoliers in all matters concerning the service of the king. But this was not all that had to be accomplished. Arms were necessary for the Protestants, and though their number was not great, there was a difficulty in finding them weapons. The unfortunate Calvinists had been disarmed so often that even their table knives had been carried off, so it was useless to search their houses for guns and sabers. 500 Igoliers proposed that they should take the arms of the townspeople, but M. de Villers considered that it would offend the Catholics to have their arms taken from them and given to the Protestants. In the end, however, this was the course that had to be adopted. M. de Parrot was ordered to give 50 muskets and the same number of bayonets to M. Digoliers, who also received, as the reward of his long patience, from M. de Villers, before the latter left for Nimes, the following commission. We Marechal de Villers, general in the armies of the king, etc., etc., have given permission to M. Digoliers, nobleman and Protestant of the town of Uzes, and to 50 men chosen by him to make war on the Camisards. Signed, Villers. Given at Uzes, the 4th of May, 1704. Hardly had M. de Villers set out for Nimes than Digoliers met with fresh difficulties. The bishop, who could not forget that his episcopal palace had been turned into barracks for Huguenots, went from house to house threatening those who had promised to countenance Digoliers' plans, and strictly forbidding the captains of the town troops to deliver any weapons to the Protestants. Fortunately, Digoliers had not accomplished so much without having learned not to draw back when the road grew rough. So he also, on his side, went about confirming the strong and encouraging the feeble, and called on M. de Parrot to beg him to carry out the orders of M. de Villers. De Parrot was happily an old soldier, whose one idea was that discipline should be maintained, so that he gave the guns and bayonets to Digoliers on the spot, without a word of objection, and thus enabled the latter to start at 5 o'clock next morning with his little band. Meantime, de Baville and de Lalande had been reflecting what great influence Digoliers would gain in the province should he succeed in his aims, and their jealousy had made them resolve to forestall him in his work, by themselves inducing Cavalier to abandon his present course. They did not conceal from themselves that this would be difficult, but as they could command means of corruption which were not within the power of Digoliers, they did not despair of success. They therefore sent for a countryman called Lacombe, in order to enlist him on their side. For Cavalier, when a boy, had been his shepherd for 2 years, and both had remained friends ever since. This man undertook to try and bring about a meeting between the two gentlemen and Cavalier, an enterprise which would have been dangerous for anyone else. He promised first of all to explain to Cavalier the offers of M. de Baville and de Lalande. Lacombe kept his word. He set off the same day, and 2 days later appeared before Cavalier. The first feeling of the young chief was astonishment, the second pleasure. Lacum could not have chosen a better moment to speak of peace to his former shepherd. Indeed, says Cavalier in his memoirs, the loss which I had just sustained at Nages was doubly painful to me because it was irreparable. I had lost at one blow not only a great number of weapons, all my ammunition, and all my money, but also a body of men, inured to danger and fatigue, and capable of any undertaking. Besides all this, I had been robbed of my stores, a loss which made itself felt more than all the others put together, because as long as the secret of the cavern was kept, in all our misfortunes we were never without resources, but from the moment it got into the possession of our enemies we were quite destitute. The country was ravaged, my friends had grown cold, their purses were empty, 100 towns had been sacked and burned, the prisons were full of Protestants, the fields were uncultivated. Added to all this, the long-promised help from England had never arrived, and the new Marshal had appeared in the province accompanied by fresh troops. Nevertheless, in spite of his desperate position, Cavalier listened to the propositions laid before him by Lacum with cold and haughty front, and his reply was that he would never lay down arms till the Protestants had obtained the right to the free exercise of their religion. Firm as was this answer, Lalande did not despair of inducing Cavalier to come to terms. He therefore wrote him a letter with his own hand, asking him for an interview and pledging his word that if they came to no agreement Cavalier should be free to retire without any harm being done him. But he added that, if he refused this request, he should regard him as an enemy to peace and responsible for all the blood which might be shed in future. This overture, made with a soldier's frankness, had a great effect on Cavalier, and in order that neither his friends nor his enemies should have the least excuse for blaming him, he resolved to show everyone that he was eager to seize the first chance of making peace on advantageous terms. He therefore replied to Lalande that he would come to the bridge of Avignon on that very day, the 12th May, at noon, and sent his letter by Catinat, ordering him to deliver it into the hands of the Catholic general himself. Catinat was worthy of his mission. He was a peasant from Cayla, whose real name was Abdias Morel. He had served under Marshal Catinat in Italy, the same who had maintained so gallant a struggle against Prince Eugene. When Morel returned home, he could talk of nothing but his marshal and his campaigns, so that he soon went among his neighbors by the name of Catinat. He was, as we have seen, Cavalier's right hand, who had placed him in command of his cavalry, and who now entrusted him with a still more dangerous post, that of envoy to a man who had often said that he would give 2,000 livres to him who would bring him the head of Cavalier, and livres each for the heads of his 2 lieutenants. Catinat was quite well aware of this offer of Lalande's, yet he appeared before the general perfectly cool and calm. Only, either from a feeling of propriety or of pride, he was dressed in full uniform. The bold and haughty expression of the man who presented Cavalier's letter astonished the general, who asked him his name. "I am Catinat," he answered. "Catinat," exclaimed Lalande in surprise. "Yes, Catinat, commander of the cavalry of Cavalier." "What," said Lalande, "are you the Catinat who massacred so many people in Beaucaire?" "Yes, I am. I did it, but it was my duty." "Well," exclaimed M. de Lalande, "you show great hardihood in daring to appear before me." "I came," said Catinat proudly, "trusting to your honor, and to the promise that Brother Cavalier gave me that nothing should happen to me." "He was quite right," returned Lalande, taking the letter. Having read it, he said, "Go back to Cavalier and assure him that I shall be at the bridge of Avignon at noon, accompanied only by a few officers and 30 dragoons. I expect to find him there with a similar number of men." "But," answered Catinat, "it is possible that Brother Cavalier may not wish to come with so poor a following." "If so," returned Lalande, "then tell him that he may bring his whole army if he likes, but that I shall not take a single man with me more than I have said. As Cavalier has confidence in me, I have confidence in him." Catinat reported Lalande's answer to his chief. It was of a kind that he understood and liked, So leaving the rest of his troops at Massanes, he chose 60 men from his infantry and 8 horsemen as escort. On coming in sight of the bridge, he saw Lalande approaching from the other side. He at once ordered his 60 men to halt, went a few steps farther with his 8 horsemen, and then ordered them in their turn to stop, and advanced alone towards the bridge. Lalande had acted in the same manner with regard to his dragoons and officers, and now dismounting, came towards Cavalier. The two met in the middle of the bridge, and saluted with the courtesy of men who had learned to esteem each other on the field of battle. Then, after a short silence, during which they examined each other, Lalande spoke. "Sir," said he, "the king in his clemency desires to put an end to the war which is going on between his subjects, and which can only result in the ruin of his kingdom. As he knows that this war has been instigated and supported by the enemies of France, he hopes to meet no opposition to his wishes among those of his subjects who were momentarily led astray, but to whom he now offers pardon." "Sir," answered Cavalier, "the war not having been begun by the Protestants, they are always ready for peace, but a real peace, without restriction or reserve. They have no right, I know, to lay down conditions, but I hope they will be permitted to discuss those which may be laid down for them. Speak openly, sir, and let me know what the offers are that you have been authorized to make to us, that I may judge if we can accept them." "But how would it be," said Lalande, "if you were mistaken, and if the king desired to know what conditions you would consider reasonable?" "If that is so," answered Cavalier, "I will tell you our conditions at once, in order not to prolong the negotiations, for every minute's delay, as you know, costs someone his life or fortune." "Then tell me what your conditions are," returned Lalande. "Well," said Cavalier, "our demands are 3. First, liberty of conscience. Secondly, the release of all prisoners who have been condemned to imprisonment or the galleys because of their religion. And thirdly, that if we are not granted liberty of conscience, we may be at least permitted to leave the kingdom." "As far as I can judge," replied Lalande, "I do not believe that the king will accept the first proposition, but it is possible that he may accede to the third. In that case, how many Protestants would you take with you?" 10,000 of all ages and both sexes." "The number is excessive, sir. I believe that His Majesty is not disposed to go beyond 3,000. "Then," replied Cavalier, "there is nothing more to be said, for I could not accept passports for any smaller number, and I could accept for the 10,000 only on condition that the king would grant us 3 months in which to dispose of our possessions and withdraw from the country without being molested. Should His Majesty, however, not be pleased to allow us to leave the kingdom, then we beg that our edicts be reenacted and our privileges restored, whereupon we shall become once more what we were formerly, His Majesty's loyal and obedient servants." "Sir," said Lalande, "I shall lay your conditions before M. le Marechal, and if no satisfactory conclusion can be arrived at, it will be to me a matter of profound regret. And now, sir, will you permit me to inspect more closely the gallant men with whose help you have done such astounding deeds?" Cavalier smiled, for these gallant men, when caught, had been broken on the wheel, burnt at the stake, or hanged like brigands. His sole answer was an inclination of the head as he turned and led the way to his little escort. M. de Lalande followed him with perfect confidence, and passing by the 8 horsemen who were grouped on the road, he walked up to the infantry, and taking out of his pocket a handful of gold, he scattered it before them, saying, "There, my men, that is to drink the king's health with." Not a man stooped to pick the money up, and one of them said, shaking his head, "It is not money we want, but liberty of conscience." "My men," answered Lalande, "it is unfortunately not in my power to grant your demand, but I advise you to submit to the king's will and trust in his clemency." "Sir," answered Cavalier, "we are all ready to obey him, provided that he graciously grant us our just demands. If not, we shall die weapon in hand, rather than expose ourselves once more to such outrages as have already been inflicted on us." "Your demands shall be transmitted word for word to M. de Villars, who will lay them before the king," said Lalande, "and you may be sure, sir, that my most sincere wish is that His Majesty may not find them exorbitant." With these words, M. de Lalande saluted Cavalier and turned to rejoin his escort. But Cavalier, wishing to return confidence with confidence, crossed the bridge with him and accompanied the general to where his soldiers had halted. There, with another salute, the two chiefs parted, M. de Lalande taking the road to Uzes, while Cavalier rejoined his comrades. Meantime Digaliers, who, as we have seen, had not left Uzes until the 5th May in order to join Cavalier, did not come up with him until the 13th, that is to say, the day after his conference with Lalande. 500 Igaliers gives us an account of their interview, and we cannot do better than quote it. Although it was the first time that we had met face to face, we embraced each other as if we were old acquaintances. My little band mixed with his and sang psalms together, while Cavalier and I talked. I was very much pleased with what he said, and convinced him without difficulty that he should submit for the sake of the brethren, who could then choose whichever course best suited them, and either leave the kingdom or serve the king. I said that I believed the last course to be the best, provided we were allowed to worship God according to our consciences, because I hoped that, seeing their faithful service, His Majesty would recognize that he had been imposed upon by those who had described us as disloyal subjects, and that we should thus obtain for the whole nation that liberty of conscience which had been granted to us, that in no other way, as far as I could see, could our deplorable condition be ameliorated, for although Cavalier and his men might be able to exist for some time longer in the forests and mountains, they would never be strong enough to save the inhabitants of towns and other enclosed places from perishing. Upon this he replied, that although the Catholics seldom kept a promise made to those of our religion, he was willing to risk his life for the welfare of his brethren and the province, but that he trusted, if he confided in the clemency of the king, for whom he had never ceased to pray, no harm would happen him. Thereupon Digaliers, delighted to find him so well inclined, begged him to give him a letter for M. de Villars, and as Cavalier knew the Marechal to be loyal and zealous, and had great confidence in him, he wrote without any hesitation the following letter. Monseigneur, permit me to address your Excellency in order to beg humbly for the favor of your protection for myself and for my soldiers. We are filled with the most ardent desire to repair the fault which we have committed by bearing arms, not against the king, as our enemies have so falsely asserted, but to defend our lives against those who persecuted us, attacking us so fiercely that we believed it was done by order of His Majesty. We know that it was written by St. Paul that subjects ought to submit themselves to their king, and if in spite of these sincere protestations our sovereign should still demand our blood, we shall soon be ready to throw ourselves on his justice or his mercy. But we should, Monseigneur, regard ourselves as happy if His Majesty, moved by our repentance, would grant us his pardon and receive us into his service, according to the example of the God of mercy, whose representative His Majesty is on earth. We trust, Monseigneur, by our faithfulness and zeal to acquire the honor of your protection, and we glory in the thought of being permitted, under the command of such an illustrious and noble-minded general as yourself, to shed our blood for the king. This being so, I hope that your Excellency will be pleased to allow me to inscribe myself with profound respect and humility, Monseigneur, your most humble and obedient servant, Cavalier. 500 Igaliers, as soon as he got possession of this letter, set out for Nimes in the best of spirits, for he felt sure that he was bringing M. de Villars more than he had expected. And indeed, as soon as the Marechal saw how far things had gone, in spite of everything that Lalande could say, who in his jealousy asserted that Digaliers would spoil everything, he sent him back to Cavalier with an invitation to come to Nimes. 500 Igaliers set out at once, promising to bring the young chief back with him, at which Lalande laughed loudly, pretending to be very much amused at the Baron's confident way of speaking, and protesting that Cavalier would not come. In the meantime, events were happening in the mountains, which might easily have changed the state of mind of the young chief. The Comte de Tournon, who was in command at Fleury, had encountered Roland's army in the plain of Fondmorts, and had lost 200 men, a considerable sum of money, and 80 mules loaded with provisions. The anxiety which this news caused to M. de Villars was soon relieved, for 6 days after the defeat he received a letter from Cavalier by the hands of Lacombe the same who had brought about the interview on the bridge of Amiens. In this letter, Cavalier expressed the greatest regret for what had just happened. 500 Igaliers therefore found Cavalier in the best of humors when he joined him at Tarnac. The first feeling that the young chief felt on receiving the invitation was one of stupefaction, for an interview with the Marechal was an honor so unexpected and so great that his impression was that some treason lay behind it. But he was soon reassured when he recalled the character for loyalty which the Marechal bore, and how impossible it was that Digaliers should lend himself to treachery. So Cavalier sent back word that he would obey the Marechal's orders, and that he put himself entirely into his hands in what concerned the arrangements for the interview. M. de Villars let him know that he would expect him on the 16th in the garden of the convent of the Recollets of Nimes, which lay just outside the city, between the gates of Beaucaire and the Madeleine, and that Lalande would meet him beyond Carayrac to receive him and to bring him hostages. Chapter 4. On the 15th May, Cavalier set out from Tarnac at the head of 160 foot soldiers and 50 horse. He was accompanied by his young brother and by Digaliers and Lacum. They all passed the night at Langlade. The next day they set out for Nimes, and, as had been agreed upon, were met by Lalande between Saint-Césaire and Carayrac. Lalande advanced to greet Cavalier and present the hostages to him. These hostages were M. de la Duretière, captain of the Fimarcan regiment, a captain of infantry, several other officers, and 10 dragoons. Cavalier passed them over to his lieutenant, Ravinal, who was in command of the infantry, and left them in his charge at Saint-Césaire. The cavalry accompanied him to within a musket-shot of Nimes and encamped upon the heights. Besides this, Cavalier posted sentinels and mounted orderlies at all the approaches to the camp, and even as far off as the Fountain of Diana and the tennis court. These precautions taken, he entered the city, accompanied by his brother, Digaliers, Lacum, and a bodyguard of 18 cavalry, commanded by Catinat. Lalande rode on before to announce their arrival to the Marechal, whom he found waiting with M. de Baville and Sandricourt in the garden of the Recollets, dreading every moment to receive word that Cavalier had refused to come, for he expected great results from this interview. Lalande, however, reassured him by telling him the young Huguenot was behind. In a few minutes, a great tumult was heard. It was the people hastening to welcome their hero. Not a Protestant, except paralytic old people and infants in the cradle, remained indoors, for the Huguenots, who had long looked on Cavalier as their champion, now considered him their savior, so that men and women threw themselves under the feet of his horse in their efforts to kiss the skirts of his coat. It was more like a victor making his entry into a conquered town than a rebel chief coming to beg for an amnesty for himself and his adherents. M. de Villars heard the outcry from the garden of Recollets, and when he learned its cause, his esteem for Cavalier rose higher, for every day since his arrival as governor had showed him more and more clearly how great was the young chief's influence. The tumult increased as Cavalier came nearer, and it flashed through the Marechal's mind that instead of giving hostages, he should have claimed them. At this moment Cavalier appeared at the gate, and seeing the Marechal's guard drawn up in line, he caused his own to form a line opposite them. The memoirs of the time tell us that he was dressed in a coffee-colored coat with a very full white muslin cravat. He wore a crossbelt from which depended his sword, and on his head a gold-laced hat of black felt. He was mounted on a magnificent bay horse, the same which he had taken from M. de la Jonquière on the bloody day of Vergennes. The lieutenant of the guard met him at the gate. Cavalier quickly dismounted, and throwing the bridle of his horse to one of his men, he entered the garden and advanced towards the expectant group, which was composed, as we have said, of Villars, Baville, and Sandricourt. As he drew near, M. de Villars regarded him with growing astonishment, for he could not believe that in the young man, or rather boy, before him, he saw the terrible Cévenol chief, whose name alone made the bravest soldiers tremble. Cavalier at this period had just completed his 24th year, but thanks to his fair hair, which fell in long locks over his shoulders, and to the gentle expression of his eyes, he did not appear more than 18. Cavalier was acquainted with none of the men in whose presence he stood, but he noticed M. de Villars' rich dress and air of command. He therefore saluted him first. Afterwards, turning towards the others, he bowed to each, but less profoundly, then somewhat embarrassed, and with downcast eyes he stood motionless and silent. The Marechal still continued to look at him in silent astonishment, turning from time to Bavil and Sandricourt, as if to assure himself that there was no mistake, and that it was really the man whom they expected who stood before them. At last, doubting still, in spite of the signs they made to reassure him, he asked, "Are you really Jean Cavalier?" "Yes, Monseigneur," was the reply, given in an unsteady voice. "But I mean Jean Cavalier, the Camisard General, he who has assumed the title of Duke of the Cevennes." "I have not assumed that title, Monseigneur, only some people call me so in joke. The king alone has the right to confer titles, and I rejoice exceedingly, Monseigneur, that he has given you that of Governor of Languedoc." "When you are speaking of the king, why do you not say His Majesty?" said M. de Bavil. "Upon my soul, the king is too good to treat thus with a rebel." The blood rushed to Cavalier's head, his face flamed, and after a moment's pause, fixing his eye boldly upon M. de Bavil, and speaking in a voice which was now as firm as it had been tremulous a moment before, he said, "If you have only brought me here, sir, to speak to me in such a manner, you might better have left me in my mountains, and come there yourself to take a lesson in hospitality. If I am a rebel, it is not I who am answerable, for it was the tyranny and cruelty of M. de Bavil which forced us to have recourse to arms. And if history takes exception to anything connected with the great monarch for whose pardon I sue today, it will be, I hope, not that he had foes like me, but friends like him." 1000 de Bavil grew pale with anger, for whether Cavalier knew to whom he was speaking or not, his words had the effect of a violent blow full in his face, but before he could reply, M. de Villars interposed. "Your business is only with me, sir," he said. "Attend to me alone, I beg. I speak in the name of the king, and the king, of his clemency, wishes to spare his subjects by treating them with tenderness." Cavalier opened his mouth to reply, but the intendant cut him short. "I should hope that suffices," he said contemptuously. "As pardon is more than you could have hoped for, I suppose you are not going to insist on the other conditions you laid down." "But it is precisely those other conditions," said Cavalier, addressing himself to M. de Villars, and not seeming to see that anyone else was present, "for which we have fought. If I were alone, sir, I should give myself up, bound hand and foot, with entire confidence in your good faith, demanding no assurances and exacting no conditions. But I stand here to defend the interests of my brethren and friends who trust me, and what is more, things have gone so far that we must either die weapon in hand or obtain our rights." The intendant was about to speak, but the Marechal stopped him with such an imperative gesture that he stepped back as if to show that he washed his hands of the whole matter. "What are those rights? Are they those which M. Lalande has transmitted to me by word of mouth?" "Yes, sir." "It would be well to commit them to writing." "I have done so, Monseigneur, and sent a copy to M. d'Aiguillers." "I have not seen it, sir. Make me another copy and place it in my hands, I beg." "I shall go and set about it directly, Monseigneur," stepping back as if about to withdraw. "One moment," said the Marechal, detaining him by a smile. "Is it true that you are willing to enter the king's army?" "I am more than willing, I desire it with all my heart," exclaimed Cavalier with the frank enthusiasm natural to his age. "But I cannot do so till our just demands are granted." "But if they were granted?" "Then, sir," replied Cavalier, "the king has never had more loyal subjects than we shall be." "Well, have a little patience, and everything will be arranged, I hope." "May God grant it," said Cavalier. "He is my witness that we desire peace beyond everything," and he took another step backwards. "You will not go too far away, I hope," said the Marechal. "We shall remain wherever your Excellency may appoint," said Cavalier. "Very well," continued M. de Villars. "Halt at Calvisson, and try all you can to induce the other leaders to follow your example." "I shall do my best, Monseigneur. But while we await His Majesty's reply, shall we be allowed to fulfill our religious duties unimpeded?" Yes, I shall give orders that you are to have full liberty in that respect. Thanks, Monseigneur. Cavalier bowed once more and was about to go, but M. de Villars accompanied him and Lalande, who had now joined them, and who stood with his hand on Cavalier's shoulder, a few steps farther. Catinat, seeing that the conference was at an end, entered the garden with his men. Thereupon M. de Villars took leave, saying distinctly, "Adieu, Seigneur Cavalier," and withdrew, leaving the young chief surrounded by a dozen persons all wanting to speak to him at once. For half an hour he was detained by questions, to all of which he replied pleasantly. On one finger was an emerald taken from a naval officer named Didier, whom he had killed with his own hand in the action at Devois de Martignacs. He kept time by a superb watch which had belonged to M. de Queville, the second in command of the Marines, and he offered his questioners from time to time perfumed snuff from a magnificent snuff-box, which he had found in the holsters when he took possession of M. de la Jonquiere's horse. He told everyone who wished to listen that he had never intended to revolt against the king, and that he was now ready to shed the last drop of his blood in his service, that he had several times offered to surrender on condition that liberty of conscience was granted to those of the new faith, but that M. de Montrevel had always rejected his offers, so that he had been obliged to remain under arms in order to deliver those who were in prison, and to gain permission for those who were free to worship God in their own way. He said these things in an unembarrassed and graceful manner, hat in hand. Then, passing through the crowd which had gathered outside the garden of the Recollets, he repaired to the Hôtel de la Poste for lunch, and afterwards walked along the esplanade to the house of one Guy Billard, a gardener who was his head prophet's father. As he thus moved about, he was preceded by two Camisards with drawn swords, who made way for him, and several ladies were presented to him who were happy to touch his doublet. The visit over, he once again passed along the esplanade, still preceded by his two Camisards, and just as he passed the little convent, he and those with him struck up a psalm tune, and continued singing till they reached Saint Cesare, where the hostages were. These he at once sent back. 500 persons from Nimes were awaiting him. Refreshments were offered to him, which he accepted gratefully, thanking all those who had gathered together to meet him. At last he went off to St. Denois, where he was to sup and sleep, but before going to bed he offered up supplications in a loud voice for the king, for M. de Villars, for M. de Lalande, and even for M. de Baville. The next morning, Cavalier, according to promise, sent a copy of his demands to M. de Villars, who caused it to be laid before the king, along with a full report of all that had passed at the interview at Nimes. As soon as the young chief had sent off his missive, he rejoined his troops at Tarnac and related all that had passed to Roland, urging him to follow his example. That night he slept at Sauves, having passed through Durfort at the head of his men. A captain of dragoons named Montgros, with 25 soldiers, accompanying him everywhere by M. de Villars' orders, and seeing that the villages through which they passed furnished him with all that was needed. They left Sauves on May 16th very early in the morning, in order to get to Calvisson, which, as our readers may remember, was the place appointed for the residence of Cavalier during the truce. In passing through Quissac, where they stopped for refreshments, they were joined by Castanet, who delivered a long sermon, at which all the Protestants of the neighborhood were present. The 2 battalions of the Charolais regiment, which were quartered at Calvisson, had received orders on the evening of the 17th to march out next morning, so as to make room for the Camisards. On the 18th, the head of the commissary department, Vincel, ordered suitable accommodation to be provided for Cavalier and his troops. The muster roll being in the hands of M. Digaliers, it would be sent by him or brought in the course of the day. In the meantime, vans were arriving filled with all sorts of provisions, followed by droves of cattle, while a commissary and several clerks, charged with the distribution of rations, brought up the rear. On the 19th, Catinat, accompanied by 12 Camisards, rode into the town and was met at the barrier by the commandant and 80 townspeople. As soon as the little band came in sight, the commandant reiterated his orders that nothing should be said or done in the town, on pain of corporal punishment that could offend the Camisards. At 1:00 p.m. Baron Digaliers arrived, followed in his turn by the chief of the commissariat, Vincel, by Captain Capon, 2 other officers named Viola and Dispute, and 6 dragoons. These were the hostages Cavalier had given. At 6 o'clock there was heard a great noise, and shouts of "Cavalier, Cavalier," resounded on all sides. The young Sevenol was in sight, and the whole population hastened to meet him. He rode at the head of his cavalry, the infantry following, and the whole number, about 600 men, sang psalms in a loud voice. When they reached the church, Cavalier drew up before it with all his men in review order, and for some time the singing went on. When it stopped, a long prayer was offered up, which was most edifying to all the bystanders, and this being over, Cavalier went to the quarters assigned him, which were in the best house in Calvisson. Arrived there, he sent out for a dozen loaves that he might judge how his men were going to be fed. Not finding them white enough, he complained to M. Vincel, whom he sent for, and who promised that in future the bread should be of a better quality. Having received this assurance, Cavalier gave orders that the loaves in hand should be distributed for that day, but probably fearing poison, he first made M. de Vincel and his clerks taste them in his presence. These duties accomplished, he visited in person all the gates of the town, placed guards and posted sentinels at all the entrances and along all the avenues, the most advanced being 3/4 of a league from the town. Besides this, he placed guards in the streets, and a sentinel at each door of the house he occupied. In addition, 30 guards always slept outside the door of his bedroom, and these accompanied him as an escort when he went out. Not that he was afraid, for he was not of a mistrustful character, but that he thought it politic to give people an exalted idea of his importance. As to his soldiers, they were billeted on the inhabitants, and received each as daily rations a pound of meat, a quart of wine, and 2½ pounds of bread. The same day, a convocation was held on the site of the old meeting house, which had been destroyed by the Catholics. It was a very numerous assembly, to which crowds of people came from all parts, but on the following days it was still more numerous, for as the news spread, people ran with great eagerness to hear the preaching of the word of which they had been so long deprived. 500 Igaliers tells us in his memoirs that no one could help being touched to see a whole people just escaped from fire and sword, coming together in multitudes to mingle their tears and sighs. So famished were they for the manna divine, that they were like people coming out of a besieged city after a long and cruel famine, to whom peace has brought food in abundance, and who, first devouring it with their eyes, then throw themselves on it, devouring it bodily, meat, bread, and fruit, as it comes to hand. So it was with the unfortunate inhabitants of La Vanage, and even of places more distant still. They saw their brethren assembling in the meadows and at the gates of Calvisson, gathering in crowds and pressing round anyone who started singing a psalm, until at last 4,000 or 5,000 persons, singing, weeping, and praying, were gathered together, and remained there all day, supplicating God with a devotion that went to every heart and made a deep impression. All night the same things went on. Nothing was to be heard but preaching, singing, praying, and prophesying. But if it was a time of joy for the Protestants, it was a time of humiliation for the Catholics. Certainly, says a contemporary historian, it was a very surprising thing and quite a novelty to see in a province like Languedoc, where so many troops were quartered, such a large number of villains, all murderers, incendiaries, and guilty of sacrilege, gathered together in one place by permission of those in command of the troops, tolerated in their eccentricities, fed at the public expense, flattered by everyone, and courteously received by people sent specially to meet them. One of those who was most indignant at this state of things was M. de Baville. He was so eager to put an end to it that he went to see the governor, and told him the scandal was becoming too great in his opinion. The assemblies ought to be put an end to by allowing the troops to fall upon them and disperse them. But the governor thought quite otherwise, and told Baville that to act according to his advice would be to set fire to the province again and to scatter forever people whom they had got together with such difficulty. In any case, he reminded Baville that what he objected to would be over in a few days. His opinion was that de Baville might stifle the expression of his dissatisfaction for a little to bring about a great good. More than that, added the Marechal, the impatience of the priests is most ridiculous. Besides your remonstrances, of which I hope I have now heard the last, I have received numberless letters full of such complaints that it would seem as if the prayers of the Camisards not only grated on the ears of the clergy, but flayed them alive. I should like above everything to find out the writers of these letters in order to have them flogged, but they have taken good care to put no signatures. I regard it as a very great impertinence for those who caused these disturbances to grumble and express their disapproval at my efforts to bring them to an end. After this speech, M. de Baville saw there was nothing for him to do but to let things take their course. The course that they took turned Cavalier's head more and more, for thanks to the injunctions of M. de Villars, all the orders that Cavalier gave were obeyed as if they had been issued by the governor himself. He had a court like a prince, lieutenants like a general, and secretaries like a statesman. It was the duty of one secretary to give leave of absence to those Camisards who had business to attend to or who desired to visit their relations. The following is a copy of the form used for these passports. We, the undersigned, secretary to Brother Cavalier, Generalissimo of the Huguenots, permit by this order given by him to absent himself on business for 3 days. Signed, Dupont. Calverson, this. And these safe conducts were as much respected as if they had been signed, Marquis de Villars. On the 22nd, M. de Saint-Pierre arrived from the court, bringing the reply of the king to the proposals which Cavalier had submitted to M. de Lalande. What this reply was did not transpire. Probably it was not in harmony with the pacific intentions of the Marechal. At last, on the 25th, the answer to the demands which Cavalier had made to M. de Villars himself arrived. The original paper written by the Camisard chief himself had been sent to Louis Roman XIV, and he returned it with notes in his own writing. Thus these two hands, to one of which belonged the shepherd's crook, and to the other the scepter, had rested on the same sheet of paper. The following is the text of the agreement as given by Cavalier in his memoirs. The humble petition of the reformers of Languedoc to the King. 1. That it may please the King to grant us liberty of conscience throughout the province, and to permit us to hold religious meetings in every suitable place, except fortified places and walled cities. Granted, on condition that no churches be built. 2. That all those in prison or at the galleys who have been sent there since the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, because of their religion, be set at liberty within 6 weeks from the date of this petition. Granted. 3. That all those who have left the kingdom, because of their religion, be allowed to return in freedom and safety, and that their goods and privileges be restored to them. Granted on condition that they take the oath of fidelity to the king. 4. That the Parliament of Languedoc be re-established on its ancient footing and with all its former privileges. The king reserves decision on this point. 5. That the province of Languedoc be exempted from the poll tax for 10 years, this to apply to Catholics and Protestants alike, both sides having equally suffered. Refused. 6. That the cities of Perpignan, Montpellier, Sète, and Aigues-Mortes be assigned us as cities of refuge. Refused. 7. That the inhabitants of the Cévennes, whose houses were burnt or otherwise destroyed during the war, be exempt from taxes for 7 years. Granted. 8. That it may please His Majesty to permit Cavalier to choose 2,000 men, both from among his own troops, and from among those who may be delivered from the prisons and galleys, to form a regiment of dragoons for the service of His Majesty, and that this regiment, when formed, may at once be ordered to serve His Majesty in Portugal. Granted, and on condition that all the Huguenots everywhere lay down their arms, the king will permit them to live quietly in the free exercise of their religion. I had been a week at Calverson, says Cavalier in his memoirs, when I received a letter from M. le Marechal de Villars ordering me to repair to Nimes, as he wished to see me, the answer to my demands having arrived. I obeyed at once, and was very much displeased to find that several of my demands, and in particular the one relating to the cities of refuge, had been refused. But M. le Marechal assured me that the king's word was better than 20 cities of refuge, and that after all the trouble we had given him, we should regard it as showing great clemency on his part that he had granted us the greater part of what we had asked. This reasoning was not entirely convincing, but as there was no more time for deliberation, and as I was as anxious for peace as the king himself, I decided to accept gracefully what was offered. All the further advantage that Cavalier could obtain from M. de Villars was that the treaty should bear the date of the day on which it had been drawn up. In this manner, the prisoners who were to be set at liberty in 6 weeks gained 1 week. 1,000 de Villars wrote at the bottom of the treaty, which was signed the same day by him and M. de Baville on the part of the king, and by Cavalier and Daniel Billard on the part of the Protestants, the following ratification. In virtue of the plenary powers which we have received from the king, we have granted to the reformers of Languedoc the articles above made known. Marquis de Villars J. Cavalier, Lamagnan de Baville, Daniel Billard. Given at Nimes, the 17th of May, 1704. These 2 signatures, all unworthy as they were to stand beside their own, gave such great delight to de Villars and de Baville, that they at once sent off fresh orders to Calvisson that the wants of the Camisards should be abundantly supplied, until the articles of the treaty were executed, that is to say, until the prisoners and the galley slaves were set at liberty, which, according to Article 2 of the treaty, would be within the next 6 weeks. As to Cavalier, the Marechal gave him on the spot a commission as colonel, with a pension of 1,200 livres attached, and the power of nominating the subordinate officers in his regiment, and at the same time he handed him a captain's commission for his young brother. Cavalier drew up the muster roll of the regiment the same day and gave it to the Marechal. It was to consist of 712 men, forming 15 companies, with 16 captains, 16 lieutenants, a sergeant major, and a surgeon major. While all this was happening, Roland, taking advantage of the suspension of hostilities, was riding up and down the province as if he were viceroy of the Cevennes, and wherever he appeared, he had a magnificent reception. Like Cavalier, he gave leave of absence and furnished escorts, and held himself haughtily, sure that he too would soon be negotiating treaties on terms of equality with marshals of France and governors of provinces. But Roland was much mistaken. M. de Villars had made great concessions to the popularity of Cavalier, but they were the last he intended to make. So, instead of being in his turn summoned to Nimes or Uzes to confer with M. de Villars, Roland merely received an intimation from Cavalier that he desired to speak with him on important business. They met near Anjous, and Cavalier, faithful to the promise given to M. de Villars, neglected no argument that he could think of to induce Roland to follow his example. But Roland would listen to nothing. Then, when Cavalier saw that arguments and promises were of no avail, he raised his voice in anger. But Roland, laying his hand on his shoulder, told him that his head was turned, that he should remember that he, Roland, was his senior in command, and therefore bound by nothing that had been promised in his name by his junior, and that he had registered a vow in heaven that nothing would persuade him to make peace unless complete liberty of conscience were granted to all. The young Cevenol, who was unaccustomed to such language, laid his hand on the hilt of his sword. Roland, stepping back, drew his, and the consultation would have ended in a duel if the prophets had not thrown themselves between them and succeeded in getting Roland to consent to one of their number, a man much esteemed among the Huguenots, named Salomon, going back to Nimes with Cavalier to learn from M. de Villars' own mouth what the exact terms were which Cavalier had accepted and now offered to Roland. In a couple of hours, Cavalier and Salomon set out together and arrived at Nimes on the 27th May. Escorted by 25 men, they halted at the Tower of Magny, and the Protestants of the city came out to meet them, bringing refreshments. Then, after prayers and a hasty meal, they advanced to the barracks and crossed the courtyards. The concourse of people and the enthusiasm was no whit less than on Cavalier's first entry, more than 300 persons kissing his hands and knees. Cavalier was dressed on this occasion in a doublet of grey cloth and a beaver hat laced with gold and adorned with a white feather. Cavalier and his travelling companion went direct to the garden of the Recollets, and hardly had they got there than de Villars and de Baville, accompanied by Lalande and Sandricourt, came out to meet them. The conference lasted 3 hours, but all that could be learned of the result was that Solomon had declared that his brethren would never lay down their arms till full liberty of conscience had been secured to them. In consequence of this declaration, it was decided that Cavalier and his regiment should be dispatched to Spain without delay, in order to weaken the Calvinist forces to that extent. Meantime, Solomon was sent back to Roland with a positive promise that if he would surrender, as Cavalier had done, he would be granted the same conditions. That is to say, receive a commission as colonel, have the right to name the officers of his regiment, and receive a pension of 1,200 livres. On quitting the garden of the Recollets, Cavalier found as great a crowd as ever waiting for him, and so closely did they press on him that 2 of his men were obliged to ride before him with drawn sabres to clear a way for him till the Montpellier road was reached. He lay that night at Langlade, in order to rejoin his troops early next morning. But during his absence, things had happened among these men who had hitherto obeyed him blindly, which he little expected. He had left, as usual, Ravenel in command, but hardly had he ridden away when Ravenel began to take all kinds of precautions, ordering the men not to lay aside their arms. The negotiations with M. de Villars had made him most anxious. He looked upon all the promises given as snares, and he regarded the compromise favored by his chief as a defection on Cavalier's part. He therefore called all the officers and men together, told them of his fears, and ended by imbuing them with his suspicions. This was all the more easily done, as it was very well known that Cavalier had joined the Huguenots less from devotion to the cause than to avenge a private wrong, and on many occasions had given rise to the remark that he had more genius than religion. So on getting back to Calvisson, the young chief found his principal officers, Ravenel at their head, drawn up in the marketplace, waiting for him. As soon as he drew near, they told him that they were determined to know at once what were the conditions of the treaty he had signed with the Marechal. They had made up their minds to have a plain answer without delay. Such a way of speaking to him was so strange and unexpected that Cavalier shrugged his shoulders and replied that such matters were no business of theirs, being too high for their intelligence, that it was his business to decide what course to take and theirs to take it. It had always been so in the past, and with the help of God and his own, Cavalier's goodwill, it should still be so in future, and having so spoken, he told them to disperse. Ravenel upon this came forward, and in the name of all the others said they would not go away until they knew what orders Cavalier was about to give the troops, that they might consult among themselves whether they should obey them or not. This insubordination was too much for Cavalier's patience. "The orders are," he said, "to put on the uniforms that are being made for you and to follow me to Portugal." The effect of such words on men who were expecting nothing less than the reenactment of the Edict of Nantes can be easily imagined. The words coward and traitor could be distinguished above the murmurs, as Cavalier noticed with increasing astonishment. Raising himself in his stirrups, and glancing round with that look before which they had been used to tremble, he asked in a voice as calm as if all the demons of anger were not raging in his heart, "Who called Jean Cavalier traitor and coward?" "I," said Ravenel, crossing his arms on his breast. Cavalier drew a pistol from his holsters, and striking those near him with the butt end, opened a way towards his lieutenant, who drew his sword. But at this moment, the commissary general, Vincel, and Captain Capin threw themselves between the two and asked the cause of the quarrel. "The cause," said Ravenel, "is that the cadets of the Cross, led by the hermit, have just knocked out the brains of 2 of our brethren who are coming to join us, and are hindering others from attending our meetings to worship God. The conditions of the truce having been thus broken, is it likely they will keep those of the treaty? We refuse to accept the treaty." "Sir," said Vincel, "if the hermit has done what you say, it is against the orders of the Marechal, and the misdoer will be punished. Besides, the large number of strangers at present in Calvisson ought to be sufficient proof that no attempt has been made to prevent the new converts from coming to the town, and it seems to me that you have been too easily led to believe everything that malicious people have told you." "I believe what I choose to believe," said Ravenel impatiently, "but what I know and say is that I shall never lay down arms till the king grants us full liberty of conscience, permission to rebuild our places of worship, and sends us back all prisoners and exiles. But judging by your tone, said Cavalier, who had till now remained silent while toying with his pistol, you seem to be in command here. Have we changed parts without my being aware? It is possible, said Ravenel. Cavalier burst out laughing. It seems to astonish you, said Ravenel, but it is true. Make peace for yourself, lay down what conditions suit you, sell yourself for whatever you will bring. My only reply is, you are a coward and a traitor. But as to the troops, they will not lay down arms except on the conditions formulated by me. Cavalier tried to get at Ravenel, but seeing from his paleness and his smile that terrible things would happen if he reached his lieutenant, Vincel and Capon, backed by some Camisards, threw themselves before his horse. Just then the whole band shouted with one voice, no peace, no peace, no reconciliation till our temples are restored. Cavalier then saw for the first time that things were more serious than he had believed, but Vincel, Capon, Burleigh, and about 20 Camisards surrounded the young chief and forced him to enter a house. It was the house of Vincel. They had hardly got indoors when the generale was sounded. Resisting all entreaties, Cavalier sprang to the door, but was detained by Burleigh, who said that the first thing he ought to do was to write M. de Villars an account of what had happened, who would then take measures to put things straight. You are right, said Cavalier. As I have so many enemies, the general might be told if I were killed that I had broken my word. Give me pen and ink. Writing materials were brought, and he wrote to M. de Villars. Here, he said, giving the letter unsealed to Vincel, set out for Nimes and give this to the Marechal, and tell him, if I am killed in the attempt I am about to make, I died his humble servant. With these words, he darted out of the house and mounted his horse, being met at the door by 12 to 15 men who had remained faithful to him. He asked them where Ravenel and his troops were, not seeing a single Camisard in the streets. One of the soldiers answered that they were probably still in town, but that they were moving towards Les Garrigues de Calvisson. Cavalier set off at a gallop to overtake them. In crossing the marketplace he met Catinat, walking between two prophets, one called Moses and the other Daniel Guy. Catinat was just back from a visit to the mountains, so that he had taken no part in the scene of insubordination that had so lately been enacted. Cavalier felt a ray of hope. He was sure he could depend on Catinat as on himself. He hurried to greet him, holding out his hand, but Catinat drew back his. What does this mean? Cried Cavalier, the blood mounting to his forehead. It means, answered Catinat, that you are a traitor, and I cannot give my hand to a traitor. Cavalier gave a cry of rage, and advancing on Catinat, raised his cane to strike him, but Moses and Daniel Guy threw themselves between, so that the blow aimed at Catinat fell on Moses. At the same moment Catinat, seeing Cavalier's gesture, drew a pistol from his belt. As it was at full cock, it went off in his hand, a bullet piercing Guy's hat, without, however, wounding him. At the noise of the report shouts were heard about 100 yards away. It was the Camisards, who had been on the point of leaving the town, but hearing the shot had turned back, believing that some of their brethren were being murdered. On seeing them appear, Cavalier forgot Catinat and rode straight towards them. As soon as they caught sight of him, they halted, and Ravenel advanced before them ready for every danger. Brethren, he cried, the traitor has come once more to tempt us. Begone, Judas, you have no business here. But I have, exclaimed Cavalier. I have to punish a scoundrel called Ravenel if he has courage to follow me. Come on then, cried Ravenel, darting down a small side street, and let us have done with it. The Camisards made a motion as if to follow them, but Ravenel turning towards them ordered them to remain where they were. They obeyed, and thus Cavalier could see that, insubordinate as they had been towards him, they were ready to obey another. Just at the moment, as he turned into the narrow street, where the dispute was to be settled once for all, Moses and Guy came up, and seizing the bridle of his horse stopped him, while the Camisards, who were on the side of Cavalier, surrounded Ravenel and forced him to return to his soldiers. The troops struck up a psalm and resumed their march, while Cavalier was held back by force. At last, however, the young Sevenol succeeded in breaking away from those who surrounded him, and as the street by which the Camisards had retired was blocked, he dashed down another. The two prophets, suspecting his intention, hurried after the troops by the most direct route and got up with them, just as Cavalier, who had made the circuit of the town, came galloping across the plain to intercept their passage. The troops halted, and Ravenel gave orders to fire. The first rank raised their muskets and took aim, thus indicating that they were ready to obey. But it was not a danger of this kind that could frighten Cavalier. He continued to advance. Then Moses, seeing his peril, threw himself between the Camisards and him, stretching out his arms and shouting, "Stop, stop, misguided men! Are you going to kill brother Cavalier like a highwayman and thief? You must pardon him, my brethren, you must pardon him. If he has done wrong in the past, he will do better in future." Then those who had taken aim at Cavalier grounded their muskets, and Cavalier, changing menace for entreaty, begged them not to break the promise that he had made in their name. Whereupon the prophet struck up a psalm, and the rest of the soldiers joining in, his voice was completely drowned. Nevertheless, Cavalier did not lose heart, but accompanied them on their march to Saint-Esteve, about a league farther on, unable to relinquish all hope. On reaching Saint-Esteve, the singing ceased for a moment, and he made another attempt to recall them to obedience. Seeing, however, that it was all in vain, he gave up hope, and calling out, "At least defend yourselves as well as you can, for the dragoons will soon be on you," he set his horse's head towards the town. Then turning to them for the last time, he said, "Brethren, let those who love me follow me." He pronounced these words in tones so full of grief and affection that many were shaken in their resolution. But Ravenel and Moses, seeing the effect he had produced, began to shout, "The sword of the Lord!" Immediately all the troops turned their back on Cavalier, except about 40 men who had joined him on his first appearance. Cavalier went into a house nearby and wrote another letter to M. de Villars, in which he told him what had just taken place, the efforts he had made to win back his troops, and the conditions they demanded. He ended by assuring him that he would make still further efforts, and promised the Marechal that he would keep him informed of everything that went on. He then withdrew to Cardet, not venturing to return to Calvisson. Both Cavalier's letters reached M. de Villars at the same time. In the first impulse of anger aroused by this unexpected check, he issued the following order. "Since coming to this province, and taking over the government by order of the king, our sole thought has been how to put an end to the disorders we found existing here by gentle measures, and to restore peace, and to preserve the property of those who had taken no part in the disturbances. To that end we obtained His Majesty's pardon for those rebels who had, by the persuasion of their chiefs, been induced to lay down their arms, the only condition exacted being that they should throw themselves on the king's clemency and beg his permission to expiate their crime by adventuring their lives in his service. But being informed that instead of keeping the engagements they had made by signing petitions, by writing letters, and by speaking words expressing their intentions, some among them have been trying to delude the minds of the people with false hopes of full liberty for the exercise of this so-called reformed religion, which there has never been any intention of granting, but which we have always declared as clearly as we could to be contrary to the will of the king and likely to bring about great evils for which it would be difficult to find a remedy. It becomes necessary to prevent those who give belief to these falsehoods from expecting to escape from well-deserved chastisement. We therefore declare hereby that all religious assemblies are expressly forbidden under the penalties proclaimed in the edicts and ordinances of His Majesty, and that these will be more strictly enforced in the future than in the past. Furthermore, we order all the troops under our command to break up such assemblies by force, as having been always illegal, and we desire to impress on the new converts of this province that they are to give their obedience where it is due, and we forbid them to give any credence to the false reports which the enemies of their repose are spreading abroad. If they let themselves be led astray, they will soon find themselves involved in troubles and misfortunes, such as the loss of their lands, the ruin of their families, and the desolation of their country. And we shall take care that the true authors of these misfortunes shall receive punishment proportioned to their crime. Marquis de Villars. Given at Nimes, the 27th day of May 1704. This order, which put everything back upon the footing on which it had been in the time of M. de Montrevel, had hardly been issued than Digaliers, in despair at seeing the result of so much labor destroyed in one day, set off for the mountains to try and find Cavalier. He found him at Cardit, whither, as we have said, he had retired after the day of Calvason. Despite the resolution which Cavalier had taken never to show his face again to the Marechal, the Baron repeated to him so many times that M. de Villars was thoroughly convinced that what had happened had not been his fault, he having done everything that he could to prevent it, that the young chief began to feel his self-confidence and courage returning, and hearing that the Marechal had expressed himself as very much pleased with his conduct, to which Vincel had borne high testimony, made up his mind to return to Nimes. They left Cardit at once, followed by the 40 men who had remained true to Cavalier, 10 on horse and 30 on foot, and arrived on the 31st May at St. Genis, whither M. de Villars had come to meet them. The assurances of Digaliers were justified. The Marechal received Cavalier as if he were still the chief of a powerful party and able to negotiate with him on terms of equality. At Cavalier's request, in order to prove to him that he stood as high in his good opinion as ever, the Marechal returned once more to gentle methods and mitigated the severity of his first proclamation by a second, granting an extension of the amnesty. The principal chiefs of the rebels, with the greater number of their followers, having surrendered, and having received the king's pardon, we declare that we give to all those who have taken up arms until next Thursday, the 5th instant inclusive, the opportunity of receiving the like pardon, by surrendering to us at Anjous, or to M. le Marquis de Lalande at Alais, or to M. de Menon at Saint Hippolyte, or to the commandants of Uzes, Nimes, and Lunel. But the 5th day past, we shall lay a heavy hand on all rebels, pillaging and burning all the places which have given them refuge, provisions, or help of any kind, and that they may not plead ignorance of this proclamation, we order it to be publicly read and posted up in every suitable place. Marechal de Villars. At St. Genis, the 1st June 1704. The next day, in order to leave no doubt as to his good intentions, the Marechal had the gibbets and scaffolds taken down, which until then had been permanent erections. At the same time, all the Huguenots were ordered to make a last effort to induce the Camisard chiefs to accept the conditions offered them by M. de Villars. The towns of Alais, Anjous, Saint-Jean, Sauve, Saint Hippolyte, and Lazel, and the parishes of Croz, Saint-Troman, Manoblet, Saint-Felix, Lacadière, Cesses, Cambo, Colignac, and Vaber were ordered to send deputies to Durfort to confer as to the best means of bringing about that peace which everyone desired. These deputies wrote at once to M. de Villars to beg him to send them M. Digaliers, and to M. Digaliers to request him to come. Both consented to do as they were asked, and M. Digaliers arrived at Durfort on the 3rd of June, 1704. The deputies, having first thanked him for the trouble which he had taken to serve the common cause during the past year, resolved to divide their assembly into 2 parts, one of which was to remain permanently sitting, while the other went to seek Roland and Ravenel to try and obtain a cessation of hostilities. The deputies charged with this task were ordered to make it quite clear to the 2 chiefs that if they did not accept the proposals made by M. de Villars, the Protestants in general would take up arms and hunt them down, and would cease to supply them with the means of subsistence. On hearing this, Roland made reply that the deputies were to go back at once to those who sent them, and threatened, should they ever show him their faces again, to fire on them. This answer put an end to the assembly. The deputies dispersed, and Digaliers returned to the Marechal de Villars to make his report. Hardly had he done this when a letter from Roland arrived, in which the Camisard chief asked M. de Villars to grant him an interview, such as he had granted to Cavalier. This letter was addressed to Digaliers, who immediately communicated its contents to the Marechal, from whom he received orders to set out at once to find Roland and to spare no pains to bring him round. 500 Igaliers, who was always indefatigable when working for his country, started the same day and went to a mountain about 3/4 of a league from Anjous, where Roland awaited him. After a conference of 2 hours, it was agreed that hostages should be exchanged and negotiations entered upon. Consequently, M. de Villars on his side sent Roland M. de Montrevel, an officer commanding a battalion of Marines, and M. de la Maison Blanche, captain of the Froulet regiment, while Roland in return sent M. de Villars 4 of his principal officers with the title of plenipotentiaries. Unskilled in diplomacy as these envoys were, and laughable as they appeared to contemporary historians, they received nevertheless the Marechal's consent to the following conditions: that Cavalier and Roland should each be placed in charge of a regiment serving abroad, and that each of them should be allowed a minister; that all the prisoners should be released and the exiles recalled; that the Protestants should be permitted to leave the kingdom, taking their effects with them; that those Camisards who desired to remain might do so on giving up their arms; that those who were abroad might return; that no one should be molested on account of his religion, provided everyone remained quietly at home; that indemnities should be borne by the whole province and not exacted specially from the Protestants; that a general amnesty should be granted to all without reserve. These articles were laid before Roland and Ravenel by Digaliers. Cavalier, who from the day he went back to Nimes had remained in the governor's suite, asked leave to return with the baron, and was permitted to do so. 500 Igaliers and he set out together in consequence for Anjous, and met Roland and Ravenel about a quarter of a league from the town, waiting to know the result of the negotiations. They were accompanied by de Montbel and de Maison Blanche, the Catholic hostages. As soon as Cavalier and Roland met, they burst out into recriminations and reproaches, but through the efforts of Digaliers, they soon became more friendly and even embraced on parting. But Ravenel was made of harder stuff. As soon as he caught sight of Cavalier, he called him traitor, saying that for his part he would never surrender till the Edict of Nantes was reenacted. Then, having warned them that the governor's promises were not to be trusted, and having predicted that a day would come when they would regret their too great confidence in him, he left the conference and rejoined his troops, which, with those of Roland, were drawn up on a mountain about 3/4 of a league distant. The negotiators did not, however, despair. Ravenel had gone away, but Roland had debated with them at some length, so they determined to speak to the brethren, that is, to the troops under Roland and Ravenel, whose headquarters at the moment were at Lusies, in order that they might know exactly what articles had been agreed on between Roland's envoys and the Marechal. Those who made up their minds to take this step were Cavalier, Roland, Moise, Saint Paul, Lefort, Maille, and Digaliers. We take the following account of what happened in consequence of this decision from Digaliers' Memoirs. We had no sooner determined on this plan than, anxious to carry it out, we set off. We followed a narrow mountain path on the face of the cliff, which rose up to our right. To our left flowed the garden. Having gone about a league, we came in sight of the troops, about 3,000 strong. An advanced post barred our way. Thinking it was placed there in our honor, I was advancing unsuspiciously, when suddenly we found our road cut off by Camisards to right and left, who threw themselves on Roland and forced him in among their troops. Maille and Malplach were dragged from their horses. As to Cavalier, who was somewhat behind, as soon as he saw people coming towards him with uplifted sabers and shouting traitor, he put spurs to his horse and went off at full gallop, followed by some townspeople from Anjous who had come with us, and who, now that they saw the reception we met with, were ready to die with fear. I was too far forward to escape. 5 or 6 muskets rested on my breast, and a pistol pressed each ear, so I made up my mind to be bold. I told the troopers to fire. I was willing to die in the service of my prince, my country, and my religion, as well as for themselves, whom I was trying to benefit by procuring them the king's goodwill. These words, which I repeated several times in the midst of the greatest uproar, gave them pause. They commanded me to retire, as they did not want to kill me. I said I should do nothing of the kind. I was going into the middle of the troops to defend Roland against the charge of treason, or be put to death myself, unless I could convince them that what I had proposed to him and Cavalier was for the good of the country, of our religion, and the brethren. And having thus expostulated at the top of my voice against 30 voices, all trying to drown mine for about an hour, I offered to fight the man who had induced them to oppose us. At this offer they pointed their muskets at me once more, but Mail, Malplach, and some others threw themselves before me, and although they were unarmed, had enough influence to hinder my being insulted. I was forced, however, to retreat. In leaving, I warned them that they were about to bring great misfortunes on the province, whereupon a man named Claris stepped out from among the troops, and approaching me exclaimed, "Go on, sir, and God bless you. We know that you mean well, and were the first to be taken in. But go on working for the good of the country, and God will bless you." 500 Igaliers returned to the Marechal, who, furious at the turn things had taken, resolved instantly to break off all negotiations and have recourse once more to measures of severity. However, before actually carrying out this determination, he wrote the following letter to the king. "Sire, it is always my glory to execute faithfully your Majesty's orders, whatever those orders may be. But I should have been able, on many occasions since coming here, to display my zeal for your Majesty's service in other ways, if I had not had to deal with madmen on whom no dependence could be placed. As soon as we were ready to attack them, they offered to submit, but a little later changed their minds again. Nothing could be a greater proof of madness than their hesitation to accept a pardon of which they were unworthy, and which was so generously offered by your Majesty. If they do not soon make up their minds, I shall bring them back to the paths of duty by force, and thus restore this province to that state of peace which has been disturbed by these fools." The day after writing this letter to the king, Roland sent mail to M. de Villars to beg him to wait till Saturday and Sunday the 7th and the 8th June were over, before resorting to severity, that being the end of the truce. He gave him a solemn promise that he would, in the interval, either bring in his troops to the last man, or would himself surrender along with 150 followers. The Marechal consented to wait till Saturday morning, but as soon as Saturday arrived, he gave orders to attack the Camisards, and the next day led a considerable body of troops to Carnoulet, intending to take the Huguenots by surprise, as word had been brought that they were all gathered there. They, however, received intelligence of his plan and evacuated the village during the night. The village had to pay dearly for its sin of hospitality. It was pillaged and burnt down. The Miquelets even murdered 2 women whom they found there, and Digaliers failed to obtain any satisfaction for this crime. In this manner, M. de Villars kept the fatal promise he had given, and internecine war raged once more. Furious at having missed the Camisards, de Menon, having heard from his scouts that Roland was to sleep next night at the Château de Prade, went to M. de Villars and asked leave to conduct an expedition against the chief. He was almost sure of taking Roland by surprise, having procured a guide whose knowledge of the country was minute. The Marechal gave him carte blanche. In the evening Menon set out with 200 grenadiers. He had already put 3/4 of the way behind him without being discovered, when an Englishman met them by chance. This man was serving under Roland, but had been visiting his sweetheart in a neighboring village, and was on his way home when he fell among Menon's grenadiers. Without a thought for his own safety, he fired off his gun, shouting, "Fly, fly, the royals are upon you." The sentinels took up the cry. Roland jumped out of bed, and without staying for clothes or horse, ran off in his shirt, escaping by a postern gate which opened on the forest just as de Menon entered by another. He found Roland's bed still warm, and took possession of his clothes, finding in a coat pocket a purse containing 35 louis, and in the stables 3 superb horses. The Camisards answered this beginning of hostilities by a murder. 4 of them, thinking they had reasons for displeasure against one of M. de Bavil's subordinates named Dodd, who was both mayor and magistrate, at Le Vigan, hid in a cornfield which he had to pass on his way back from La Valette, his country place. Their measures were successful. Dodd came along just as was expected, and as he had not the slightest suspicion of the impending danger, he continued conversing with M. de Mondardier, a gentleman of the neighborhood who had asked for the hand of Dodd's daughter in marriage that very day. Suddenly he found himself surrounded by 4 men, who, upbraiding him for his exactions and cruelties, shot him twice through the head with a pistol. They offered no violence to M. de Montdidier, except to deprive him of his laced hat and sword. The day on which M. de Villars heard of its murder, he set a price on the heads of Roland, Ravenel, and Catinat. Still, the example set by Cavalier, joined to the resumption of hostilities, was not without influence on the Camisards. Everyday letters arrived from single troopers offering to lay down their arms, and in one day 30 rebels came in and put themselves into Laland's hands, while 20 surrendered to Granville. These were accorded not only pardon, but received a reward, in hopes that they might be able to induce others to do like them. And on the 15th June 8 of the troops, which had abandoned Cavalier at Calvisson, made submission, while 12 others asked to be allowed to return to their old chief to follow him wherever he went. This request was at once granted. They were sent to Valabregues, where they found 42 of their old comrades, amongst whom were Duplin and Cavalier's young brother, who had been ordered there a few days before. As they arrived, they were given quarters in the barracks and received good pay, the chief's 40 sous a day and the private's 10. So they felt as happy as possible, being well fed and well lodged, and spent their time preaching, praying, and psalm singing in season and out of season. All this, says La Baume, was so disagreeable to the inhabitants of the place, who were Catholics, that if they had not been guarded by the king's soldiers, they would have been pitched into the Rhone. Chapter 5. Meantime, the date of Cavalier's departure drew near. A town was to be named in which he was to reside at a sufficient distance from the theater of war to prevent the rebels from depending on him any more. In this town he was to organize his regiment, and as soon as it was complete it was to go, under his command, to Spain and fight for the king. M. de Villars was still on the same friendly terms with him, treating him, not like a rebel, but according to his new rank in the French army. On the 21st June, he told him that he was to get ready to leave the next day, and at the same time he handed him an advance on their future pay, 50 louis for himself, 30 for Daniel Billard, who had been made lieutenant colonel in the place of Ravenel, 10 for each captain, 5 for each lieutenant, 2 for each sergeant, and 1 for each private. The number of his followers had then reached 150, only 60 of whom were armed. M. de Vassignac, major in the Fimarcin regiment, accompanied them with 50 dragoons and 50 of the rank and file from Hainault. All along the road Cavalier and his men met with a courteous reception. At Macon, they found orders awaiting them to halt. Cavalier at once wrote to M. de Chamillart to tell him that he had things of importance to communicate to him, and the minister sent a courier of the cabinet called Lavallee to bring Cavalier to Versailles. This message more than fulfilled all Cavalier's hopes. He knew that he had been greatly talked about at court, and in spite of his natural modesty, the reception he had met with at Nimes had given him new ideas, if not of his own merit, at least of his own importance. Besides, he felt that his services to the king deserved some recognition. The way in which Cavalier was received by Chamillart did not disturb these golden dreams. The minister welcomed the young colonel like a man whose worth he appreciated, and told him that the great lords and ladies of the court were not less favorably disposed towards him. The next day Chamillart announced to Cavalier that the king desired to see him, and that he was to keep himself prepared for a summons to court. 2 days later, Cavalier received a letter from the minister telling him to be at the palace at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he would place him on the grand staircase, up which the king would pass. Cavalier put on his handsomest clothes, for the first time in his life perhaps taking trouble with his toilet. He had fine features, to which his extreme youth, his long fair hair, and the gentle expression of his eyes lent much charm. 2 years of warfare had given him a martial air. In short, even among the most elegant, he might pass as a beau cavalier. At 3 o'clock he reached Versailles and found Chamillart waiting for him. All the courtiers of every rank were in a state of great excitement, for they had learned that the great Louis had expressed a wish to meet the late Sevenol chief, whose name had been pronounced so loud and so often in the mountains of Languedoc that its echoes had resounded in the halls of Versailles. Cavalier had not been mistaken in thinking that everyone was curious to see him, only as no one yet knew in what light the king regarded him. The courtiers dared not accost him for fear of compromising their dignity. The manner of his reception by His Majesty would regulate the warmth of his reception by everyone else. Met thus by looks of curiosity and affected silence, the young colonel felt some embarrassment, and this increased when Chamillart, who had accompanied him to his appointed place, left him to rejoin the king. However, in a few moments he did what embarrassed people so often do, hid his shyness under an air of disdain, and leaning on the balustrade, crossed his legs and played with the feather of his hat. When half an hour had passed in this manner, a great commotion was heard. Cavalier turned in the direction from which it came and perceived the king just entering the vestibule. It was the first time he had seen him, but he recognized him at once. Cavalier's knees knocked together and his face flushed. The king mounted the stairs step by step with his usual dignity, stopping from time to say a word or make a sign with head or hand. Behind him, 2 steps lower, came Chamillart, moving and stopping as the king moved and stopped, and answering the questions which His Majesty put to him in a respectful but formal and precise manner. Reaching the level on which Cavalier stood, the king stopped under pretext of pointing out to Chamillart a new ceiling which Lebrun had just finished, but really to have a good look at the singular man who had maintained a struggle against 2 marshals of France and treated with a third on equal terms. When he had examined him quite at his ease, he turned to Chamillart, pretending he had only just caught sight of the stranger, and asked, "Who is this young gentleman?" "Sire," answered the minister, stepping forward to present him to the king, "this is Colonel Jean Cavalier." "Ah, yes," said the king contemptuously, "the former baker of Anjou's." And shrugging his shoulders disdainfully, he passed on. Cavalier on his side had, like Chamillart, taken a step forward, when the scornful answer of the great king changed him into a statue. For an instant he stood motionless and pale as death, then instinctively he laid his hand on his sword, but becoming conscious that he was lost if he remained an instant longer among these people, whom not one of his motions escaped, although they pretended to despise him too much to be aware of his presence, he dashed down the staircase and through the hall, upsetting 2 or 3 footmen who were in his way, hurried into the garden, ran across it at full speed, and regaining his room at the hotel, threw himself on the floor, where he rolled like a maniac, uttering cries of rage, and cursing the hour when, trusting to the promises of M. de Villars, he had abandoned the mountains where he was as much a king as Louis Roman XIV at Versailles. The same evening, he received orders to leave Paris and rejoin his regiment at Macon. He therefore set out the next morning, without seeing M. de Chamillart again. Cavalier, on arriving at Macon, found that his comrades had had a visit from M. d'Aiguillers, who had come again to Paris, in the hope of obtaining more from the king than M. de Villars could or would grant. Cavalier, without telling his comrades of the strange manner in which the king had received him, gave them to understand that he was beginning to fear that not only would the promises they had received be broken, but that some strange trick would be played upon them. Thereupon these men, whose chief and oracle he had been for so long, asked him what they ought to do. Cavalier replied that if they would follow him, their best course and his would be to take the first opportunity of gaining the frontier and leaving the country. They all declared themselves ready to follow him anywhere. This caused Cavalier a new pang of regret, for he could not help recollecting that he had once had under his command 1,500 men like these. The next day Cavalier and his comrades set out on their march without knowing whither they were being taken, not having been able to obtain any information as to their destination from their escort, a silence which confirmed them in their resolution. As soon, therefore, as they reached Annan, Cavalier declared that he considered that the looked-for opportunity had arrived, asking them if they were still in the same mind. They returned that they would do whatever he advised. Cavalier then ordered them to hold themselves in readiness. Daniel offered up a prayer, and the prayer ended. The whole company deserted in a body, and crossing Mont Belliard, entered Porrentruy and took the road to Lausanne. Meantime d'Aiguillers, in his turn, arrived at Versailles, with letters from M. de Villars for the Duke of Beauvilliers, President of the King's Council, and for Chamillart. The evening of his arrival, he delivered these letters to those to whom they were addressed, and both gentlemen promised to present him to the king. 4 days later, Chamillart sent word to Digaliers that he was to be next day at the door of the king's chamber at the time when the council entered. 500 Igaliers was punctual. The king appeared at the usual hour, and as he paused before Digaliers, Chamillart came forward and said, "Baron Digaliers, sire." "I am very glad to see you, sir," said the king, "for I am very much pleased with the zeal you have displayed in Languedoc in my service, very much pleased indeed." "Sire," answered Digaliers, "I consider myself most unfortunate in that I have been able to accomplish nothing deserving of the gracious words which your majesty deigns to address me, and I pray God of his grace to grant me in the future an opportunity of proving my zeal and loyalty in your majesty's service more clearly than hitherto." Never mind," said the king. "I repeat, sir, that I am very much pleased with what you have done." And he entered the room where the council was waiting. 500 Igaliers went away only half satisfied. He had not come so far only to receive commendation from the king, but in the hope of obtaining some concession for his brethren. But with Louis Roman XIV, it was impossible either to intercede or complain. One could only wait. The same evening Chamillart sent for the baron, and told him that as Marshal Villars had mentioned in his letter that the Camisards had great confidence in him, Digaliers, he wished to ask him if he were willing to go once more to them and try and bring them back to the path of duty. "Certainly I am willing, but I fear things have now got so far that there will be great difficulty in calming the general perturbation of mind." "But what can these people want?" asked Chamillart, as if he had just heard them spoken of for the first time, "and by what means can we pacify them?" "In my opinion," said the baron, "the king should allow to all his subjects the free exercise of their religion." "What, legalize once more the exercise of the so-called reformed religion?" exclaimed the minister. "Be sure you never mention such a thing again. The king would rather see his kingdom destroyed than consent to such a measure." "Monseigneur," replied the baron, "if that is the case, then I must say with great regret that I know of no other way to calm the discontent which will ultimately result in the ruin of one of the fairest provinces in France." "But that is unheard of obstinacy," said the minister, lost in astonishment. "These people will destroy themselves and drag their country down with them. If they cannot conform to our religion, why do they not worship God in their own way at home? No one will disturb them as long as they don't insist on public worship." "At first that was all they wanted, Monseigneur, and I am convinced that if people had not been dragged to confession and communion by force, it would have been easy to keep them in that submissive frame of mind from which they were only driven by despair. But at present they say that it is not enough to pray at home. They want to be married, to have their children baptized and instructed, and to die and be buried according to the ordinances of their own faith." "Where may you have seen anyone who was ever made to communicate by force?" asked Chamillart. 500 Igaliers looked at the minister in surprise, thinking he spoke in joke, but seeing he was quite serious, he answered, "Alas, Monseigneur, my late father and my mother, who is still living, are both instances of people subjected to this indignity." "Are you, then, not a Catholic?" asked Chamillart. "No, Monseigneur," replied Digaliers. "Then how did you manage to return to France?" "To speak the truth, sir, I only came back to help my mother to escape, but she never could make up her mind to leave France, as such a step was surrounded by many difficulties which she feared she could never surmount. So she asked my other relations to persuade me to remain. I yielded to their importunities on condition that they would never interfere with my beliefs. To accomplish this end, they got a priest with whom they were intimate to say that I had changed my views once more, and I did not contradict the report. It was a great sin on my part, and I deeply repent it. I must add, however, that whenever anyone has asked me the question Your Excellency asked me just now, I have always given the same reply." The minister did not seem to take the baron's frankness in bad part. Only he remarked, when dismissing him, that he hoped he would find out some way of ridding the kingdom of those who refused to think in religious matters as his majesty commanded. 500 Igaliers replied that it was a problem to which he had given much thought, but without ever being able to find a solution, but that he would think about it more earnestly in future. He then withdrew. Some days later, Chamia sent word to Digaliers that the king would graciously give him a farewell audience. The baron relates what took place at this second interview as follows. His Majesty, says he, received me in the council chamber and was so good as to repeat once more in the presence of all his ministers that he was very much pleased with my services, but that there was one thing about me he should like to correct. I begged his Majesty to tell me what the fault was, and I should try to get rid of it at the peril of my life. It is your religion, said the king. I should like to have you become a good Catholic, so that I might be able to grant you favors and enable you to serve me better. His Majesty added that I ought to seek instruction, and that then I should one day recognize what a great benefit he desired to bring within my reach. I answered that I would esteem myself happy if at the cost of my life I could prove the burning zeal with which I was filled for the service of the greatest of earthly kings, but that I should be unworthy of the least of his favors if I obtained it by hypocrisy or by anything of which my conscience did not approve, but that I was grateful for the goodness which made him anxious for my salvation. I told him also that I had already taken every opportunity of receiving instruction, and had tried to put aside the prejudices arising from my birth, such as often hindered people from recognizing the truth, with the result that I had at one time almost lost all sense of religion, until God, taking pity on me, had opened my eyes and brought me out of that deplorable condition, making me see that the faith in which I had been born was the only one for me. And I can assure your Majesty, I added, that many of the Languedoc bishops who ought, it seems to me, to try to make us Catholics, are the instruments which Providence uses to prevent us from becoming so. For instead of attracting us by gentleness and good example, they ceaselessly subject us to all kinds of persecutions, as if to convince us that God is punishing us for our cowardice in giving up a religion which we know to be good, by delivering us up to pastors who, far from laboring to assure our salvation, use all their efforts to drive us to despair. At this the king shrugged his shoulders and said, Enough, do not say any more. I asked for his blessing as the king and father of all his subjects. The king burst out laughing and told me that M. de Chamillart would give me his orders. In virtue of this intimation, Digaliers went next day to the minister's country house, for Chamillart had given him that address, and there he learned that the king had granted him a pension of 800 livres. The baron remarked that not having worked for money, he had hoped for a better reward. As far as money was concerned, he desired only the reimbursement of the actual expenses of his journeys to and from, but Chamillart answered that the king expected all that he offered, and whatever he offered to be accepted with gratitude. To this there was no possible reply, so the same evening Digaliers set out on his return to Languedoc. 3 months later, Chamillart forwarded him an order to leave the kingdom, telling him that he was to receive a pension of 400 crowns per annum, and enclosing the first quarter in advance. As there was no means of evading this command, 500 Igaliers set out for Geneva, accompanied by 33 followers, arriving there on the 23rd of September. Once rid of him, Louis the Magnificent thought that he had done his part nobly, and that he owed him nothing further, so that Digaliers waited a whole year in vain for the second quarter of his pension. At the end of this time, as his letters to Chamillart remained unanswered, and finding himself without resources in a foreign country, he believed himself justified in returning to France and taking up his residence on his family estate. Unfortunately, on his way through Lyon, the provost of merchants, hearing of his return, had him arrested and sent word to the king, who ordered him to be taken to the Château de l'Arx. After a year's imprisonment, Digaliers, who had just entered on his 35th year, resolved to try and escape, preferring to die in the attempt rather than remain a prisoner for life. He succeeded in getting possession of a file with which he removed one of the bars of his window, and by means of knotting his sheets together, he got down, taking the loosened bar with him to serve, in case of need, as a weapon. A sentinel who was near cried, "Who goes there?" But Digaliers stunned him with his bar. The cry, however, had given the alarm. A second sentinel saw a man flying, fired at him, and killed him on the spot. Such was the reward of the devoted patriotism of Baron d'Aiguillers. Meantime, Roland's troops had increased greatly in number, having been joined by the main body of those who had once been commanded by Cavalier, so that he had about 800 men at his disposal. Some distance away, another chief named Joanny had 400. Larros, to whom Castanet had transferred his command, found himself at the head of 300. Boiseau de Rochigude was followed by 100, Saltet de Saustel by 200, Louis Coste by 50, and Catinat by 40, so that, in spite of the victory of Montrevel and the negotiations of M. de Villers, the Camisards still formed an effective force of 1,890 men, not to speak of many single troopers who owned no commander but acted each for himself, and were none the less mischievous for that. All these troops, except these latter, obeyed Roland, who since the defection of Cavalier had been recognized as generalissimo of the forces. M. de Villers thought if he could separate Roland from his troops, as he had separated Cavalier, his plans would be more easy to carry out. So he made use of every means within his reach to gain over Roland, and as soon as one plan failed, he tried another. At one moment, he was almost sure of obtaining his object by the help of a certain Jourdan de Maillonet, a great friend of his, who offered his services as an intermediary, but who failed like all the others, receiving from Roland a positive refusal, so that it became evident that resort must be had to other means than those of persuasion. A sum of 100 louis had already been set on Roland's head. This sum was now doubled. 3 days afterwards, a young man from Uzes, by name Malert, in whom Roland had every confidence, wrote to M. de Parrot that the Camisard general intended to pass the night of the 14th of August at the Château Castelnau. De Parrot immediately made his dispositions and ordered Lacoste Beatty, at the head of 2 companies of dragoons, and all the officers at Uzes who were well mounted, to hold themselves in readiness to start on an expedition at 8 o'clock in the evening, but not revealing its object to them till the time came. At 8 o'clock, having been told what they had to do, they set off at such a pace that they came in sight of the chateau within an hour, and were obliged to halt and conceal themselves, lest they should appear too soon, before Roland had retired for the night. But they need not have been afraid. The Camisard chief, who was accustomed to rely on all his men as on himself, had gone to bed without any suspicion, having full confidence in the vigilance of one of his officers, named Grimaud, who had stationed himself as sentinel on the roof of the chateau. Led by Malert, Lacoste Beatty and his dragoons took a narrow covered way, which led them to the foot of the walls, so that when Grimaud saw them it was already too late, the chateau being surrounded on all sides. Firing off his gun, he cried, "To arms!" Roland, roused by the cry and the shot, leaped out of bed, and taking his clothes in one hand and his sword in the other, ran out of his room. At the door he met Grimaud, who, instead of thinking of his own safety, had come to watch over that of his chief. They both ran to the stables to get horses, but 3 of their men, Marchand, Berdeley, and Bayos, had been before them and had seized on the best ones, and riding them barebacked had dashed through the front gates before the dragoons could stop them. The horses that were left were so wretched that Roland felt there was no chance of outdistancing the dragoons by their help, so he resolved to fly on foot, thus avoiding the open roads and being able to take refuge in every ravine and every bush as cover. He therefore hastened with Grimaud and 4 other officers who had gathered round him towards a small back gate which opened on the fields. But as there was, besides the troops which entered the chateau, a ring of dragoons round it, they fell at once into the hands of some men who had been placed in ambush. Seeing himself surrounded, Roland let fall the clothes which he had not yet had time to put on, placed his back against a tree, drew his sword, and challenged the boldest, whether officer or private, to approach. His features expressed such resolution that when he thus, alone and half-naked, defied them all, there was a moment's hesitation, during which no one ventured to take a forward step. But this pause was broken by the report of a gun. The arm which Roland had stretched out against his adversaries fell to his side. The sword with which he had threatened them escaped from his hand. His knees gave way so that his body, which was only supported by the tree against which he leaned, after remaining an instant erect, gradually sank to the ground. Collecting all his strength, Roland raised his two hands to heaven as if to call down the vengeance of God upon his murderers. Then, without having uttered a single word, he fell forward dead, shot through the heart. The name of the dragoon who killed him was Sauberand. Mailly, Grimaud, Cautereau, Guerin, and Ressel, the 5 Camisard officers, seeing their chief dead, let themselves be taken as if they were children, without thinking of making any resistance. The dead body of Roland was carried back in triumph to Uzes, and from there to Nimes, where it was put upon trial as if still alive. It was sentenced to be dragged on hurdles and then burnt. The execution of this sentence was carried out with such pomp as made it impossible for the one party to forget the punishment and for the other to forget the martyrdom. At the end, the ashes of Roland were scattered to the 4 winds of heaven. The execution of the 5 officers followed close on that of their chief's body. They were condemned to be broken on the wheel, and the sentence was carried out on all at once. But their death, instead of inspiring the Calvinists with terror, gave them rather fresh courage, for, as an eyewitness relates, the 5 Camisards bore their tortures not only with fortitude, but with a lightheartedness which surprised all present, especially those who had never seen a Camisard executed before. Malert received his 200 louis, but today his name is coupled with that of Judas in the minds of his countrymen. From this time on, fortune ceased to smile on the Camisards. Genius had gone with Cavalier and faith with Roland. The very day of the death of the latter, one of their stores, containing more than 80 sacks of corn, had been taken at Toiras. The next day, Catinat, who, with a dozen men, was in hiding in a vineyard of La Vonage, was surprised by a detachment of Soissonnais. 11 of his men were killed, the 12th made prisoner, and he himself barely escaped with a severe wound. The 25th of the same month, a cavern near Sauve, which the rebels used as a store, and which contained 150 sacks of fine wheat, was discovered. Lastly, Chevalier de Froulet had found a 3rd hiding place near Mailet. In this, which had been used not only as a store, but as a hospital, besides a quantity of salt beef, wine, and flour, 6 wounded Camisards were found, who were instantly shot as they lay. The only band which remained unbroken was Ravenel's, but since the departure of Cavalier things had not gone well with his lieutenant. In consequence of this, and also on account of the successive checks which the other bodies of Camisard troops had met with, Ravenel proclaimed a solemn fast, in order to intercede with God to protect the Huguenot cause. On Saturday, the 13th September, he led his entire force to the wood of St. Benazet, intending to pass the whole of the next day with them there in prayer. But treason was rife. 2 peasants who knew of this plan gave information to M. Lenoir, mayor of Le Vigan, and he sent word to the Marechal and M. de Saville, who were at Anjous. Nothing could have been more welcome to the governor than this important information. He made the most careful disposition of his forces, hoping to destroy the rebellion at one blow. He ordered M. de Curtin, a brigadier colonel in command at Alais, to take a detachment of the troops under him and patrol the banks of the Gardon between Neurs and Castignals. He was of opinion that if the Camisards were attacked on the other side by a body of soldiers drawn from Anjous, which he had stationed during the night at Domarsargues, they would try to make good their retreat towards the river. The force at Domarsargues might almost be called a small army, for it was composed of a Swiss battalion, a battalion of the Hainault regiment, 1 from the Charolais regiment, and 4 companies of dragoons from Fimarcin and Saint-Cernin. Everything took place as the peasants had said. On Saturday the 13th, the Camisards entered, as we have seen, the wood of St. Benazet and passed the night there. At break of day, the royals from Domarsargues began their advance. The Camisard outposts soon perceived the movement and warned Ravenel, who held his little council of war. Everyone was in favor of instant retreat, so they retired towards Neurs, intending to cross the Gardon below that town. Just as M. de Villers had foreseen, the Camisards did everything necessary for the success of his plans and ended by walking right into the trap set for them. On emerging from the wood of St. Benazet, they caught sight of a detachment of royals drawn up and waiting for them between Marvejals and a mill called the Moulin du Pont. Seeing the road closed in this direction, they turned sharp to the left and gained a rocky valley which ran parallel to the garden. This they followed till they came out below Marvijals, where they crossed the river. They now thought themselves out of danger, thanks to this maneuver, but suddenly they saw another detachment of royals lying on the grass near the mill of La Salle. They at once halted again, and then, believing themselves undiscovered, turned back, moving as noiselessly as possible, intending to recross the river and make for Cardit. But they only avoided one trap to fall into another, for in this direction they were met by the Hainault battalion, which swooped down upon them. A few of these ill-fated men rallied at the sound of Ravenel's voice and made an effort to defend themselves in spite of the prevailing confusion. But the danger was so imminent, the foes so numerous, and their numbers decreased so rapidly under the fierce assault, that their example failed of effect, and flight became general. Every man trusted to chance for guidance, and caring nothing for the safety of others, thought only of his own. Then it ceased to be a battle and become a massacre, for the royals were 10 to 1, and among those they encountered, only 60 had firearms, the rest, since the discovery of their various magazines, having been reduced to arm themselves with bad swords, pitchforks, and bayonets. Attached to sticks, hardly a man survived the fray. Ravenel himself only succeeded in escaping by throwing himself into the river, where he remained under water between two rocks for 7 hours, only coming to the surface to breathe. When night fell and the dragoons had retired, he also fled. This was the last battle of the war, which had lasted 4 years. With Cavalier and Roland, those two mountain giants, the power of the rebels disappeared. As the news of the defeat spread, the Camisard chiefs and soldiers, becoming convinced that the Lord had hidden his face from them, surrendered one by one. The first to set an example was Castanet. On September 6th, a week after the defeat of Ravenel, he surrendered to the Marechal. On the 19th, Catinat and his lieutenant, Francois Souvier, tendered their submission. On the 22nd, Amit, Roland's brother, came in. On October 4th, Joanny. On the 9th, Larose, Valette, Salomon, Lefort, Mouliers, Sauls, Abraham, and Marion. On the 20th, Fidel. And on the 25th, Rochigude. Each made what terms he could. In general, the conditions were favorable. Most of those who submitted received rewards of money, some more, some less, the smallest amount given being 200 livres. They all received passports and were ordered to leave the kingdom, being sent, accompanied by an escort, and at the king's expense, to Geneva. The following is the account given by Marion of the agreement he came to with the Marquis Lalande. Probably all the others were of the same nature. "I was deputed," he says, "to treat with this lieutenant general in regard to the surrender of my own troops and those of Larose, and to arrange terms for the inhabitants of 35 parishes who had contributed to our support during the war. The result of the negotiations was that all the prisoners from our cantons should be set at liberty and be reinstated in their possessions, along with all the others. The inhabitants of those parishes which had been ravaged by fire were to be exempt from land tax for 3 years, and in no parish were the inhabitants to be taunted with the past, nor molested on the subject of religion, but were to be free to worship God in their own houses according to their consciences. These agreements were fulfilled with such punctuality that Larose was permitted to open the prison doors of Saint Hippolyte to 40 prisoners the very day he made submission. As we have said, the Camisards, according as they came in, were sent off to Geneva. 500 Igaliers, whose fate we have anticipated, arrived there on September 23rd, accompanied by Cavalier's eldest brother, Malpatch, Roland's secretary, and 36 Camisards. Catinat and Castanet arrived there on the 8th October, along with 22 other persons, while Larose, Lefort, Salomon, Mouliers, Sauls, Marion, and Fidel reached it under the escort of 40 dragoons from Fimarcin in the month of November. Of all the chiefs who had turned Languedoc for 4 years into a vast arena, only Ravenel remained, but he refused either to surrender or to leave the country. On the 8th October, the Marechal issued an order declaring he had forfeited all right to the favor of an amnesty, and offering a reward of 150 louis to whoever delivered him up living, and livres to whoever brought in his dead body, while any hamlet, village, or town which gave him refuge would be burnt to the ground, and the inhabitants put to the sword. The revolt seemed to be at an end and peace established, so the Marechal was recalled to court and left Nimes on January the 6th. Before his departure, he received the States of Languedoc, who bestowed on him not only the praise which was his due for having tempered severity with mercy, but also a purse of 12,000 livres, while a sum of 8,000 livres was presented to his wife. But all this was only a prelude to the favors awaiting him at court. On the day he returned to Paris, the king decorated him with all the royal orders and created him a duke. On the following day he received him and thus addressed him, "Sir, your past services lead me to expect much of those you will render me in the future. The affairs of my kingdom would be better conducted if I had several villas at my disposal. Having only one, I must always send him where he is most needed. It was for that reason I sent you to Languedoc. You have, while there, restored tranquility to my subjects. You must now defend them against their enemies, for I shall send you to command my army on the Moselle in the next campaign." The Duke of Berwick arrived at Montpellier on the 17th March to replace Marechal Villars. His first care was to learn from M. de Baville the exact state of affairs. M. de Baville told him that they were not at all settled as they appeared to be on the surface. In fact, England and Holland, desiring nothing so much as that an intestine war should waste France, were making unceasing efforts to induce the exiles to return home, promising that this time they would really support them by lending arms, ammunition, and men. And it was said that some were already on their way back, among the number Castanet. And indeed, the late rebel chief, tired of inaction, had left Geneva in the end of February and arrived safely at Vivarais. He had held a religious meeting in a cave near La Gorée and had drawn to his side Valette of Vals and Boyer of Vallon. Just as the three had determined to penetrate into the Cevennes, they were denounced by some peasants before a Swiss officer named Muller, who was in command of a detachment of troops in the village of Rivière. Muller instantly mounted his horse and, guided by the informers, made his way into the little wood in which the Camisards had taken refuge and fell upon them quite unexpectedly. Boyer was killed in trying to escape. Castanet was taken and brought to the nearest prison, where he was joined the next day by Valette, who had also been betrayed by some peasants whom he had asked for assistance. The first punishment inflicted on Castanet was that he was compelled to carry in his hand the head of Boyer all the way from La Gorée to Montpellier. He protested vehemently at first, but in vain. It was fastened to his wrist by the hair, whereupon he kissed it on both cheeks and went through the ordeal as if it were a religious act, addressing words of prayer to the head as he might have done to a relic of a martyr. Arrived at Montpellier, Castanet was examined, and at first persisted in saying that he had only returned from exile because he had not the wherewithal to live abroad. But when put to the torture, he was made to endure such agony that, despite his courage and constancy, he confessed that he had formed a plan to introduce a band of Huguenot soldiers with their officers into the Cevennes by way of Dauphine or by water, and while waiting for their arrival, he had sent on emissaries in advance to rouse the people to revolt, that he himself had also shared in this work, that Catinat was at the moment in Languedoc or Vivarais engaged in the same task, and provided with a considerable sum of money sent him by foreigners for distribution, and that several persons of still greater importance would soon cross the frontier and join him. Castanet was condemned to be broken on the wheel. As he was about to be led to execution, Abbe Tremondy, the cure of Notre Dame, and Abbe Plomet, canon of the cathedral, came to his cell to make a last effort to convert him, but he refused to speak. They therefore went on before and awaited him on the scaffold. There they appeared to inspire Castanet with more horror than the instruments of torture, and while he addressed the executioner as brother, he called out to the priests, "Go away out of my sight, imps from the bottomless pit. What are you doing here, you accursed tempters? I will die in the religion in which I was born. Leave me alone, ye hypocrites, leave me alone." But the two abbes were unmoved, and Castanet expired cursing, not the executioner but the two priests, whose presence during his death agony disturbed his soul, turning it away from things which should have filled it. Valette was sentenced to be hanged, and was executed on the same day as Castanet. In spite of the admissions wrung from Castanet in March, nearly a month passed without any sign of fresh intrigues or any attempt at rebellion. But on the 17th of April, about 7 o'clock in the evening, M. de Baville received intelligence that several Camisards had lately returned from abroad and were in hiding somewhere, though their retreat was not known. This information was laid before the Duke of Berwick, and he and M. de Baville ordered certain houses to be searched, whose owners were, in their opinion, likely to have given refuge to the malcontents. At midnight, all the forces which they could collect were divided into 12 detachments, composed of archers and soldiers, and at the head of each detachment was placed a man that could be depended upon. Dumas, the king's lieutenant, assigned to each the districts they were to search, and they all set out at once from the town hall at 12:30, marching in silence and separating at signs from their leaders, so anxious were they to make no noise. At first all their efforts were of no avail, several houses being searched without any result, but at length Josserand, the diocesan provost, having entered one of the houses which he and Villa, captain of the town troops, had assigned to them, they found 3 men sleeping on mattresses laid on the floor. The provost roused them by asking them who they were, whence they came, and what they were doing at Montpellier, and as they, still half asleep, did not reply quite promptly, he ordered them to dress and follow him. These 3 men were Flessier, Gaillard, and Jean-Louis. Flessier was a deserter from the Fimarcan regiment. He it was who knew most about the plot. Gaillard had formerly served in the Hainault regiment, and Jean-Louis, commonly called the Genevois, was a deserter from the Curtin regiment. Flessier, who was the leader, felt that it would be a great disgrace to let themselves be taken without resistance. He therefore pretended to obey, but in lifting up his clothes, which lay upon a trunk, he managed to secure 2 pistols, which he cocked. At the noise made by the hammers, the provost's suspicions were aroused, and throwing himself on Flessier, he seized him round the waist from behind. Flessier, unable to turn, raised his arm and fired over his shoulder. The shot missed the provost, merely burning a lock of his hair, but slightly wounded one of his servants, who was carrying a lantern. He then tried to fire a second shot, but Josserand, seizing him by the wrist with one hand, blew out his brains with the other. While Josserand and Flessier were thus struggling, Gaillard threw himself on Villa, pinning his arms to his sides. As he had no weapons, he tried to push him to the wall, in order to stun him by knocking his head against it. But when the servant, being wounded, let the lantern fall, he took advantage of the darkness to make a dash for the door, letting go his hold of his antagonist. Unfortunately for him, the doors, of which there were 2, were guarded, and the guards, seeing a half-naked man running away at the top of his speed, ran after him, firing several shots. He received a wound which, though not dangerous, impeded his flight, so that he was soon overtaken and captured. They brought him back a prisoner to the town hall, where Flessier's dead body already lay. Meanwhile, Jean-Louis had had better luck. While the 2 struggles as related above were going on, he slipped unnoticed to an open window and got out into the street. He ran round the corner of the house and disappeared like a shadow in the darkness before the eyes of the guards. For a long time he wandered from street to street, running down one and up another, till chance brought him near La Poissonnière. Here he perceived a beggar propped against a post and fast asleep. He awoke him and proposed that they should exchange clothes. As Jean-Louis' suit was new and the beggar's in rags, the latter thought at first it was a joke. Soon perceiving, however, that the offer was made in all seriousness, he agreed to the exchange, and the 2 separated, each delighted with his bargain. Jean-Louis approached one of the gates of the town, in order to be able to get out as soon as it was opened, and the beggar hastened off in another direction, in order to get away from the man who had let him have so good a bargain, before he had time to regret the exchange he had made. But the night's adventures were far from being over. The beggar was taken a prisoner, Jean-Louis' coat being recognized, and brought to the town hall, where the mistake was discovered. The Genevois meantime got into a dark street and lost his way. Seeing 3 men approach, one of whom carried a lantern, he went towards the light, in order to find out where he was, and saw, to his surprise, that one of the men was the servant whom Flessier had wounded, and who was now going to have his wound dressed. The Genevois tried to draw back into the shade, but it was too late. The servant had recognized him. He then tried to fly, but the wounded man soon overtook him, and although one of his hands was disabled, he held him fast with the other, so that the 2 men who were with him ran up and easily secured him. He also was brought to the town hall, where he found the Duke of Berwick and M. de Baville, who were awaiting the result of the affray. Hardly had the prisoner caught sight of them than, seeing himself already hanged, which was no wonder considering the marvelous celerity with which executions were conducted at that epoch, he threw himself on his knees, confessed who he was, and related for what reason he had joined the fanatics. He went on to say that as he had not joined them of his own free will, but had been forced to do so, he would, if they would spare his life, reveal important secrets to them, by means of which they could arrest the principal conspirators. His offer was so tempting, and his life of so little worth, that the Duke and de Baville did not long hesitate, but pledged their word to spare his life if the revelations he was about to make proved to be of real importance. The bargain being concluded, the Genevois made the following statement: that several letters having arrived from foreign countries containing promises of men and money, the discontented in the provinces had leagued together in order to provoke a fresh rebellion. By means of these letters and other documents which were scattered abroad, hopes were raised that M. de Miremont, the last Protestant prince of the House of Bourbon, would bring them reinforcements 5,000 or 6,000 strong. These reinforcements were to come by sea and make a descent on Aigues-Mortes or Sète, and 2,000 Huguenots were to arrive at the same time by way of Dauphine and join the others as they disembarked. That in this hope Catinat, Cléry, and Jonquet had left Geneva and returned to France, and having joined Ravenel, had gone secretly through those parts of the country known to be infected with fanaticism, and made all necessary arrangements, such as amassing powder and lead, munitions of war, and stores of all kinds, as well as enrolling the names of all those who were of age to bear arms. Furthermore, they had made an estimate of what each city, town, and village ought to contribute in money or in kind to the League of the Children of God, so that they could count on having 8,000 or 10,000 men ready to rise at the first signal. They had furthermore resolved that there should be risings in several places at the same time, which places were already chosen, and each of those who were to take part in the movement knew his exact duty. At Montpellier, 100 of the most determined amongst the disaffected were to set fire in different quarters to the houses of the Catholics, killing all who attempted to extinguish the fires, and with the help of the Huguenot inhabitants were to slaughter the garrison, seize the citadel, and carry off the Duke of Berwick and M. de Baville. The same things were to be done at Nimes, Uzes, Alais, Anjou, Saint Hippolyte, and Sommières. Lastly, he said, this conspiracy had been going on for more than 3 months, and the conspirators, in order not to be found out, had only revealed their plans to those whom they knew to be ready to join them. They had not admitted a single woman to their confidence or any man whom it was possible to suspect. Further, they had only met at night and a few persons at a time in certain country houses, to which admittance was gained by means of a countersign. The 25th of April was the day fixed for the general rising and the execution of these projects. As may be seen, the danger was imminent, as there was only 6 days' interval between the revelation and the expected outburst. So the Genevois was consulted, under renewed promises of safety for himself, as to the best means of seizing on the principal chiefs in the shortest possible time. He replied that he saw no other way but to accompany them himself to Nimes, where Catinat and Ravenel were in hiding, in a house of which he did not know the number, and in a street of which he did not know the name, but which he was sure of recognizing when he saw them. If this advice were to be of any avail, there was no time to be lost, for Ravenel and Catinat were to leave Nimes on the 20th or the 21st at latest. Consequently, if they did not set off at once, the chiefs would no longer be there when they arrived. The advice seemed good, so the Marechal and the Intendant hastened to follow it. The informer was sent to Nimes, guarded by 6 archers. The conduct of the expedition was given to Barnier, the provost's lieutenant, a man of intellect and common sense, and in whom the provost had full confidence. He carried letters for the Marquis of Sandricourt. As they arrived late on the evening of the 19th, the Genevois was at once led up and down the streets of Nimes, and, as he had promised, he pointed out several houses in the district of Saint Eugenie. Sandricourt at once ordered the garrison officers, as well as those of the municipal and curtain regiments, to put all their soldiers under arms and to station them quietly throughout the town, so as to surround that district. At 10 o'clock, the Marquis of Sade, having made certain that his instructions had been carefully carried out, gave orders to de 50 Estrade, Barnier, Joseph Martin, Euseb, the major of the Swiss regiment, and several other officers, along with 10 picked men, to repair to the house of one Alexandre, a silk merchant, this house having been specially pointed out by the prisoner. This they did, but seeing the door open, they had little hope of finding the chiefs of a conspiracy in a place so badly guarded. Nevertheless, determined to obey their instructions, they glided softly into the hall. In a few moments, during which silence and darkness reigned, they heard people speaking rather loudly in an adjoining room, and by listening intently they caught the following words. "It is quite sure that in less than 3 weeks the king will be no longer master of Dauphine, Vivarais, and Languedoc. I am being sought for everywhere, and here I am in Nimes, with nothing to fear." It was now quite clear to the listeners that close at hand were some at least of those for whom they were looking. They ran to the door, which was ajar, and entered the room, sword in hand. They found Ravenel, Jonquet, and Villiers talking together, one sitting on a table, another standing on the hearth, and the third lolling on a bed. Jonquet was a young man from Saint-Chat, highly thought of among the Camisards. He had been, it may be remembered, one of Cavalier's principal officers. Villiers was the son of a doctor in Saint Hippolyte. He was still young, though he had seen 10 years' service, having been cornet in England in the Galloway regiment. As to Ravenel, he is sufficiently known to our readers to make any words of introduction unnecessary. De l'Estrade threw himself on the nearest of the three, and without using his sword, struck him with his fist. Ravenel, for it was he being half stunned, fell back a step and asked the reason of this violent assault, while Barnier exclaimed, "Hold him fast, M. De l'Estrade, it is Ravenel." "Well, yes, I am Ravenel," said the Camisard, "but that is no reason for making so much noise." As he said these words, he made an attempt to reach his weapons, but de l'Estrade and Barnier prevented him by throwing themselves on him, and succeeded in knocking him down after a fierce struggle. While this was going on, his 2 companions were secured, and the 3 were removed to the fort, where their guard never left them night or day. The Marquis of Sade immediately sent off a courier to the Duke of Berwick and M. de Baville to inform them of the important capture he had made. They were so delighted at the news that they came next day to Nimes. They found the town intensely excited, soldiers with fixed bayonets at every street corner, all the houses shut up, and the gates of the town closed, and no one allowed to leave without written permission from Sandricourt. On the 20th, and during the following night, more than 50 persons were arrested, amongst whom were Alexandre, the merchant in whose house Ravenel, Villiers, and Jonquet were found; Delacroix, Alexandre's brother-in-law, who on hearing the noise of the struggle had hidden on the roof and was not discovered till next day; Jean Laws, who was accused of having prepared Ravenel's supper; Laws' mother, a widow Tourelle, the maid-servant, the host of the Coupe d'Or, and a preacher named La Jeunesse. Great, however, as was the joy felt by the Duke, the Marquis, and de Baville, it fell short of full perfection, for the most dangerous man among the rebels was still at large. In spite of every effort, Catinat's hiding-place had not, till now, been discovered. Accordingly, the Duke issued a proclamation offering a reward of 100 louis d'or to whoever would take Catinat, or cause him to be taken prisoner, and granting a free pardon to anyone who had sheltered him, provided that he was denounced before the house-to-house visitation which was about to be made took place. After the search began, the master of the house in which he might be found would be hung at his own door, his family thrown into prison, his goods confiscated, his house razed to the ground, without any form of trial whatever. This proclamation had the effect expected by the Duke. Whether the man in whose house Catinat was concealed grew frightened and asked him to leave, or whether Catinat thought his best course would be to try and get away from the town, instead of remaining shut up in it, he dressed himself one morning in suitable clothes and went to a barber's, who shaved him, cut his hair, and made up his face so as to give him as much the appearance of a nobleman as possible. And then with wonderful assurance he went out into the streets, and pulling his hat over his eyes and holding a paper in his hand, as if reading it, he crossed the town to the gate of St. Antoine. He was almost through when Charot, the captain of the guard, having his attention directed to Catinat by a comrade to whom he was talking, stopped him, suspecting he was trying to escape. Catinat asked what he wanted with him, and Charo replied that if he would enter the guardhouse he would learn. As under such circumstances any examination was to be avoided, Catinat tried to force his way out, whereupon he was seized by Charo and his brother officer, and Catinat, seeing that resistance would be not only useless but harmful, allowed himself to be taken to the guardroom. He had been there about an hour without being recognized by any of those who, drawn by curiosity, came to look at him, when one of the visitors in going out said he bore a strong resemblance to Catinat. Some children, hearing these words, began to shout, "Catinat is taken! Catinat is taken!" This cry drew a large crowd to the guardhouse, among others a man whose name was Engelges, who, looking closely at the prisoner, recognized him and called him by name. Instantly the guard was doubled and Catinat searched. A psalm book with a silver clasp and a letter addressed to M. Morel, called Catinat, were found on him, leaving no doubt as to his identity, while he himself, growing impatient and desiring to end all these investigations, acknowledged that he was Catinat and no other. He was at once taken to the palace, where the presidial court was sitting, M. de Baville and the president being occupied in trying Ravenel, Villas, and Jonquet. On hearing the news of this important capture, the intendant, hardly daring to believe his ears, rose and went out to meet the prisoner, in order to convince himself that it was really Catinat. From the presidial court, he was brought before the Duke of Berwick, who addressed several questions to him, which Catinat answered. He then told the Duke he had something of importance to impart to him, and to him alone. The Duke was not very anxious for a tete-a-tete with Catinat. However, having ordered his hands to be securely bound, and telling Sandricourt not to go away, he consented to hear what the prisoner had to say. Catinat then, in the presence of the Duke and Sandricourt, proposed that an exchange of prisoners should be made, the Marquis de Sade, who was a prisoner of war in England, being accepted in his place. Catinat added that if this offer was not accepted, the Marquis would meet the same treatment from the English as might be meted out to him, Catinat, in France. The Duke, full of the aristocratic ideas to which he was born, found the proposal insolent and said, "If that is all you have to propose, I can assure you that your hours are numbered." Thereupon Catinat was promptly sent back to the palace, where truly his trial did not occupy much time. That of the three others was already finished, and soon his was also at an end, and it only remained to pronounce sentence on all four. Catinat and Ravenel, as the most guilty, were condemned to be burnt at the stake. Some of the councillors thought Catinat should have been torn apart by 4 horses, but the majority were for the stake, the agony lasting longer, being more violent and more exquisite than in the other case. Villas and Jonquet were sentenced to be broken on the wheel alive, the only difference between them being that Jonquet was to be taken while still living and thrown into the fire lit round Catinat and Ravenel. It was also ordered that the 4 condemned men before their execution should be put to the torture ordinary and extraordinary. Catinat, whose temper was fierce, suffered with courage, but cursed his torturers. Ravenel bore all the torments that could be inflicted on him with a fortitude that was more than human, so that the torturers were exhausted before he was. Jonquet spoke little, and the revelations he made were of slight importance. Villas confessed that the conspirators had the intention of carrying off the Duke and M. de Baville when they were out walking or driving, and he added that this plot had been hatched at the house of a certain Botan de Saint Laurent Degazer at Milhaud in Rouergue. Meanwhile, all this torturing and questioning had taken so much time that, when the stake and the scaffold were ready, it was almost dark, so that the Duke put off the executions until the next day, instead of carrying them out by torchlight. Bruys says that this was done in order that the most disaffected amongst the fanatics should not be able to say that it was not really Catinat, Ravenel, Villas, and Jonquet who had been executed, but some other unknown men. But it is more probable that the Duke and Baville were afraid of riots, as was proved by their ordering the scaffold and the stake to be erected at the end of the Quers and opposite the glacis of the fortress, so that the garrison might be at hand in case of any disturbance. Catinat was placed in a cell apart and could be heard cursing and complaining all night through. Ravenel, Villas, and Jonquet were confined together, and passed the night singing and praying. The next day, the 22nd April 1705, they were taken from the prison and drawn to the place of execution in 2 carts, being unable to walk, on account of the severe torture to which they had been subjected and which had crushed the bones of their legs. A single pile of wood had been prepared for Catinat and Ravinal, who were to be burnt together. They were in one cart, and Villiers and Jonquet, for whom 2 wheels had been prepared, were in the other. The first operation was to bind Catinat and Ravinal back to the same stake, care being taken to place Catinat with his face to windward, so that his agony might last longer, and then the pile was lit under Ravinal. As had been foreseen, this precaution gave great pleasure to those people who took delight in witnessing executions. The wind, being rather high, blew the flames away from Catinat, so that at first the fire burnt his legs only, a circumstance which, the author of the History of the Camisards tells us, aroused Catinat's impatience. Ravinal, however, bore everything to the end with the greatest heroism, only pausing in his singing to address words of encouragement to his companion in suffering, whom he could not see, but whose groans and curses he could hear. He would then return to his psalms, which he continued to sing until his voice was stifled in the flames. Just as he expired, Jonquet was removed from the wheel and carried, his broken limbs dangling, to the burning pile on which he was thrown. From the midst of the flames, his voice was heard saying, "Courage, Catinat, we shall soon meet in heaven." A few moments later, the stake, being burnt through at the base, broke, and Catinat, falling into the flames, was quickly suffocated. That this accident had not been foreseen and prevented by proper precautions caused great displeasure to spectators, who found that the 3/4 of an hour which the spectacle had lasted was much too brief a time. Villiers lived 3 hours longer on his wheel, and expired without having uttered a single complaint. 2 days later there was another trial, at which 6 persons were condemned to death and 1 to the galleys. These were the 2 Alisons, in whose house Villiers, Ravinal, and Jonquet had been found, a leger who was accused of having concealed Catinat and of having been the Camisard treasurer, Rougier, an armorer who was found guilty of having repaired the muskets of the rebels, Jean Laws, an innkeeper who had prepared meals for Ravinal, La Jeunesse, a preacher, convicted of having preached sermons and sung psalms, and young Delacroix, brother-in-law to one of the Alisons. The first 3 were condemned to be broken on the wheel, their houses demolished, and their goods confiscated. The next 3 were to be hanged. Jean Delacroix, partly because of his youth, but more because of the revelations he made, was only sent to the galleys. Several years later he was liberated and returned to Arles, and was carried off by the plague in 1720. All these sentences were carried out with the utmost rigor. Thus, as may be seen, the suppression of the revolt proceeded apace. Only 2 young Camisard chiefs were still at large, both of whom had formerly served under Cavalier and Catinat. The name of the one was Brun, and of the other Francesit. Although neither of them possessed the genius and influence of Catinat and Ravinal, yet they were both men to be feared, the one on account of his personal strength, the other for his skill and agility. Indeed, it was said of him that he never missed a shot, and that one day, being pursued by dragoons, he had escaped by jumping over the garden at a spot where it was 22 feet wide. For a long time all search was in vain, but one day the wife of a miller named Semenil came into town ostensibly to buy provisions, but really to denounce them as being concealed, with 2 other Camisards, in her husband's house. This information was received with an eager gratitude, which showed the importance which the governor of Nimes attached to their capture. The woman was promised a reward of 50 louis if they were taken, and the Chevalier de la Valle, Grenadier, and 50 Swiss, the major of the Saint-Sernin regiment, a captain, and 30 dragoons, were sent off to make the capture. When they were within a quarter of a league of the mill, La Valle, who was in command of the expedition, made the woman give him all the necessary topographical information. Having learned that besides the door by which they hoped to effect an entrance, the mill possessed only one other, which opened on a bridge over the Vista, he dispatched 10 dragoons and 5 Swiss to occupy this bridge, whilst he and the rest of the troops bore down on the main entrance. As soon as the 4 Camisards perceived the approach of the soldiers, their first thought was to escape by the bridge, but one of them, having gone up to the roof to make sure that the way was clear, came down exclaiming that the bridge was occupied. On hearing this, the four felt that they were lost, but nevertheless resolved to defend themselves as valiantly and to sell their lives as dearly as possible. As soon as the royals were within musket range of the mill, 4 shots were fired, and 2 dragoons, 1 Swiss, and 1 horse fell. M. de Valle thereupon ordered the troops to charge at full gallop, but before the mill door was reached, 3 other shots were heard, and 2 more men killed. Nevertheless, seeing they could not long hold out against such numbers, Francezit gave the signal for retreat, calling out, "Sauve qui petit." At the same instant, he jumped out of a lattice window 20 feet from the ground, followed by Brun. Neither of them being hurt, both set off across country, one trusting to his strength and the other to his fleetness of foot. The 2 other Camisards, who had tried to escape by the door, were captured. The soldiers, horse and foot, being now free to give all their attention to Brun and Francezit, a wonderful race began. For the 2 fugitives, being strong and active, seemed to play with their pursuers, stopping every now and then, when they had gained sufficient headway, to shoot at the nearest soldiers. When Francezit, proving worthy of his reputation, never missed a single shot. Then resuming their flight and loading their weapons as they ran, they leaped rivers and ditches, taking advantage of the less direct road, which the troops were obliged to follow, to stop and take breath, instead of making for some cover where they might have found safety. 2 or 3 times Brun was on the point of being caught, but each time the dragoon or Swiss who had got up to him fell, struck by Francezit's unerring bullet. The chase lasted 4 hours, during which time 5 officers, 30 dragoons, and 50 Swiss were baffled by 2 men, one of whom Francezit was almost a boy, being only 20 years old. Then the 2 Camisards, having exhausted their ammunition, gave each other the name of a village as a rendezvous, and each taking a different direction, bounded away with the lightness of a stag. Francezit ran in the direction of Milhaud with such rapidity that he gained on the dragoons, although they put their horses at full speed. He was within an inch of safety, when a peasant named La Bastide, who was hoeing in a field, whence he had watched the contest with interest from the moment he had first caught sight of it, seeing the fugitive make for an opening in a wall, ran along at the foot of the wall on the other side, and just as Francezit dashed through the opening like a flash of lightning, struck him such a heavy blow on the head with his hoe that the skull was laid open, and he fell bathed in blood. The dragoons, who had seen in the distance what had happened, now came up, and rescued Francezit from the hands of his assailant, who had continued to rain blows upon him, desiring to put an end to him. The unconscious Camisard was carried to Milhaud, where his wounds were bandaged, and himself revived by means of strong spirits forced into mouth and nostrils. We now return to Brun. At first it seemed as if he were more fortunate than his comrade, for meeting with no obstacle, he was soon not only out of reach, but out of sight of his enemies. He now, however, felt broken by fatigue, and taught caution by the treachery to which he had almost fallen a victim. He dared not ask for an asylum, so, throwing himself down in a ditch, he was soon fast asleep. The dragoons, who had not given up the search, presently came upon him, and falling on him as he lay, overpowered him before he was well awake. When both Camisards met before the governor, Francezit replied to all interrogations that since the death of brother Catinat his sole desire had been to die a martyr's death like him, while Brun said that he was proud and happy to die in the cause of the Lord, along with such a brave comrade as Francezit. This manner of defense led to the application of the question both ordinary and extraordinary, and to the stake, and our readers already know what such a double sentence meant. Francezit and Brun paid both penalties on the 30th of April, betraying no secrets and uttering no complaints. Boton, who had been denounced by Villiers when under torture, and who thereby abridged his agony, as the person in whose house the plot to carry off the Duke of Berwick and de Baville had been arranged, still remained to be dealt with. He was moderate in his religious views, but firm and full of faith. His principles resembled those of the Quakers in that he refused to carry arms. He was, however, willing to aid the good cause by all other means within his reach. He was at home waiting, with that calm which perfect trust in God gives, for the day to come which had been appointed for the execution of the plan, when suddenly his house was surrounded during the night by the royals. Faithful to his principles, he offered no resistance, but held out his hands to be bound. He was taken in triumph to Nimes, and from there to the citadel of Montpellier. On the way he encountered his wife and his son, who were going to the latter town to intercede for him. When they met him, they dismounted from their horse, for the mother was riding on a pillion behind the son, and kneeling on the highroad, asked for Boton's blessing. Unfeeling though the soldiers were, they yet permitted their prisoner to stop an instant, while he, raising his fettered hands to heaven, gave the double blessing asked for. So touched was Baron St. Chat by the scene, be it remarked in passing that the Baron and Boton were cousins by marriage, that he permitted them to embrace one another. So for a few moments they stood, the husband and father clasped to the hearts of his dear ones. Then, on a sign from Boton, they tore themselves away, Boton commanding them to pray for M. de St. Chat, who had given them this consolation. As he resumed his march, the prisoner set them the example by beginning to sing a psalm for the benefit of M. de St. Chat. The next day, despite the intercession of his wife and son, Boton was condemned to torture both ordinary and extraordinary, and then to be broken on the wheel. On hearing this cruel sentence, he said that he was ready to suffer every ill that God might send him in order to prove the steadfastness of his faith. And indeed he endured his torture with such firmness that M. de Baville, who was present in the hope of obtaining a confession, became more impatient than the sufferer, and forgetting his sacred office, the judge struck and insulted the prisoner. Upon this Beaton raised his eyes to heaven and cried, Lord, Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall innocent blood be shed? How long wilt thou not judge and avenge our blood with cries to thee? Remember thy jealousy, O Lord, and thy loving kindness of old. Then M. de Baville withdrew, giving orders that he was to be brought to the scaffold. The scaffold was erected on the esplanade, being, as was usual when this sort of death was to be inflicted, a wooden platform 5 or 6 feet high, on which was fastened flat a St. Andrew's cross, formed of 2 beams of wood in the form of an X. In each of the 4 arms, 2 square pieces were cut out to about half the depth of the beam, and about a foot apart, so that when the victim was bound on the cross, the outstretched limbs were easy to break by a blow at these points, having no support beneath. Lastly, near the cross, at one corner of the scaffold, an upright wooden post was fixed, on which was fastened horizontally a small carriage wheel, as on a pivot, the projecting part of the nave being sawn off to make it flat. On this bed of pain the sufferer was laid, so that the spectators might enjoy the sight of his dying convulsions, when the executioner having accomplished his part, the turn of death arrived. Boton was carried to execution in a cart, and drums were beaten that his exhortations might not be heard. But above the roll of drums his voice rose unfalteringly, as he admonished his brethren to uphold their fellowship in Christ. Halfway to the esplanade, a friend of the condemned man, who happened to be in the street, met the procession, and fearing that he could not support the sight, he took refuge in a shop. When Boton was opposite the door, he stopped the cart and asked permission of the provost to speak to his friend. The request being granted, he called him out, and as he approached, bathed in tears, Boton said, Why do you run away from me? Is it because you see me covered with the tokens of Jesus Christ? Why do you weep? Because he has graciously called me to himself, and all unworthy though I be, permits me to seal my faith with my blood. Then, as the friend threw himself into Boton's arms, and some signs of sympathetic emotion appeared among the crowd, the procession was abruptly ordered to move on. But though the leave-taking was thus roughly broken short, no murmur passed the lips of Boton. In turning out of the first street, the scaffold came in sight. The condemned man raised his hands towards heaven and exclaimed in a cheerful voice, while a smile lit up his face, Courage, my soul! I see thy place of triumph, whence, released from earthly bonds, thou shalt take flight to heaven. When he got to the foot of the scaffold, it was found he could not mount without assistance, for his limbs, crushed in the terrible boot, could no longer sustain his weight. While they were preparing to carry him up, he exhorted and comforted the Protestants, who were all weeping round him. When he reached the platform, he laid himself of his own accord on the cross, but hearing from the executioner that he must first be undressed, he raised himself again with a smile, so that the executioner's assistant could remove his doublet and small clothes. As he wore no stockings, his legs being bandaged, the man also unwound these bandages and rolled up Botan's shirt sleeves to the elbow, and then ordered him to lay himself again on the cross. Botan did so with unbroken calm. All his limbs were then bound to the beams with cords at every joint. This accomplished, the assistant retired, and the executioner came forward. He held in his hand a square bar of iron, 1.5 inches thick, 3 feet long, and rounded at one end so as to form a handle. When Botan saw it, he began singing a psalm, but almost immediately the melody was interrupted by a cry. The executioner had broken a bone of Botan's right leg, but the singing was at once resumed and continued without interruption till each limb had been broken in 2 places. Then the executioner unbound the formless but still living body from the cross, and while from its lips issued words of faith in God, he laid it on the wheel, bending it back on the legs in such a manner that the heels and head met. And never once during the completion of this atrocious performance did the voice of the sufferer cease to sound forth the praises of the Lord. No execution till then had ever produced such an effect on the crowd, so that Abbe Silla, who was present, seeing the general emotion, hastened to call M. de Bavil's attention to the fact that, far from Botan's death inspiring the Protestants with terror, they were only encouraged to hold out, as was proved by their tears, and the praises they lavished on the dying man. 1000 de Baville, recognizing the truth of this observation, ordered that Botan should be put out of misery. This order being conveyed to the executioner, he approached the wheel to break in Botan's chest with one last blow, but an archer standing on the scaffold threw himself before the sufferer, saying that the Huguenot had not yet suffered half enough. At this, Botan, who had heard the dreadful dispute going on beside him, interrupted his prayers for an instant, and raising his head, which hung down over the edge of the wheel, said, "Friend, you think I suffer, and in truth I do, but he for whom I suffer is beside me and gives me strength to bear everything joyfully." Just then M. de Baville's order was repeated, and the archer, no longer daring to interfere, allowed the executioner to approach. Then Botan, seeing his last moment had come, said, "My dear friends, may my death be an example to you, to incite you to preserve the gospel pure, bear faithful testimony that I died in the religion of Christ and his holy apostles." Hardly had these words passed his lips than the death blow was given and his chest crushed. A few inarticulate sounds, apparently prayers, were heard. The head fell back. The martyrdom was ended. This execution ended the war in Languedoc. A few imprudent preachers still delivered belated sermons, to which the rebels listened trembling with fear, and for which the preachers paid on the wheel or gibbet. There were disturbances in Vivarais, aroused by Daniel Billard, during which a few Catholics were found murdered on the highway. There were a few fights, as for instance at Saint-Pierreville, where the Camisards, faithful to the old traditions which had come to them from Cavalier, Catinat, and Ravenel, fought 1 to 20, but they were all without importance. They were only the last quiverings of the dying civil strife, the last shudderings of the earth when the eruption of the volcano is over. Even Cavalier understood that the end had come, for he left Holland for England. Their Queen Anne distinguished him by a cordial welcome. She invited him to enter her service, an offer which he accepted, and he was placed in command of a regiment of refugees, so that he actually received in England the grade of colonel, which he had been offered in France. At the Battle of Almanza, the regiment commanded by Cavalier found itself opposed by a French regiment. The old enemies recognized each other, and with a howl of rage, without waiting for the word of command or executing any military evolutions, they hurled themselves at each other with such fury that, if we may believe the Duke of Berwick, who was present, they almost annihilated each other in the conflict. Cavalier, however, survived the slaughter, in which he had performed his part with energy, and for his courage was made general and governor of the island of Jersey. He died at Chelsea in May 1740, aged 60 years. "I must confess," says Malesherbes, "that this soldier, who without training became a great general by means of his natural gifts, this Camisard, who dared in the face of fierce troopers to punish a crime similar to those by which the troopers existed, this rude peasant, who, admitted into the best society, adopted its manners and gained its esteem and love, this man, who, though accustomed to an adventurous life, and who might justly have been puffed up by success, had yet enough philosophy to lead for 35 years a tranquil private existence, appears to me to be one of the rarest characters to be met with in the pages of history. Chapter 6. At length Louis Roman XIV, bowed beneath the weight of a reign of 60 years, was summoned in his turn to appear before God, from whom, as some said, he looked for reward, and others for pardon. But Nimes, that city with the heart of fire, was quiet. Like the wounded who have lost the best part of their blood, she thought only, with the egotism of a convalescent, of being left in peace to regain the strength, which had become exhausted through the terrible wounds which Montrevel and the Duke of Berwick had dealt her. For 60 years, petty ambition had taken the place of sublime self-sacrifice, and disputes about etiquette succeeded mortal combats. Then the philosophically era dawned, and the sarcasms of the encyclopedists withered the monarchical intolerance of Louis Roman XIV and Charles Roman IX. Thereupon the Protestants resumed their preaching, baptized their children and buried their dead. Commerce flourished once more, and the two religions lived side by side, one concealing under a peaceful exterior the memory of its martyrs, the other the memory of its triumphs. Such was the mood on which the blood-red orb of the sun of '89 rose. The Protestants greeted it with cries of joy, and indeed the promised liberty gave them back their country, their civil rights, and the status of French citizens. Nevertheless, whatever were the hopes of one party or the fears of the other, nothing had as yet occurred to disturb the prevailing tranquility, when on the 19th of July, 1789, a body of troops was formed in the capital of La Garde, which was to bear the name of the Nimes militia. The resolution which authorized this act was passed by the citizens of the three orders sitting in the hall of the palace. It was as follows. Article 10. The Nimes Legion shall consist of a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, a major, a lieutenant major, an adjutant, 24 captains, 24 lieutenants, 72 sergeants, 72 corporals, and 1,152 privates. In all, 1,349 men, forming 80 companies. Article 11. The place of General Assembly shall be the Esplanade. Article 12. The 80 companies shall be attached to the 4 quarters of the town mentioned below, viz. Place de l'Hôtel de Ville, Place de la Maison Carré, Place Saint-Jean, and Place du Château. Article 13. The companies as they are formed by the Permanent Council shall each choose its own captain, lieutenant, sergeants, and corporals, and from the date of his nomination, the captain shall have a seat on the Permanent Council. The Nimes militia was deliberately formed upon certain lines, which brought Catholics and Protestants closely together as allies, with weapons in their hands. But they stood over a mine which was bound to explode some day, as the slightest friction between the two parties would produce a spark. This state of concealed enmity lasted for nearly a year, being augmented by political antipathies, for the Protestants almost to man were Republicans and the Catholics Royalists. In the interval, that is to say, towards January 1790, a Catholic called François Froment was entrusted by the Marquis de Foucault with the task of raising, organizing, and commanding a royalist party in the south. This we learn from one of his own letters to the Marquis, which was printed in Paris in 1817. He describes his mode of action in the following words. It is not difficult to understand that being faithful to my religion and my king, and shocked at the seditious ideas which were disseminated on all sides, I should try to inspire others with the same spirit with which I myself was animated. So, during the year 1789, I published several articles in which I exposed the dangers which threatened altar and throne. Struck with the justice of my criticisms, my countrymen displayed the most zealous ardor in their efforts to restore to the king the full exercise of all his rights. Being anxious to take advantage of this favorable state of feeling, and thinking that it would be dangerous to hold communication with the ministers of Louis Roman XVI, who were watched by the conspirators, I went secretly to Turin to solicit the approbation and support of the French princes there. At a consultation which was held just after my arrival, I showed them that if they would arm not only the partisans of the throne, but those of the altar, and advance the interests of religion, while advancing the interests of royalty, it would be easy to save both. My plan had for sole object to bind a party together and give it as far as I was able breadth and stability. As the revolutionists placed their chief dependence on force, I felt that they could only be met by force, for then as now I was convinced of this great truth, that one strong passion can only be overcome by another stronger, and that therefore republican fanaticism could only be driven out by religious zeal. The princes, being convinced of the correctness of my reasoning and the efficacy of my remedies, promised me the arms and supplies necessary to stem the tide of faction, and the Comte d'Artois gave me letters of recommendation to the chief nobles in Upper Languedoc, that I might concert measures with them, for the nobles in that part of the country had assembled at Toulouse to deliberate on the best way of inducing the other orders to unite in restoring to the Catholic religion its useful influence, to the laws their power, and to the king his liberty and authority. On my return to Languedoc, I went from town to town in order to meet those gentlemen to whom the Comte d'Artois had written, among whom were many of the most influential royalists and some members of the States of Parliament. Having decided on a general plan and agreed on a method of carrying on secret correspondence with each other, I went to Nimes to wait for the assistance which I had been promised from Turin, but which I never received. While waiting, I devoted myself to awakening and sustaining the zeal of the inhabitants, who, at my suggestion, on the 20th April, passed a resolution, which was signed by 5,000 inhabitants. This resolution, which was at once a religious and political manifesto, was drafted by Viola M. Froment's secretary, and it lay for signature in his office. Many of the Catholics signed it without even reading it, for there was a short paragraph prefixed to the document which contained all the information they seemed to desire. Gentlemen, the aspirations of a great number of our Catholic and patriotic fellow citizens are expressed in the resolution which we have the honor of laying before you. They felt that under present circumstances such a resolution was necessary, and they feel convinced that if you give it your support, as they do not doubt you will, knowing your patriotism, your religious zeal, and your love for our august sovereign, it will conduce to the happiness of France, the maintenance of the true religion, and the rightful authority of the king. We are, gentlemen, with respect, your very humble and obedient servants, the President and Commissioners of the Catholic Assembly of Nimes. Signed, Froment, Commissioner. Lapierre, President. Falacher, Levelotte, Commissioner. Foran, Melchand, Robin, Vane. At the same time, a number of pamphlets, entitled Pierre Roman to the Catholics of Nimes, were distributed to the people in the streets, containing among other attacks on the Protestants the following passages. If the door to high positions and civil and military honors were closed to the Protestants, and a powerful tribunal established at Nimes to see that this rule was strictly kept, you would soon see Protestantism disappear. The Protestants demand to share all the privileges which you enjoy, but if you grant them this, their one thought will then be to dispossess you entirely, and they will soon succeed. Like ungrateful vipers, who in a torpid state were harmless, they will, when warmed by your benefits, turn and kill you. They are your born enemies. Your fathers only escaped, as by a miracle, from their blood-stained hands. Have you not often heard of the cruelties practiced on them? It was a slight thing when the Protestants inflicted death alone, unaccompanied by the most horrible tortures. Such as they were, such they are. It may easily be imagined that such attacks soon embittered minds already disposed to find new causes for the old hatred, and besides, the Catholics did not long confine themselves to resolutions and pamphlets. Froment, who had already got himself appointed Receiver General of the chapter and captain of one of the Catholic companies, insisted on being present at the installation of the town council, and brought his company with him armed with pitchforks, in spite of the express prohibition of the colonel of the legion. These forks were terrible weapons, and had been fabricated in a particular form for the Catholics of Nimes, Uzes, and Alais. But Froment and his company paid no attention to the prohibition, and this disobedience made a great impression on the Protestants, who began to divine the hostility of their adversaries, and it is very possible that if the new town council had not shut their eyes to this act of insubordination, civil war might have burst forth in Nimes that very day. The next day, at roll call, a sergeant of another company, one Allian, a cooper by trade, taunted one of the men with having carried a pitchfork the day before, in disobedience to orders. He replied that the mayor had permitted him to carry it. Allian, not believing this, proposed to some of the men to go with him to the mayor's and ask if it were true. When they saw M. Marguerite, he said that he had permitted nothing of the kind and sent the delinquent to prison. Half an hour later, however, he gave orders for his release. As soon as he was free, he set off to find his comrades and told them what had occurred. They, considering that an insult to one was an insult to the whole company, determined on having satisfaction at once, so about 11 o'clock p.m. they went to the cooper's house, carrying with them a gallows and ropes ready greased. But quietly as they approached, Allian heard them, for his door being bolted from within had to be forced. Looking out of the window, he saw a great crowd, and as he suspected that his life was in danger, he got out of a back window into the yard and so escaped. The militia, being thus disappointed, wreaked their vengeance on some passing Protestants, whose unlucky stars had led them that way. These they knocked about, and even stabbed one of them 3 times with a knife. On the 22nd April, 1790, the Royalists, that is to say, the Catholics, assumed the white cockade, although it was no longer the national emblem, and on the 1st May some of the militia who had planted a maypole at the mayor's door were invited to lunch with him. On the 2nd, the company which was on guard at the mayor's official residence shouted several times during the day, "Long live the king, up with the cross and down with the black throats." This was the name which they had given to the Calvinists. 3 cheers for the white cockade. Before we are done, it will be red with the blood of the Protestants. However, on the 5th of May they ceased to wear it, replacing it by a scarlet tuft, which in their patois they called the red poof, which was immediately adopted as the Catholic emblem. Each day as it passed brought forth fresh brawls and provocations. Libels were invented by the Capuchins and spread abroad by 3 of their number. Meetings were held every day, and at last became so numerous that the town authorities called in the aid of the militia dragoons to disperse them. Now these gatherings consisted chiefly of those tillers of the soil who are called sebits, from a Provençal word sebe, which means onion, and they could easily be recognized as Catholics by their red poof, which they wore both in and out of uniform. On the other hand, the dragoons were all Protestants. However, these latter were so very gentle in their admonitions that although the 2 parties found themselves, so to speak, constantly face to face and armed, for several days the meetings were dispersed without bloodshed. But this was exactly what the sebits did not want, so they began to insult the dragoons and turn them into ridicule. Consequently, one morning they gathered together in great numbers, mounted on asses, and with drawn swords began to patrol the city. At the same time, the lower classes, who were nearly all Catholics, joined the burlesque patrols in complaining loudly of the dragoons, some saying that their horses had trampled on their children, and others that they had frightened their wives. The Protestants contradicted them. Both parties grew angry, swords were half drawn, when the municipal authorities came on the scene, and instead of apprehending the ringleaders, forbade the dragoons to patrol the town any more, ordering them in future to do nothing more than send 20 men every day to mount guard at the episcopal palace, and to undertake no other duty except at the express request of the town council. Although it was expected that the dragoons would revolt against such a humiliation, they submitted, which was a great disappointment to the sebits, who had been longing for a chance to indulge in new outrages. For all that, the Catholics did not consider themselves beaten. They felt sure of being able to find some other way of driving their quarry to bay. Sunday, the 13th of June, arrived. This day had been selected by the Catholics for a great demonstration. Towards 10 o'clock in the morning, some companies wearing the red tuft, under pretext of going to Mass, marched through the city armed and uttering threats. The few dragoons, on the other hand, who were on guard at the palace, had not even a sentinel posted and had only 5 muskets in the guard-house. At 2:00 p.m., there was a meeting held in the Jacobin church, consisting almost exclusively of militia wearing the red tuft. The mayor pronounced a panegyric on those who wore it, and was followed by Pierre Froment, who explained his mission in much the same words as those quoted above. He then ordered a cask of wine to be broached and distributed among the Sebbets, and told them to walk about the streets in threes, and to disarm all the dragoons whom they might meet away from their post. About 6:00 in the evening, a red-tuft volunteer presented himself at the gate of the palace and ordered the porter to sweep the courtyard, saying that the volunteers were going to get up a ball for the dragoons. After this piece of bravado, he went away, and in a few moments a note arrived, couched in the following terms: "The bishop's porter is warned to let no dragoon on horse or on foot enter or leave the palace this evening, on pain of death. 13th June, 1790. This note being brought to the lieutenant, he came out and reminded the volunteer that nobody but the town authorities could give orders to the servants at the palace. The volunteer gave an insolent answer. The lieutenant advised him to go away quietly, threatening, if he did not, to put him out by force. This altercation attracted a great many of the red tufts from outside, while the dragoons, hearing the noise, came down into the yard. The quarrel became more lively, stones were thrown, the call to arms was heard, and in a few moments about 40 Sebbets, who were prowling around in the neighborhood of the palace, rushed into the yard carrying guns and swords. The lieutenant, who had only about a dozen dragoons at his back, ordered the bugle to sound, to recall those who had gone out. The volunteers threw themselves upon the bugler, dragged his instrument from his hands, and broke it to pieces. Then several shots were fired by the militia, the dragoons returned them, and a regular battle began. The lieutenant soon saw that this was no mere street row, but a deliberate rising planned beforehand, and realizing that very serious consequences were likely to ensue, he sent a dragoon to the town hall by a back way to give notice to the authorities. 1000 de Saint-Pons, major of the Nims Legion, hearing some noise outside, opened his window and found the whole city in a tumult. People were running in every direction and shouting as they ran that the dragoons were being killed at the palace. The major rushed out into the streets at once, gathered together a dozen to 15 patriotic citizens without weapons, and hurried to the town hall. There he found 2 officials of the town and begged them to go at once to the place de l'Evêque, escorted by the first company, which was on guard at the town hall. They agreed and set off. On the way, several shots were fired at them, but no one was hit. When they arrived at the square, the Sebbets fired a volley at them with the same negative result. Up the 3 principal streets, which led to the palace, numerous red tufts were hurrying. The first company took possession of the ends of the streets, and being fired at returned the fire, repulsing the assailants and clearing the square, with the loss of one of their men, while several of the retreating Sebbets were wounded. While this struggle was going on at the palace, the spirit of murder broke loose in the town. At the gate of the Madeleine, M. de Jalibert's house was broken into by the red tufts. The unfortunate old man came out to meet them and asked what they wanted. "Your life and the lives of all the other dogs of Protestants," was the reply, whereupon he was seized and dragged through the streets, 15 insurgents hacking at him with their swords. At last he managed to escape from their hands, but died 2 days later of his wounds. Another old man named Estruc, who was bowed beneath the weight of 72 years and whose white hair covered his shoulders, was met as he was on his way to the Gate of Carmes. Being recognized as a Protestant, he received 5 wounds from some of the famous pitchforks belonging to the company of Froment. He fell, but the assassins picked him up, and throwing him into the moat, amused themselves by flinging stones at him, till one of them, with more humanity than his fellows, put a bullet through his head. 3 electors, M. Massador from near Beaucaire, M. Viola from the canton of Lazel, and M. Puch of the same place, were attacked by red tufts on their way home, and all 3 seriously wounded. The captain who had been in command of the detachment on guard at the electoral assembly was returning to his quarters, accompanied by a sergeant and 3 volunteers of his own company, when they were stopped on the Peticours by Froment, commonly called D'Amblay, who, pressing the barrel of a pistol to the captain's breast, said, "Stand, you rascal, and give up your arms." At the same time, the red tufts, seizing the captain from behind by the hair, pulled him down. Froment fired his pistol but missed. As he fell, the captain drew his sword, but it was torn from his hands, and he received a cut from Froment's sword. Upon this, the captain made a great effort, and getting one of his arms free, drew a pistol from his pocket, drove back his assassins, fired at Froment, and missed him. One of the men by his side was wounded and disarmed. A patrol of the regiment of Guyenne, attached to which was M. Boudon, a dragoon officer, was passing the Calquiers. M. Boudon was attacked by a band of red tufts, and his casque and his musket carried off. Several shots were fired at him, but none of them hit him. The patrol surrounded him to save him, but as he had received 2 bayonet wounds, he desired revenge, and breaking through his protectors, darted forward to regain possession of his musket, and was killed in a moment. One of his fingers was cut off to get at a diamond ring which he wore, his pockets were rifled of his purse and watch, and his body was thrown into the moat. Meantime, the Place des Recollets, the Cours, the Place d'Escarmes, the Grand Rue, and Rue de Notre Dame de l'Esplanade were filled with men armed with guns, pitchforks, and swords. They had all come from Froment's house, which overlooked that part of Nimes called Les Calquiers, and the entrance to which was on the ramparts near the Dominican towers. The 3 leaders of the insurrection, Froment, Fallacher, and Descambes, took possession of these towers, which formed a part of the old castle. From this position, the Catholics could sweep the entire quay of Les Calquiers and the steps of the Salle de Spectacle with their guns. And if it should turn out that the insurrection they had excited did not attain the dimensions they expected nor gain such enthusiastic adherents, it would be quite feasible for them to defend themselves in such a position until relief came. These arrangements were either the result of long meditation or were the inspiration of some clever strategist. The fact is that everything leads one to believe that it was a plan which had been formed with great care, for the rapidity with which all the approaches to the fortress were lined with a double row of militiamen, all wearing the red tuft, the care which was taken to place the most eager next the barracks in which the park of artillery was stationed, and lastly, the manner in which the approach to the citadel was barred by an entire company, this being the only place where the patriots could procure arms, combined to prove that this plan was the result of much forethought, for while it appeared to be only defensive, it enabled the insurrectionists to attack without much danger. It caused others to believe that they had been first attacked. It was successfully carried out before the citizens were armed, and until then only a part of the foot guard and the 12 dragoons at the palace had offered any resistance to the conspirators. The red flag round which, in case of civil war, all good citizens were expected to gather, and which was kept at the town hall, and which should have been brought out at the first shot, was now loudly called for. The Abbé de Belmont, a canon, vicar general, and municipal official, was persuaded, almost forced, to become standard-bearer, as being the most likely on account of his ecclesiastical position to all rebels who had taken up arms in the name of religion. The abbé himself gives the following account of the manner in which he fulfilled this mandate. About 7 o'clock in the evening, I was engaged with Porthier and Ferrand in auditing accounts, when we heard a noise in the court, and going out on the lobby, we saw several dragoons coming upstairs, amongst whom was M. Paris. They told us that fighting was going on in the Place de l'Evêque, because someone or other had brought a note to the porter ordering him to admit no more dragoons to the palace on pain of death. At this point, I interrupted their story by asking why the gates had not been closed and the bearer of the letter arrested, but they replied to me that it had not been possible. Thereupon, Ferrand and Porthier put on their scarfs and went out. A few instants later, several dragoons, amongst whom I recognized none but Lezen Dupontet, Paris Jr., and Boudon, accompanied by a great number of the militia, entered, demanding that the red flag should be brought out. They tried to open the door of the council hall, and finding it locked, they called upon me for the key. I asked that one of the attendants should be sent for, but they were all out. Then I went to the hall porter to see if he knew where the key was. He said M. Birding had taken it. Meanwhile, just as the volunteers were about to force an entrance, someone ran up with the key. The door was opened, and the red flag seized and forced into my hands. I was then dragged down into the courtyard, and from thence to the square. It was all in vain to tell them that they ought first to get authority, and to represent to them that I was no suitable standard-bearer on account of my profession. But they would not listen to any objection, saying that my life depended upon my obedience, and that my profession would overawe the disturbers of the public peace. So I went on, followed by a detachment of the Guienne regiment, part of the 1st Company of the Legion, and several dragoons. A young man with fixed bayonet kept always at my side. Rage was depicted on the faces of all those who accompanied me, and they indulged in oaths and threats, to which I paid no attention. In passing through the Rue des Greffes, they complained that I did not carry the red flag high enough nor unfurl it fully. When we got to the guardhouse at the Crown Gate, the guard turned out, and the officer was commanded to follow us with his men. He replied that he could not do that without a written order from a member of the town council. Thereupon those around me told me I must write such an order, but I asked for a pen and ink. Everybody was furious, because I had none with me. So offensive were the remarks indulged in by the volunteers and some soldiers of the Guienne regiment, and so threatening their gestures, that I grew alarmed. I was hustled and even received several blows, but at length M. de Boudon brought me paper and a pen, and I wrote, "I require the troops to assist us to maintain order by force if necessary." Upon this, the officer consented to accompany us. We had hardly taken half a dozen steps when they all began to ask what had become of the order I had just written, for it could not be found. They surrounded me, saying that I had not written it at all, and I was on the point of being trampled underfoot, when a militiaman found it all crumpled up in his pocket. The threats grew louder, and once more it was because I did not carry the flag high enough, everyone insisting that I was quite tall enough to display it to better advantage. However, at this point, the militiamen with the red tufts made their appearance, a few armed with muskets, but the greater number with swords. Shots were exchanged, and the soldiers of the line and the National Guard arranged themselves in battle order in a kind of recess, and desired me to go forward alone, which I refused to do, because I should have been between two fires. Upon this, curses, threats, and blows reached their height. I was dragged out before the troops and struck with the butt ends of their muskets and the flat of their swords until I advanced. One blow that I received between the shoulders filled my mouth with blood. All this time, those of the opposite party were coming nearer, and those with whom I was continued to yell at me to go on. I went on until I met them. I besought them to retire, even throwing myself at their feet. But all persuasion was in vain. They swept me along with them, making me enter by the Carmelite Gate, where they took the flag from me and allowed me to enter the house of a woman whose name I have never known. I was spitting such a quantity of blood that she took pity on me and brought me everything she could think of as likely to do me good, and as soon as I was a little revived, I asked to be shown the way to M. Ponthieu's. While Abbe de Belmont was carrying the red flag, the militia forced the town councillors to proclaim martial law. This had just been done when word was brought that the first red flag had been carried off, so M. Ferrand de Missal got out another, and followed by a considerable escort, took the same road as his colleague Abbe de Belmont. When he arrived at the Calquiers, the red tufts, who still adorned the ramparts and towers, began to fire upon the procession, and one of the militia was disabled. The escort retreated, but M. Ferrand advanced alone to the Carmelite Gate, like M. de Belmont, and like him he too was taken prisoner. He was brought to the tower, where he found Froment in a fury, declaring that the council had not kept its promise, having sent no relief, and having delayed to give up the citadel to him. The escort, however, had only retreated in order to seek help. They rushed tumultuously to the barracks, and finding the regiment of Guienne drawn up in marching order in command of Lieutenant Colonel Bahn, they asked him to follow them, but he refused without a written order from a town councillor. Upon this, an old corporal shouted, "Brave soldiers of Guienne, the country is in danger, let us not delay to do our duty." "Yes, yes," cried the soldiers, "let us march." The lieutenant colonel, no longer daring to resist, gave the word of command, and they set off for the esplanade. As they came near the rampart with drums beating, the firing ceased, but as night was coming on, the newcomers did not dare to risk attacking, and moreover the silence of the guns led them to think that the rebels had given up their enterprise. Having remained an hour in the square, the troops returned to their quarters, and the patriots went to pass the night in an enclosure on the Montpellier road. It almost seemed as if the Catholics were beginning to recognize the futility of their plot, for although they had appealed to fanaticism, forced the town council to do their will, scattered gold lavishly, and made wine flow, out of 18 companies, only 3 had joined them. 15 companies, said M. Ulquier in his report to the National Assembly, although they had adopted the red tuft, took no part in the struggle, and did not add to the number of crimes committed either on that day or during the days that followed. But although the Catholics gained few partisans among their fellow citizens, they felt certain that people from the country would rally to their aid. But about 10 o'clock in the evening, the rebel ringleaders, seeing that no help arrived from that quarter either, resolved to apply a stimulus to those without. Consequently, Froment wrote the following letter to M. de Bonzals, under commandant of the province of Languedoc, who was living at Lunel. Sir, up to the present all my demands that the Catholic companies should be put under arms have been of no avail. In spite of the order that you gave at my request, the officials of the municipality were of opinion that it would be more prudent to delay the distribution of the muskets until after the meeting of the Electoral Assembly. This day the Protestant dragoons have attacked and killed several of our unarmed Catholics, and you may imagine the confusion and alarm that prevail in the town. As a good citizen and a true patriot, I entreat you to send an order to the regiment of Royal Dragoons to repair at once to Nimes to restore tranquility and put down all who break the peace. The town council does not meet, none of them dares to leave his house, and if you receive no requisition from them just now, it is because they go in terror of their lives and fear to appear openly. 2 red flags have been carried about the streets, and municipal officers without guards have been obliged to take refuge in patriotic houses. Although I am only a private citizen, I take the liberty of asking for aid from you, knowing that the Protestants have sent to La Vanage and La Gardenique to ask you for reinforcements, and the arrival of fanatics from these districts would expose all good patriots to slaughter. Knowing, as I do, of your kindness and justice, I have full trust that my prayer will receive your favorable attention. Froment, Captain of Company No. 39. June 13, 1790, 11:00 p.m. Unfortunately for the Catholic party, Duper and Lutard, to whom this letter was entrusted for delivery, and for whom passports were made out as being employed on business connected with the king and the state, were arrested at Verhaud, and their dispatches laid before the Electoral Assembly. Many other letters of the same kind were also intercepted, and the red tufts went about the town saying that the Catholics of Nimes were being massacred. The priest of Querbissac, among others, was shown a letter saying that a Capuchin monk had been murdered and that the Catholics were in need of help. The agents who brought this letter to him wanted him to put his name to it that they might show it everywhere, but were met by a positive refusal. At Bouillargues and Mandel, the tocsin was sounded. The 2 villages joined forces, and with weapons in their hands marched along the road from Beaucaire to Nimes. At the bridge of Court, the villagers of Raydressin and Marguerite joined them. Thus reinforced, they were able to bar the way to all who passed and subject them to examination. If a man could show he was a Catholic, he was allowed to proceed, but the Protestants were murdered then and there. We may remind our readers that the Cadets de la Croix pursued the same method in 1704. Meantime, Descambes, Froment, and Falasher remained masters of the ramparts and the tower, and when very early one morning their forces were augmented by the insurgents from the villages, about 200 men, they took advantage of their strength to force a way into the house of a certain Thurand, from which it was easy to effect an entrance to the Jacobin monastery, and from there to the tower adjoining, so that their line now extended from the gate at the bridge of Calquiers to that at the end of College Street. From daylight to dusk, all the patriots who came within range were fired at whether they were armed or not. On the 14th June, at 4 o'clock in the morning, that part of the legion which was against the Catholics gathered together in the square of the Esplanade, where they were joined by the patriots from the adjacent towns and villages, who came in small parties till they formed quite an army. At 5 a.m. M. de St. Pons, knowing that the windows of the Capuchin monastery commanded the position taken up by the patriots, went there with a company and searched the house thoroughly, and also the amphitheatre, but found nothing suspicious in either. Immediately after, news was heard of the massacres that had taken place during the night. The country house belonging to M and MME Nagais had been broken into, the furniture destroyed, the owners killed in their beds, and an old man of 70 who lived with them cut to pieces with a scythe. A young fellow of 15, named Payer, in passing near the guard placed at the Pont des Files, had been asked by a red tuft if he were Catholic or Protestant. On his replying he was Protestant, he was shot dead on the spot. "That was like killing a lamb," said a comrade to the murderer. "Pooh," said he, "I have taken a vow to kill 4 Protestants, and he may pass for one." 1000 Mega, an old man of 82, head of one of the most respected families in the neighborhood, tried to escape from his house along with his son, his daughter-in-law, 2 grandchildren, and 2 servants. But the carriage was stopped, and while the rebels were murdering him and his son, the mother and her 2 children succeeded in escaping to an inn, whither the assassins pursued them. Fortunately, however, the 2 fugitives, having a start, reached the inn a few minutes before their pursuers, and the innkeeper had enough presence of mind to conceal them and open the garden gate by which he said they had escaped. The Catholics, believing him, scattered over the country to look for them, and during their absence, the mother and children were rescued by the mounted patrol. The exasperation of the Protestants rose higher and higher as reports of these murders came in one by one, till at last the desire for vengeance could no longer be repressed, and they were clamorously insisting on being led against the ramparts and the towers, when without warning, a heavy fusillade began from the windows and the clock tower of the Capuchin monastery. M. Masson, a municipal officer, was killed on the spot, a sapper fatally wounded, and 25 of the National Guard wounded more or less severely. The Protestants immediately rushed towards the monastery in a disorderly mass, but the superior, instead of ordering the gates to be opened, appeared at a window above the entrance, and addressing the assailants as the vilest of the vile, asked them what they wanted at the monastery. "We want to destroy it. We want to pull it down till not one stone rests upon another," they replied. Upon this, the Reverend Father ordered the alarm bells to be rung, and from the mouths of bronze issued the call for help. But before it could arrive, the door was burst in with hatchets, and 5 Capuchins and several of the militia who wore the red tuft were killed, while all the other occupants of the monastery ran away, taking refuge in the house of a Protestant called Paulhan. During this attack, the church was respected. A man from Sornmières, however, stole a pyx which he found in the sacristy, but as soon as his comrades perceived this, he was arrested and sent to prison. In the monastery itself, however, the doors were broken in, the furniture smashed, the library and the dispensary wrecked. The sacristy itself was not spared, its presses being broken into, its chests destroyed, and 2 monstrances broken, but nothing further was touched. The storehouses and the small cloth factory connected with the monastery remained intact, like the church. But still the towers held out, and it was round them that the real fighting took place, the resistance offered from within being all the more obstinate that the besieged expected relief from moment to moment, not knowing that their letters had been intercepted by the enemy. On every side the rattling of shot was heard, from the esplanade, from the windows, from the roofs, but very little effect was produced by the Protestants, for Discambes had told his men to put their caps with the red tufts on the top of the wall to attract the bullets, while they fired from the side. Meantime the conspirators, in order to get a better command of the besiegers, reopened a passage which had been long walled up between the Tower du Poids and the Tower of the Dominicans. Discambes, accompanied by 30 men, came to the door of the monastery nearest the fortifications and demanded the key of another door which led to that part of the ramparts which was opposite the Place des Carmes, where the National Guards were stationed. In spite of the remonstrances of the monks, who saw that it would expose them to great danger, the doors were opened, and Froment hastened to occupy every post of vantage, and the battle began in that quarter, too, becoming fiercer, as the conspirators remarked that every minute brought the Protestants reinforcements from Gardinink and La Vonage. The firing began at 10 o'clock in the morning, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon it was going on with unabated fury. At 4 o'clock, however, a servant carrying a flag of truce appeared. He brought a letter from Descambes, Fremont, and Falasher, who styled themselves captains commanding the towers of the castle. It was couched in the following words: "To the commandant of the troops of the line, with the request that the contents be communicated to the militia stationed in the esplanade. Sir, we have just been informed that you are anxious for peace. We also desire it, and have never done anything to break it. If those who have caused the frightful confusion which at present prevails in the city are willing to bring it to an end, we offer to forget the past and to live with them as brothers. We remain, with all the frankness and loyalty of patriots and Frenchmen, your humble servants. The captains of the Legion of Nims, in command of the towers of the castle. Froment, Descambes, Falasher, Nims, the 14th June 1790, 4 p.m." On the receipt of this letter, the city herald was sent to the towers to offer the rebels terms of capitulation. The three captains in command came out to discuss the terms with the commissioners of the electoral body. They were armed and followed by a great number of adherents. However, as the negotiators desired peace before all things, they proposed that the three chiefs should surrender and place themselves in the hands of the electoral assembly. This offer being refused, the electoral commissioners withdrew, and the rebels retired behind their fortifications. About 5 o'clock in the evening, just as the negotiations were broken off, M. Aubry, an artillery captain who had been sent with 200 men to the depot of field artillery in the country, returned with 6 pieces of ordnance, determined to make a breach in the tower occupied by the conspirators, and from which they were firing in safety at the soldiers, who had no cover. At 6 o'clock, the guns being mounted, their thunder began, first drowning the noise of the musketry and then silencing it altogether. For the cannon balls did their work quickly, and before long the tower threatened to fall. Thereupon the electoral commissioners ordered the firing to cease for a moment, in the hope that now the danger had become so imminent the leaders would accept the conditions which they had refused 1 hour before. And not desiring to drive them to desperation, the commissioners advanced again down College Street, preceded by a bugler, and the captains were once more summoned to a parley. Froment and Descambes came out to meet them, and seeing the condition of the tower, they agreed to lay down their arms and send them for the palace, while they themselves would proceed to the electoral assembly and place themselves under its protection. These proposals being accepted, the commissioners waved their hats as a sign that the treaty was concluded. At that instant 3 shots were fired from the ramparts, and cries of "treachery, treachery" were heard on every side. The Catholic chiefs returned to the tower, while the Protestants, believing that the commissioners were being assassinated, reopened the cannonade. But finding that it took too long to complete the breach, ladders were brought, the walls scaled, and the towers carried by assault. Some of the Catholics were killed, the others gained Froment's house, where, encouraged by him, they tried to organize a resistance. But the assailants, despite the oncoming darkness, attacked the place with such fury that doors and windows were shattered in an instant. Froment and his brother Pierre tried to escape by a narrow staircase which led to the roof, but before they reached it Pierre was wounded in the hip and fell. But Froment reached the roof and sprang upon an adjacent housetop, and climbing from roof to roof, reached the college, and getting into it by a garret window, took refuge in a large room which was always unoccupied at night, being used during the day as a study. Froment remained hidden there until 11 o'clock. It being then completely dark, he got out of the window, crossed the city, gained the open country, and walking all night, concealed himself during the day in the house of a Catholic. The next night he set off again and reached the coast, where he embarked on board a vessel for Italy in order to report to those who had sent him the disastrous result of his enterprise. For 3 whole days the carnage lasted. The Protestants, losing all control over themselves, carried on the work of death, not only without pity, but with refined cruelty. More than 500 Catholics lost their lives before the 17th, when peace was restored. For a long time, recriminations went on between Catholics and Protestants, each party trying to fix on the other the responsibility for those dreadful 3 days. But at last, Francois Froment put an end to all doubt on the subject by publishing a work from which are set forth many of the details just laid before our readers, as well as the reward he met with when he reached Turin. At a meeting of the French nobles in exile, a resolution was passed in favor of Pierre Froment and his children, inhabitants of Nimes. We give a literal reproduction of this historic document. We, the undersigned French nobles, being convinced that our order was instituted that it might become the prize of valor and the encouragement of virtue, do declare that the Chevalier de Guerre, having given us proof of the devotion to their king and the love of their country which have been displayed by Pierre Froment, receiver of the clergy, and his 3 sons, Matthew Froment, citizen, Jacques Froment, canon, Francois Froment, advocate, inhabitants of Nimes, we shall henceforward regard them and their descendants as nobles and worthy to enjoy all the distinctions which belong to the true nobility. Brave citizens who perform such distinguished actions as fighting for the restoration of the monarchy ought to be considered as the equals of those French chevaliers whose ancestors helped to found it. Furthermore, we do declare that as soon as circumstances permit, we shall join together to petition His Majesty to grant to this family, so illustrious through its virtue, all the honors and prerogatives which belong to those born noble. We depute the Marquis de Marin, Comte d'Espinchel, the Marquis d'Escars, Vicomte de Pons, Chevalier de Guerre, and the Marquis de la Fernière to go to Mgr. Le Comte d'Artois Mgr. Le Duc d'Angoulême Mgr. Le Duc de Berry Mgr. Le Prince de Condé Mgr. Le Duc de Bourbon and Mgr. Le Duc d'Enghien to beg them to put themselves at our head when we request His Majesty to grant to Froment all the distinctions and advantages reserved for the true nobility. At Turin, 12th September 1790. The nobility of Languedoc learned of the honors conferred on their countryman, Froment, and addressed the following letter to him. Lorch, July 7, 1792. Monsieur, the nobles of Languedoc hasten to confirm the resolution adopted in your favor by the nobles assembled at Turin. They appreciate the zeal and the courage which have distinguished your conduct and that of your family. They have therefore instructed us to assure you of the pleasure with which they will welcome you among those nobles who are under the orders of Marshal de Castries, and that you are at liberty to repair to Lorch to assume your proper rank in one of the companies. We have the honor to be, Monsieur, your humble and obedient servants. Comte de Toulouse-Lautrec, Marquis de la Jonquière, etc. Chapter 7. The Protestants, as we have said, hailed the golden dawn of the Revolution with delight. Then came the terror, which struck at all without distinction of creed. 138 heads fell on the scaffold, condemned by the Revolutionary Tribunal of the Guard. 91 of those executed were Catholic, and 47 Protestants, so that it looked as if the executioners, in their desire for impartiality, had taken a census of the population. Then came the Consulate. The Protestants, being mostly tradesmen and manufacturers, were therefore richer than the Catholics, and had more to lose. They seemed to see more chance of stability in this form of government than in those preceding it, and it was evident that it had a more powerful genius at its head, so they rallied round it with confidence and sincerity. The empire followed, with its inclination to absolutism, its continental system, and its increased taxation, and the Protestants drew back somewhat, for it was towards them who had hoped so much from him that Napoleon, in not keeping the promises of Bonaparte, was most perjured. First restoration, therefore, was greeted at Nimes with a universal shout of joy, and a superficial observer might have thought that all trace of the old religious leaven had disappeared. In fact, for 17 years the two faiths had lived side by side in perfect peace and mutual good will. For 17 years men met either for business or for social purposes without inquiring about each other's religion, so that Nimes on the surface might have been held up as an example of union and fraternity. When Monsieur arrived at Nimes, his guard of honor was drawn from the city guard, which still retained its organization of 1812, being composed of citizens without distinction of creed. 6 decorations were conferred on it, 3 on Catholics and 3 on Protestants. At the same time, M. Donant, M. Olivier Desmonts, and M. de Seine, the first the mayor, the second the president of the consistory, and the third a member of the prefecture, all 3 belonging to the Reformed religion, received the same favor. Such impartiality on the part of Monsieur almost betrayed a preference, and this offended the Catholics. They muttered to one another that in the past there had been a time when the fathers of those who had just been decorated by the hand of the prince had fought against his faithful adherents. Hardly had Monsieur left the town, therefore, than it became apparent that perfect harmony no longer existed. The Catholics had a favorite café, which during the whole time the empire lasted was also frequented by Protestants without a single dispute caused by the difference of religion ever arising. But from this time forth, the Catholics began to hold themselves aloof from the Protestants. The latter, perceiving this, gave up the café by degrees to the Catholics, being determined to keep the peace whatever it might cost, and went to a café which had been just opened under the sign of the Isle of Elba. The name was enough to cause them to be regarded as Bonapartists, and as to Bonapartists the cry, "Long live the King," was supposed to be offensive. They were saluted at every turn with these words, pronounced in a tone which became every day more menacing. At first they gave back the same cry, "Long live the King," but then they were called cowards who expressed with their lips a sentiment which did not come from their hearts. Feeling that this accusation had some truth in it, they were silent, but then they were accused of hating the royal family, till at length the cry which at first had issued from full hearts in a universal chorus grew to be nothing but an expression of party hatred. So that on the 21st February, 1815, M. Donant the mayor, by a decree, prohibited the public from using it, as it had become a means of exciting sedition. Party feeling had reached this height at Nimes when, on the 4th March, the news of the landing of Napoleon arrived. Deep as was the impression produced, the city remained calm, but somewhat sullen. In any case, the report wanted confirmation. Napoleon, who knew of the sympathy that the mountaineers felt for him, went at once into the Alps, and his eagle did not as yet take so high a flight that it could be seen hovering above Mount Genève. On the 12th, the Duc d'Angoulême arrived. 2 proclamations calling the citizens to arms signalized his presence. The citizens answered the call with true Southern ardor. An army was formed, but although Protestants and Catholics presented themselves for enrollment with equal alacrity, the Protestants were excluded, the Catholics denying the right of defending their legitimate sovereign to any but themselves. This species of selection apparently went on without the knowledge of the Duc d'Angoulême. During his stay in Nimes, he received Protestants and Catholics with equal cordiality, and they sat at his table side by side. It happened once, on a Friday at dinner, that a Protestant general took fish, and a Catholic general helped himself to fowl. The Duke, being amused, drew attention to this anomaly, whereupon the Catholic general replied, "Better more chicken and less treason." This attack was so direct that although the Protestant general felt that as far as he was concerned it had no point, he rose from table and left the room. It was the brave General Gilly who was treated in this cruel manner. Meanwhile the news became more disastrous every day. Napoleon was moving about with the rapidity of his eagles. On the 24th March, it was reported in Nimes that Louis Roman XVIII had left Paris on the 19th, and that Napoleon had entered on the 20th. This report was traced to its source, and it was found that it had been spread abroad by M. Vincent de Saint Laurent, a councillor of the prefecture and one of the most respected men in Nimes. He was summoned at once before the authorities and asked whence he had this information. He replied, from a letter received from M. Brégras, producing the letter, but convincing as was this proof, it availed him nothing. He was escorted from brigade to brigade till he reached the Château d'If. The Protestants sided with M. Vincent de Saint Laurent. The Catholics took the part of the authorities who were persecuting him, and thus the 2 factions, which had been so long quiescent, found themselves once more face to face, and their dormant hatred awoke to new life. For the moment, however, there was no explosion, although the city was at fever heat, and everyone felt that a crisis was at hand. On the 22nd March, 2 battalions of Catholic volunteers had already been enlisted at Nimes, and had formed part of the 1,800 men who were sent to Saint-Esprit. Just before their departure, fleurs de lis had been distributed amongst them, made of red cloth. This change in the color of the monarchical emblem was a threat which the Protestants well understood. The prince left Nimes in due course, taking with him the rest of the royal volunteers and leaving the Protestants practically masters of Nimes during the absence of so many Catholics. The city, however, continued calm, and when provocations began, strange to say, they came from the weaker party. On the 27th March, 6 men met in a barn, dined together, and then agreed to make the circuit of the town. These men were Jacques Dupont, who later acquired such terrible celebrity under the name of Trestelins, Truphamy the butcher, Mornat the dog shearer, Hours, servant, and Gilles. They got opposite the Café Isle of Elba, the name of which indicated the opinion of those who frequented it. This café was faced by a guard-house, which was occupied by soldiers of the 67th Regiment. The 6 made a halt, and in the most insulting tones raised the cry of "Long live the King." The disturbance that ensued was so slight that we only mention it in order to give an idea of the tolerance of the Protestants, and to bring upon the stage the men mentioned above, who were 3 months later to play such a terrible part. On Apis, the mayor summoned to a meeting at his official residence the municipal council, the members of all the variously constituted administrative bodies in Nimes, the officers of the city guards, the priests, the Protestant pastors, and the chief citizens. At this meeting, M. Trinquelague, advocate of the royal courts, read a powerful address expressing the love of the citizens for their king and country and exhorting them to union and peace. This address was unanimously adopted and signed by all present, and amongst the signatures were those of the principal Protestants of Nimes. But this was not all. The next day it was printed and published, and copies sent to all the communes in the department over which the white flag still floated. And all this happened, as we have said, on April and 11 days after Napoleon's return to Paris. The same day word arrived that the imperial government had been proclaimed at Montpellier. The next day, all the officers on half-pay assembled at the fountain to be reviewed by a general and a sub-inspector, and as these officers were late, the order of the day issued by General Ambert, recognizing the imperial government, was produced and passed along the ranks, causing such excitement that one of the officers drew his sword and cried, "Long live the Emperor." These magic words were re-echoed from every side, and they all hastened to the barracks of the 63rd Regiment, which at once joined the officers. At this juncture Marshal Pelissier arrived, and did not appear to welcome the turn things had taken. He made an effort to restrain the enthusiasm of the crowd, but was immediately arrested by his own soldiers. The officers repaired in a body to the headquarters of General Brich, commandant of the garrison, and asked for the official copy of the order of the day. He replied that he had received none, and when questioned as to which side he was on, he refused to answer. The officers upon this took him prisoner. Just as they had consigned him to the barracks for confinement, a post office official arrived bringing a dispatch from General Ambert. Learning that General Brich was a prisoner, the messenger carried his packet to the colonel of the 63rd Regiment, who was the next in seniority after the general. In opening it, it was found to contain the order of the day. Instantly the colonel ordered the guineale to sound. The town guards assumed arms, the troops left the barracks and formed in line, the National Guards in the rear of the regular troops, and when they were all thus drawn up, the order of the day was read. It was then snatched out of the colonel's hands, printed on large placards, and in less time than seemed possible, it was posted up in every street and at every street corner. The tricolor replaced the white cockade, everyone being obliged to wear the national emblem or none at all. The city was proclaimed in a state of siege, and the military officers formed a vigilance committee and a police force. While the Duc d'Angoulême had been staying at Nimes, General Gilly had applied for a command in that prince's army, but in spite of all his efforts obtained nothing. So immediately after the dinner at which he was insulted, he had withdrawn to Avernhed, his place in the country. He was awoke in the night of the 5th-6th April by a courier from General Ambert, who sent to offer him the command of the 2nd subdivision. On the 6th, General Gilly went to Nimes and sent in his acceptance, whereby the departments of the Guard, the Lozère, and Ardèche passed under his authority. Next day, General Gilly received further dispatches from General Ambert, from which he learned that it was the general's intention, in order to avoid the danger of a civil war, to separate the Duc d'Angoulême's army from the departments which sympathized with the royal cause. He had therefore decided to make Pont Saint-Esprit a military post, and had ordered the 10th Regiment of Mounted Chasseurs, the 13th Artillery, and a battalion of infantry to move towards this point by forced marches. These troops were commanded by Colonel Saint Laurent, but General Ambert was anxious that if it could be done without danger, General Gilly should leave Nimes, taking with him part of the 63rd Regiment, and joining the other forces under the command of Colonel Saint Laurent, should assume the chief command. As the city was quite tranquil, General Gilly did not hesitate to obey this order. He set out from Nimes on the 7th, passed the night at Uzes, and finding that town abandoned by the magistrates, declared it in a state of siege, lest disturbances should arise in the absence of authority. Having placed M. de Bresson in command, a retired chief of battalion who was born in Uzes and who usually lived there, he continued his march on the morning of the 8th. Beyond the village of Conans, General Gilly met an orderly sent to him by Colonel Saint Laurent to inform him that he, the colonel, had occupied Pont Saint-Esprit, and that the Duc d'Angoulême, finding himself thus caught between two fires, had just sent General Dalton, Chief of Staff in the Royal Army, to him to enter into negotiations for a surrender. Upon this, General Gilly quickened his advance, and on reaching Pont Saint-Esprit, found General Dalton and Colonel Saint Laurent conferring together at the Hôtel de la Poste. As Colonel Saint Laurent had received his instructions directly from the Commander-in-Chief, several points relating to the capitulation had already been agreed upon. Of these, General Gilly slightly altered some and approved of the others, and the same day the following convention was signed. Convention concluded between General Gilly and Baron de Damas. Sar Mgr. Le Duc d'Angoulême, Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Army in the South, and Baron de Gilly, General of Division and Commander-in-Chief of the First Corps of the Imperial Army, being most anxiously desirous to prevent any further effusion of French blood, have given plenary powers to arrange the terms of a convention to Sarm Le Baron de Damas, Field Marshal and Under-Chief of Staff, and General de Gilly and Adjutant Lefebvre, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor, and Chief of the Staff of the First Army Corps, who, having shown each other their respective credentials, have agreed on the following terms. Art. 1. The Royal Army is to be disbanded, and the National Guards which are enrolled in it, under whatever name they may have been levied, will return to their homes, after laying down their arms. Safe conducts will be provided, and the General of Division Commanding-in-Chief guarantees that they shall never be molested for anything they may have said or done in connection with the events preceding the present convention. The officers will retain their swords. The troops of the line who form part of this army will repair to such garrisons as may be assigned to them. Art. 2. The general officers, superior staff officers, and others of all branches of the service, and the chiefs and subordinates of the administrative departments, of whose names a list will be furnished to the General-in-Chief, will retire to their homes and there await the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. Art. 3. Officers of every rank who wish to resign their commissions are competent to do so. They will receive passports for their homes. Art. 4. The funds of the army and the lists of the Paymaster General will be handed over at once to commissioners appointed for that purpose by the Commander-in-Chief. Art. 5. The above articles apply to the corps commanded by Mgr. Le Duc d'Angoulême in person, and also to those who act separately but under his orders, and as forming part of the Royal Army of the South. Art. 6. HRH will post to Set, where the vessels necessary for him and his suite will be waiting to take him wherever he may desire. Detachments of the Imperial Army will be placed at all the relays on the road to protect His Royal Highness during the journey, and the honors due to his rank will be everywhere paid him, if he so desire. Art. 7. All the officers and other persons of His Royal Highness suite who desire to follow him will be permitted to do so, and they may either embark with him at once or later, should their private affairs need time for arrangement. Art. 8. The present treaty will be kept secret until His Royal Highness have quitted the limits of the Empire. Executed in duplicate and agreed upon between the above-mentioned plenipotentiaries the 8th day of April in the year 1815, with the approval of the General Commanding-in-Chief, and signed at the headquarters at Pont Saint-Esprit on the day and year above written. Signed, Lefebvre, Adjutant and Chief of Staff of the First Corps of the Imperial Army of the South. Signed, Baron de Damas, Field Marshal and Under-Chief of Staff. The present convention is approved of by the General of Division Commanding-in-Chief, the Imperial Army of the South. Signed, Gilly. After some discussion between General Gilly and General Grouchy, the capitulation was carried into effect. On the 16th April, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the Duc d'Angoulême arrived at Sète and went on board the Swedish vessel Scandinavia, which, taking advantage of a favorable wind, set sail the same day. Early in the morning of the 9th, an officer of high rank had been sent to La Palud to issue safe conducts to the troops, who, according to Article I of the capitulation, were to return home after laying down their arms. But during the preceding day and night, some of the royal volunteers had evaded this article by withdrawing with their arms and baggage. As this infraction of the terms led to serious consequences, we propose, in order to establish the fact, to cite the depositions of 3 royal volunteers who afterwards gave evidence. On leaving the army of the Duc d'Angoulême after the capitulation, says Jean Saunier, I went with my officers and my corps to Saint-Jean-des-Sénals. From there, we marched towards Uzes. In the middle of a forest, near a village, the name of which I have forgotten, our General M. de Vogue told us that we were all to return to our own homes. We asked him where we should deposit the flag. Just then Commandant Magny detached it from the staff and put it in his pocket. We then asked the general where we should deposit our arms. He replied that we had better keep them, as we should probably find use for them before long, and also to take our ammunition with us to ensure our safety on the road. From that time on we all did what we thought best. 64 of us remained together and took a guide to enable us to avoid Uzes. Nicolas Marie, laborer, deposed as follows. On leaving the army of the Duc d'Angoulême after the capitulation, I went with my officers and my corps to Saint-Jean-des-Sénals. We marched towards Uzes, but when we were in the middle of a forest, near a village the name of which I have forgotten, our General M. de Vogue told us that we were to go to our own homes as soon as we liked. We saw Commandant Magny loose the flag from its staff, roll it up and put it in his pocket. We asked the general what we were to do with our arms. He replied that we were to keep both them and our ammunition, as we should find them of use. Upon this, our chiefs left us, and we all got away as best we could. After the capitulation of the Duc d'Angoulême, I found myself, deposes Paul Lambert, lacemaker of Nimes, in one of several detachments under the orders of Commandant Magny and General Vogue. In the middle of a forest near a village, the name of which I do not know, M. de Vogue and the other officer told us we might go home. The flag was folded up, and M. Magny put it in his pocket. We asked our chiefs what we were to do with our arms. M. de Vogue told us that we had better keep them, as we should need them before very long, and in any case, it would be well to have them with us on the road, lest anything should happen to us. The 3 depositions are too much alike to leave room for any doubt. The royal volunteers contravened Article I of the Convention. Being thus abandoned by their chiefs, without general and without flag, M. de Vogue's soldiers asked no further counsel of anyone but themselves, and as one of them has already told us, 64 of them joined together to hire a guide who was to show them how to get by Uzes without going through it, for they were afraid of meeting with insult there. The guide brought them as far as Monterme without anyone opposing their passage or taking notice of their arms. Suddenly a coachman named Bertrand, a confidential servant of Abbe Raffin, former Grand Vicar of Alais, and of Baroness Arnaud Wermesser, for the abb administered the estate of Aurillac in his own name and that of the Baroness, galloped into the village of Arpilargues, which was almost entirely Protestant and consequently Napoleonist, announcing that the Meticulous, for after 110 years the old name given to the royal troops was revived, were on the way from Monterme, pillaging houses, murdering magistrates, outraging women, and then throwing them out of the windows. It is easy to understand the effect of such a story. The people gathered together in groups. The mayor and his assistant being absent, Bertrand was taken before a certain Boucarat, who on receiving his report ordered the general to be beaten and the tocsin to be rung. Then the consternation became general. The men seized their muskets, the women and children stones and pitchforks, and everyone made ready to face a danger which only existed in the imagination of Bertrand, for there was not a shadow of foundation for the story he had told. While the village was in this state of feverish excitement, the royal volunteers came in sight. Hardly were they seen than the cry, "There they are, there they are," arose on all sides. The streets were barricaded with carts, the tocsin rang out with redoubled frenzy, and everyone capable of carrying arms rushed to the entrance of the village. The volunteers, hearing the uproar and seeing the hostile preparations, halted, and to show that their intentions were peaceful, put their shakos on their musket stocks and waved them above their heads, shouting that no one need fear, for they would do no harm to anyone. But alarmed as they were by the terrible stories told by Bertrand, the villagers shouted back that they could not trust to such assurances, and that if they wanted to pass through the village, they must first give up their weapons. It may easily be imagined that men who had broken the convention in order to keep their weapons were not likely to give them up to these villagers. In fact, they obstinately refused to let them out of their hands, and by doing so increased the suspicions of the people. A parley of a very excited character took place between M. Fournier for the Royal Guards and M. Boucarat, who was chosen spokesman by the villagers. From words they came to deeds. The Meticulous tried to force their way through, some shots were fired, and 2 Meticulous, Calvet and Fournier, fell. The others scattered, followed by a lively discharge, and 2 more Meticulous were slightly wounded. Thereupon they all took to flight through the fields on either side of the road, pursued for a short distance by the villagers, but soon returned to examine the 2 wounded men, and a report was drawn up by Antin Robin, advocate and magistrate of the canton of Uzes, of the events just related. This accident was almost the only one of its kind which happened during the 100 days. The 2 parties remained face to face, threatening but self-controlled. But let there be no mistake, there was no peace. They were simply awaiting a declaration of war. When the calm was broken, it was from Marseille that the provocation came. We shall efface ourselves for a time and let an eyewitness speak, who being a Catholic cannot be suspected of partiality for the Protestants. I was living in Marseille at the time of Napoleon's landing, and I was a witness of the impression which the news produced upon everyone. There was one great cry. The enthusiasm was universal. The National Guard wanted to join him to the last man, but Marshal Massena did not give his consent until it was too late, for Napoleon had already reached the mountains and was moving with such swiftness that it would have been impossible to overtake him. Next we heard of his triumphal entry into Lyon and of his arrival in Paris during the night. Marseille submitted like the rest of France. Prince d'Essling was recalled to the capital, and Marshal Brune, who commanded the 6th Corps of Observation, fixed his headquarters at Marseille. With quite incomprehensible fickleness, Marseille, whose name during the Terror had been, as one may say, the symbol of the most advanced opinions, had become almost entirely royalist in 1815. Nevertheless, its inhabitants saw without a murmur the tricolor flag, after a year's absence, floating once more above the walls. No arbitrary interference on the part of the authorities, no threats, and no brawling between the citizens and the soldiers troubled the peace of old Phocea. No revolution ever took place with such quietness and facility. It must, however, be said that Marshal Brune was just the man to accomplish such a transformation without friction. In him, the frankness and loyalty of an old soldier were combined with other qualities more solid than brilliant. Tacitus in hand, he looked on at modern revolutions as they passed, and only interfered when the voice of his country called him to her defense. The conqueror of Haarlem and Bakken had been for 4 years forgotten in retirement, or rather in exile, when the same voice which sent him away recalled him, and at the summons Cincinnatus left his plough and grasped his weapons. Physically, he was at this period a man of about 55, with a frank and open face framed by large whiskers. His head was bald except for a little grizzled hair at the temples. He was tall and active, and had a remarkably soldierly bearing. I had been brought into contact with him by a report which one of my friends and I had drawn up on the opinions of the people of the South, and of which he had asked to have a copy. In a long conversation with us, he discussed the subject with the impartiality of a man who brings an open mind to a debate, and he invited us to come often to see him. We enjoyed ourselves so much in his society that we got into the habit of going to his house nearly every evening. On his arrival in the South, an old calumny which had formerly pursued him again made its appearance, quite rejuvenated by its long sleep. A writer whose name I have forgotten, in describing the massacres of the 2nd of September and the death of the unfortunate Princess de Lamballe, had said, "Some people thought they recognized in the man who carried her head impaled on a pike General Brune in disguise, and this accusation, which had been caught up with eagerness under the consulate, still followed him so relentlessly in 1815 that hardly a day passed without his receiving an anonymous letter threatening him with the same fate which had overtaken the princess. One evening while we were with him such a letter arrived, and having read it he passed it on to us. It was as follows: "Wretch, we are acquainted with all your crimes, for which you will soon receive the chastisement you well deserve. It was you who during the Revolution brought about the death of the Princess de Lamballe. It was you who carried her head on a pike, but your head will be impaled on something longer. If you are so rash as to be present at the review of the Allies, it is all up with you, and your head will be stuck on the steeple of the Écoules. Farewell, scoundrel." We advised him to trace this calumny to its source, and then to take signal vengeance on the authors. He paused an instant to reflect, and then lit the letter at a candle, and looking at it thoughtfully as it turned to ashes in his hand, said, "Vengeance. Yes, perhaps by seeking that I could silence the authors of these slanders and preserve the public tranquility which they constantly imperil. But I prefer persuasion to severity. My principle is that it is better to bring men's heads back to a right way of thinking than to cut them off, and to be regarded as a weak man rather than as a bloodthirsty one." The essence of Marshal Brune's character was contained in these words. Public tranquility was indeed twice endangered at Marseilles during the 100 Days, and both times in the same manner. The garrison officers used to gather at a coffee house in the Place Necker and sing songs suggested by passing events. This caused an attack by the townspeople, who broke the windows by throwing stones, some of which struck the officers. These rushed out, crying, "To arms!" The townspeople were not slow to respond, but the commandant ordered the general to beat, sent out numerous patrols, and succeeded in calming the excitement and restoring quietness without any casualties. The day of the Champ Dumas orders for a general illumination were given, and that the tricolor flag should be displayed from the windows. The greater number of the inhabitants paid no attention to the desires of the authorities, and the officers, being annoyed at this neglect, indulged in reprehensible excesses, which, however, resulted in nothing more serious than some broken windows belonging to houses which had not illuminated, and in some of the householders being forced to illuminate according to order. In Marseilles, as in the rest of France, people began to despair of the success of the royal cause, and those who represented this cause, who were very numerous at Marseilles, gave up annoying the military and seemed to resign themselves to their fate. Marshal Brune had left the city to take up his post on the frontier, without any of the dangers with which he was threatened having come across his path. The 25th of June arrived, and the news of the successes obtained at Fleurus and at Ligny seemed to justify the hopes of the soldiers, when in the middle of the day muttered reports began to spread in the town, the distant reverberations of the cannon of Waterloo. The silence of the leaders, the uneasiness of the soldiers, the delight of the royalists, foretold the outbreak of a new struggle, the results of which it was easy to anticipate. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a man, who had probably got earlier information than his fellow townspeople, tore off his tricolored cockade and trampled it underfoot, crying, "Long live the king!" The angry soldiers seized him and were about to drag him to the guardhouse, but the National Guards prevented them, and their interference led to a fight. Shouts were heard on all sides. A large ring was formed round the soldiers. A few musket shots heard, others answered. 3 or 4 men fell and lay there weltering in their blood. Out of this confused uproar the word Waterloo emerged distinct, and with this unfamiliar name pronounced for the first time in the resounding voice of history, the news of the defeat of the French army and the triumph of the Allies spread apace. Then General Verdier, who held the chief command in the absence of Marshal Brune, tried to harangue the people, but his voice was drowned by the shouts of the mob who had gathered round a coffee house where stood a bust of the emperor, which they insisted should be given up to them. Verdier, hoping to calm what he took to be a simple street row, gave orders that the bust should be brought out, and this concession, so significant on the part of a general commanding in the emperor's name, convinced the crowd that his cause was lost. The fury of the populace grew greater now that they felt that they could indulge it with impunity. They ran to the town hall, and tearing down and burning the tricolored, raised the white flag. The roll of the generale, the clang of the tocsin were heard. The neighboring villages poured in their populations and increased the throng in the streets. Single acts of violence began to occur. Wholesale massacres were approaching. I had arrived in the town with my friend M, the very beginning of the tumult, so we had seen the dangerous agitation and excitement grow under our eyes, but we were still ignorant of its true cause, when, in the Rue de Noailles, we met an acquaintance, who, although his political opinions did not coincide with ours, had always shown himself very friendly to us. "Well," said I, "what news?" "Good for me and bad for you," he answered. "I advise you to go away at once." Surprised and somewhat alarmed at these words, we begged him to explain. "Listen," said he, "there are going to be riots in the town. It is well known that you used to go to Brune's nearly every evening, and that you are in consequence no favorite with your neighbors. Seek safety in the country." I addressed some further question to him, but turning his back on me, he left me without another word. M and I were still looking at each other in stupefaction, when the increasing uproar aroused us to a sense that if we desired to follow the advice just given, we had not a moment to lose. We hastened to my house, which was situated in the Élysée de Mailhen. My wife was just going out, but I stopped her. "We are not safe here," I said. "We must get away into the country." "But where can we go?" "Wherever luck takes us, let us start." She was going to put on her bonnet, but I told her to leave it behind, for it was most important that no one should think we suspected anything, but were merely going for a stroll. This precaution saved us, for we learned the next day that if our intention to fly had been suspected, we should have been stopped. We walked at random, while behind us we heard musket shots from every part of the town. We met a company of soldiers who were hurrying to the relief of their comrades, but heard later that they had not been allowed to pass the gate. We recollected an old officer of our acquaintance who had quitted the service and withdrawn from the world some years before, and had taken a place in the country near the village of Saint Just. We directed our course towards his house. "Captain," said I to him, "they are murdering each other in the town. We are pursued and without asylum, so we come to you." "That's right, my children," said he. "Come in and welcome. I have never meddled with political affairs, and no one can have anything against me. No one will think of looking for you here." The captain had friends in the town, who, one after another, reached his house and brought us news of all that went on during that dreadful day. Many soldiers had been killed, and the Mamelukes had been annihilated. A negress who had been in the service of these unfortunates had been taken on the quay. "Cry, 'Long live the king!'" shouted the mob. "No," she replied. "To Napoleon I owe my daily bread. Long live Napoleon!" A bayonet thrust in the abdomen was the answer. "Villains," said she, covering the wound with her hand to keep back the protruding entrails. "Long live Napoleon!" A push sent her into the water. She sank, but rose again to the surface, and waving her hand, she cried for the last time, "Long live Napoleon!" A bullet shot putting an end to her life. Several of the townspeople had met with shocking deaths. For instance, M. Engels, a neighbor of mine, an old man and no inconsiderable scholar, having unfortunately, when at the palace some days before, given utterance before witnesses to the sentiment that Napoleon was a great man, learned that for this crime he was about to be arrested. Yielding to the prayers of his family, he disguised himself, and getting into a wagon, set off to seek safety in the country. He was, however, recognized and brought a prisoner to the place du Chapitre, where, after being buffeted about and insulted for an hour by the populace, he was at last murdered. It may easily be imagined that although no one came to disturb us, we did not sleep much that night. The ladies rested on sofas or in armchairs without undressing, while our host, M, and myself took turns in guarding the door, gun in hand. As soon as it was light, we consulted what course we should take. I was of the opinion that we ought to try to reach Aix by unfrequented paths. Having friends there, we should be able to procure a carriage and get to Nimes, where my family lived. But my wife did not agree with me. "I must go back to town for our things," said she. "We have no clothes but those on our backs. Let us send to the village to ask if Marseille is quieter today than yesterday." So we sent off a messenger. The news he brought back was favorable. Order was completely restored. I could not quite believe this, and still refused to let my wife return to the town unless I accompanied her. But in that everyone was against me. My presence would give rise to dangers which without me had no existence. Where were the miscreants cowardly enough to murder a woman of 18 who belonged to no party and had never injured anyone? As for me, my opinions were well known. Moreover, my mother-in-law offered to accompany her daughter, and both joined in persuading me that there was no danger. At last I was forced to consent, but only on one condition. "I cannot say," I observed, "whether there is any foundation for the reassuring tidings we have heard, but of one thing you may be sure. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning. You can get to Marseille in an hour, pack your trunks in another hour, and return in a third. Let us allow 1 hour more for unforeseen delays. If you are not back by 11 o'clock, I shall believe something has happened and take steps accordingly." "Very well," said my wife. "If I am not back by then, you may think me dead and do whatever you think best." And so she and her mother left me. An hour later, quite different news came to hand. Fugitives, seeking like ourselves safety in the country, told us that the rioting, far from ceasing, had increased. The streets were encumbered with corpses, and 2 people had been murdered with unheard-of cruelty. An old man named Bessières, who had led a simple and blameless life, and whose only crime was that he had served under the usurper, anticipating that under existing circumstances this would be regarded as a capital crime, made his will, which was afterwards found among his papers. It began with the following words: "As it is possible that during this revolution I may meet my death, as a partisan of Napoleon, although I have never loved him, I give and bequeath, etc., etc." The day before, his brother-in-law, knowing he had private enemies, had come to the house and spent the night trying to induce him to flee, but all in vain. But the next morning, his house being attacked, he yielded and tried to escape by the back door. He was stopped by some of the National Guard and placed himself under their protection. They took him to the Cours Saint-Louis, where, being hustled by the crowd and very ineffectually defended by the guards, he tried to enter the Café Mercantier, but the door was shut in his face. Being broken by fatigue, breathless, and covered with dust and sweat, he threw himself on one of the benches placed against the wall, outside the house. Here he was wounded by a musket bullet, but not killed. At the sight of his blood, shrieks of joy were heard, and then a young man with a pistol in each hand forced his way through the throng and killed the old man by 2 shots fired point-blank in his face. Another still more atrocious murder took place in the course of the same morning. A father and son, bound back to back, were delivered over to the tender mercies of the mob. Stoned and beaten and covered with each other's blood, for 2 long hours their death agony endured, and all the while those who could not get near enough to strike were dancing round them. Our time passed listening to such stories. Suddenly I saw a friend running towards the house. I went to meet him. He was so pale that I hardly dared to question him. He came from the city and had been at my house to see what had become of me. There was no one in it, but across the door lay 2 corpses wrapped in a blood-stained sheet, which he had not dared to lift. At these terrible words, nothing could hold me back. I set off for Marseille. M, who would not consent to let me return alone, accompanied me. In passing through the village of Saint-Just, we encountered a crowd of armed peasants in the main street who appeared to belong to the free companies. Although this circumstance was rather alarming, it would have been dangerous to turn back, so we continued our way as if we were not in the least uneasy. They examined our bearing and our dress narrowly, and then exchanged some sentences in a low voice, of which we only caught the word austenaires. This was the name by which the Bonapartists were called by the peasants, and means eaters of chestnuts, this article of food being brought from Corsica to France. However, we were not molested in any way, for as we were going towards the city they did not think we could be fugitives. 100 yards beyond the village, we came up with a crowd of peasants, who were, like us, on the way to Marseille. It was plain to see that they had just been pillaging some country house, for they were laden with rich stuffs, chandeliers, and jewels. It proved to be that of M. Our inspector of reviews. Several carried muskets. I pointed out to my companion a stain of blood on the trousers of one of the men, who began to laugh when he saw what we were looking at. 200 yards outside the city, I met a woman who had formerly been a servant in my house. She was very much astonished to see me and said, "Go away at once. The massacre is horrible, much worse than yesterday." "But my wife," I cried, "do you know anything about her?" "No, sir," she replied. "I was going to knock at the door, but some people asked me in a threatening manner if I could tell them where the friend of that rascal Brine was, as they were going to take away his appetite for bread. So take my advice," she continued, "and go back to where you came from." This advice was the last I could make up my mind to follow, so we went on, but found a strong guard at the gate, and saw that it would be impossible to get through without being recognized. At the same time, the cries and the reports of firearms from within were coming nearer. It would therefore have been to court certain death to advance, so we retraced our steps. In passing again through the village of Saint-Just, we met once more our armed peasants, but this time they burst out into threats on seeing us, shouting, "Let us kill them, let us kill them." Instead of running away, we approached them, assuring them that we were royalists. Our coolness was so convincing that we got through safe and sound. On getting back to the captain's, I threw myself on the sofa, quite overcome by the thought that only that morning my wife had been beside me under my protection, and that I had let her go back to the town to a cruel and inevitable death. I felt as if my heart would break, and nothing that our host and my friend could say gave me the slightest comfort. I was like a madman, unconscious of everything round me. M went out to try to pick up some news, but in an instant we heard him running back, and he dashed into the room, calling out, "They are coming, there they are." "Who are coming?" we asked. "The assassins." My first feeling, I confess, was one of joy. I pounced upon a pair of double-barreled pistols, resolved not to let myself be slaughtered like a sheep. Through the window, I could see some men climbing over the wall and getting down into the garden. We had just sufficient time to escape by a back staircase which led to a door, through which we passed, shutting it behind us. We found ourselves on a road, at the other side of which was a vineyard. We crossed the road and crept under the vines, which completely concealed us. As we learned later, the captain's house had been denounced as a Bonapartist nest, and the assassins had hoped to take it by surprise. And indeed, if they had come a little sooner, we had been lost, for before we had been 5 minutes in our hiding place, the murderers rushed out on the road, looking for us in every direction, without the slightest suspicion that we were not 6 yards distant. Though they did not see us, I could see them, and I held my pistols ready cocked, quite determined to kill the first who came near. However, in a short time, they went away. As soon as they were out of hearing, we began to consider our situation and weigh our chances. There was no use in going back to the captain's, for he was no longer there, having also succeeded in getting away. If we were to wander about the country, we should be recognized as fugitives, and the fate that awaited us as such was at that moment brought home to us. For a few yards away, we suddenly heard the shrieks of a man who was being murdered. They were the first cries of agony I had ever heard, and for a few moments, I confess, I was frozen with terror. But soon a violent reaction took place within me, and I felt that it would be better to march straight to meet peril than to await its coming, and although I knew the danger of trying to go through Saint-Just again, I resolved to risk it, and to get to Marseille at all costs. So, turning to M, I said, "You can remain here without danger until the evening, but I am going to Marseille at once, for I cannot endure this uncertainty any longer. If I find Saint-Just clear, I shall come back and rejoin you, but if not, I shall get away as best I can alone." Knowing the danger that we were running, and how little chance there was that we should ever see each other again, he held out his hand to me, but I threw myself into his arms and gave him a last embrace. I started at once. When I reached Saint-Just, I found the freebooters still there, so I walked up to them, trolling a melody, but one of them seized me by the collar, and two others took aim at me with their muskets. If ever in my life I shouted, "Long live the King," with less enthusiasm than the cry deserves, it was then, to assume a rollicking air, to laugh with cool carelessness when there is nothing between you and death, but the more or less strong pressure of a highwayman's finger on the trigger of a musket, is no easy task. But all this I accomplished, and once more got through the village with a whole skin indeed, but with the unalterable resolution to blow my brains out rather than again try such an experiment. Having now a village behind me which I had vowed never to re-enter, and there being no road available by which I could hope to get round Marseille, the only course open to me was to make my way into the city. At that moment, this was a thing of difficulty, for many small bodies of troops, wearing the white cockade, infested the approaches. I soon perceived that the danger of getting in was as great as ever, so I determined to walk up and down till night, hoping the darkness would come to my aid. But one of the patrols soon gave me to understand that my prowling about had aroused suspicion, and ordered me either to go on to the city, in which by all accounts there was small chance of safety for me, or back to the village, where certain death awaited me. A happy inspiration flashed across my mind. I would get some refreshment, and seeing an inn nearby, I went in and ordered a mug of beer, sitting down near the window, faintly hoping that, before the necessity for a final decision arrived, someone who knew me would pass by. After waiting half an hour, I did indeed see an acquaintance, no other than M, whom I had left in the vineyard. I beckoned him, and he joined me. He told me that, being too impatient to await my return, he had soon made up his mind to follow me, and by joining a band of pillagers, was lucky enough to get safely through Saint-Just. We consulted together as to what we had better do next, and having applied to our host, found he could supply us with a trusty messenger who would carry the news of our whereabouts to my brother-in-law. After an anxious wait of 3 hours, we saw him coming. I was about to run out to meet him, but M held me back, pointing out the danger of such a step, so we sat still, our eyes fixed on the approaching figure. But when my brother-in-law reached the inn, I could restrain my impatience no longer, but rushing out of the room, met him on the stairs. "My wife," I cried. "Have you seen my wife?" "She is at my house," was the reply, and with a cry of joy I threw myself into his arms. My wife, who had been threatened, insulted, and roughly treated because of my opinions, had indeed found safety at my brother-in-law's. Night was coming on. My brother-in-law, who wore the uniform of the National Guard, which was at that moment a safeguard, took us each by an arm, and we passed the barrier without anyone asking us who we were. Choosing quiet streets, we reached his house unmolested, but in fact the whole city was quiet, for the carnage was practically at an end. My wife safe, this thought filled my heart with joy almost too great to bear. Her adventures were the following. My wife and her mother had gone to our house, as agreed upon, to pack our trunks. As they left their rooms, having accomplished their task, they found the landlady waiting on the staircase, who at once overwhelmed my wife with a torrent of abuse. The husband, who until then had known nothing of their tenant's return, hearing the noise, came out of his room, and seizing his wife by the arm, pulled her in and shut the door. She, however, rushed to the window, and just as my wife and her mother reached the street, shouted to free band who were on guard across the way, "Fire, they are Bonapartists." Fortunately the men, more merciful than the woman, seeing two ladies quite alone, did not hinder their passage, and as just then my brother-in-law came by, whose opinions were well known and whose uniform was respected, he was allowed to take them under his protection and conduct them to his house in safety. A young man employed at the prefecture, who had called at my house the day before, I having promised to help him in editing the Journal des Bouches du Rhône, was not so lucky. His occupation and his visit to me laid him under suspicion of possessing dangerous opinions, and his friends urged him to fly, but it was too late. He was attacked at the corner of the Rue de Noailles and fell wounded by a stab from a dagger. Happily, however, he ultimately recovered. The whole day was passed in the commission of deeds still more bloody than those of the day before. The sewers ran blood, and every 100 yards a dead body was to be met. But this sight, instead of satiating the thirst for blood of the assassins, only seemed to awaken a general feeling of gaiety. In the evening, the streets resounded with song and roundelay, and for many a year to come that which we looked back on as the day of the massacre lived in the memory of the Royalists as the day of the farce. As we felt we could not live any longer in the midst of such scenes, even though, as far as we were concerned, all danger was over, we set out for Nimes that same evening, having been offered the use of a carriage. Nothing worthy of note happened on the road to Organ, which we reached next day, but the isolated detachments of troops which we passed from time to time reminded us that the tranquility was nowhere perfect. As we neared the town, we saw 3 men going about arm in arm. This friendliness seemed strange to us after our recent experiences, for one of them wore a white cockade, the second a tricolour, and the third none at all, and yet they went about on the most brotherly terms, each awaiting under a different banner the outcome of events. Their wisdom impressed me much, and feeling I had nothing to fear from such philosophers, I went up to them and questioned them, and they explained their hopes to me with the greatest innocence, and above all, their firm determination to belong to whatever party got the upper hand. As we drove into Organ, we saw at a glance that the whole town was simmering with excitement. Everybody's face expressed anxiety. A man who, we were told, was the mayor, was haranguing a group. As everyone was listening with the greatest attention, we drew near and asked them the cause of the excitement. "Gentlemen," said he, "you ought to know the news. The king is in his capital, and we have once more hoisted the white flag, and there has not been a single dispute to mar the tranquility of the day. One party has triumphed without violence, and the other has submitted with resignation. But I have just learned that a band of vagabonds, numbering about 300, have assembled on the bridge over the Durance, and are preparing to raid our little town tonight, intending by pillage or extortion to get at what we possess. I have a few guns left, which I am about to distribute, and each man will watch over the safety of all." Although he had not enough arms to go round, he offered to supply us, but as I had my double-barreled pistols, I did not deprive him of his weapons. I made the ladies go to bed, and sitting at their door, tried to sleep as well as I could, a pistol in each hand. But at every instant, the noise of a false alarm sounded through the town, and when day dawned, my only consolation was that no one else in Organ had slept any better than I. The next day we continued our journey to Tarascon, where new excitements awaited us. As we got near the town, we heard the tocsin clanging and drums beating the Generail. We were getting so accustomed to the uproar that we were not very much astonished. However, when we got in, we asked what was going on, and we were told that 12,000 troops from Nimes had marched on Beaucaire and laid it waste with fire and sword. I insinuated that 12,000 men was rather a large number for one town to furnish, but was told that that included troops from the Gardenic and the Cévennes. Nimes still clung to the tricolour, but Beaucaire had hoisted the white flag, and it was for the purpose of pulling it down and scattering the Royalists who were assembling in numbers at Beaucaire that Nimes had sent forth her troops on this expedition. Seeing that Tarascon and Beaucaire are only separated by the Rhône, it struck me as peculiar that such quiet should prevail on one bank, while such fierce conflict was raging on the other. I did not doubt that something had happened, but not an event of such gravity as was reported. We therefore decided to push on to Beaucaire, and when we got there, we found the town in the most perfect order. The expedition of 12,000 men was reduced to one of 200, which had been easily repulsed, with the result that of the assailants one had been wounded and one made prisoner. Proud of this success, the people of Beaucaire entrusted us with 1,000 objurgations to deliver to their inveterate enemies, the citizens of Nimes. If any journey could give a correct idea of the preparations for civil war and the confusion which already prevailed in the south, I should think that without contradiction it would be that which we took that day. Along the 4 leagues which lie between Beaucaire and Nimes were posted at frequent intervals detachments of troops displaying alternately the white and the tricolored cockade. Every village upon our route, except those just outside of Nimes, had definitely joined either one party or the other, and the soldiers, who were stationed at equal distances along the road, were now royalist and now Bonapartist. Before leaving Beaucaire, we had all provided ourselves, taking example by the men we had seen at Organ, with 2 cockades, 1 white and 1 tricolored, and by peeping out from carriage windows, we were able to see which was worn by the troops we were approaching in time to attach a similar one to our hats before we got up to them, whilst we hid the other in our shoes. Then as we were passing, we stuck our heads, decorated, according to circumstances, out of the windows, and shouted vigorously, "Long live the king," or "Long live the emperor," as the case demanded. Thanks to this concession to political opinions on the highway, and in no less degree to the money which we gave by way of tips to everybody everywhere, we arrived at length at the barriers of Nimes, where we came up with the National Guards who had been repulsed by the townspeople of Beaucaire. This is what had taken place just before we arrived in the city. The National Guard of Nimes and the troops of which the garrison was composed had resolved to unite in giving a banquet on Sunday, the 28th of June, to celebrate the success of the French army. The news of the Battle of Waterloo traveled much more quickly to Marseille than to Nimes, so the banquet took place without interruption. A bust of Napoleon was carried in procession all over the town, and then the regular soldiers and the National Guard devoted the rest of the day to rejoicings, which were followed by no excess. But the day was not quite finished before news came that numerous meetings were taking place at Beaucaire. So, although the news of the defeat at Waterloo reached Nimes on the following Tuesday, the troops which we had seen returning at the gates of the city had been dispatched on Wednesday to disperse these assemblies. Meantime, the Bonapartists, under the command of General Gilly, amongst whom was a regiment of chasseurs, beginning to despair of the success of their cause, felt that their situation was becoming very critical, especially as they learnt that the forces at Beaucaire had assumed the offensive and were about to march upon Nimes. As I had had no connection with anything that had taken place in the capital of the Guard, I personally had nothing to fear. But having learned by experience how easily suspicions arise, I was afraid that the ill luck, which had not spared either my friends or my family, might lead to their being accused of having received a refugee from Marseille, a word which in itself had small significance, but which in the mouth of an enemy might be fatal. Fears for the future being thus aroused by my recollections of the past, I decided to give up the contemplation of a drama which might become redoubtable, asked to bury myself in the country with the firm intention of coming back to Nimes as soon as the white flag should once more float from its towers. An old castle in the Cevennes, which from the days when the Albigenses were burnt down to the massacre of La Bagarre, had witnessed many a revolution and counter-revolution, became the asylum of my wife, my mother, M, and myself. As the peaceful tranquility of our life there was unbroken by any event of interest, I shall not pause to dwell on it. But at length we grew weary, for such is man, of our life of calm, and being left once for nearly a week without any news from outside, we made that an excuse for returning to Nimes in order to see with our own eyes how things were going on. When we were about 2 leagues on our way, we met the carriage of a friend, a rich landed proprietor from the city. Seeing that he was in it, I alighted to ask him what was happening at Nimes. "I hope you do not think of going there," said he, "especially at this moment. The excitement is intense, blood has already flowed, and a catastrophe is imminent." So back we went to our mountain castle, but in a few days became again a prey to the same restlessness, and not being able to overcome it, decided to go at all risks and see for ourselves the condition of affairs. And this time, neither advice nor warning having any effect, we not only set out, but we arrived at our destination the same evening. We had not been misinformed, frays having already taken place in the streets which had heated public opinion. One man had been killed on the esplanade by a musket shot, and it seemed as if his death would be only the forerunner of many. The Catholics were awaiting with impatience the arrival of those doughty warriors from Beaucaire on whom they placed their chief reliance. The Protestants went about in painful silence, and fear blanched every face. At length the white flag was hoisted, and the king proclaimed without any of the disorders which had been dreaded taking place, but it was plainly visible that this calm was only a pause before a struggle, and that on the slightest pretext the pent-up passions would break loose again. Just at this time, the memory of our quiet life in the mountains inspired us with a happy idea. We had learned that the obstinate resolution of Marshal Brune never to acknowledge Louis Roman XVIII as king had been softened, and that the marshal had been induced to hoist the white flag at Toulon, while with a cockade in his hat, he had formally resigned the command of that place into the hands of the royal authorities. Henceforward in all Provence, there was no spot where he could live unmarked. His ultimate intentions were unknown to us. Indeed, his movements seemed to show great hesitation on his part, so it occurred to us to offer him our little country house as a refuge where he could await the arrival of more peaceful times. We decided that M and another friend of ours who had just arrived from Paris should go to him and make the offer, which he would at once accept all the more readily because it came from the hearts which were deeply devoted to him. They set out, but to my great surprise, returned the same day. They brought us word that Marshal Brune had been assassinated at Avignon. At first we could not believe the dreadful news, and took it for one of those ghastly rumors which circulate with such rapidity during periods of civil strife. But we were not left long in uncertainty, for the details of the catastrophe arrived all too soon. Chapter 8. For some days Avignon had its assassins, as Marseille had had them, and as Nimes was about to have them. For some days all Avignon shuddered at the names of 5 men, Pointu, Farges, Roquefort, Naudod, and Magnan. Pointu was a perfect type of the men of the south, olive-skinned and eagle-eyed, with a hook nose and teeth of ivory. Although he was hardly above middle height, and his back was bent from bearing heavy burdens, his legs bowed by the pressure of the enormous masses which he daily carried, he was yet possessed of extraordinary strength and dexterity. He could throw over the Laule gate a 48-pound cannon ball as easily as a child could throw its ball. He could fling a stone from one bank of the Rhône to the other, where it was 200 yards wide. And lastly, he could throw a knife backwards while running at full speed, with such strength and precision of aim, that this new kind of Parthian arrow would go whistling through the air to hide 2 inches of its iron head in a tree trunk no thicker than a man's thigh. When to these accomplishments are added an equal skill with the musket, the pistol, and the quarterstaff, a good deal of mother wit, a deep hatred for republicans, against whom he had vowed vengeance at the foot of the scaffold on which his father and mother had perished, an idea can be formed of the terrible chief of the assassins of Avignon, who had for his lieutenants Farges the silk weaver, Roquefort the porter, Naudod the baker, and Magnan the second-hand clothes dealer. Avignon was entirely in the power of these 5 men, whose brutal conduct the civil and military authorities would not or could not repress. When word came that Marshal Brune, who was at Luc in command of 6,000 troops, had been summoned to Paris to give an account of his conduct to the new government. The marshal, knowing the state of intense excitement which prevailed in the south, and foreseeing the perils likely to meet him on the road, asked permission to travel by water, but met with an official refusal, and the Duc de Rivière, governor of Marseille, furnished him with a safe conduct. The cutthroats bellowed with joy when they learned that a Republican of 89, who had risen to the rank of marshal under the usurper, was about to pass through Avignon. At the same time, sinister reports began to run from mouth to mouth, the harbingers of death. Once more the infamous slander, which 100 times had been proved to be false, raised its voice with dogged persistence, asserting that Brune, who did not arrive at Paris until the 5th of September 1792, had on the 2nd, when still at Lyon, carried the head of the Princess de Lamballe impaled on a pike. Soon the news came that the marshal had just escaped assassination at Aix. Indeed, he owed his safety to the fleetness of his horses. Pointu, Forges, and Roquefort swore that they would manage things better at Avignon. By the route which the marshal had chosen, there were only two ways open by which he could reach Lyon. He must either pass through Avignon or avoid it by taking a crossroad, which branched off the Pointet highway 2 leagues outside the town. The assassins thought he would take the latter course, and on the 2nd of August, the day on which the marshal was expected, Pointu, Magnan, and Naudod, with 4 of their creatures, took a carriage at 6 o'clock in the morning, and setting out from the Rhone bridge, hid themselves by the side of the high road to Pointet. When the marshal reached the point where the road divided, having been warned of the hostile feelings so rife in Avignon, he decided to take the crossroad upon which Pointu and his men were awaiting him. But the postilion obstinately refused to drive in this direction, saying that he always changed horses at Avignon and not at Pointet. One of the marshal's aides-de-camp tried, pistol in hand, to force him to obey, but the marshal would permit no violence to be offered him and gave him orders to go on to Avignon. The marshal reached the town at 9 o'clock in the morning and alighted at the Hôtel du Palais Royal, which was also the post-house. While fresh horses were being put to and the passports and safe conduct examined at the Laul Gate, the marshal entered the hotel to take a plate of soup. In less than 5 minutes, a crowd gathered round the door, and M. Moulin, the proprietor, noticing the sinister and threatening expression many of the faces bore, went to the marshal's room and urged him to leave instantly without waiting for his papers, pledging his word that he would send a man on horseback after him, who would overtake him 2 or 3 leagues beyond the town, and bring him his own safe conduct and the passports of his aides-de-camp. The marshal came downstairs, and finding the horses ready, got into the carriage, on which loud murmurs arose from the populace, amongst which could be distinguished the terrible word Zeu, that excited cry of the Provençal, which according to the tone in which it is uttered expresses every shade of threat, and which means at once in a single syllable, bite, rend, kill, murder. The marshal set out at a gallop, and passed the town gates unmolested, except by the howlings of the populace, who, however, made no attempt to stop him. He thought he had left all his enemies behind, but when he reached the Rhone bridge, he found a group of men armed with muskets waiting there, led by Farges and Roquefort. They all raised their guns and took aim at the marshal, who thereupon ordered the postilion to drive back. The order was obeyed, but when the carriage had gone about 50 yards, it was met by the crowd from the Palais Royal, which had followed it, so the postilion stopped. In a moment the traces were cut, whereupon the marshal, opening the door, alighted, followed by his valet, and passing on foot through the Laul Gate, followed by a second carriage in which were his aides-de-camp, he regained the Palais Royal, the doors of which were opened to him and his suite, and immediately secured against all others. The marshal asked to be shown to a room, and M. Moulin gave him number 1 to the front. In 10 minutes 3,000 people filled the square. It was as if the population sprang up from the ground. Just then the carriage, which the marshal had left behind, came up, the postilion having tied the traces, and a second time the great yard gates were opened, and in spite of the press closed again and barricaded by the porter Vernet and M. Moulin himself, both of whom were men of colossal strength. The aide-de-camp, who had remained in the carriage until then, now alighted and asked to be shown to the marshal, but Moulin ordered the porter to conceal them in an outhouse. Vernet, taking one in each hand, dragged them off despite their struggles, and pushing them behind some empty barrels, over which he threw an old piece of carpet, said to them in a voice as solemn as if he were a prophet, "If you move, you are dead men," and left them. The aide-de-camp remained there motionless and silent. At that moment M. de Saint-Chamans, prefect of Avignon, who had arrived in town at 5 o'clock in the morning, came out into the courtyard. By this time the crowd was smashing the windows and breaking in the street door. The square was full to overflowing, everywhere threatening cries were heard, and above all the terrible Zeu, which from moment to moment became more full of menace. M. Moulin saw that if they could not hold out until the troops under Major Lambot arrived, all was lost. He therefore told Vernet to settle the business of those who were breaking in the door, while he would take charge of those who were trying to get in at the window. Thus these two men, moved by a common impulse and of equal courage, undertook to dispute with a howling mob the possession of the blood for which it thirsted. Both dashed to their posts, one in the hall, the other in the dining room, and found door and windows already smashed, and several men in the house. At the sight of Vernet, with whose immense strength they were acquainted, those in the hall drew back a step, and Vernet, taking advantage of this movement, succeeded in ejecting them and in securing the door once more. Meantime, Moulin, seizing his double-barreled gun, which stood in the chimney corner, pointed it at 5 men who had got into the dining room and threatened to fire if they did not instantly get out again. 4 obeyed, but 1 refused to budge, whereupon Moulin, finding himself no longer outnumbered, laid aside his gun and, seizing his adversary round the waist, lifted him as if he were a child and flung him out of the window. The man died 3 weeks later, not from the fall but from the squeeze. Moulin then dashed to the window to secure it, but as he laid his hand on it, he felt his head seized from behind and pressed violently down on his left shoulder. At the same instant, a pane was broken into splinters, and the head of a hatchet struck his right shoulder. De Saint-Chamans, who had followed him into the room, had seen the weapon thrown at Moulin's head, and not being able to turn aside the iron, had turned aside the object at which it was aimed. Moulin seized the hatchet by the handle and tore it out of the hands of him who had delivered the blow, which fortunately had missed its aim. He then finished closing the window and secured it by making fast the inside shutters, and went upstairs to see after the marshal. Him he found striding up and down his room, his handsome and noble face as calm as if the voices of all those shouting men outside were not demanding his death. Moulin made him leave number 1 for number 3, which, being a back room and looking out on the courtyard, seemed to offer more chances of safety than the other. The marshal asked for writing materials, which Moulin brought, whereupon the marshal sat down at a little table and began to write. Just then the cries outside became still more uproarious. De Saint-Chamans had gone out and ordered the crowd to disperse, whereupon 1,000 people had answered him with one voice, asking who he was that he should give such an order. He announced his rank and authority, to which the answer was, "We only know the prefect by his clothes." Now it had unfortunately happened that de Chamans, having sent his trunks by diligence, they had not yet arrived, and being dressed in a green coat, nankeen trousers, and a pique vest, it could hardly be expected that in such a suit he should overawe the people under the circumstances. So, when he got up on a bench to harangue the populace, cries arose of, "Down with the green coat, we have enough of charlatans like that," and he was forced to get down again. As Vernet opened the door to let him in, several men took advantage of the circumstance to push in along with him, but Vernet let his fist fall 3 times, and 3 men rolled at his feet like bulls struck by a club. The others withdrew. A dozen champions such as Vernet would have saved the marshal. Yet it must not be forgotten that this man was a royalist and held the same opinions as those against whom he fought. For him as for them the marshal was a mortal enemy, but he had a noble heart, and if the marshal were guilty, he desired a trial and not a murder. Meantime, a certain onlooker had heard what had been said to de Chamans about his unofficial costume, and had gone to put on his uniform. This was de Pai, a handsome and venerable old man, with white hair, pleasant expression, and winning voice. He soon came back in his mayor's robes, wearing his scarf and his double cross of St. Louis and the Legion of Honor. But neither his age nor his dignity made the slightest impression on these people. They did not even allow him to get back to the hotel door, but knocked him down and trampled him underfoot, so that he hardly escaped with torn clothes and his white hair covered with dust and blood. The fury of the mob had now reached its height. At this juncture, the garrison of Avignon came in sight. It was composed of 400 volunteers, who formed a battalion known as the Royal Angoulême. It was commanded by a man who had assumed the title of Lieutenant General of the emancipating army of Vaucluse. These forces drew up under the windows of the Palais Royal. They were composed almost entirely of Provençaux and spoke the same dialect as the people of the lower orders. The crowd asked the soldiers for what they had come, why they did not leave them to accomplish an act of justice in peace, and if they intended to interfere. "Quite the contrary," said one of the soldiers. "Pitch him out of the window, and we will catch him on the points of our bayonets." Brutal cries of joy greeted this answer, succeeded by a short silence, but it was easy to see that under the apparent calm the crowd was in a state of eager expectation. Soon new shouts were heard, but this time from the interior of the hotel. A small band of men led by Forges and Roquefort had separated themselves from the throng, and by the help of ladders had scaled the walls and got on the roof of the house, and gliding down the other side, had dropped into the balcony outside the windows of the rooms where the marshal was writing. Some of these dashed through the windows without waiting to open them. Others rushed in at the open door. The marshal, thus taken by surprise, rose, and not wishing that the letter he was writing to the Austrian commandant to claim his protection should fall into the hands of these wretches, he tore it to pieces. Then a man who belonged to a better class than the others, and who wears today the cross of the Legion of Honor, granted to him perhaps for his conduct on this occasion, advanced towards the marshal, sword in hand, and told him if he had any last arrangements to make, he should make them at once, for he had only 10 minutes to live. "What are you thinking of?" exclaimed Forges. 10 minutes? Did he give the Princess de Lamballe 10 minutes? And he pointed his pistol at the marshal's breast, but the marshal, striking up the weapon, the shot missed its aim and buried itself in the ceiling. "Clumsy fellow," said the marshal, shrugging his shoulders, "not to be able to kill a man at such close range." "That's true," replied Roquefort in his patois. "I'll show you how to do it," and receding a step, he took aim with his carbine at his victim, whose back was partly towards him. A report was heard, and the marshal fell dead on the spot, the bullet which entered at the shoulder going right through his body and striking the opposite wall. The two shots, which had been heard in the street, made the howling mob dance for joy. One cowardly fellow called Catalan rushed out on one of the balconies which looked on the square, and holding a loaded pistol in each hand, which he had not dared to discharge even into the dead body of the murdered man, he cut a caper, and holding up the innocent weapons, called out, "These have done the business." But he lied, the braggart, and boasted of a crime which was committed by braver cutthroats than he. Behind him came the general of the emancipating army of Vaucluse, who, graciously saluting the crowd, said, "The marshal has carried out an act of justice by taking his own life." Shouts of mingled joy, revenge, and hatred rose from the crowd, and the king's attorney and the examining magistrate set about drawing up a report of the suicide. Now that all was over, and there was no longer any question of saving the marshal, M. Moulin desired at least to save the valuables which he had in his carriage. He found in a cash-bow 0 francs, in the pockets, a snuff-box set with diamonds, and a pair of pistols and 2 swords. The hilt of one of these latter was studded with precious stones, a gift from the ill-starred Selim. M. Moulin returned across the court, carrying these things. The Damascus blade was wrenched from his hands, and the robber kept it 5 years as a trophy, and it was not until the year 1820 that he was forced to give it up to the representative of the marshal's widow. Yet this man was an officer, and kept his rank all through the Restoration, and was not dismissed the army when M. Moulin had placed the other objects in safety. He requested the magistrate to have the corpse removed, as he wished the crowds to disperse, that he might look after the aides-de-camp. While they were undressing the marshal, in order to certify the cause of death, a leathern belt was found on him containing 55.36 francs. The body was carried downstairs by the grave diggers without any opposition being offered, but hardly had they advanced 10 yards into the square when shouts of "To the Rhone! To the Rhone!" resounded on all sides. A police officer who tried to interfere was knocked down. The bearers were ordered to turn round. They obeyed, and the crowd carried them off towards the wooden bridge. When the 14th arch was reached, the bier was torn from the bearers' hands, and the corpse was flung into the river. "Military honors!" shouted someone, and all who had guns fired at the dead body, which was twice struck. "Tomb of Marshal Brune" was then written on the arch, and the crowd withdrew and passed the rest of the day in holiday-making. Meanwhile the Rhone, refusing to be an accomplice in such a crime, bore away the corpse, which the assassins believed had been swallowed up forever. Next day it was found on the sandy shore at Tarascon, but the news of the murder had preceded it, and it was recognized by the wounds and pushed back again into the waters, which bore it towards the sea. 3 leagues farther on it stopped again, this time by a grassy bank, and was found by a man of 40 and another of 18. They also recognized it, but instead of shoving it back into the current, they drew it up gently on the bank and carried it to a small property belonging to one of them, where they reverently interred it. The elder of the two was M. de Chartreuse, the younger M. de Pichat. The body was exhumed by order of the marshal's widow and brought to her castle of Saint-Just in Champagne. She had it embalmed and placed in a bedroom adjoining her own, where it remained, covered only by a veil, until the memory of the deceased was cleansed from the accusation of suicide by a solemn public trial and judgment. Then only it was finally interred, along with the parchment containing the decision of the Court of Riam. The ruffians who killed Marshal Brune, although they evaded the justice of men, did not escape the vengeance of God. Nearly every one of them came to a miserable end. Roquefort and Farges were attacked by strange and hitherto unknown diseases, recalling the plagues sent by God on the peoples whom he desired to punish in bygone ages. In the case of Farges, his skin dried up and became horny, causing him such intense irritation that as the only means of allaying it, he had to be kept buried up to the neck while still alive. The disease under which Roquefort suffered seemed to have its seat in the marrow, for his bones by degrees lost all solidity and power of resistance, so that his limbs refused to bear his weight, and he went about the streets crawling like a serpent. Both died in such dreadful torture that they regretted having escaped the scaffold, which would have spared them such prolonged agony. Pointu was condemned to death, in his absence, at the Assizes Court of La Drôme, for having murdered 5 people, and was cast off by his own faction. For some time his wife, who was infirm and deformed, might be seen going from house to house asking alms for him, who had been for 2 months the arbiter of civil war and assassination. Then came a day when she ceased her quest, and was seen sitting, her head covered by a black rag. Pointu was dead, but it was never known where or how. In some corner, probably, in the crevice of a rock or in the heart of the forest, like an old tiger whose talons have been clipped and his teeth drawn. Naudud and Magnan were sentenced to the galleys for 10 years. Naudud died there, but Magnan finished his time and then became a scavenger, and faithful to his vocation as a dealer of death, a poisoner of stray dogs. Some of these cutthroats are still living and fill good positions, wearing crosses and epaulets, and rejoicing in their impunity, imagine they have escaped the eye of God. We shall wait and see. Chapter 9. It was on Saturday that the white flag was hoisted at Nimes. The next day, a crowd of Catholic peasants from the environs marched into the city to await the arrival of the royalist army from Beaucaire. Excitement was at fever heat, the desire of revenge filled every breast, the hereditary hatred which had slumbered during the Empire again awoke stronger than ever. Here I may pause to say that in the account which follows of the events which took place about this time, I can only guarantee the facts and not the dates. I relate everything as it happened, but the day on which it happened may sometimes have escaped my memory, for it is easier to recollect a murder to which one has been an eyewitness than to recall the exact date on which it happened. The garrison of Nimes was composed of 1 battalion of the 13th Regiment of the Line and another battalion of the 79th Regiment, which, not being up to its full war strength, had been sent to Nimes to complete its numbers by enlistment. But after the Battle of Waterloo, the citizens had tried to induce the soldiers to desert, so that of the 2 battalions, even counting the officers, only about 200 men remained. When the news of the proclamation of Napoleon Roman II reached Nimes, Brigadier General Malmont, commandant of the department, had him proclaimed in the city without any disturbance being caused thereby. It was not until some days later that a report began to be circulated that a royal army was gathering at Beaucaire, and that the populace would take advantage of its arrival to indulge in excesses. In the face of this twofold danger, General Malmont had ordered the regular troops and a part of the National Guard of the 100 Days to be drawn up under arms in the rear of the barracks upon an eminence on which he had mounted 5 pieces of ordnance. This disposition was maintained for 2 days and a night, but as the populace remained quiet, the troops returned to the barracks and the guards to their homes. But on Monday, a concourse of people, who had heard that the army from Beaucaire would arrive the next day, made a hostile demonstration before the barracks, demanding with shouts and threats that the 5 cannons should be handed over to them. The general and the officers who were quartered in the town, hearing of the tumult, repaired at once to the barracks, but soon came out again, and approaching the crowd tried to persuade it to disperse, to which the only answer they received was a shower of bullets. Convinced by this, as he was well acquainted with the character of the people with whom he had to deal, that the struggle had begun in earnest and must be fought out to the bitter end, the general retreated with his officers, step by step, to the barracks, and having got inside the gates, closed and bolted them. He then decided that it was his duty to repulse force by force, for everyone was determined to defend, at no matter what cost, a position which, from the first moment of revolt, was fraught with such peril. So without waiting for orders, the soldiers, seeing that some of their windows had been broken by shots from without, returned the fire, and being better marksmen than the townspeople, soon laid many low. Upon this, the alarmed crowd retired out of musket range and entrenched themselves in some neighboring houses. About 9 o'clock in the evening, a man bearing something resembling a white flag approached the walls and asked to speak to the general. He brought a message inquiring on what terms the troops would consent to evacuate Nimes. The general sent back word that the conditions were that the troops should be allowed to march out fully armed and with all their baggage. The 5 guns alone would be left behind. When the forces reached a certain valley outside the city, they would halt, that the men might be supplied with means sufficient to enable them either to rejoin the regiments to which they belonged or to return to their own homes. At 2 o'clock a.m., the same envoy returned and announced to the general that the conditions had been accepted with one alteration, which was that the troops, before marching out, should lay down their arms. The messenger also intimated that if the offer he had brought were not quickly accepted, say within 2 hours, the time for capitulation would have gone by, and that he would not be answerable for what the people might then do in their fury. The general accepted the conditions as amended, and the envoy disappeared. When the troops heard of the agreement, that they should be disarmed before being allowed to leave the town, their first impulse was to refuse to lay down their weapons before a rabble which had run away from a few musket shots. But the general succeeded in soothing their sense of humiliation and winning their consent by representing to them that there could be nothing dishonorable in an action which prevented the children of a common fatherland from shedding each other's blood. The gendarmerie, according to one article of the treaty, were to close in at the rear of the evacuating column, and thus hinder the populace from molesting the troops of which it was composed. This was the only concession obtained in return for the abandoned arms, and the farce in question was already drawn up in field order, apparently waiting to escort the troops out of the city. At 4 o'clock p.m. the troops got ready, each company stacking its arms in the courtyard before marching out, but hardly had 40 or 50 men passed the gates than fire was opened on them at such close range that half of them were killed or disabled at the first volley. Upon this, those who were still within the walls closed the courtyard gates, thus cutting off all chance of retreat from their comrades. In the event, however, it turned out that several of the latter contrived to escape with their lives, and that they lost nothing through being prevented from returning. For as soon as the mob saw that 10 or 12 of their victims had slipped through their hands, they made a furious attack on the barracks, burst in the gates, and scaled the walls with such rapidity that the soldiers had no time to repossess themselves of their muskets, and even had they succeeded in seizing them, they would have been of little use, as ammunition was totally wanting. The barracks being thus carried by assault, a horrible massacre ensued, which lasted for 3 hours. Some of the wretched men, being hunted from room to room, jumped out of the first window they could reach, without stopping to measure its height from the ground, and were either impaled on the bayonets held in readiness below, or falling on the pavement, broke their limbs and were pitilessly dispatched. The gendarmes, who had really been called out to protect the retreat of the garrison, seemed to imagine they were there to witness a judicial execution, and stood immovable and impassive while these horrid deeds went on before their eyes. But the penalty of this indifference was swiftly exacted, for as soon as the soldiers were all done with, the mob, finding their thirst for blood still unslacked, turned on the gendarmes, the greater number of whom were wounded, while all lost their horses and some their lives. The populace was still engaged at its bloody task when news came that the army from Beaucaire was within sight of the town, and the murderers, hastening to dispatch some of the wounded who still showed signs of life, went forth to meet the long-expected reinforcements. Only those who saw the advancing army with their own eyes can form any idea of its condition and appearance, the First Corps excepted. This corps was commanded by M. de Bar, who had put himself at its head with the noble purpose of preventing, as far as he could, massacre, and pillage. In this, he was seconded by the officers under him, who were actuated by the same philanthropic motives as their general in identifying themselves with the corps. Owing to their exertions, the men advanced in fairly regular order, and good discipline was maintained. All the men carried muskets. But the first corps was only a kind of vanguard to the second, which was the real army, and a wonderful thing to see and hear. Never were brought together before or since so many different kinds of howl, so many threats of death, so many rags, so many odd weapons, from the matchlock of the time of the Michelade to the steel-tipped goad of the bullock drovers of La Camargue, so that when the Nims mob, which in all conscience was howling and ragged enough, rushed out to offer a brotherly welcome to the strangers, its first feeling was one of astonishment and dismay as it caught sight of the motley crew which held out to it the right hand of fellowship. The newcomers soon showed that it was through necessity and not choice that their outer man presented such a disreputable appearance, for they were hardly well within the gates before demanding that the houses of the members of the old Protestant National Guard should be pointed out to them. This being done, they promptly proceeded to exact from each household a musket, a coat, a complete kit, or a sum of money, according to their humor, so that before evening those who had arrived naked and penniless were provided with complete uniforms and had money in their pockets. These exactions were levied under the name of a contribution, but before the day was ended naked and undisguised pillage began. Someone asserted that during the assault on the barracks, a certain individual had fired out of a certain house on the assailants. The indignant people now rushed to the house indicated and soon left nothing of it in existence but its walls. A little later it was clearly proved that the individual accused was quite innocent of the crime laid to his charge. The house of a rich merchant lay in the path of the advancing army. A cry arose that the owner was a Bonapartist and nothing more was needed. The house was broken into and pillaged, and the furniture thrown out of the windows. 2 days later, it turned out that not only was the merchant no Bonapartist, but that his son had been one of those who had accompanied the Duc d'Angoulême to Sète when he left the country. The pillagers excused themselves by saying they had been misled by a resemblance between two names, and this excuse, as far as appears, was accepted as valid by the authorities. It was not long before the populace of Nims began to think they might as well follow the example set them by their brothers from Beaucaire. In 24 hours, free companies were formed, headed by Trestellans, Truffany, Graffin, and Morinet. These bands arrogated to themselves the title of National Guard, and then what took place at Marseille in the excitement of the moment was repeated at Nims with deliberation and method, inspired by hate and the desire of vengeance. A revolt broke out which followed the ordinary course: first pillage, then fire, then murder, laid waste the city. 1000 Vice House, which stood in the middle of the town, was sacked and then burnt to the ground, without a hand being raised to prevent the crime. 1000 Tis House, on the road to Montpellier, was sacked and wrecked, and a bonfire made of the furniture, round which the crowd danced, as if it had been an occasion of public rejoicing. Then cries were raised for the proprietor that he might be killed, and as he could not be found, the baffled fury of the mob vented itself on the dead. A child 3 months buried was dragged from its grave, drawn by the feet through the sewers and wayside puddles, and then flung on a dung heap. And strange to say, while incendiarism and sacrilege thus ran riot, the mayor of the place slept so sound that, when he awoke, he was quite astonished, to use his own expression, to hear what had taken place during the night. This expedition completed, the same company which had brought this expedition to a successful issue next turned their attention to a small country house occupied by a widow, whom I had often begged to take refuge with us. But secure in her insignificance, she had always declined our offers, preferring to live solitary and retired in her own home. But the freebooters sought her out, burst in her doors, drove her away with blows and insults, destroyed her house, and burnt her furniture. They then proceeded to the vault in which lay the remains of her family, dragged them out of their coffins, and scattered them about the fields. The next day the poor woman ventured back, collected the desecrated remains with pious care, and replaced them in the vault. But this was counted to her as a crime. The company returned, once more cast forth the contents of the coffins, and threatened to kill her should she dare to touch them again. She was often seen in the days that followed shedding bitter tears and watching over the sacred relics as they lay exposed on the ground. The name of this widow was Pepin, and the scene of the sacrilege was a small enclosure on the hill of the Moulins event. Meantime, the people in the Faubourg des Brigades had invented a new sort of game, or rather, had resolved to vary the serious business of the drama that was being enacted by the introduction of comic scenes. They had possessed themselves of a number of beetles such as washerwomen use, and hammered in long nails, the points of which projected an inch on the other side in the form of a fleur-de-lis. Every Protestant who fell into their hands, no matter what his age or rank, was stamped with the bloody emblem, serious wounds being inflicted in many cases. Murders were now becoming common. Amongst other names of victims mentioned were Loriol, Bigot, Dumas, Lermit, Herodier, de Mason, Coombe, Clairon, Bigamet, Pouges, Imbert, Vigil, Porchet, Vignol. Details more or less shocking came to light as to the manner in which the murderers went to work. A man called Dalbos was in the custody of 2 armed men. Some others came to consult with them. Dalbos appealed for mercy to the newcomers. It was granted, but as he turned to go, he was shot dead. Another of the name of Rambert tried to escape by disguising himself as a woman, but was recognized and shot down a few yards outside his own door. A gunner called Saucin was walking in all security along the road to Uzes, pipe in mouth, when he was met by 5 men belonging to Trestellin's company, who surrounded him and stabbed him to the heart with their knives. The elder of 2 brothers named Chivas ran across some fields to take shelter in a country house called Rouvière, which, unknown to him, had been occupied by some of the new National Guard. These met him on the threshold and shot him dead. Rant was seized in his own house and shot. Close was met by a company, and seeing Trestellins, with whom he had always been friends, in its ranks, he went up to him and held out his hand, whereupon Trestellins drew a pistol from his belt and blew his brains out. Calendar, being chased down the Rue des Soeurs Grises, sought shelter in a tavern, but was forced to come out, and was killed with sabres. Curbit was sent to prison under the escort of some men, but these changed their minds on the way as to his punishment, halted, and shot him dead in the middle of the street. A wine merchant called Cabinot, who was flying from Trestellins, ran into a house in which there was a venerable priest called Cure Bonhomme. When the cutthroat rushed in, all covered with blood, the priest advanced and stopped him, crying, "What will happen, unhappy man, when you come to the confessional with blood-stained hands?" "Pooh," replied Trestellins, "you must put on your wide gown. The sleeves are large enough to let everything pass." To the short account, given above of so many murders, I will add the narrative of one to which I was an eyewitness, and which made the most terrible impression on me of anything in my experience. It was midnight. I was working beside my wife's bed. She was just becoming drowsy when a noise in the distance caught our attention. It gradually became more distinct, and drums began to beat the generale in every direction. Hiding my own alarm for fear of increasing hers, I answered my wife, who was asking what new thing was about to happen, that it was probably troops marching in or out of garrison. But soon reports of firearms, accompanied by an uproar with which we were so familiar that we could no longer mistake its meaning, were heard outside. Opening my window, I heard blood-curdling imprecations, mixed with cries of "Long live the King," going on. Not being able to remain any longer in this uncertainty, I woke a captain who lived in the same house. He rose, took his arms, and we went out together, directing our course towards the point whence the shouts seemed to come. The moon shone so bright that we could see everything almost as distinctly as in broad daylight. A concourse of people was hurrying towards the Quais, yelling like madmen. The greater number of them, half-naked, armed with muskets, swords, knives, and clubs, and swearing to exterminate everything, waved their weapons above the heads of men who had evidently been torn from their houses and brought to the square to be put to death. The rest of the crowd had, like ourselves, been drawn thither by curiosity, and were asking what was going on. "Murder is abroad," was the answer. "Several people have been killed in the environs, and the patrol has been fired on. While this questioning was going on, the noise continued to increase. As I had really no business to be on a spot where such things were going on, and feeling that my place was at my wife's side, to reassure her for the present and to watch over her should the rioters come our way, I said goodbye to the captain, who went on to the barracks, and took the road back to the suburb in which I lived. I was not more than 50 steps from our house when I heard loud talking behind me, and turning, saw gun barrels glittering in the moonlight. As the speakers seemed to be rapidly approaching me, I kept close in the shadow of the houses till I reached my own door, which I laid softly to behind me, leaving myself a chink by which I could peep out and watch the movements of the group which was drawing near. Suddenly I felt something touch my hand. It was a great Corsican dog, which was turned loose at night, and was so fierce that it was a great protection to our house. I felt glad to have it at my side, for in case of a struggle it would be no despicable ally. Those approaching turned out to be 3 armed men leading a 4th, disarmed, and a prisoner. They all stopped just opposite my door, which I gently closed and locked, but as I still wished to see what they were about, I slipped into the garden, which lay towards the street, still followed by my dog. Contrary to his habit, and as if he understood the danger, he gave a low whine instead of his usual savage growl. I climbed into a fig tree, the branches of which overhung the street, and hidden by the leaves, and resting my hands on the top of the wall, I leaned far enough forward to see what the men were about. They were still on the same spot, but there was a change in their positions. The prisoner was now kneeling with clasped hands before the cutthroats, begging for his life for the sake of his wife and children, in heartrending accents, to which his executioners replied in mocking tones, "We have got you at last into our hands, have we? You dog of a Bonapartist, why do you not call on your emperor to come and help you out of this scrape?" The unfortunate man's entreaties became more pitiful, and their mocking replies more pitiless. They leveled their muskets at him several times, and then lowered them, saying, "Devil take it, we won't shoot yet. Let us give him time to see death coming," till at last the poor wretch, seeing there was no hope of mercy, begged to be put out of his misery. Drops of sweat stood on my forehead. I felt my pockets to see if I had nothing on me which I could use as a weapon, but I had not even a knife. I looked at my dog. He was lying flat at the foot of the tree, and appeared to be a prey to the most abject terror. The prisoner continued his supplications, and the assassins their threats and mockery. I climbed quietly down out of the fig tree, intending to fetch my pistols. My dog followed me with his eyes, which seemed to be the only living things about him. Just as my foot touched the ground, a double report rang out, and my dog gave a plaintive and prolonged howl. Feeling that all was over, and that no weapons could be of any use, I climbed up again into my perch and looked out. The poor wretch was lying face downwards, writhing in his blood. The assassins were reloading their muskets as they walked away. Being anxious to see if it was too late to help the man whom I had not been able to save, I went out into the street and bent over him. He was bloody, disfigured, dying, but was yet alive, uttering dismal groans. I tried to lift him up, but soon saw that the wounds which he had received from bullets fired at close range were both mortal, one being in the head and the other in the loins. Just then a patrol of the National Guard turned round the corner of the street. This, instead of being a relief, awoke me to a sense of my danger, and feeling I could do nothing for the wounded man, for the death rattle had already begun, I entered my house, half shut the door, and listened. "Qui vive?" asked the corporal. "Idiot," said someone else, "to ask qui vive of a dead man." "He is not dead," said a third voice. "Listen to him singing," and indeed the poor fellow in his agony was giving utterance to dreadful groans. "Someone has tickled him well," said a fourth, "but what does it matter? We had better finish the job." 5 or 6 musket shots followed, and the groans ceased. The name of the man who had just expired was Louis Lechaire. It was not against him, but against his nephew, that the assassins had had a grudge, but finding the nephew out when they burst into the house, and a victim being indispensable, they had torn the uncle from the arms of his wife, and dragging him towards the citadel, had killed him, as I have just related. Very early next morning, I sent to 3 commissioners of police, one after the other, for permission to have the corpse carried to the hospital, But these gentlemen were either not up or had already gone out, so that it was not until 11 o'clock, and after repeated applications, that they condescended to give me the needed authorization. Thanks to this delay, the whole town came to see the body of the unfortunate man. Indeed, the day which followed a massacre was always kept as a holiday, everyone leaving his work undone and coming out to stare at the slaughtered victims. In this case, a man wishing to amuse the crowd took his pipe out of his mouth and put it between the teeth of the corpse, a joke which had a marvelous success, those present shrieking with laughter. Many murders had been committed during the night. The companies had scoured the streets singing some doggerel, which one of the bloody wretches, being in poetic vein, had composed, the chorus of which was, "Our work's well done. We spare none." 17 fatal outrages were committed, and yet neither the reports of the firearms nor the cries of the victims broke the peaceful slumbers of M. le Préfet and M. le Commissaire General de la Police. But if the civil authorities slept, General Lagarde, who had shortly before come to town to take command of the city in the name of the king, was awake. He had sprung from his bed at the first shot, dressed himself, and made a round of the posts. Then, sure that everything was in order, he had formed patrols of chasseurs, and had himself, accompanied by 2 officers only, gone wherever he heard cries for help. But in spite of the strictness of his orders, the small number of troops at his disposition delayed the success of his efforts, and it was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that he succeeded in securing Trestaillons. When this man was taken, he was dressed as usual in the uniform of the National Guard, with a cocked hat and captain's epaulets. General Lagarde ordered the gens d'armes who made the capture to deprive him of his sword and carbine, but it was only after a long struggle that they could carry out this order, for Trestaillons protested that he would only give up his carbine with his life. However, he was at last obliged to yield to numbers, and when disarmed was removed to the barracks. But as there could be no peace in the town as long as he was in it, the general sent him to the citadel of Montpellier next morning before it was light. The disorders did not, however, cease at once. At 8 o'clock a.m. they were still going on, the mob seeming to be animated by the spirit of Trestaillons, for while the soldiers were occupied in a distant quarter of the town, a score of men broke into the house of a certain Cyprian Chabrier, who had remained hidden from his enemies for a long time, but who had lately returned home on the strength of the proclamations published by General Lagarde when he assumed the position of commandant of the town. He had indeed been sure that the disturbances in Nimes were over, when they burst out with redoubled fury on the 16th of October. On the morning of the 17th, he was working quietly at home at his trade of a silk weaver, when, alarmed by the shouts of a parcel of cutthroats outside his house, he tried to escape. He succeeded in reaching the coop door, but the ruffians followed him, and the first who came up thrust him through the thigh with his bayonet. In consequence of this wound, he fell from top to bottom of the staircase, was seized and dragged to the stables, where the assassins left him for dead, with 7 wounds in his body. This was, however, the only murder committed that day in the town, thanks to the vigilance and courage of General Lagarde. The next day a considerable crowd gathered, and a noisy deputation went to General Lagarde's quarters and insolently demanded that Trestaillons should be set at liberty. The general ordered them to disperse, but no attention was paid to this command, whereupon he ordered his soldiers to charge, and in a moment force accomplished what long-continued persuasion had failed to effect. Several of the ringleaders were arrested and taken to prison. Thus, as we shall see, the struggle assumed a new phase. Resistance to the royal power was made in the name of the royal power, and both those who broke or those who tried to maintain the public peace used the same cry, "Long live the king." The firm attitude assumed by General Lagarde restored Nimes to a state of superficial peace, beneath which, however, the old enmities were fermenting. An occult power, which betrayed itself by a kind of passive resistance, neutralized the effect of the measures taken by the military commandant. He soon became cognizant of the fact that the essence of this sanguinary political strife was an hereditary religious animosity, and in order to strike a last blow at this, he resolved, after having received permission from the king, to grant the general request of the Protestants by reopening their places of worship, which had been closed for more than 4 months, and allowing the public exercise of the Protestant religion, which had been entirely suspended in the city for the same length of time. Formerly there had been 6 Protestant pastors resident in Nimes, but 4 of them had fled. The 2 who remained were Juillerat and Olivier Desmonts, the first a young man, 28 years of age, the second an old man of 70. The entire weight of the ministry had fallen during this period of proscription on M. Juillerat, who had accepted the task and religiously fulfilled it. It seemed as if a special providence had miraculously protected him in the midst of the many perils which beset his path. Although the other pastor, M. Desmonts, was president of the consistory, his life was in much less danger. For first, he had reached an age which almost everywhere commands respect, and then he had a son who was a lieutenant in one of the royal corps levied at Beaucaire, who protected him by his name when he could not do so by his presence. M. Desmonts had therefore little cause for anxiety as to his safety, either in the streets of Nimes or on the road between that and his country house. But as we have said, it was not so with M. Juillerat. Being young and active, and having an unfaltering trust in God, on him alone devolved all the sacred duties of his office, from the visitation of the sick and dying to the baptism of the newly born. These latter were often brought to him at night to be baptized, and he consented, though unwillingly, to make this concession, feeling that if he insisted on the performance of the rite by day, he would compromise not only his own safety, but that of others. In all that concerned him personally, such as consoling the dying or caring for the wounded, he acted quite openly, and no danger that he encountered on his way ever caused him to flinch from the path of duty. One day, as M. Juillerat was passing through the Rue des Barquettes on his way to the prefecture to transact some business connected with his ministry, he saw several men lying in wait in a blind alley by which he had to pass. They had their guns pointed at him. He continued his way with tranquil step and such an air of resignation that the assassins were overawed, and lowered their weapons as he approached, without firing a single shot. When M. Juillerat reached the prefecture, thinking that the prefect ought to be aware of everything connected with the public order, he related this incident to M. Darboudjaux, but the latter did not think the affair of enough importance to require any investigation. It was, as will be seen, a difficult enterprise to open once again the Protestant places of worship, which had been so long closed in present circumstances, and in face of the fact that the civil authorities regarded such a step with disfavor. But General Lagarde was one of those determined characters who always act up to their convictions. Moreover, to prepare people's minds for this stroke of religious policy, he relied on the help of the Duc d'Angoulême, who, in the course of a tour through the south, was almost immediately expected at Nimes. On the 5th of November, the prince made his entry into the city, and having read the reports of the general to the King Louis Roman XVIII, and having received positive injunctions from his uncle to pacify the unhappy provinces which he was about to visit, he arrived full of the desire to display, whether he felt it or not, a perfect impartiality. So when the delegates from the consistory were presented to him, not only did he receive them most graciously, but he was the first to speak of the interests of their faith, assuring them that it was only a few days since he had learned with much regret that their religious services had been suspended since the 16th of July. The delegates replied that in such a time of agitation, the closing of their places of worship was a measure of prudence which they had felt ought to be borne, and which had been borne with resignation. The prince expressed his approval of this attitude with regard to the past, but said that his presence was a guarantee for the future, and that on Thursday, the 9th inst., the 2 meeting houses should be reopened and restored to their proper use. The Protestants were alarmed at having a favor accorded to them which was much more than they would have dared to ask, and for which they were hardly prepared. But the prince reassured them by saying that all needful measures would be taken to provide against any breach of the public peace, and at the same time invited M. Desmonts, president, and M. Roland Lacoste, member of the consistory, to dine with him. The next deputation to arrive was a Catholic one, and its object was to ask that Trestellans might be set at liberty. The prince was so indignant at this request that his only answer was to turn his back on those who proffered it. The next day the Duke, accompanied by General Lagarde, left for Montpellier, and as it was on the latter that the Protestants placed their sole reliance for the maintenance of those rights guaranteed for the future by the word of the Prince, they hesitated to take any new step in his absence, and let the 9th of November go by without attempting to resume public worship, preferring to wait for the return of their protector, which took place on Saturday evening the 11th of November. When the general got back, his first thought was to ask if the commands of the Prince had been carried out, and when he heard that they had not, without waiting to hear a word in justification of the delay, he sent a positive order to the president of the consistory to open both places of worship the next morning. Upon this, the president, carrying self-abnegation and prudence to their extreme limits, went to the general's quarters, and having warmly thanked him, laid before him the dangers to which he would expose himself by running counter to the opinions of those who had had their own way in the city for the last 4 months. But General Lagarde brushed all these considerations aside. He had received an order from the Prince, and to a man of his military cast of mind, no course was open but to carry that order out. Nevertheless, the President again expressed his doubts and fears. "I will answer with my head," said the General, "that nothing happens." Still, the President counseled prudence, asking that only one place of worship at first be opened, and to this the General gave his consent. This continued resistance to the re-establishment of public worship on the part of those who most eagerly desired it enabled the General at last to realize the extent of the danger which would be incurred by the carrying out of this measure, and he at once took all possible precautions. Under the pretext that he was going to have a general review, he brought the entire civil and military forces of Nimes under his authority, determined, if necessary, to use the one to suppress the other. As early as 8 o'clock in the morning, a guard of gens d'armes was stationed at the doors of the meeting-house, while other members of the same force took up their positions in the adjacent streets. On the other hand, the consistory had decided that the doors were to be opened an hour sooner than usual, that the bells were not to be rung, and that the organ should be silent. These precautions had both a good and a bad side. The gens d'armes at the door of the meeting-house gave, if not a promise of security, at least a promise of support, but they showed to the citizens of the other party what was about to be done. So before 9 o'clock groups of Catholics began to form, and as it happened to be Sunday, the inhabitants of the neighboring villages, arriving constantly by 2s and 3s, soon united these groups into a little army. Thus the streets leading to the church being thronged, the Protestants who pushed their way through were greeted with insulting remarks, and even the president of the consistory, whose white hair and dignified expression had no effect upon the mob, heard the people round him saying, "These brigands of Protestants are going again to their temple, but we shall soon give them enough of it." The anger of the populace soon grows hot. Between the first bubble and the boiling point, the interval is short. Threats spoken in a low voice were soon succeeded by noisy objurgations. Women, children, and men break out into yells, "Down with the broilers," for this was one of the names by which the Protestants were designated. "Down with the broilers, we do not want to see them using our churches. Let them give us back our churches, let them give us back our churches, and go to the desert. Out with them, to the desert, to the desert." As the crowd did not go beyond words, however insulting, and as the Protestants were long inured to much worse things, they plodded along to their meeting-house, humble and silent, and went in, undeterred by the displeasure they aroused, whereupon the service commenced. But some Catholics went in with them, and soon the same shouts which had been heard without were heard also within. The general, however, was on the alert, and as soon as the shouts arose inside, the gens d'armes entered the church and arrested those who had caused the disturbance. The crowds tried to rescue them on their way to prison, but the general appeared at the head of imposing forces, at the sight of which they desisted. An apparent calm succeeded the tumult, and the public worship went on without further interruption. The general, misled by appearances, went off himself to attend a military mass, and at 11 o'clock returned to his quarters for lunch. His absence was immediately perceived, and taken advantage of. In the twinkling of an eye, the crowds, which had dispersed, gathered together in even greater numbers, and the Protestants, seeing themselves once more in danger, shut the doors from within, while the gens d'armes guarded them without. The populace pressed so closely round the gens d'armes and assumed such a threatening attitude that, fearing he and his men would not be able to hold their own in such a throng, the captain ordered Delbos, one of his officers, to ride off and warn the general. He forced his way through the crowd with great trouble and went off at a gallop. On seeing this, the people felt there was no time to be lost. They knew of what kind the general was, and that he would be on the spot in a quarter of an hour. A large crowd is invincible through its numbers. It has only to press forward, and everything gives way: men, wood, iron. At this moment the crowd, swayed by a common impulse, swept forward. The gens d'armes and their horses were crushed against the wall. Doors gave way, and instantly, with a tremendous roar, a living wave flooded the church. Cries of terror and frightful imprecations were heard on all sides. Everyone made a weapon of whatever came to hand. Chairs and benches were hurled about. The disorder was at its height. It seemed as if the days of the Michelade and the Bagger were about to return, when suddenly the news of a terrible event was spread abroad, and assailants and assailed paused in horror. General Lagarde had just been assassinated. As the crowd had foreseen, no sooner did the messenger deliver his message than the general sprang on his horse, and being too brave, or perhaps too scornful, to fear such foes, he waited for no escort, but accompanied by 2 or 3 officers, set off at full gallop towards the scene of the tumult. He had passed through the narrow streets which led to the meeting house by pushing the crowd aside with his horse's chest, when just as he got out into the open square, a young man named Boyson, a sergeant in the Nims National Guard, came up and seemed to wish to speak to him. The general, seeing a man in uniform, bent down without a thought of danger to listen to what he had to say, whereupon Boyson drew a pistol out and fired at him. The ball broke the collarbone and lodged in the neck behind the carotid artery, and the general fell from his horse. The news of this crime had a strange and unexpected effect. However excited and frenzied the crowd was, it instantly realized the consequences of this act. It was no longer like the murder of Marshal Brune at Avignon or General Ramel at Toulouse, an act of vengeance on a favorite of Napoleon, but open and armed rebellion against the king. It was not a simple murder, it was high treason. A feeling of the utmost terror spread through the town. Only a few fanatics went on howling in the church, which the Protestants, fearing still greater disasters, had by this time resolved to abandon. The first to come out was President Olivier Desmonts, accompanied by M. Vallongs, who had only just arrived in the city, but who had immediately hurried to the spot at the call of duty. 1000 Juillerat, his 2 children in his arms, walked behind them, followed by all the other worshippers. At first the crowd, threatening and ireful, hooted and threw stones at them, but at the voice of the mayor and the dignified aspect of the president, they allowed them to pass. During this strange retreat over 80 Protestants were wounded, but not fatally, except a young girl called Ginette Cornelier, who had been so beaten and ill-used that she died of her injuries a few days later. In spite of the momentary slackening of energy which followed the assassination of General Lagarde, the Catholics did not remain long in a state of total inaction. During the rest of the day, the excited populace seemed as if shaken by an earthquake. About 6 o'clock in the evening, some of the most desperate characters in the town possessed themselves of a hatchet, and taking their way to the Protestant church, smashed the doors, tore the pastor's gowns, rifled the poor box, and pulled the books to pieces. A detachment of troops arrived just in time to prevent their setting the building on fire. The next day passed more quietly. This time, the disorders were of too important a nature for the prefect to ignore, as he had ignored so many bloody acts in the past. So in due time, a full report was laid before the king. It became known the same evening that General Lagarde was still living, and that those around him hoped that the wound would not prove mortal. Dr. Delpech, who had been summoned from Montpellier, had succeeded in extracting the bullet, and though he spoke no word of hope, he did not expressly declare that the case was hopeless. 2 days later, everything in the town had assumed its ordinary aspect, and on the 21st of November, the king issued the following edict. Louis, by the grace of God, King of France and of Navarre. To all those to whom these presents shall come, greeting. An abominable crime has cast a stain on our city of Nimes. A seditious mob has dared to oppose the opening of the Protestant place of worship, in contempt of the constitutional charter, which, while it recognizes the Catholic religion as the religion of the state, guarantees to the other religious bodies protection and freedom of worship. Our military commandant, whilst trying to disperse these crowds by gentle means before having resort to force, was shot down, and his assassin has, till now, successfully evaded the arm of the law. If such an outrage were to remain unpunished, the maintenance of good government and public order would be impossible, and our ministers would be guilty of neglecting the law. Wherefore we have ordered, and do order as follows. Art. 1. Proceedings shall be commenced without delay by our attorney and the Attorney General against the perpetrator of the murderous attack on the person of Sieur Lagarde, and against the authors, instigators, and accomplices of the insurrection which took place in the city of Nimes on the 12th of the present month. Art. 2. A sufficient number of troops shall be quartered in the said city, and shall remain there at the cost of the inhabitants, until the assassin and his accomplices have been produced before a court of law. Art. 3. All those citizens whose names are not entitled to be on the roll of the National Guard shall be disarmed. Our Keeper of the Seals, our Minister of War, our Minister of the Interior, and our Minister of Police are entrusted with the execution of this edict. Given at Paris at our castle of the Tuileries on the 21st of November in the year of grace 1815, and of our reign the 21st. Signed, Louis. Boyson was acquitted. This was the last crime committed in the South, and it led fortunately to no reprisals. 3 months after the murderous attempt to which he had so nearly fallen a victim, General Lagarde left Nimes with the rank of ambassador, and was succeeded as prefect by M. d'Argont. During the firm, just, and independent administration of the latter, the disarming of the citizens decreed by the royal edict was carried out without bloodshed. Through his influence, Chabot-Latour, Saint-Aulaire, and Lascour were elected to the Chamber of Deputies in place of M. de Calvière, de Vogue, and de Trinquelade. And down to the present time, the name of M. d'Argont is held in veneration at Nimes, as if he had only quitted the city yesterday. Mary Stuart, 1587. Chapter 1. Some royal names are predestined to misfortune. In France, there is the name Henry. Henry I was poisoned. Henry Roman II was killed in a tournament. Henry Roman III and Henry Roman IV were assassinated. As to Henry V, for whom the past is so fatal already, God alone knows what the future has in store for him. In Scotland, the unlucky name is Stuart. Robert I, founder of the race, died at 28 of a lingering illness. Robert Roman II, the most fortunate of the family, was obliged to pass a part of his life, not merely in retirement, but also in the dark, on account of inflammation of the eyes, which made them blood-red. Robert Roman III succumbed to grief, the death of one son and the captivity of other. James I was stabbed by Graham in the Abbey of the Black Monks of Perth. James Roman II was killed at the siege of Roxburgh by splinter from a burst cannon. James Roman III was assassinated by an unknown hand in a mill, where he had taken refuge during the Battle of Sochi. James Roman IV, wounded by 2 arrows and a blow from a halberd, fell amidst his nobles on the battlefield of Flodden. James V died of grief at the loss of his 2 sons and of remorse for the execution of Hamilton. James Roman VI, destined to unite on his head the 2 crowns of Scotland and England, son of a father who had been assassinated, led a melancholy and timorous existence between the scaffold of his mother, Mary Stuart, and that of his son, Charles I. Charles Roman II spent a portion of his life in exile. James Roman II died in it. The Chevalier St. George, after having been proclaimed King of Scotland as James Roman VIII, and of England and Ireland as James Roman III, was forced to flee, without having been able to give his arms even the luster of a defeat. His son Charles Edward, after the skirmish at Derby and the Battle of Culloden, hunted from mountain to mountain, pursued from rock to rock, swimming from shore to shore, picked up half-naked by a French vessel, betook himself to Florence to die there, without the European courts having ever consented to recognize him as a sovereign. Finally, his brother Henry Benedict, the last heir of the Stuarts, having lived on a pension of £3,000 sterling, granted him by George Roman III, died completely forgotten, bequeathing to the House of Hanover all the crown jewels which James Roman II had carried off when he passed over to the continent in 1688, a tardy but complete recognition of the legitimacy of the family which had succeeded his. In the midst of this unlucky race, Mary Stuart was the favourite of misfortune. As Brantome has said of her, whoever desires to write about this illustrious Queen of Scotland has, in her, two very large subjects, the one her life, the other her death. Brantome had known her on one of the most mournful occasions of her life, at the moment when she was quitting France for Scotland. It was on the 9th of August, 1561, after having lost her mother and her husband in the same year, that Mary Stuart, Dowager of France and Queen of Scotland at 19, escorted by her uncles, Cardinals Guise and Lorraine, by the Duke and Duchess of Guise, by the Duc d'Aumale and M. de Nemours, arrived at Calais, where two galleys were waiting to take her to Scotland, one commanded by M. de Mevelen and the other by Captain Albes. She remained 6 days in the town. At last, on the 15th of the month, after the saddest adieus to her family, accompanied by Messieurs d'Aumale, d'Elbeuf, and Damville, with many nobles, among whom were Brantome and Chatelard, she embarked in M. Mevelen's galley, which was immediately ordered to put out to sea, which it did with the aid of oars, there not being sufficient wind to make use of the sails. Mary Stuart was then in the full bloom of her beauty, beauty even more brilliant in its mourning garb, a beauty so wonderful that it shed around her a charm which no one whom she wished to please could escape, and which was fatal to almost everyone. About this time, too, someone made her the subject of a song, which, as even her rivals confessed, contained no more than the truth. It was, so it was said, by M. de Maison Fleur, a cavalier equally accomplished in arms and letters. Here it is. In robes of whiteness, lo, full sad and mournfully, went pacing to and fro beauty's divinity. A shaft in hand she bore from Cupid's cruel store, and he, who fluttered round, bore, o'er his blindfold eyes and o'er his head uncrowned, a veil of mournful guise, whereon the words were wrought, "You perish or are caught." Yes, at this moment, Mary Stuart, in her deep mourning of white, was more lovely than ever, for great tears were trickling down her cheeks, as, weaving a handkerchief, standing on the quarterdeck, she who was so grieved to set out, bode farewell to those who were so grieved to remain. At last, in half an hour's time, the harbour was left behind, the vessel was out at sea. Suddenly, Mary heard loud cries behind her, a boat coming in under press of sail, through her pilot's ignorance, had struck upon a rock in such a manner that it was split open, and after having trembled and groaned for a moment like someone wounded, began to be swallowed up, amid the terrified screams of all the crew. Mary, horror-stricken, pale, dumb, and motionless, watched her gradually sink, while her unfortunate crew, as the keel disappeared, climbed into the yards and shrouds, to delay their death agony a few minutes. Finally, keel, yards, masts, all were engulfed in the ocean's gaping jaws. For a moment there remained some black specks, which in turn disappeared one after another. Then wave followed upon wave, and the spectators of this horrible tragedy, seeing the sea calm and solitary as if nothing had happened, asked themselves if it was not a vision that had appeared to them and vanished. "Alas," cried Mary, falling on a seat and leaning both arms in the vessel's stern, "what a sad omen for such a sad voyage." Then, once more fixing on the receding harbour her eyes, dried for a moment by terror, and beginning to moisten anew, "Adieu, France," she murmured, "Adieu, France." And for 5 hours she remained thus, weeping and murmuring, "Adieu, France, adieu, France." Darkness fell while she was still lamenting, and then, as the view was blotted out and she was summoned to supper, "It is indeed now, dear France," said she, rising, "that I really lose you, since jealous night heaps morning upon morning, casting a black veil before my sight. Adieu then, one last time, dear France, for never shall I see you more." With these words she went below, saying that she was the very opposite of Dido, who, after the departure of Aeneas, had done nothing but look at the waves, while she, Mary, could not take her eyes off the land. Then everyone gathered round her to try to divert and console her. But she, growing sadder and not being able to respond, so overcome was she with tears, could hardly eat, and having had a bed got ready on the stern deck, she sent for the steersman and ordered him, if he still saw land at daybreak, to come and wake her immediately. On this point Mary was favoured, for the wind having dropped, when daybreak came the vessel was still within sight of France. It was a great joy when, awakened by the steersman, who had not forgotten the order he had received, Mary raised herself on her couch, and through the window that she had opened, saw once more the beloved shore. But at 5 o'clock in the morning, the wind having freshened, the vessel rapidly drew farther away, so that soon the land completely disappeared. Then Mary fell back upon her bed, pale as death, murmuring yet once again, "Adieu, France, I shall see thee no more." Indeed, the happiest years of her life had just passed away in this France that she so much regretted. Born amid the first religious troubles, near the bedside of her dying father, the cradle morning was to stretch for her to the grave, and her stay in France had been a ray of sunshine in her night. Slandered from her birth, the report was so generally spread abroad that she was malformed, and that she could not live to grow up, that one day her mother, Mary of Guise, tired of these false rumors, undressed her and showed her naked to the English ambassador, who had come on the part of Henry Roman VIII to ask her in marriage for the Prince of Wales, himself only 5 years old. Crowned at 9 months by Cardinal Beaton, Archbishop of St. Andrews, she was immediately hidden by her mother, who was afraid of treacherous dealing in the King of England, in Stirling Castle. 2 years later, not finding even this fortress safe enough, she removed her to an island in the middle of the Lake of Menteith, where a priory, the only building in the place, provided an asylum for the royal child, and for 4 young girls born in the same year as herself, having like her the sweet name which is an anagram of the word Ama, and who, quitting her neither in her good nor in her evil fortune, were called the Queen's Marys. They were Mary Livingston, Mary Fleming, Mary Satan, and Mary Beaton. Mary stayed in this priory till Parliament, having approved her marriage with the French Dauphin, son of Henry Roman II, she was taken to Dumbarton Castle to await the moment of departure. There she was entrusted to M. de Brézé, sent by Henry Roman II to fetch her. Having set out in the French galleys anchored at the mouth of the Clyde, Mary, after having been hotly pursued by the English fleet, entered Brest Harbour, 15th August, 1548, 1 year after the death of Francis. Besides the Queen's 4 Marys, the vessels also brought to France 3 of her natural brothers, among whom was the prior of St. Andrews, James Stuart, who was later to abjure the Catholic faith, and with the title of regent, and under the name of the Earl of Murray, to become so fatal to poor Mary. From Brest, Mary went to St. Germain-en-Laye, where Henry Roman II, who had just ascended the throne, overwhelmed her with caresses, and then sent her to a convent where the heiresses of the noblest French houses were brought up. There Mary's happy qualities developed. Born with a woman's heart and a man's head, Mary not only acquired all the accomplishments which constituted the education of a future queen, but also that real knowledge which is the object of the truly learned. Thus, at 14, in the Louvre, before Henry Roman II, Catherine de' Medici, and the whole court, she delivered a discourse in Latin of her own composition, in which she maintained that it becomes women to cultivate letters, and that it is unjust and tyrannical to deprive flowery of their perfumes, by banishing young girls from all but domestic cares. One can imagine in what manner a future queen, sustaining such a thesis, was likely to be welcomed in the most lettered and pedantic court in Europe. Between the literature of Rabelais and Marat verging on their decline, and that of Ronsard and Montaigne reaching their zenith, Mary became a queen of poetry, only too happy never to have to wear another crown than that which Ronsard, Dubillay, Mason Fleur, and Brantome placed daily on her head. But she was predestined. In the midst of those fêtes, which a waning chivalry was trying to revive, came the fatal joust of Tournelles. Henry Roman II, struck by a splinter of a lance for want of a visor, slept before his time with his ancestors, and Mary Stuart ascended the throne of France, where from mourning for Henry, she passed to that for her mother, and from mourning for her mother to that for her husband. Mary felt this last loss both as woman and as poet. Her heart burst forth into bitter tears and plaintive harmonies. Here are some lines that she composed at this time. Into my song of woe, sung to a low sad air, my cruel grief I throw, for loss beyond compare. In bitter sighs and tears go by my fairest years. Was ever grief like mine imposed by destiny? Did ever lady pine, in high estate like me, of whom both heart and eye within the coffin lie? Who in the tender spring and blossom of my youth taste all the sorrowing of life's extremest ruth, and take delight in naught save in regretful thought. All that was sweet and gay is now a pain to see. The sunniness of day is black as night to me. All that was my delight is hidden from my sight. My heart and I indeed one face, one image know, the which this mournful weed on my sad face doth show, dyed with the violet's tone that is the lover's own. Tormented by my ill, I go from place to place, but wander as I will my woes cannot efface. My most of bad and good I find in solitude. But wheresoe'er I stay, in meadow or in copse, whether at break of day or when the twilight drops, my heart goes sighing on, desiring one that's gone. If sometimes to the skies my weary gaze I lift, his gently shining eyes look from the cloudy drift, or stooping o'er the wave I see him in the grave. Or when my bed I seek, and sleep begins to steal, again I hear him speak, again his touch I feel, in work or leisure he is ever near to me. No other thing I see, however fair displayed, by which my heart will be a tributary made, not having the perfection of that, my lost affection. Here make an end, my verse, of this thy sad lament, whose burden shall rehearse pure love of true intent, which separation's stress will never render less. It was then, says Brantôme, that it was delightful to see her, for the whiteness of her countenance and of her veil contended together. But finally the artificial white yielded, and the snow-like pallor of her face vanquished the other. For it was thus, he adds, that from the moment she became a widow, I always saw her with her pale hue, as long as I had the honor of seeing her in France and Scotland, where she had to go in 18 months' time, to her very great regret, after her widowhood, to pacify her kingdom, greatly divided by religious troubles. Alas, she had neither the wish nor the will for it, and I have often heard her say so, with a fear of this journey like death, for she preferred 100 times to dwell in France as a dowager queen, and to content herself with Touraine and Poitou for her jointure, than to go and reign over there in her wild country. But her uncles, at least some of them, not all, advised her, and even urged her to it, and deeply repented their error. Mary was obedient, as we have seen, and she began her journey under such auspices that when she lost sight of land, she was like to die. Then it was that the poetry of her soul found expression in these famous lines. Farewell, delightful land of France, my motherland, the best beloved, foster nurse of my young years. Farewell, France, and farewell my happy days. The ship that separates our loves has borne away but half of me. One part is left thee, and is throe, and I confide it to thy tenderness, that thou mayst hold in mind the other part. Translator's note: it has not been found possible to make a rhymed version of these lines without sacrificing the simplicity which is their chief charm. This part of herself that Mary left in France was the body of the young king, who had taken with him all poor Mary's happiness into his tomb. Mary had but one hope remaining, that the sight of the English fleet would compel her little squadron to turn back, but she had to fulfill her destiny. This same day, a fog, a very unusual occurrence in summertime, extended all over the channel and caused her to escape the fleet, for it was such a dense fog that one could not see from stern to mast. It lasted the whole of Sunday, the day after the departure, and did not lift till the following day, Monday, at 8 o'clock in the morning. The little flotilla, which all this time had been sailing haphazard, had got among so many reefs that if the fog had lasted some minutes longer, the galley would certainly have grounded on some rock, and would have perished like the vessel that had been seen engulfed on leaving port. But thanks to the fog's clearing, the pilot recognized the Scottish coast, and steering his 4 boats with great skill through all the dangers, on the 20th August he put in at Leith, where no preparation had been made for the queen's reception. Nevertheless, scarcely had she arrived there than the chief persons of the town met together and came to felicitate her. Meanwhile, they hastily collected some wretched nags, with harness all falling in pieces, to conduct the queen to Edinburgh. At sight of this, Mary could not help weeping again, for she thought of the splendid palfreys and hackneys of her French knights and ladies, and at this first view Scotland appeared to her in all its poverty. Next day it was to appear to her in all its wildness. After having passed one night at Holyrood Palace, during which, says Brantome, 500 to 600 rascals from the town, instead of letting her sleep, came to give her a wild morning greeting on wretched fiddles and little rebecks, she expressed a wish to hear Mass. Unfortunately, the people of Edinburgh belonged almost entirely to the Reformed religion, so that, furious at the Queen's giving such a proof of papistry at her first appearance, they entered the church by force, armed with knives, sticks, and stones, with the intention of putting to death the poor priest, her chaplain. He left the altar and took refuge near the Queen, while Mary's brother, the prior of St. Andrew's, who was more inclined from this time forward to be a soldier than an ecclesiastic, seized a sword, and placing himself between the people and the Queen, declared that he would kill with his own hand the first man who should take another step. This firmness, combined with the Queen's imposing and dignified air, checked the zeal of the reformers. As we have said, Mary had arrived in the midst of all the heat of the first religious wars. A zealous Catholic, like all her family on the maternal side, she inspired the Huguenots with the gravest fears. Besides, a rumor had got about that Mary, instead of landing at Leith, as she had been obliged by the fog, was to land at Aberdeen. There, it was said, she would have found the Earl of Huntly, one of the peers who had remained loyal to the Catholic faith, and who, next to the family of Hamilton, was the nearest and most powerful ally of the royal house. Seconded by him and by 20,000 soldiers from the north, she would then have marched upon Edinburgh and have re-established the Catholic faith throughout Scotland. Events were not slow to prove that this accusation was false. As we have stated, Mary was much attached to the prior of St. Andrews, a son of James V, and of a noble descendant of the Earls of Mar, who had been very handsome in her youth, and who, in spite of the well-known love for her of James V, and the child who had resulted, had none the less wedded Lord Douglas of Lochleven, by whom she had had two other sons, the elder named William and the younger George, who were thus half-brothers of the regent. Now scarcely had she reascended the throne than Mary had restored to the prior of St. Andrews the title of Earl of Mar, that of his maternal ancestors, and as that of the Earl of Murray had lapsed since the death of the famous Thomas Randolph, Mary, in her sisterly friendship for James Stuart, hastened to add this title to those which she had already bestowed upon him. But here difficulties and complications arose, for the new Earl of Murray, with his character, was not a man to content himself with a barren title, while the estates which were crown property since the extinction of the male branch of the old earls had been gradually encroached upon by powerful neighbours, among whom was the famous Earl of Huntly, whom we have already mentioned. The result was that, as the Queen judged that in this quarter her orders would probably encounter opposition, under pretext of visiting her possessions in the north, she placed herself at the head of a small army commanded by her brother, the Earl of Mar and Murray. The Earl of Huntly was the less duped by the apparent pretext of this expedition, in that his son, John Cordon, for some abuse of his powers, had just been condemned to a temporary imprisonment. He, notwithstanding, made every possible submission to the Queen, sending messengers in advance to invite her to rest in his castle, and following up the messengers in person to renew his invitation viva voce. Unfortunately, at the very moment when he was about to join the Queen, the governor of Inverness, who was entirely devoted to him, was refusing to allow Mary to enter this castle, which was a royal one. It is true that Murray, aware that it does not do to hesitate in the face of such rebellions, had already had him executed for high treason. This new act of firmness showed Huntly that the young Queen was not disposed to allow the Scottish lords a resumption of the almost sovereign power humbled by her father, so that, in spite of the extremely kind reception she accorded him, as he learned while in camp that his son, having escaped from prison, had just put himself at the head of his vassals, he was afraid that he should be thought, as doubtless he was, party to the rising, and he set out the same night to assume command of his troops, his mind made up, as Mary only had with her 7,000 to 8,000 men, to risk a battle, giving out, however, as Buccleuch had done in his attempt to snatch James V from the hands of the Douglases, that it was not at the Queen he was aiming, but solely at the regent, who kept her under his tutelage and perverted her good intentions. Murray, who knew that often the entire peace of a reign depends on the firmness one displays at its beginning, immediately summoned all the northern barons whose estates bordered on his, to march against Huntley. All obeyed, for the House of Cordon was already so powerful that each feared it might become still more so. But however, it was clear that if there was hatred for the subject, there was no great affection for the Queen, and that the greater number came without fixed intentions, and with the idea of being led by circumstances. The two armies encountered near Aberdeen. Murray at once posted the troops he had brought from Edinburgh, and of which he was sure, on the top of rising ground, and drew up in tiers on the hill slope all his northern allies. Huntley advanced resolutely upon them and attacked his neighbours the Highlanders, who after a short resistance retired in disorder. His men immediately threw away their lances, and drawing their swords, crying, "Cordon, Cordon," pursued the fugitives, and believed they had already gained the battle, when they suddenly ran right against the main body of Murray's army, which remained motionless as a rampart of iron, and which, with its long lances, had the advantage of its adversaries, who were armed only with their claymores. It was then the turn of the Cordons to draw back, seeing which, the northern clans rallied and returned to the fight, each soldier having a sprig of heather in his cap, that his comrades might recognize him. This unexpected movement determined the day. The Highlanders ran down the hillside like a torrent, dragging along with them everyone who could have wished to oppose their passage. Then Murray, seeing that the moment had come for changing the defeat into a rout, charged with his entire cavalry. Huntley, who was very stout and very heavily armed, fell and was crushed beneath the horses' feet. John Cordon, taken prisoner in his flight, was executed at Aberdeen 3 days afterwards. Finally, his brother, too young to undergo the same fate at this time, was shut up in a dungeon and executed later, the day he reached the age of 16. Mary had been present at the battle, and the calm and courage she displayed had made a lively impression on her wild defenders, who all along the road had heard her say that she would have liked to be a man, to pass her days on horseback, her nights under a tent, to wear a coat of mail, a helmet, a buckler, and at her side a broadsword. Mary made her entry into Edinburgh amid general enthusiasm, for this expedition against the Earl of Huntley, who was a Catholic, had been very popular among the inhabitants, who had no very clear idea of the real motives which had caused her to undertake it. They were of the Reformed faith, the Earl was a Papist, there was an enemy the less, that is all they thought about. Now therefore, the Scotch, amid their acclamations, whether viva voce or by written demands, expressed the wish that their queen, who was without issue by Francis Roman II, should remarry. Mary agreed to this, and yielding to the prudent advice of those about her, she decided to consult upon this marriage Elizabeth, whose heir she was, in her title of granddaughter of Henry Roman VII, in the event of the Queen of England's dying without posterity. Unfortunately, she had not always acted with like circumspection, for at the death of Mary Tudor, known as Bloody Mary, she had laid claim to the throne of Henry Roman VIII, and relying on the illegitimacy of Elizabeth's birth, had with the Dauphin assumed sovereignty over Scotland, England, and Ireland, and had had coins struck with this new title, and plate engraved with these new armorial bearings. Elizabeth was 9 years older than Mary, that is to say, that at this time she had not yet attained her 30th year. She was not merely her rival as queen then, but as woman. As regards education, she could sustain comparison with advantage, for if she had less charm of mind, she had more solidity of judgment. Versed in politics, philosophy, history, rhetoric, poetry, and music, besides English, her maternal tongue, she spoke and wrote to perfection Greek, Latin, French, Italian, and Spanish. But while Elizabeth excelled Mary on this point, her turn Mary was more beautiful, and above all more attractive, than her rival. Elizabeth had, it is true, a majestic and agreeable appearance, bright quick eyes, a dazzlingly white complexion, but she had red hair, a large foot, Elizabeth bestowed a pair of her shoes on the University of Oxford. Their size would point to their being those of a man of average stature, and a powerful hand, while Mary, on the contrary, with her beautiful ashy-fair hair. Several historians assert that Mary Stuart had black hair, but Brantome, who had seen it, since, as we have said, he accompanied her to Scotland, affirms that it was fair, and so saying, he, the executioner, took off her headdress in a contemptuous manner to display her hair already white, that while alive, however, she feared not to show, nor yet to twist and frizz, as in the days when it was so beautiful and so fair. Her noble open forehead, eyebrows which could be only blamed for being so regularly arched that they looked as if drawn by a pencil, eyes continually beaming with the witchery of fire, a nose of perfect Grecian outline, a mouth so ruby red and gracious that it seemed that, as a flower opens but to let its perfume escape, so it could not open but to give passage to gentle words, with a neck white and graceful as a swan's, hands of alabaster, with a form like a goddess's and a foot like a child's. Mary was a harmony in which the most ardent enthusiast for sculptured form could have found nothing to reproach. This was indeed Mary's great and real crime, one single imperfection in face or figure, and she would not have died upon the scaffold. Besides, to Elizabeth, who had never seen her, and who consequently could only judge by hearsay, this beauty was a great cause of uneasiness and of jealousy, which she could not even disguise, and which showed itself unceasingly in eager questions. One day when she was chatting with James Melville about his mission to her court, Mary's offer to be guided by Elizabeth in her choice of a husband, a choice which the Queen of England had seemed at first to wish to see fixed on the Earl of Leicester. She led the Scotch ambassador into a cabinet, where she showed him several portraits with labels in her own handwriting. The first was one of the Earl of Leicester. As this nobleman was precisely the suitor chosen by Elizabeth, Melville asked the Queen to give it him to show to his mistress, but Elizabeth refused, saying that it was the only one she had. Melville then replied, smiling, that being in possession of the original she might well part with the copy, but Elizabeth would on no account consent. This little discussion ended, she showed him the portrait of Mary Stuart, which she kissed very tenderly, expressing to Melville a great wish to see his mistress. "That is very easy, madam," he replied. "Keep your room, on the pretext that you are indisposed, and set out incognito for Scotland, as King James V set out for France when he wanted to see Madeleine de Valois, whom he afterwards married." "Alas," replied Elizabeth, "I would like to do so, but it is not so easy as you think. Nevertheless, tell your queen that I love her tenderly, and that I wish we could live more in friendship than we have done up to the present." Then, passing to a subject which she seemed to have wanted to broach for a long time, "Melville," she continued, "tell me frankly, is my sister as beautiful as they say?" "She has that reputation," replied Melville, "but I cannot give your majesty any idea of Heck's beauty, having no point of comparison." "I will give you one," the Queen said. "Is she more beautiful than I?" "Madam," replied Melville, "you are the most beautiful woman in England, and Mary Stuart is the most beautiful woman in Scotland." "Then which of the two is the taller?" asked Elizabeth, who was not entirely satisfied by this answer, clever as it was. "My mistress, madam," responded Melville, "I am obliged to confess it." "Then she is too tall," Elizabeth said sharply, "for I am tall enough. And what are her favorite amusements?" she continued. "Madam," Melville replied, "hunting, riding, performing on the lute and the harpsichord." "Is she skilled upon the latter?" Elizabeth inquired. "Oh yes, madam," answered Melville, "skilled enough for a queen." There the conversation stopped, but as Elizabeth was herself an excellent musician, she commanded Lord Hunsdon to bring Melville to her at a time when she was at her harpsichord, so that he could hear her without her seeming to have the air of playing for him. In fact, the same day, Hunsdon, agreeably to her instructions, led the ambassador into a gallery separated from the Queen's apartment merely by tapestry, so that his guide having raised it, Melville at his leisure could hear Elizabeth, who did not turn round until she had finished the piece, which, however, she was playing with much skill. When she saw Melville, she pretended to fly into a passion, and even wanted to strike him, but her anger calmed down by little and little at the ambassador's compliments, and ceased altogether when he admitted that Mary Stuart was not her equal. But this was not all. Proud of her triumph, Elizabeth desired also that Melville should see her dance. Accordingly, she kept back her dispatches for 2 days that he might be present at a ball that she was giving. These dispatches, as we have said, contained the wish that Mary Stuart should espouse Leicester, but this proposal could not be taken seriously. Leicester, whose personal worth was besides sufficiently mediocre, was of birth too inferior to aspire to the hand of the daughter of so many kings. Thus Mary replied that such an alliance would not become her. Meanwhile, something strange and tragic came to pass. Chapter 2. Among the lords who had followed Mary Stuart to Scotland was, as we have mentioned, a young nobleman named Chatelard, a true type of the nobility of that time, a nephew of Bayard on his mother's side, a poet and a knight, talented and courageous, and attached to Marshal Damville, of whose household he formed one. Thanks to this high position, Chatelard, throughout her stay in France, paid court to Mary Stuart, who, in the homage he rendered her in verse, saw nothing more than those poetical declarations of gallantry customary in that age, and with which she especially was daily overwhelmed. But it happened that about the time when Chatelard was most in love with the Queen she was obliged to leave France, as we have said. Then Marshal Damville, who knew nothing of Chatelard's passion, and who himself, encouraged by Mary's kindness, was among the candidates to succeed Francis Roman II as husband, set out for Scotland with the poor exile, taking Chatelard with him, and not imagining he would find a rival in him, he made a confidant of him, and left him with Mary when he was obliged to leave her, charging the young poet to support with her the interests of his suit. This post as confidant brought Mary and Chatelard more together, and, as in her capacity as poet, the Queen treated him like a brother, he made bold in his passion to risk all to obtain another title. Accordingly, one evening he got into Mary Stuart's room and hid himself under the bed. But at the moment when the Queen was beginning to undress, a little dog she had began to yelp so loudly that her women came running at his barking, and led by this indication, perceived Chatelard. A woman easily pardons a crime for which too great love is the excuse. Mary Stuart was woman before being queen, she pardoned. But this kindness only increased Chatelard's confidence. He put down the reprimand he had received to the presence of the Queen's women, and supposed that if she had been alone she would have forgiven him still more completely, so that 3 weeks after, this same scene was repeated. But this time, Chatelard, discovered in a cupboard when the Queen was already in bed, was placed under arrest. The moment was badly chosen. Such a scandal, just when the Queen was about to remarry, was fatal to Mary, let alone to Chatelard. Murray took the affair in hand, and thinking that a public trial could alone save his sister's reputation, he urged the prosecution with such vigor that Chatelard, convicted of the crime of lèse-majesté, was condemned to death. Mary entreated her brother that Chatelard might be sent back to France, but Murray made her see what terrible consequences such a use of her right of pardon might have, so that Mary was obliged to let justice take its course. Chatelard was led to execution. Arrived on the scaffold, which was set up before the Queen's palace, Chatelard, who had declined the services of a priest, had Ronsard's ode on death read, and when the reading, which he followed with evident pleasure, was ended, he turned towards the Queen's windows and, having cried out for the last time, "Adieu, loveliest and most cruel of princesses," he stretched out his neck to the executioner without displaying any repentance or uttering any complaint. This death made all the more impression upon Mary that she did not dare to show her sympathy openly. Meanwhile, there was a rumor that the Queen of Scotland was consenting to a new marriage, and several suitors came forward, sprung from the principal reigning families of Europe. First, the Archduke Charles, third son of the Emperor of Germany, then the Duke of Anjou, who afterwards became Henry Roman III. But to wed a foreign prince was to give up her claims to the English crown. So Mary refused, and making a merit of this to Elizabeth, she cast her eyes on a relation of the latter's, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, son of the Earl of Lennox. Elizabeth, who had nothing plausible to urge against this marriage, since the Queen of Scotland not only chose an Englishman for husband, but was marrying into her own family, allowed the Earl of Lennox and his son to go to the Scotch court, reserving it to herself, if matters appeared to take a serious turn, to recall them both, a command which they would be constrained to obey, since all their property was in England. Darnley was 18 years of age. He was handsome, well-made, elegant. He talked in that attractive manner of the young nobles of the French and English courts that Mary no longer heard since her exile in Scotland. She let herself be deceived by these appearances and did not see that under this brilliant exterior Darnley hid utter insignificance, dubious courage, and a fickle and churlish character. It is true that he came to her under the auspices of a man whose influence was as striking as the risen fortune which gave him the opportunity to exert it. We refer to David Rizzio. David Rizzio, who played such a great part in the life of Mary Stuart, whose strange favor for him has given her enemies, probably without any cause, such cruel weapons against her, was the son of a Turin musician burdened with a numerous family, who, recognizing in him a pronounced musical taste, had him instructed in the first principles of the art. At the age of 15, he had left his father's house and had gone on foot to Nice, where the Duke of Savoy held his court. There he entered the service of the Duke of Morto, and this lord having been appointed, some years afterwards, to the Scottish embassy, Rizzio followed him to Scotland. As this young man had a very fine voice, and accompanied on the viol and fiddle songs of which both the airs and the words were of his own composition, the ambassador spoke of him to Mary, who wished to see him. Rizzio, full of confidence in himself, and seeing in the Queen's desire a road to success, hastened to obey her command, sang before her, and pleased her. She begged him then of Morto, making no more of it than if she had asked of him a thoroughbred dog or a well-trained falcon. Morto presented him to her, delighted at finding such an opportunity to pay his court. But scarcely was Rizzio in her service than Mary discovered that music was the least of his gifts, that he possessed, besides that, education if not profound at least varied, a supple mind, a lively imagination, gentle ways, and at the same time much boldness and presumption. He reminded her of those Italian artists whom she had seen at the French court, and spoke to her the tongue of Marat and Ronsard, whose most beautiful poems he knew by heart. This was more than enough to please Mary Stuart. In a short time he became her favorite, and meanwhile the place of secretary for the French dispatches falling vacant, Rizzio was provided for with it. Darnley, who wished to succeed at all costs, enlisted Rizzio in his interests, unconscious that he had no need of this support. And as, on her side, Mary, who had fallen in love with him at first sight, fearing some new intrigue of Elizabeth's, hastened on this union so far as the proprieties permitted, the affair moved forward with wonderful rapidity, and in the midst of public rejoicing, with the approbation of the nobility, except for a small minority, with Murray at its head, the marriage was solemnized under the happiest auspices, 29th July 1565. 2 days before, Darnley and his father, the Earl of Lennox, had received a command to return to London, and as they had not obeyed it, a week after the celebration of the marriage, they learned that the Countess of Lennox, the only one of the family remaining in Elizabeth's power, had been arrested and taken to the Tower. Thus Elizabeth, in spite of her dissimulation, yielding to that first impulse of violence that she always had such trouble to overcome, publicly displayed her resentment. However, Elizabeth was not the woman to be satisfied with useless vengeance. She soon released the Countess and turned her eyes towards Murray, the most discontented of the nobles in opposition, who by this marriage was losing all his personal influence. It was thus easy for Elizabeth to put arms in his hand. In fact, when he had failed in his first attempt to seize Darnley, he called to his aid the Duke of Châtellerault, Glencairn, Argyll, and Rothes, and collecting what partisans they could, they openly rebelled against the Queen. This was the first ostensible act of that hatred which was afterwards so fatal to Mary. The Queen, on her side, appealed to her nobles, who in response hastened to rally to her, so that in a month's time she found herself at the head of the finest army that ever a king of Scotland had raised. Darnley assumed the command of this magnificent assembly, mounted on a superb horse, arrayed in gilded armor, and accompanied by the Queen, who, in a riding habit, with pistols at her saddlebow, wished to make the campaign with him, that she might not quit his side for a moment. Both were young, both were handsome, and they left Edinburgh amidst the cheers of the people and the army. Murray and his accomplices did not even try to stand against them, and the campaign consisted of such rapid and complex marches and countermarches that this rebellion is called the runabout raid, that is to say, the run in every sense of the word. Murray and the rebels withdrew into England, where Elizabeth, while seeming to condemn their unlucky attempt, afforded them all the assistance they needed. Mary returned to Edinburgh delighted at the success of her two first campaigns, not suspecting that this new good fortune was the last she would have, and that there her short-lived prosperity would cease. Indeed, she soon saw that in Darnley she had given herself not a devoted and very attentive husband, as she had believed, but an imperious and brutal master, who, no longer having any motive for concealment, showed himself to her just as he was, a man of disgraceful vices, of which drunkenness and debauchery was the least. Accordingly, serious differences were not long in springing up in this royal household. Darnley in wedding Mary had not become king, but merely the Queen's husband. To confer on him authority nearly equaling a regent's, it was necessary that Mary should grant him what was termed the crown matrimonial, a crown Francis Roman II had worn during his short royalty, and that Mary, after Darnley's conduct to herself, had not the slightest intention of bestowing on him. Thus, to whatever entreaties he made, in whatever form they were wrapped, Mary merely replied with an unvaried and obstinate refusal. Darnley, amazed at this force of will in a young queen who had loved him enough to raise him to her, and not believing that she could find it in herself, sought in her entourage for some secret and influential adviser who might have inspired her with it. His suspicions fell on Rizzio. In reality, to whatever cause Rizzio owed his power, and to even the most clear-sighted historians, this point has always remained obscure. Be it that he ruled as lover, be it that he advised as minister, his counsels, as long as he lived, were always given for the greater glory of the Queen. Sprung from so low, he at least wished to show himself worthy of having risen so high, and owing everything to Mary, he tried to repay her with devotion. Thus Darnley was not mistaken, and it was indeed Rizzio who, in despair at having helped to bring about a union which he foresaw must become so unfortunate, gave Mary the advice not to give up any of her power to one who already possessed much more than he deserved in possessing her person. Darnley, like all persons of both weak and violent character, disbelieved in the persistence of will in others, unless this will was sustained by an outside influence. He thought that in ridding himself of Rizzio he could not fail to gain the day, since, as he believed, he alone was opposing the grant of this great desire of his, the crown matrimonial. Consequently, as Rizzio was disliked by the nobles in proportion as his merits had raised him above them, it was easy for Darnley to organize a conspiracy, and James Douglas of Morton, Chancellor of the Kingdom, consented to act as chief. This is the second time since the beginning of our narrative that we inscribe this name Douglas, so often pronounced in Scottish history, and which at this time, extinct in the elder branch, known as the Black Douglases, was perpetuated in the younger branch, known as the Red Douglases. It was an ancient, noble, and powerful family, which, when the descent in the male line from Robert Bruce had lapsed, disputed the royal title with the first Stuart, and which since then had constantly kept alongside the throne, sometimes its support, sometimes its enemy, envying every great house, for greatness made it uneasy, but above all envious of the house of Hamilton, which, if not its equal, was at any rate after itself the next most powerful. During the whole reign of James V, thanks to the hatred which the king bore them, the Douglases had not only lost all their influence, but had also been exiled to England. This hatred was on account of their having seized the guardianship of the young prince and kept him prisoner till he was 15. Then, with the help of one of his pages, James V had escaped from Falkland and had reached Stirling, whose governor was in his interests. Scarcely was he safe in the castle than he made proclamation that any Douglas who should approach within a dozen miles of it would be prosecuted for high treason. This was not all. He obtained a decree from Parliament declaring them guilty of felony and condemning them to exile. They remained proscribed then during the king's lifetime and returned to Scotland only upon his death. The result was that, although they had been recalled about the throne, and though, thanks to the past influence of Murray, who one remembers was a Douglas on the mother's side, they filled the most important posts there, they had not forgiven to the daughter the enmity borne them by the father. This was why James Douglas, Chancellor as he was, and consequently entrusted with the execution of the laws, put himself at the head of a conspiracy which had for its aim the violation of all laws, human and divine. Douglas's first idea had been to treat Rizzio as the favorites of James Roman III had been treated at the Bridge of Lauder, that is to say, to make a show of having a trial and to hang him afterwards. But such a death did not suffice for Darnley's vengeance. As above everything, he wished to punish the Queen in Rizzio's person. He exacted that the murder should take place in her presence. Douglas associated with himself Lord Ruthven, an idle and dissolute Sybarite, who under the circumstances promised to push his devotion so far as to wear a cuirass. Then, sure of this important accomplice, he busied himself with finding other agents. However, the plot was not woven with such secrecy, but that something of it transpired, and Rizzio received several warnings that he despised. Sir James Melville, among others, tried every means to make him understand the perils a stranger ran who enjoyed such absolute confidence in a wild, jealous court like that of Scotland. Rizzio received these hints as if resolved not to apply them to himself, and Sir James Melville, satisfied that he had done enough to ease his conscience, did not insist further. Then a French priest, who had a reputation as a clever astrologer, got himself admitted to Rizzio, and warned him that the stars predicted that he was in deadly peril, and that he should beware of a certain bastard above all. Rizzio replied that from the day when he had been honored with his sovereign's confidence, he had sacrificed in advance his life to his position, that since that time, however, he had had occasion to notice that in general the Scotch were ready to threaten but slow to act, that, as to the bastard referred to, who was doubtless the Earl of Murray, he would take care that he should never enter Scotland far enough for his sword to reach him, were it as long as from Dumfries to Edinburgh, which in other words was as much as to say that Murray should remain exiled in England for life, since Dumfries was one of the principal frontier towns. Meanwhile the conspiracy proceeded, and Douglas and Ruthven, having collected their accomplices and taken their measures, came to Darnley to finish the compact. As the price of the bloody service they rendered the king, they exacted from him a promise to obtain the pardon of Murray, and the nobles compromised with him in the affair of the run in every sense. Darnley granted all they asked of him, and a messenger was sent to Murray to inform him of the expedition in preparation, and to invite him to hold himself in readiness to re-enter Scotland at the first notice he should receive. Then, this point settled, they made Darnley sign a paper in which he acknowledged himself the author and chief of the enterprise. The other assassins were the Earl of Morton, the Earl of Ruthven, George Douglas the bastard of Angus, Lindley, and Andrew Carew. The remainder were soldiers, simple murderers' tools, who did not even know what was afoot. Darnley reserved it for himself to appoint the time. 2 days after these conditions were agreed upon, Darnley, having been notified that the Queen was alone with Rizzio, wished to make himself sure of the degree of her favour enjoyed by the minister. He accordingly went to her apartment by a little door of which he always kept the key upon him, but though the key turned in the lock, the door did not open. Then Darnley knocked, announcing himself, but such was the contempt into which he had fallen with the Queen that Mary left him outside, although supposing she had been alone with Rizzio, she would have had time to send him away. Darnley, driven to extremities by this, summoned Morton, Ruthven, Lennox, Lindley, and Douglas's bastard, and fixed the assassination of Rizzio for 2 days later. They had just completed all the details, and had distributed the parts that each must play in this bloody tragedy, when suddenly, and at the moment when they least expected it, the door opened, and Mary Stuart appeared on the threshold. "My lords," said she, "your holding these secret councils is useless. I am informed of your plots, and with God's help I shall soon apply a remedy." With these words, and before the conspirators had had time to collect themselves, she shut the door again and vanished like a passing but threatening vision. All remained thunderstruck. Morton was the first to find his tongue. "My lords," said he, "this is a game of life and death, and the winner will not be the cleverest or the strongest, but the readiest. If we do not destroy this man, we are lost. We must strike him down this very evening, not the day after tomorrow." Everyone applauded, even Ruthven, who, still pale and feverish from riotous living, promised not to be behindhand. The only point changed, on Morton's suggestion, was that the murder should take place next day, for, in the opinion of all, not less than a day's interval was needed to collect the minor conspirators, who numbered not less than 500. The next day, which was Saturday, March 9, 1566, Mary Stuart, who had inherited from her father, James V, a dislike of ceremony and the need of liberty, had invited to supper with her 6 persons, Rizzio among the number. Darnley, informed of this in the morning, immediately gave notice of it to the conspirators, telling them that he himself would let them into the palace between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening. The conspirators replied that they would be in readiness. The morning had been dark and stormy, as nearly all the first days of spring are in Scotland, and towards evening the snow and wind redoubled in depth and violence. So Mary had remained shut up with Rizzio, and Darnley, who had gone to the secret door several times, could hear the sound of instruments and the voice of the favourite, who was singing those sweet melodies which have come down to our time, and which Edinburgh people still attribute to him. These songs were for Mary a reminder of her stay in France, where the artists in the train of the Medicis had already brought echoes from Italy, but for Darnley they were an insult, and each time he had withdrawn strengthened in his design. At the appointed time, the conspirators, who had been given the password during the day, knocked at the palace gate, and were received there so much the more easily that Darnley himself, wrapped in a great cloak, awaited them at the postern by which they were admitted. The 500 soldiers immediately stole into an inner courtyard, where they placed themselves under some sheds, as much to keep themselves from the cold as that they might not be seen on the snow-covered ground. A brightly lighted window looked into this courtyard. It was that of the Queen's study. At the first signal given them from this window, the soldiers were to break in the door and go to the help of the chief conspirators. These instructions given, Darnley led Morton, Ruthven, Lennox, Lindley, Andrew Carew, and Douglas's bastard into the room adjoining the study, and only separated from it by a tapestry hanging before the door. From there one could overhear all that was being said, and at a single bound fall upon the guests. Darnley left them in this room, enjoining silence, then giving them as a signal to enter the moment when they should hear him cry, "To me, Douglas." He went round by the secret passage, so that seeing him come in by his usual door the Queen's suspicions might not be roused by his unlooked-for visit. Mary was at supper with 6 persons, having Say de Thou and Melville, Rizzio seated on her right, while on the contrary, Carapton assures us that he was eating standing at a sideboard. The talk was gay and intimate, for all were giving themselves up to the ease one feels at being safe and warm at a hospitable board, while the snow is beating against the windows and the wind roaring in the chimneys. Suddenly Mary, surprised that the most profound silence had succeeded to the lively and animated flow of words among her guests since the beginning of supper, and suspecting, from their glances, that the cause of their uneasiness was behind her, turned round and saw Darnley leaning on the back of her chair. The Queen shuddered, for although her husband was smiling when looking at Rizzio, this smile had assumed such a strange expression that it was clear that something terrible was about to happen. At the same moment, Mary heard in the next room a heavy, dragging step draw near the cabinet. Then the tapestry was raised, and Lord Ruthven, in armour of which he could barely support the weight, pale as a ghost, appeared on the threshold, and drawing his sword in silence, leaned upon it. The Queen thought he was delirious. "What do you want, my lord?" she said to him, "and why do you come to the palace like this?" "Ask the king, madam," replied Ruthven in an indistinct voice. "It is for him to answer." "Explain, my lord," Mary demanded, turning again towards Darnley. "What does such a neglect of ordinary propriety mean?" "It means, madam," returned Darnley, pointing to Rizzio, "that man must leave here this very minute." "That man is mine, my lord," Mary said, rising proudly, "and consequently takes orders only from me." "To me, Douglas," cried Darnley. At these words, the conspirators, who for some moments had drawn nearer Ruthven, fearing, so changeable was Darnley's character, lest he had brought them in vain, and would not dare to utter the signal. At these words, the conspirators rushed into the room with such haste that they overturned the table. Then David Rizzio, seeing that it was he alone they wanted, threw himself on his knees behind the queen, seizing the hem of her robe and crying in Italian, "Giustizia, Giustizia." Indeed, the queen, true to her character, not allowing herself to be intimidated by this terrible eruption, placed herself in front of Rizzio and sheltered him behind her majesty. But she counted too much on the respect of a nobility accustomed to struggle hand to hand with its kings for 5 centuries. Andrew Carroll held a dagger to her breast and threatened to kill her if she insisted on defending any longer him whose death was resolved upon. Then Darnley, without consideration for the queen's pregnancy, seized her round the waist and bore her away from Rizzio, who remained on his knees pale and trembling, while Douglas's bastard, confirming the prediction of the astrologer who had warned Rizzio to beware of a certain bastard, drawing the king's own dagger, plunged it into the breast of the minister, who fell wounded but not dead. Morton immediately took him by the feet and dragged him from the cabinet into the larger room, leaving on the floor that long track of blood which is still shown there. Then, arrived there, each rushed upon him as upon a quarry, and set upon the corpse, which they stabbed in 56 places. Meanwhile Darnley held the queen, who, thinking that all was not over, did not cease crying for mercy. But Ruthven came back, paler than at first, and at Darnley's inquiry if Rizzio were dead, he nodded in the affirmative. Then, as he could not bear further fatigue in his convalescent state, he sat down, although the queen, whom Darnley had at last released, remained standing on the same spot. At this Mary could not contain herself. "My lord," cried she, "who has given you permission to sit down in my presence, and whence comes such insolence?" "Madam," Ruthven answered, "I act thus not from insolence but from weakness, for to serve your husband I have just taken more exercise than my doctors allow." Then turning round to a servant, "Give me a glass of wine," said he, showing Darnley his bloody dagger before putting it back in its sheath, "for here is the proof that I have well earned it." The servant obeyed, and Ruthven drained his glass with as much calmness as if he had just performed the most innocent act. "My lord," the queen then said, taking a step towards him, "it may be that as I am a woman, in spite of my desire and my will, I never find an opportunity to repay you what you are doing to me. But," she added, energetically striking her womb with her hand, "he whom I bear there, and whose life you should have respected, since you respect my majesty so little, will one day revenge me for all these insults." Then, with a gesture at once superb and threatening, she withdrew by Darnley's door, which she closed behind her. At that moment a great noise was heard in the queen's room. Huntley, Athol, and Bothwell, who, we are soon about to see, play such an important part in the sequel of this history, were supping together in another hall of the palace, when suddenly they had heard outcries and the clash of arms, so that they had run with all speed. When Athol, who came first, without knowing whose it was, struck against the dead body of Rizzio, which was stretched at the top of the staircase, they believed, seeing someone assassinated, that the lives of the king and queen were threatened, and they had drawn their swords to force the door that Morton was guarding. But directly Darnley understood what was going on, he darted from the cabinet, followed by Ruthven, and showing himself to the newcomers. "My lords," he said, "the persons of the queen and myself are safe, and nothing has occurred here but by our orders. Withdraw then, you will know more about it in time. As to him," he added, holding up Rizzio's head by the hair, whilst the bastard of Douglas lit up the face with a torch so that it could be recognized, "you see who it is, and whether it is worth your while to get into trouble for him." And in fact, as soon as Huntley, Athol, and Bothwell had recognized the musician minister, they sheathed their swords, and having saluted the king, went away. Mary had gone away with a single thought in her heart, vengeance. But she understood that she could not revenge herself at one and the same time on her husband and his companions. She set to work, then, with all the charms of her wit and beauty, to detach the kind from his accomplices. It was not a difficult task. When that brutal rage which often carried Darnley beyond all bounds was spent, he was frightened himself at the crime he had committed, and while the assassins, assembled by Murray, were resolving that he should have that greatly desired crown matrimonial, Darnley, as fickle as he was violent, and as cowardly as he was cruel, in Mary's very room, before the scarcely dried blood, made another compact, in which he engaged to deliver up his accomplices. Indeed, 3 days after the event that we have just related, the murderers learned a strange piece of news. that Darnley and Mary, accompanied by Lord Satan, had escaped together from Holyrood Palace. 3 days later still, a proclamation appeared, signed by Mary and dated from Dunbar, which summoned round the Queen, in her own name and the King's, all the Scottish lords and barons, including those who had been compromised in the affair of the Run in every sense, to whom she not only granted full and complete pardon, but also restored her entire confidence. In this way she separated Murray's cause from that of Morton and the other assassins, who, in their turn, seeing that there was no longer any safety for them in Scotland, fled to England, where all the Queen's enemies were always certain to find a warm welcome, in spite of the good relations which reigned in appearance between Mary and Elizabeth. As to Bothwell, who had wanted to oppose the assassination, he was appointed warden of all the marches of the kingdom. Unfortunately for her honor, Mary, always more the woman than the Queen, while on the contrary, Elizabeth was always more the Queen than the woman, had no sooner regained her power than her first royal act was to exhume Rizzio, who had been quietly buried on the threshold of the chapel nearest Holyrood Palace, and to have him removed to the burial place of the Scottish kings, compromising herself still more by the honors she paid him dead than by the favor she had granted him living. Such an imprudent demonstration naturally led to fresh quarrels between Mary and Darnley. These quarrels were the more bitter that, as one can well understand, the reconciliation between the husband and wife, at least on the latter's side, had never been anything but a pretense, so that, feeling herself in a stronger position still on account of her pregnancy, she restrained herself no longer, and leaving Darnley, she went from Dunbar to Edinburgh Castle, where on June 19, 1566, 3 months after the assassination of Rizzio, she gave birth to a son who afterwards became James Roman VI. Chapter 3. Directly she was delivered, Mary sent for James Melville, her usual envoy to Elizabeth, and charged him to convey this news to the Queen of England, and to beg her to be godmother to the royal child at the same time. On arriving in London, Melville immediately presented himself at the palace, but as there was a court ball, he could not see the Queen, and contented himself with making known the reason for his journey to the minister Cecil, and with begging him to ask his mistress for an audience next day. Elizabeth was dancing in a quadrille at the moment when Cecil, approaching her, said in a low voice, "Queen Mary of Scotland has just given birth to a son." At these words she grew frightfully pale, and looking about her with a bewildered air, and as if she were about to faint, she leaned against an armchair. Then soon, not being able to stand upright, she sat down, threw back her head, and plunged into a mournful reverie. Then one of the ladies of her court, breaking through the circle which had formed round the Queen, approached her, ill at ease, and asked her of what she was thinking so sadly. "Ah, madam," Elizabeth replied impatiently, "do you not know that Mary Stuart has given birth to a son, while I am but a barren stock, who will die without offspring?" Yet Elizabeth was too good a politician, in spite of her liability to be carried away by a first impulse, to compromise herself by a longer display of her grief. The ball was not discontinued on that account, and the interrupted quadrille was resumed and finished. The next day Melville had his audience. Elizabeth received him to perfection, assuring him of all the pleasure that the news he brought had caused her, and which, she said, had cured her of a complaint from which she had suffered for a fortnight. Melville replied that his mistress had hastened to acquaint her with her joy, knowing that she had no better friend, but he added that this joy had nearly cost Mary her life, so grievous had been her confinement, as he was returning to this point for the 3rd time, with the object of still further increasing the Queen of England's dislike to marriage. "Be easy, Melville," Elizabeth answered him, "you need not insist upon it. I shall never marry, my kingdom takes the place of a husband for me, and my subjects are my children. When I am dead, I wish graven on my tombstone, 'Here lies Elizabeth, who reigned so many years and who died a virgin.'" Melville availed himself of this opportunity to remind Elizabeth of the desire she had shown to see Mary 3 or 4 years before. But Elizabeth said, besides her country's affairs, which necessitated her presence in the heart of her possessions, she did not care, after all she had heard said of her rival's beauty, to expose herself to a comparison disadvantageous to her pride. She contented herself, then, with choosing as her proxy the Earl of Bedford, who set out with several other noblemen for Stirling Castle, where the young prince was christened with great pomp and received the name of Charles James. It was remarked that Darnley did not appear at this ceremony, and that his absence seemed to scandalize greatly the Queen of England's envoy. On the contrary, James Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, had the most important place there. This was because, since the evening when Bothwell, at Mary's cries, had run to oppose the murder of Rizzio, he had made great way in the Queen's favour. To her party he himself appeared to be really attached, to the exclusion of the two others, the King's and the Earl of Murray's. Bothwell was already 35 years old, head of the powerful family of Hepburn, which had great influence in East Lothian and the county of Berwick. For the rest, violent, rough, given to every kind of debauchery, and capable of anything to satisfy an ambition that he did not even give himself the trouble to hide. In his youth, he had been reputed courageous, but for long he had had no serious opportunity to draw the sword. If the King's authority had been shaken by Rizzio's influence, it was entirely upset by Bothwell's. The great nobles, following the favourite's example, no longer rose in the presence of Darnley and ceased little by little to treat him as their equal. His retinue was cut down, his silver plate taken from him, and some officers who remained about him made him buy their services with the most bitter vexations. As for the Queen, she no longer even took the trouble to conceal her dislike for him, avoiding him without consideration, to such a degree that one day when she had gone with Bothwell to Alway, she left there again immediately, because Darnley came to join her. The King, however, still had patience, but a fresh imprudence of Mary's at last led to the terrible catastrophe that, since the Queen's liaison with Bothwell, some had already foreseen. Towards the end of the month of October, 1566, while the Queen was holding a court of justice at Jedburgh, it was announced to her that Bothwell, in trying to seize a malefactor called John Eliot of Park, had been badly wounded in the hand. The Queen, who was about to attend the council, immediately postponed the sitting till next day, and having ordered a horse to be saddled, she set out for Hermitage Castle, where Bothwell was living, and covered the distance at a stretch, although it was 20 miles, and she had to go across woods, marshes, and rivers. Then, having remained some hours tete-a-tete with him, she set out again with the same speed for Jedburgh, to which she returned in the night. Although this proceeding had made a great deal of talk, which was inflamed still more by the Queen's enemies, who chiefly belonged to the Reformed religion, Darnley did not hear of it till nearly 2 months afterwards. That is to say, when Bothwell, completely recovered, returned with the Queen to Edinburgh. Then Darnley thought that he ought not to put up any longer with such humiliations, but as, since his treason to his accomplices, he had not found in all Scotland a noble who would have drawn the sword for him, he resolved to go and seek the Earl of Lennox, his father, hoping that through his influence he could rally the malcontents, of whom there were a great number since Bothwell had been in favour. Unfortunately, Darnley, indiscreet and imprudent as usual, confided this plan to some of his officers, who warned Bothwell of their master's intention. Bothwell did not seem to oppose the journey in any way, but Darnley was scarcely a mile from Edinburgh when he felt violent pains none the less. He continued his road, and arrived very ill at Glasgow. He immediately sent for a celebrated doctor, called James Abrenetz, who found his body covered with pimples, and declared without any hesitation that he had been poisoned. However, others, among them Walter Scott, state that this illness was nothing else than smallpox. Whatever it may have been, the Queen, in the presence of the danger her husband ran, appeared to forget her resentment, and at the risk of what might prove troublesome to herself, she went to Darnley, after sending her doctor in advance. It is true that if one is to believe in the following letters, dated from Glasgow, which Mary is accused of having written to Bothwell, she knew the illness with which he was attacked too well to fear infection. As these letters are little known, and seem to us very singular, we transcribe them here. Later we shall tell how they fell into the power of the Confederate lords, and from their hands passed into Elizabeth's, who, quite delighted, cried on receiving them, "God's death, then I hold her life and honor in my hands." First letter. When I set out from the place where I had left my heart, judge in what a condition I was, poor body without a soul. Besides, during the whole of dinner, I have not spoken to anyone, and no one has dared to approach me, for it was easy to see that there was something amiss. When I arrived within a league of the town, the Earl of Lennox sent me one of his gentlemen to make me his compliments, and to excuse himself for not having come in person. He has caused me to be informed, moreover, that he did not dare to present himself before me after the reprimand that I gave Cunningham. This gentleman begged me, as if of his own accord, to examine his master's conduct, to ascertain if my suspicions were well-founded. I have replied to him that fear was an incurable disease, that the Earl of Lennox would not be so agitated if his conscience reproached him with nothing, and that if some hasty words had escaped me, they were but just reprisals for the letter he had written me. None of the inhabitants visited me, which makes me think they are all in his interests. Besides, they speak of him very favorably, as well as of his son. The king sent for Joachim yesterday and asked him why I did not lodge with him, adding that my presence would soon cure him, and asked me also with what object I had come, if it were to be reconciled with him, if you were here, if I had taken Paris and Gilbert as secretaries, and if I were still resolved to dismiss Joseph. I do not know who has given him such accurate information. There is nothing, down to the marriage of Sebastian, with which he has not made himself acquainted. I have asked him the meaning of one of his letters, in which he complains of the cruelty of certain people. He replied that he was stricken, but that my presence caused him so much joy that he thought he should die of it. He reproached me several times for being dreamy. I left him to go to supper. He begged me to return. I went back. Then he told me the story of his illness, and that he wished to make a will leaving me everything, adding that I was a little the cause of his trouble, and that he attributed it to my coldness. You ask me, added he, who are the people of whom I complain? It is of you, cruel one, of you, whom I have never been able to appease by my tears and my repentance. I know that I have offended you, but not on the matter that you reproach me with. I have also offended some of your subjects, but that you have forgiven me. I am young, and you say that I always relapse into my faults, but cannot a young man like me, destitute of experience, gain it also, break his promises, repent directly, and in time improve? If you will forgive me yet once more, I will promise to offend you never again. All the favor I ask of you is that we should live together like husband and wife, to have but one bed and one board. If you are inflexible, I shall never rise again from here. I entreat you, tell me your decision. God alone knows what I suffer, and that because I occupy myself with you only, because I love and adore only you. If I have offended you sometimes, you must bear the reproach. For when someone offends me, if it were granted me to complain to you, I should not confide my griefs to others. But when we are on bad terms, I am obliged to keep them to myself, and that maddens me. He then urged me strongly to stay with him and lodge in his house, but I excused myself and replied that he ought to be purged, and that he could not be, conveniently, at Glasgow. Then he told me that he knew I had brought a letter for him, but that he would have preferred to make the journey with me. He believed, I think, that I meant to send him to some prison. I replied that I should take him to Craigmillar, that he would find doctors there, that I should remain near him, and that we should be within reach of seeing my son. He has answered that he will go where I wish to take him, provided that I grant him what he has asked. He does not, however, wish to be seen by anyone. He has told me more than 100 pretty things that I cannot repeat to you, and at which you yourself would be surprised. He did not want to let me go. He wanted to make me sit up with him all night. As for me, I pretended to believe everything, and I seemed to interest myself really in him. Besides, I have never seen him so small and humble, and if I had not known how easily his heart overflows, and how mine is impervious to every other arrow than those with which you have wounded it, I believe that I should have allowed myself to soften. But lest that should alarm you, I would die rather than give up what I have promised you. As for you, be sure to act in the same way towards those traitors who will do all they can to separate you from me. I believe that all those people have been cast in the same mold. This one always has a tear in his eye. He bows down before everyone, from the greatest to the smallest. He wishes to interest them in his favor and make himself pitied. His father threw up blood today through the nose and mouth. Think what these symptoms mean. I have not seen him yet, for he keeps to the house. The king wants me to feed him myself. He won't eat unless I do. But whatever I may do, you will be deceived by it no more than I shall be deceiving myself. We are united, you and I, to two kinds of very detestable people. Mary means Miss Huntley Bothwell's wife, whom he repudiated at the king's death to marry the queen. That hell may sever these knots then, and that heaven may form better ones, that nothing can break, that it may make of us the most tender and faithful couple that ever was. There is the profession of faith in which I would die. Excuse my scrawl, you must guess more than the half of it, but I know no help for this. I am obliged to write to you hastily while everyone is asleep here, but be easy, I take infinite pleasure in my watch, for I cannot sleep like the others, not being able to sleep as I would like, that is to say, in your arms. I am going to get into bed. I shall finish my letter tomorrow. I have too many things to tell to you. The night is too far advanced. Imagine my despair. It is to you I am writing. It is of myself that I converse with you, and I am obliged to make an end. I cannot prevent myself, however, from filling up hastily the rest of my paper. Cursed be the crazy creature who torments me so much. Were it not for him, I could talk to you of more agreeable things. He is not greatly changed, and yet he has taken a great deal of tea, but he has nearly killed me with the fetid smell of his breath. For now his is still worse than your cousin's. You guess that this is a fresh reason for my not approaching him. On the contrary, I go away as far as I can and sit on a chair at the foot of his bed. Let us see if I forget anything. His father's messenger on the road. The question about Joachim. The state of my house. The people of my suite. Subject of my arrival. Joseph. Conversation between him and me. His desire to please me and his repentance. The explanation of his letter. Mr. Livingston. Ah, I was forgetting that. Yesterday Livingston during supper told de Rere in a low voice to drink to the health of one I knew well, and to beg me to do him the honor. After supper, as I was leaning on his shoulder near the fire, he said to me, "Is it not true that there are visits very agreeable for those who pay them and those who receive them? But however satisfied they seem with your arrival, I challenge their delight to equal the grief of one whom you have left alone today, and who will never be content till he sees you again." I asked him of whom he wished to speak to me. He then answered me by pressing my arm. "Of one of those who have not followed you, and among those, it is easy for you to guess of whom I want to speak. I have worked till 2 o'clock at the bracelet. I have enclosed a little key which is attached by 2 strings. It is not as well worked as I should like, but I have not had time to make it better. I will make you a finer one on the first occasion. Take care that it is not seen on you, for I have worked at it before everyone, and it would be recognized to a certainty. I always return, in spite of myself, to the frightful attempt that you advise. You compel me to concealments, and above all to treacheries that make me shudder. I would rather die, believe me, than do such things, for it makes my heart bleed. He does not want to follow me, unless I promise him to have the selfsame bed and board with him as before, and not to abandon him so often. If I consent to it, he says he will do all I wish, and will follow me everywhere, but he has begged me to put off my departure for 2 days. I have pretended to agree to all he wishes, but I have told him not to speak of our reconciliation to anyone, for fear it should make some lords uneasy. At last, I shall take him everywhere I wish. Alas, I have never deceived anyone, but what would I not do to please you? Command, and whatever happens, I shall obey. But see yourself if one could not contrive some secret means in the shape of a remedy. He must purge himself at Craigmillar and take baths there. He will be some days without going out. So far as I can see, he is very uneasy, but he has great trust in what I tell him. However, his confidence does not go so far as to allow him to open his mind to me. If you like, I will tell him everything. I can have no pleasure in deceiving someone who is trusting. However, it will be just as you wish. Do not esteem me the less for that. It is you advised it. Never would vengeance have taken me so far. Sometimes he attacks me in a very sensitive place, and he touches me to the quick when he tells me that his crimes are known, but that every day greater ones are committed that one uselessly attempts to hide, since all crimes, whatsoever they be, great or small, come to men's knowledge and form the common subject of their discourse. He adds sometimes, in speaking to me of Madame de Rere, I wish her services may do you honor. He has assured me that many people thought, and that he thought himself that I was not my own mistress. This is doubtless because I had rejected the conditions he offered me. Finally, it is certain that he is very uneasy about you-know-what, and that he even suspects that his life is aimed at. He is in despair whenever the conversation turns on you, Livingston, and my brother. However, he says neither good nor ill of absent people, but on the contrary, he always avoids speaking of them. His father keeps to the house. I have not seen him yet. A number of the Hamiltons are here and accompany me everywhere. All the friends of the other one follow me each time I go to see him. He has begged me to be at his rising tomorrow. My messenger will tell you the rest. Burn my letter. There would be danger in keeping it. Besides, it is hardly worth the trouble, being filled only with dark thoughts. As for you, do not be offended if I am sad and uneasy today, that to please you I rise above honor, remorse, and dangers. Do not take in bad part what I tell you, and do not listen to the malicious explanations of your wife's brother. He is a knave whom you ought not to hear, to the prejudice of the most tender and most faithful mistress that ever was. Above all, do not allow yourself to be moved by that woman. Her sham tears are nothing in comparison with the real tears that I shed, and with what love and constancy make me suffer at succeeding her. It is for that alone that, in spite of myself, I betray all those who could cross my love. God have mercy on me, and send you all the prosperity that a humble and tender friend who awaits from you soon another reward wishes you. It is very late, but it is always with regret that I lay down my pen when I write to you. However, I shall not end my letter until I shall have kissed your hands. Forgive me that it is so ill written. Perhaps I do so expressly that you may be obliged to reread it several times. I have transcribed hastily what I had written down on my tablets, and my paper has given out. Remember a tender friend, and write to her often. Love me as tenderly as I love you, and remember. Madame de Rera's words. The English. His mother. The Earl of Argyll. The Earl of Bothwell. The Edinburgh dwelling. Second letter. It seems that you have forgotten me during your absence, so much the more that you had promised me, at setting out, to let me know in detail everything fresh that should happen. The hope of receiving your news was giving me almost as much delight as your return could have brought me. You have put it off longer than you promised me. As for me, although you do not write, I play my part always. I shall take him to Craigmillar on Monday, and he will spend the whole of Wednesday there. On that day, I shall go to Edinburgh to be bled there, unless you arrange otherwise at least. He is more cheerful than usual, and he is better than ever. He says everything he can to persuade me that he loves me. He has 1,000 attentions for me, and he anticipates me in everything. All that is so pleasant for me that I never go to him, but the pain in my side comes on again. His company weighs on me so much. If Paris brought me what I asked him, I should be soon cured. If you have not yet returned when I go you know where, write to me, I beg you, and tell me what you wish me to do, for if you do not manage things prudently, I foresee that the whole burden will fall on me. Look into everything and weigh the affair maturely. I send you my letter by Beaton, who will set out the day which has been assigned to Balfour. It only remains for me to beg you to inform me of your journey. Glasgow, this Saturday morning. Third letter. I stayed you know where longer than I should have done, if it had not been to get from him something that the bearer of these presents will tell you. It was a good opportunity for covering up our designs. I have promised him to bring the person you know tomorrow. Look after the rest, if you think fit. Alas, I have failed in our agreement, for you have forbidden me to write to you or to dispatch a messenger to you. However, I do not intend to offend you. If you knew with what fears I am agitated, you would not have yourself so many doubts and suspicions. But I take them in good part, persuaded as I am that they have no other cause than love, love that I esteem more than anything on earth. My feelings and my favors are to me sure warrants for that love, and answer to me for your heart. My trust is entire on this head. But explain yourself, I entreat you, and open your soul to me. Otherwise, I shall fear lest, by the fatality of my star, and by the too fortunate influence of the stars on women less tender and less faithful than I may be supplanted in your heart, as Medea was in Jason's. Not that I wish to compare you to a lover as unfortunate as Jason, and to parallel myself with a monster like Medea. although you have enough influence over me to force me to resemble her each time our love exacts it, and that it concerns me to keep your heart, which belongs to me, and which belongs to me only. For I name as belonging to me what I have purchased with the tender and constant love with which I have burned for you, a love more alive today than ever, and which will end only with my life, a love, in short, which makes me despise both the dangers and the remorse which will be perhaps its sad sequel. As the price of this sacrifice, I ask you but one favor, it is to remember a spot not far from here. I do not exact that you should keep your promise tomorrow, but I want to see you to disperse your suspicions. I ask of God only one thing, it is that he should make you read my heart, which is less mine than yours, and that he should guard you from every ill, at least during my life. This life is dear to me only in so far as it pleases you, and as I please you myself. I am going to bed. Adieu, give me your news tomorrow morning, for I shall be uneasy till I have it. Like a bird escaped from its cage, or the turtle-dove which has lost her mate, I shall be alone, weeping your absence, short as it may be. This letter, happier than I, will go this evening where I cannot go, provided that the messenger does not find you asleep, as I fear. I have not dared to write it in the presence of Joseph, of Sebastian, and of Joachim, who had only just left me when I began it. Thus, as one sees, and always supposing these letters to be genuine, Mary had conceived for Bothwell one of those mad passions, so much the stronger in the women who are a prey to them, that one the less understands what could have inspired them. Bothwell was no longer young, Bothwell was not handsome, and yet Mary sacrificed for him a young husband, who was considered one of the handsomest men of his century. It was like a kind of enchantment. Darnley, the sole obstacle to the union, had been already condemned for a long time, if not by Mary, at least by Bothwell. Then, as his strong constitution had conquered the poison, another kind of death was sought for. The Queen, as she announces in her letter to Bothwell, had refused to bring back Darnley with her and had returned alone to Edinburgh. Arrived there, she gave orders for the king to be moved, in his turn, in a litter, but instead of taking him to Stirling or Holyrood, she decided to lodge him in the abbey of the Kirk of Field. The king made some objections when he knew of this arrangement. However, as he had no power to oppose it, he contented himself with complaining of the solitude of the dwelling assigned him. But the Queen made answer that she could not receive him at that moment, either at Holyrood or at Stirling, for fear, if his illness were infectious, lest he might give it to his son. Darnley was then obliged to make the best of the abode allotted him. It was an isolated abbey, and little calculated by its position to dissipate the fears that the king entertained, for it was situated between two ruined churches and two cemeteries. The only house, which was distant about a shot from a crossbow, belonged to the Hamiltons, and as they were Darnley's mortal enemies, the neighborhood was none the more reassuring. Further, towards the north, rose some wretched huts, called the Thieves' Crossroads. In going round his new residence, Darnley noticed that 3 holes, each large enough for a man to get through, had been made in the walls. He asked that these holes, through which ill-meaning persons could get in, should be stopped up. It was promised that masons should be sent, but nothing was done, and the holes remained open. The day after his arrival at Kirk of Field, the king saw a light in that house near his which he believed deserted. Next day he asked Alexander Durham whence it came, and he heard that the Archbishop of St. Andrews had left his palace in Edinburgh and had housed there since the preceding evening. One didn't know why. This news still further increased the king's uneasiness. The Archbishop of St. Andrews was one of his most declared enemies. The king, little by little abandoned by all his servants, lived on the first floor of an isolated pavilion, having about him only this same Alexander Durham, whom we have mentioned already, and who was his valet. Darnley, who had quite a special friendship for him, and who besides, as we have said, feared some attack on his life at every moment, had made him move his bed into his own apartment, so that both were sleeping in the same room. On the night of the 8th February, Darnley awoke Durham. He thought he heard footsteps in the apartment beneath him. Durham rose, took a sword in one hand, a taper in the other, and went down to the ground floor. But although Darnley was quite certain he had not been deceived, Durham came up again a moment after, saying he had seen no one. The morning of the next day passed without bringing anything fresh. The Queen was marrying one of her servants named Sebastian. He was an Auvergnat whom she had brought with her from France, and whom she liked very much. However, as the king sent word that he had not seen her for 2 days, she left the wedding towards 6 o'clock in the evening and came to pay him a visit, accompanied by the Countess of Argyll and the Countess of Huntly. While she was there, Durham, in preparing his bed, set fire to his palliasse, which was burned as well as a part of the mattress, so that, having thrown them out of the window all in flames, for fear lest the fire should reach the rest of the furniture, he found himself without a bed and asked permission to return to the town to sleep. But Darnley, who remembered his terror the night before, and who was surprised at the promptness that had made Durham throw all his bedding out of the window, begged him not to go away, offering him one of his mattresses, or even to take him into his own bed. However, in spite of this offer, Durham insisted, saying that he felt unwell and that he should like to see a doctor the same evening. So the Queen interceded for Durham and promised Darnley to send him another valet to spend the night with him. Darnley was then obliged to yield, and making Mary repeat that she would send him someone, he gave Durham leave for that evening. At that moment Paris, of whom the Queen speaks in her letters, came in. He was a young Frenchman who had been in Scotland for some years, and who, after having served with Bothwell and Seyton, was at present with the Queen. Seeing him, she got up, and as Darnley still wished to keep her. "Indeed, my lord, it is impossible," said she, "to come and see you. I have left this poor Sebastian's wedding, and I must return to it, for I promised to come masked to his ball." The king dared not insist. He only reminded her of the promise that she had made to send him a servant. Mary renewed it yet once again and went away with her attendants. As for Durham, he had set out the moment he received permission. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Darnley, left alone, carefully shut the doors within and retired to rest, though in readiness to rise to let in the servant who should come to spend the night with him. Scarcely was he in bed than the same noise that he had heard the night before recommenced. This time Darnley listened with all the attention fear gives, and soon he had no longer any doubt but that several men were walking about beneath him. It was useless to call, it was dangerous to go out. To wait was the only course that remained to the king. He made sure again that the doors were well fastened, put his sword under his pillow, extinguished his lamp for fear the light might betray him, and awaited in silence for his servant's arrival. But the hours passed away, and the servant did not come. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Bothwell, after having talked some while with the Queen, in the presence of the captain of the guard, returned home to change his dress. After some minutes, he came out wrapped up in the large cloak of a German hussar, went through the guard-house, and had the castle gate opened. Once outside, he took his way with all speed to Kirk of Field, which he entered by the opening in the wall. Scarcely had he made a step in the garden than he met James Balfour, governor of the castle. "Well," he said to him, "how far have we got?" "Everything is ready," replied Balfour, "and we were waiting for you to set fire to the fuse." "That is well," Bothwell answered, "but first I want to make sure that he is in his room." At these words, Bothwell opened the pavilion door with a false key, and having groped his way up the stairs, he went to listen at Darnley's door. Darnley, hearing no further noise, had ended by going to sleep, but he slept with a jerky breathing which pointed to his agitation. Little mattered it to Bothwell what kind of sleep it was, provided that he was really in his room. He went down again in silence, then, as he had come up, and taking a lantern from one of the conspirators, he went himself into the lower room to see if everything was in order. This room was full of barrels of powder, and a fuse ready prepared wanted but a spark to set the whole on fire. Bothwell withdrew then to the end of the garden with Balfour, David, Chambers, and 3 or 4 others, leaving one man to ignite the fuse. In a moment, this man rejoined them. There ensued some minutes of anxiety, during which the 5 men looked at one another in silence and as if afraid of themselves. Then, seeing that nothing exploded, Bothwell impatiently turned round to the engineer, reproaching him for having, no doubt through fear, done his work badly. He assured his master that he was certain everything was all right, and as Bothwell, impatient, wanted to return to the house himself, to make sure, he offered to go back and see how things stood. In fact, he went back to the pavilion, and putting his head through a kind of air hole, he saw the fuse, which was still burning. Some seconds afterwards, Bothwell saw him come running back, making a sign that all was going well. At the same moment a frightful report was heard, the pavilion was blown to pieces. The town and the firth were lit up with a clearness exceeding the brightest daylight. Then everything fell back into night, and the silence was broken only by the fall of stones and joists, which came down as fast as hail in a hurricane. Next day the body of the king was found in a garden in the neighborhood. It had been saved from the action of the fire by the mattresses on which he was lying, and as, doubtless, in his terror, he had merely thrown himself on his bed, wrapped in his dressing gown and in his slippers, and as he was found thus without his slippers, which were flung some paces away, it was believed that he had been first strangled, then carried there. But the most probable version was that the murderers simply relied upon powder, an auxiliary sufficiently powerful in itself for them to have no fear it would fail them. Was the queen an accomplice or not? No one has ever known save herself, Bothwell, and God, but yes or no, her conduct, imprudent this time as always, gave the charge her enemies brought against her, if not substance, at least an appearance of truth. Scarcely had she heard the news than she gave orders that the body should be brought to her, and having had it stretched out upon a bench, she looked at it with more curiosity than sadness. Then the corpse, embalmed, was placed the same evening, without pomp, by the side of Rizzio's. Scottish ceremonial prescribes for the widows of kings retirement for 40 days in a room entirely closed to the light of day. On the 12th day Mary had the windows opened, and on the 15th set out with Bothwell for Seaton, a country house situated 5 miles from the capital, where the French ambassador, Ducroc, went in search of her, and made her remonstrances which decided her to return to Edinburgh. But instead of the cheers which usually greeted her coming, she was received by an icy silence, and a solitary woman in the crowd called out, "God treat her as she deserves." The names of the murderers were no secret to the people. Bothwell, having brought a splendid coat, which was too large for him to a tailor, asking him to remake it to his measure, the man recognized it as having belonged to the king. "That's right," said he. "It is the custom for the executioner to inherit from the condemned." Meanwhile, the Earl of Lennox, supported by the people's murmurs, loudly demanded justice for his son's death, and came forward as the accuser of his murderers. The Queen was then obliged, to appease paternal clamor and public resentment, to command the Earl of Argyll, the Lord Chief Justice of the kingdom, to make investigations. The same day that this order was given, a proclamation was posted up in the streets of Edinburgh, in which the Queen promised £2,000 sterling to whoever would make known the king's murderers. Next day, wherever this letter had been affixed, another placard was found, worded thus: "As it has been proclaimed that those who should make known the king's murderers should have £2,000 sterling, I, who have made a strict search, affirm that the authors of the murder are the Earl of Bothwell, James Balfour, the priest of Flisk, David, Chambers, Blackmester, Jean Spens, and the Queen herself." This placard was torn down, but, as usually happens, it had already been read by the entire population. The Earl of Lennox accused Bothwell, and public opinion, which also accused him, seconded the Earl with such violence that Mary was compelled to bring him to trial. Only every precaution was taken to deprive the prosecutor of the power of convicting the accused. On the 28th March, the Earl of Lennox received notice that the 12th April was fixed for the trial. He was granted a fortnight to collect decisive proofs against the most powerful man in all Scotland, but the Earl of Lennox, judging that this trial was a mere mockery, did not appear. Bothwell, on the contrary, presented himself at the court, accompanied by 5,000 partisans and 200 picked fusiliers, who guarded the doors directly he had entered, so that he seemed to be rather a king who is about to violate the law than an accused who comes to submit to it. Of course there happened what was certain to happen, that is to say, the jury acquitted Bothwell of the crime of which everyone, the judges included, knew him to be guilty. The day of the trial, Bothwell had this written challenge placarded: "Although I am sufficiently cleared of the murder of the king, of which I have been falsely accused, yet, the better to prove my innocence, I am ready to engage in combat with whomsoever will dare to maintain that I have killed the king." The day after, this reply appeared: "I accept the challenge, provided that you select neutral ground." However, judgment had been barely given, when rumours of a marriage between the Queen and the Earl of Bothwell were abroad. However strange and however mad this marriage, the relations of the two lovers were so well known that no one doubted but that it was true. But as everyone submitted to Bothwell, either through fear or through ambition, two men only dared to protest beforehand against this union. The one was Lord Herries, and the other James Melville. Mary was at Stirling when Lord Herries, taking advantage of Bothwell's momentary absence, threw himself at her feet, imploring her not to lose her honour by marrying her husband's murderer, which could not fail to convince those who still doubted it that she was his accomplice. But the Queen, instead of thanking Herries for this devotion, seemed very much surprised at his boldness, and scornfully signing to him to rise, she coldly replied that her heart was silent as regarded the Earl of Bothwell, and that, if she should ever remarry, which was not probable, she would neither forget what she owed to her people nor what she owed to herself. Melville did not allow himself to be discouraged by this experience and pretended to have received a letter that one of his friends, Thomas Bishop, had written him from England. He showed this letter to the Queen, but at the first lines Mary recognized the style and above all the friendship of her ambassador, and giving the letter to the Earl of Livingston, who was present, "There is a very singular letter," said she. "Read it. It is quite in Melville's manner." Livingston glanced through the letter, but had scarcely read the half of it when he took Melville by the hand, and drawing him into the embrasure of a window. "My dear Melville," said he, "you were certainly mad when you just now imparted this letter to the Queen. As soon as the Earl of Bothwell gets wind of it, and that will not be long, he will have you assassinated. You have behaved like an honest man, it is true, but at court it is better to behave as a clever man. Go away, then, as quickly as possible. It is I who recommend it." Melville did not require to be told twice, and stayed away for a week. Livingston was not mistaken. Scarcely had Bothwell returned to the Queen than he knew all that had passed. He burst out into curses against Melville and sought for him everywhere, but he could not find him. This beginning of opposition, weak as it was, none the less disquieted Bothwell, who, sure of Mary's love, resolved to make short work of things. Accordingly, as the Queen was returning from Stirling to Edinburgh some days after the scenes we have just related, Bothwell suddenly appeared at the bridge of Grammont with 1,000 horsemen, and having disarmed the Earl of Huntly, Livingston, and Melville, who had returned to his mistress, he seized the Queen's horse by the bridle, and with apparent violence he forced Mary to turn back and follow him to Dunbar, which the Queen did without any resistance, a strange thing for one of Mary's character. The day following, the Earls of Huntly, Livingston, Melville, and the people in their train were set at liberty. Then, 10 days afterwards, Bothwell and the Queen, perfectly reconciled, returned to Edinburgh together. 2 days after this return, Bothwell gave a great dinner to the nobles, his partisans, in a tavern. When the meal was ended, on the very same table, amid half-drained glasses and empty bottles, Lindsay, Ruthven, Morton, Maitland, and a dozen or 15 other noblemen signed a bond which not only set forth that upon their souls and consciences Bothwell was innocent, but which further denoted him as the most suitable husband for the Queen. This bond concluded with this sufficiently strange declaration: "After all, the Queen cannot do otherwise, since the Earl has carried her off and has lain with her." Yet 2 circumstances were still opposed to this marriage. The first, that Bothwell had already been married 3 times, and that his 3 wives were living. The second, that having carried off the Queen, this violence might cause to be regarded as null the alliance which she should contract with him. The first of these objections was attended to begin with, as the one most difficult to solve. Bothwell's 2 first wives were of obscure birth, consequently he scorned to disquiet himself about them. But it was not so with the third, a daughter of that Earl of Huntly who'd been trampled beneath the horse's feet, and a sister of Gordon who had been decapitated. Fortunately for Bothwell, his past behavior made his wife long for a divorce with an eagerness as great as his own. There was not much difficulty, then, in persuading her to bring a charge of adultery against her husband. Bothwell confessed that he had had criminal intercourse with a relative of his wife, and the Archbishop of St. Andrews, the same who had taken up his abode in that solitary house at Kirk of Field to be present at Darnley's death, pronounced the marriage null. The case was begun, pushed on, and decided in 10 days. As to the second obstacle, that of the violence used to the Queen, Mary undertook to remove it herself. For being brought before the court, she declared that not only did she pardon Bothwell for his conduct as regarded her, but further that, knowing him to be a good and faithful subject, she intended raising him immediately to new honors. In fact, some days afterwards she created him Duke of Orkney, and on the 15th of the same month, that is to say, scarcely 4 months after the death of Darnley, with levity that resembled madness, Mary, who had petitioned for a dispensation to wed a Catholic prince, her cousin in the 3rd degree, married Bothwell, a Protestant upstart, who, his divorce notwithstanding, was still bigamous, and who thus found himself in the position of having 4 wives living, including the Queen. The wedding was dismal, as became a festival under such outrageous auspices. Morton, Maitland, and some base flatterers of Bothwell alone were present at it. The French ambassador, although he was a creature of the House of Guise, to which the Queen belonged, refused to attend it. Mary's delusion was short-lived. Scarcely was she in Bothwell's power than she saw what a master she had given herself. Gross, unfeeling, and violent, he seemed chosen by Providence to avenge the faults of which he had been the instigator or the accomplice. Soon his fits of passion reached such a point that one day, no longer able to endure them, Mary seized a dagger from Erskine, who was present with Melville at one of these scenes, and would have struck herself, saying that she would rather die than continue living unhappily as she did. Yet, inexplicable as it seems, in spite of these miseries, renewed without ceasing, Mary, forgetting that she was wife and queen, tender and submissive as a child, was always the first to be reconciled with Bothwell. Nevertheless, these public scenes gave a pretext to the nobles, who only sought an opportunity for an outbreak. The Earl of Mar, the young prince's tutor, Argyll, Athol, Glencairn, Lindley, Boyd, and even Morton and Maitland themselves, those eternal accomplices of Bothwell, rose, they said, to avenge the death of the king, and to draw the son from hands which had killed the father and which were keeping the mother captive. As to Murray, he had kept completely in the background during all the last events. He was in the county of Fife when the king was assassinated, and 3 days before the trial of Bothwell he had asked and obtained from his sister permission to take a journey on the continent. The insurrection took place in such a prompt and instantaneous manner that the Confederate lords, whose plan was to surprise and seize both Mary and Bothwell, thought they would succeed at the first attempt. The king and queen were at table with Lord Borthwick, who was entertaining them, when suddenly it was announced that a large body of armed men was surrounding the castle. Bothwell and Mary suspected that they were aimed at, and as they had no means of resistance, Bothwell dressed himself as a squire, Mary as a page, and both immediately taking horse, escaped by one door just as the Confederates were coming in by the other. The fugitives withdrew to Dunbar. There they called together all Bothwell's friends, and made them sign a kind of treaty by which they undertook to defend the Queen and her husband. In the midst of all this, Murray arrived from France, and Bothwell offered the document to him as to the others, but Murray refused to put his signature to it, saying that it was insulting him to think he need be bound by a written agreement when it was a question of defending his sister and his queen. This refusal having led to an altercation between him and Bothwell, Murray, true to his system of neutrality, withdrew into his earldom, and let affairs follow without him the fatal decline they had taken. In the meantime, the Confederates, after having failed at Borthwick, not feeling strong enough to attack Bothwell at Dunbar, marched upon Edinburgh, where they had an understanding with a man of whom Bothwell thought himself sure. This man was James Balfour, governor of the citadel, the same who had presided over the preparation of the mine which had blown up Darnley, and whom Bothwell had met on entering the garden at Kirk of Field. Not only did Balfour deliver Edinburgh Castle into the hands of the Confederates, but he also gave them a little silver coffer of which the cipher, an F crowned, showed that it had belonged to Francis Roman II, and in fact it was a gift from her first husband, which the Queen had presented to Bothwell. Balfour stated that this coffer contained precious papers, which in the present circumstances might be of great use to Mary's enemies. The Confederate lords opened it, and found inside the 3 genuine or spurious letters that we have quoted, the marriage contract of Mary and Bothwell, and 12 poems in the Queen's handwriting. As Balfour had said, therein lay, for her enemies, a rich and precious find, which was worth more than a victory, for a victory would yield them only the Queen's life, while Balfour's treachery yielded them her honor. Chapter 4. Meanwhile Bothwell had levied some troops, and thought himself in a position to hold the country. Accordingly, he set out with his army, without even waiting for the Hamiltons, who were assembling their vassals, and June 15, 1567, the two opposed forces were face to face. Mary, who desired to try to avoid bloodshed, immediately sent the French ambassador to the Confederate lords to exhort them to lay aside their arms. But they replied that the Queen deceived herself in taking them for rebels, that they were marching not against her, but against Bothwell. Then the king's friends did what they could to break off the negotiations and give battle. It was already too late. The soldiers knew that they were defending the cause of one man, and that they were going to fight for a woman's caprice, and not for the good of the country. They cried aloud then that, since Bothwell alone was aimed at, it was for Bothwell to defend his cause. And he, vain and blustering as usual, gave out that he was ready to prove his innocence in person against whomsoever would dare to maintain that he was guilty. Immediately everyone with any claim to nobility in the rival camp accepted the challenge, and as the honor was given to the bravest, Kirkcaldy of Grange, Murray of Tullibardine, and Lord Lindsay of Byres defied him successively. But be it that courage failed him, be it that in the moment of danger he did not himself believe in the justice of his cause, he, to escape the combat, sought such strange pretexts that the Queen herself was ashamed, and his most devoted friends murmured. Then Mary, perceiving the fatal humor of men's minds, decided not to run the risk of a battle. She sent a herald to Kirkcaldy of Grange, who was commanding an outpost, and as he was advancing without distrust to converse with the Queen, Bothwell, enraged at his own cowardice, ordered a soldier to fire upon him. But this time Mary herself interposed, forbidding him under pain of death to offer the least violence. In the meanwhile, as the imprudent order given by Bothwell spread through the army, such murmurs burst forth that he clearly saw that his cause was forever lost. That is what the Queen thought also, for the result of her conference with Lord Kirkcaldy was that she should abandon Bothwell's cause and pass over into the camp of the Confederates, on condition that they would lay down their arms before her and bring her, as Queen, to Edinburgh. Kirkcaldy left her to take these conditions to the nobles, and promised to return next day with a satisfactory answer. But at the moment of leaving Bothwell, Mary was seized again with that fatal love for him that she was never able to surmount, and felt herself overcome with such weakness that, weeping bitterly, and before everyone, she wanted Kirkcaldy to be told that she broke off all negotiations. However, as Bothwell had understood that he was no longer safe in camp, it was he who insisted that things should remain as they were, and leaving Mary in tears, he mounted, and setting off at full speed, he did not stop till he reached Dunbar. Next day, at the time appointed, the arrival of Lord Kirkcaldy of Grange was announced by the trumpeters preceding him. Mary mounted directly and went to meet him. Them, as he alighted to greet her, "My lord," said she, "I surrender to you on the conditions that you have proposed to me on the part of the nobles, and here is my hand as a sign of entire confidence." Kirkcaldy then knelt down, kissed the Queen's hand respectfully, and rising, he took her horse by the bridle and led it towards the Confederates' camp. Everyone of any rank in the army received her with such marks of respect as entirely to satisfy her, but it was not so at all with the soldiers and common people. Hardly had the Queen reached the second line, formed by them, than great murmurs arose, and several voices cried, "To the stake, the adulteress! To the stake, the parricide!" However, Mary bore these outrages stoically enough, but a more terrible trial yet was in store for her. Suddenly she saw rise before her a banner, on which was depicted on one side the king dead and stretched out in the fatal garden, and on the other the young prince kneeling, his hands joined and his eyes raised to heaven, with this inscription, "O Lord, judge and revenge my cause." Mary reined in her horse abruptly at this sight, and wanted to turn back, but she had scarcely moved a few paces when the accusing banner again blocked her passage. Wherever she went, she met this dreadful apparition. For 2 hours she had incessantly under her eyes the king's corpse asking vengeance, and the young prince her son praying God to punish the murderers. At last she could endure it no longer, and crying out, she threw herself back, having completely lost consciousness, and would have fallen if someone had not caught hold of her. In the evening she entered Edinburgh, always preceded by the cruel banner, and she already had rather the air of a prisoner than of a queen, for not having had a moment during the day to attend to her toilet, her hair was falling in disorder about her shoulders, her face was pale and showed traces of tears, and finally her clothes were covered with dust and mud. As she proceeded through the town, the hootings of the people and the curses of the crowd followed her. At last, half dead with fatigue, worn out with grief, bowed down with shame, she reached the house of the Lord Provost. But scarcely had she got there when the entire population of Edinburgh crowded into the square, with cries that from time to time assumed a tone of terrifying menace. Several times, then, Mary wished to go to the window, hoping that the sight of her, of which she had so often proved the influence, would disarm this multitude. But each time she saw this banner unfurling itself like a bloody curtain between herself and the people, a terrible rendering of their feelings. However, all this hatred was meant still more for Bothwell than for her. They were pursuing Bothwell in Darnley's widow. The curses were for Bothwell. Bothwell was the adulterer, Bothwell was the murderer, Bothwell was the coward, while Mary was the weak, fascinated woman who, that same evening, gave a fresh proof of her folly. In fact, directly the falling night had scattered the crowd and a little quiet was regained, Mary, ceasing to be uneasy on her own account, turned immediately to Bothwell, whom she had been obliged to abandon, and who was now proscribed and fleeing, while she, as she believed, was about to reassume her title and station of queen. With that eternal confidence of the woman in her own love, by which she invariably measures the love of another, she thought that Bothwell's greatest distress was to have lost, not wealth and power, but to have lost herself. So she wrote him a long letter, in which, forgetful of herself, she promised him with the most tender expressions of love never to desert him, and to recall him to her directly the breaking up of the Confederate lords should give her power to do so. Then, this letter written, she called a soldier, gave him a purse of gold, and charged him to take this letter to Dunbar, where Bothwell ought to be, and if he were already gone, to follow him until he came up with him. Then she went to bed and slept more calmly, for unhappy as she was, she believed she had just sweetened misfortunes still greater than hers. Next day the Queen was awakened by the step of an armed man who entered her room. Both astonished and frightened at this neglect of propriety, which could augur nothing good, Mary sat up in bed, and parting the curtains, saw standing before her Lord Lindsay of Byres. She knew he was one of her oldest friends, so she asked him in a voice which she vainly tried to make confident what he wanted of her at such a time. "Do you know this writing, madam?" Lord Lindsay asked in a rough voice, presenting to the Queen the letter she had written to Bothwell at night, which the soldier had carried to the Confederate lords instead of taking to its address. "Yes, doubtless, my lord," the Queen answered. "But am I already a prisoner, then, that my correspondence is intercepted, or is it no longer allowed to a wife to write to her husband?" "When the husband is a traitor," replied Lindsay. "No, madam, it is no longer allowed to a wife to write to her husband, at least, however, if this wife have a part in his treason, which seems to me, besides, quite proved by the promise you make to this wretch to recall him to you." "My lord," cried Mary, interrupting Lindsay, "do you forget that you are speaking to your Queen?" "There was a time, madam," Lindsay replied, "when I should have spoken to you in a more gentle voice, and bending the knee, although it is not in the nature of us old Scotch to model ourselves on your French courtiers. But for some time, thanks to your changing loves, you have kept us so often in the field in harness that our voices are hoarse from the cold night air, and our stiff knees can no longer bend in our armor. You must then take me just as I am, madam, since today, for the welfare of Scotland, you are no longer at liberty to choose your favorites." Mary grew frightfully pale at this want of respect, to which she was not yet accustomed, but quickly containing her anger as far as possible. "But still, my lord," said she, "however disposed I may be to take you as you are, I must at least know by what right you come here. That letter which you are holding in your hand would lead me to think it is as a spy, if the ease with which you enter my room without being asked did not make me believe it is as a jailer. Have the goodness, then, to inform me by which of these two names I must call you. Neither by one nor the other, madam, for I am simply your fellow traveler, chef of the escort which is to take you to Lochleven Castle, your future residence. And yet, scarcely have I arrived there, than I shall be obliged to leave you to go and assist the Confederate lords choose a regent for the kingdom. So, said Mary, it was as prisoner and not as queen that I surrendered to Lord Kirkcaldy. It seems to me that things were agreed upon otherwise, but I am glad to see how much time Scotch noblemen need to betray their sworn undertakings. Your Grace forgets that these engagements were made on one condition, Lindsay answered. On which, Mary asked. That you should separate forever from your husband's murderer, and there is the proof, he added, showing the letter, that you had forgotten your promise before we thought of revoking ours. And at what o'clock is my departure fixed? Said Mary, whom this discussion was beginning to fatigue. At 11 o'clock, madam. It is well, my lord. As I have no desire to make your lordship wait, you will have the goodness, in withdrawing, to send me someone to help me dress, unless I am reduced to wait upon myself. And in pronouncing these words, Mary made a gesture so imperious that whatever may have been Lindsay's wish to reply, he bowed and went out. Behind him entered Mary Satan. Chapter 5. At the time appointed the Queen was ready. She had suffered so much at Edinburgh that she left it without any regret. Besides, whether to spare her the humiliations of the day before, or to conceal her departure from any partisans who might remain to her, a litter had been made ready. Mary got into it without any resistance, and after 2 hours' journey she reached Duddington. There a little vessel was waiting for her, which set sail directly she was on board, and next day at dawn she disembarked on the other side of the Firth of Forth in the county of Fife. Mary halted at Rosyth Castle only just long enough to breakfast, and immediately recommenced her journey, for Lord Lindsay had declared that he wished to reach his destination that same evening. Indeed, as the sun was setting, Mary perceived gilded with his last rays the high towers of Lochleven Castle, situated on an islet in the midst of the lake of the same name. No doubt the royal prisoner was already expected at Lochleven Castle, for on reaching the lake side, Lord Lindsay's equerry unfurled his banner, which till then had remained in its case, and waved it from right to left, while his master blew a little hunting bugle which he wore hanging from his neck. A boat immediately put off from the island and came towards the arrivals, set in motion by 4 vigorous oarsmen, who had soon propelled it across the space which separated it from the bank. Mary silently got into it and sat down at the stern, while Lord Lindsay and his equerry stood up before her, and as her guide did not seem any more inclined to speak than she was herself to respond, she had plenty of time to examine her future dwelling. The castle, or rather the fortress of Lochleven, already somewhat gloomy in its situation and architecture, borrowed fresh mournfulness still from the hour at which it appeared to the Queen's gaze. It was, so far as she could judge amid the mists rising from the lake, one of those massive structures of the 12th century which seem, so fast shut up are they, the stone armor of a giant. As she drew near, Mary began to make out the contours of 2 great round towers, which flanked the corners and gave it the severe character of a state prison. A clump of ancient trees enclosed by a high wall, or rather by a rampart, rose at its north front, and seemed vegetation in stone, and completed the general effect of this gloomy abode, while on the contrary, the eye wandering from it and passing from islands to islands, lost itself in the west, in the north, and in the south, in the vast plain of Kinross, or stopped southwards at the jagged summits of Ben Lomond, whose farthest slopes died down on the shores of the lake. 3 persons awaited Mary at the castle door: Lady Douglas, William Douglas her son, and a child of 12 who was called Little Douglas, and who was neither a son nor a brother of the inhabitants of the castle, but merely a distant relative. As one can imagine, there were few compliments between Mary and her hosts, and the Queen, conducted to her apartment, which was on the 1st floor, and of which the windows overlooked the lake, was soon left with Mary Satan, the only one of the 4 Marys who had been allowed to accompany her. However rapid as the interview had been, and short, and measured the words exchanged between the prisoner and her jailers, Mary had had time, together with what she knew of them beforehand, to construct for herself a fairly accurate idea of the new personages who had just mingled in her history. Lady Lochleven, wife of Lord William Douglas, of whom we have already said a few words at the beginning of this history, was a woman of from 55 to 60 years of age, who had been handsome enough in her youth to fix upon herself the glances of King James V, and who had had a son by him, who was this same Murray whom we have already seen figuring so often in Mary's history, and who, although his birth was illegitimate, had always been treated as a brother by the Queen. Lady Lochleven had had a momentary hope, so great was the King's love for her, of becoming his wife, which upon the whole was possible, the family of Mar, from which she was descended, being the equal of the most ancient and the noblest families in Scotland. But unluckily, perhaps slanderously, certain talk which was circulating among the young noblemen of the time came to James's ears. It was said that together with her royal lover, the beautiful favourite had another, whom she had chosen, no doubt from curiosity, from the very lowest class. It was added that this Porterfield or Porterfield was the real father of the child who had already received the name of James Stuart, and whom the king was educating as his son at the monastery of St. Andrews. These rumours, well-founded or not, had therefore stopped James V at the moment when, in gratitude to her who had given him a son, he was on the point of raising her to the rank of queen, so that, instead of marrying her himself, he had invited her to choose among the nobles at court. And as she was very handsome, and the king's favour went with the marriage, this choice, which fell on Lord William Douglas of Lochleven, did not meet with any resistance on his part. However, in spite of this direct protection that James V preserved for her all his life, Lady Douglas could never forget that she had fingered higher fortune. Moreover, she had a hatred for the one who, according to herself, had usurped her place, and poor Mary had naturally inherited the profound animosity that Lady Douglas bore to her mother, which had already come to light in the few words that the two women had exchanged. Besides, in aging, whether from repentance for her errors or from hypocrisy, Lady Douglas had become a prude and a Puritan, so that at this time she united with the natural acrimony of her character all the stiffness of the new religion she had adopted. William Douglas, who was the eldest son of Lord Lochleven, on his mother's side half-brother of Murray, was a man of from 35 to 36 years of age, athletic, with hard and strongly pronounced features, red-haired like all the younger branch, and who had inherited that paternal hatred that for a century the Douglases cherished against the Stuarts, and which was shown by so many plots, rebellions, and assassinations. According as fortune had favoured or deserted Murray, William Douglas had seen the rays of the fraternal star draw near or away from him. He had then felt that he was living in another's life, and was devoted, body and soul, to him who was his cause of greatness or of abasement. Mary's fall, which must necessarily raise Murray, was thus a source of joy for him, and the Confederate lords could not have chosen better than in confiding the safekeeping of their prisoner to the instinctive spite of Lady Douglas and to the intelligent hatred of her son. As to little Douglas, he was, as we have said, a child of 12, for some months an orphan, whom the Lochlevens had taken charge of, and whom they made buy the bread they gave him by all sorts of harshness. The result was that the child, proud and spiteful as a Douglas, and knowing, although his fortune was inferior, that his birth was equal to his proud relatives, had little by little changed his early gratitude into lasting and profound hatred. For one used to say that among the Douglases there was an age for loving, but that there was none for hating. It results that, feeling his weakness and isolation, the child was self-contained with strength beyond his years, and humble and submissive in appearance, only awaited the moment when, a grown-up young man, he could leave Lochleven and perhaps avenge himself for the proud protection of those who dwelt there. But the feelings that we have just expressed did not extend to all the members of the family. As much as from the bottom of his heart the little Douglas detested William and his mother, so much he loved George, the second of Lady Lochleven's sons, of whom we have not yet spoken, because, being away from the castle when the Queen arrived, we have not yet found an opportunity to present him to our readers. George, who at this time might have been about 25 or 26 years old, was the second son of Lord Lochleven, but by a singular chance, that his mother's adventurous youth had caused Sir William to interpret amiss. This second son had none of the characteristic features of the Douglases: full cheeks, high color, large ears, and red hair. The result was that poor George, who, on the contrary, had been given by nature pale cheeks, dark blue eyes, and black hair, had been since coming into the world an object of indifference to his father and of dislike to his elder brother. As to his mother, whether she were indeed in good faith surprised like Lord Douglas at this difference in race, whether she knew the cause and inwardly reproached herself, George had never been, ostensibly at least, the object of a very lively maternal affection. So the young man, followed from his childhood by a fatality that he could not explain, had sprung up like a wild shrub, full of sap and strength, but uncultivated and solitary. Besides, from the time when he was 15, one was accustomed to his motiveless absences, which the indifference that everyone bore him made moreover perfectly explicable. From time to time, however, he was seen to reappear at the castle, like those migratory birds which always return to the same place, but only stay a moment, then take their way again, without one's knowing towards what spot in the world they are directing their flight. An instinct of misfortune in common had drawn little Douglas to George. George, seeing the child ill-treated by everyone, had conceived an affection for him, and little Douglas, feeling himself loved amid the atmosphere of indifference around him, turned with open arms and heart to George. It resulted from this mutual liking that one day, when the child had committed I do not know what fault, and that William Douglas raised the whip he beat his dogs with to strike him, that George, who was sitting on a stone, sad and thoughtful, had immediately sprung up, snatched the whip from his brother's hands, and had thrown it far from him. At this insult William had drawn his sword, and George his, so that these two brothers, who had hated one another for 20 years like two enemies, were going to cut one another's throats, when little Douglas, who had picked up the whip, coming back and kneeling before William, offered him the ignominious weapon, saying, "Strike, cousin, I have deserved it." This behavior of the child had caused some minutes' reflection to the two young men, who, terrified at the crime they were about to commit, had returned their swords to their scabbards and had each gone away in silence. Since this incident, the friendship of George and little Douglas had acquired new strength, and on the child's side it had become veneration. We dwell upon all these details somewhat at length, perhaps, but no doubt our readers will pardon us when they see the use to be made of them. This is the family, lest George, who, as we have said, was absent at the time of her arrival, into the midst of which the Queen had fallen, passing in a moment from the summit of power to the position of a prisoner. For from the day following her arrival Mary saw that it was by such a title she was an inmate of Lochleven Castle. In fact, Lady Douglas presented herself before her as soon as it was morning, and with an embarrassment and dislike ill disguised beneath an appearance of respectful indifference, invited Mary to follow her and take stock of the several parts of the fortress which had been chosen beforehand for her private use. She then made her go through 3 rooms, of which one was to serve as her bedroom, the second as sitting room, and the third as antechamber. Afterwards, leading the way down a spiral staircase, which looked into the great hall of the castle, its only outlet, she had crossed this hall, and had taken Mary into the garden whose trees the Queen had seen topping the high walls on her arrival. It was a little square of ground, forming flower bed in the midst of which was an artificial fountain. It was entered by a very low door, repeated in the opposite wall. This second door looked on to the lake, and like all the castle doors, whose keys, however, never left the belt or the pillow of William Douglas, it was guarded night and day by a sentinel. This was now the whole domain of her who had possessed the palaces, the plains, and the mountains of an entire kingdom. Mary, on returning to her room, found breakfast ready, and William Douglas, standing near the table he was going to fulfill about the Queen the duties of carver and taster. In spite of their hatred for Mary, the Douglases would have considered it an eternal blemish on their honor if any accident should have befallen the Queen while she was dwelling in their castle, and it was in order that the Queen herself should not entertain any fear in this respect that William Douglas, in his quality of lord of the manor, had not only desired to carve before the Queen, but even to taste first in her presence all the dishes served to her, as well as the water and the several wines to be brought her. This precaution saddened Mary more than it reassured her, for she understood that, while she stayed in the castle, this ceremony would prevent any intimacy at table. However, it proceeded from too noble an intention for her to impute it as a crime to her hosts. She resigned herself then to this company, insupportable as it was to her. Only, from that day forward, she so cut short her meals that all the time she was at Lochleven, her longest dinners barely lasted more than a quarter of an hour. 2 days after her arrival, Mary, on sitting down to table for breakfast, found on her plate a letter addressed to her which had been put there by William Douglas. Mary recognized Murray's handwriting, and her first feeling was one of joy, for if a ray of hope remained to her, it came from her brother, to whom she had always been perfectly kind, whom from Prior of St. Andrews she had made an earl in bestowing on him the splendid estates which formed part of the old earldom of Murray, and to whom, which was of more importance, she had since pardoned, or pretended to pardon, the part he had taken in Rizzio's assassination. Her astonishment was great, then, when, having opened the letter, she found in it bitter reproaches for her conduct, an exhortation to do penance, and an assurance, several times repeated, that she should never leave her prison. He ended his letter in announcing to her that, in spite of his distaste for public affairs, he had been obliged to accept the regency, which he had done less for his country than for his sister, seeing that it was the sole means he had of standing in the way of the ignominious trial, to which the nobles wished to bring her, as author, or at least as chief accomplice, of Darnley's death. This imprisonment was then clearly a great good fortune for her, and she ought to thank heaven for it, as an alleviation of the fate awaiting her if he had not interceded for her. This letter was a lightning stroke for Mary, only, as she did not wish to give her enemies the delight of seeing her suffer, she contained her grief, and turning to William Douglas, "My lord," said she, "this letter contains news that you doubtless know already, for although we are not children by the same mother, he who writes to me is related to us in the same degree, and will not have desired to write to his sister without writing to his brother at the same time. Besides, as a good son, he will have desired to acquaint his mother with the unlooked-for greatness that has befallen him." "Yes, madam," replied William, "we know since yesterday that, for the welfare of Scotland, my brother has been named regent, and as he is a son as respectful to his mother as he is devoted to his country, we hope that he will repair the evil that for 5 years favorites of every sort and kind have done to both. It is like a good son, and at the same time like a courteous host, to go back no farther into the history of Scotland," replied Mary Stuart, "and not to make the daughter blush for the father's errors, for I have heard say that the evil which your lordship laments was prior to the time to which you assign it, and that King James V also had formerly favourites, both male and female. It is true that they add that the ones as ill rewarded his friendship as the others his love. In this, if you are ignorant of it, my lord, you can be instructed, if he is still living, by a certain Porterfeld or Porterfield, I don't know which, understanding these names of the lower classes too ill to retain and pronounce them, but about which, in my stead, your noble mother could give you information." With these words, Mary Stuart rose, and leaving William Douglas crimson with rage, she returned into her bedroom and bolted the door behind her. All that day Mary did not come down, remaining at her window, from which she at least enjoyed a splendid view over the plains and village of Kinross. But this vast extent only contracted her heart the more, when, bringing her gaze back from the horizon to the castle, she beheld its walls surrounded on all sides by the deep waters of the lake, on whose wide surface a single boat where little Douglas was fishing was rocking like a speck. For some moments Mary's eyes mechanically rested on this child, whom she had already seen upon her arrival, when suddenly a horn sounded from the Kinross side. At the same moment, little Douglas threw away his line and began to row towards the shore, whence the signal had come with skill and strength beyond his years. Mary, who had let her gaze rest on him absently, continued to follow him with her eyes, and saw him make for a spot on the shore so distant that the boat seemed to her at length but an imperceptible speck. But soon it reappeared, growing larger as it approached, and Mary could then observe that it was bringing back to the castle a new passenger, who, having in his turn taken the oars, made the little skiff fly over the tranquil water of the lake, where it left a furrow gleaming in the last rays of the sun. Very soon, flying on with the swiftness of a bird, it was near enough for Mary to see that the skillful and vigorous oarsman was a young man from 25 to 26 years of age, with long black hair, clad in a close coat of green cloth, and wearing a Highlander's cap adorned with an eagle's feather. Then, as with his back turned to the window, he drew nearer, little Douglas, who was, leaning on his shoulder, said a few words which made him turn round towards the Queen. Immediately Mary, with an instinctive movement rather than with the dread of being an object of idle curiosity, drew back, but not so quickly, however, but that she had been able to see the handsome, pale face of the unknown, who, when she returned to the window, had disappeared behind one of the corners of the castle. Everything is a cause of conjecture to a prisoner. It seemed to Mary that this young man's face was not unknown to her, and that he had seen her already, but though great the care with which she questioned her memory, she could not recall any distinct remembrance, so much so that the Queen ended in thinking it the play of her imagination, or that some vague and distinct resemblance had deceived her. However, in spite of Mary, this idea had taken an important place in her mind. She incessantly saw this little boat skimming the water, and the young man and the child who were in it drawing near her, as if to bring her help. It followed that, although there had been nothing real in all these captives' dreams, she slept that night a calmer sleep than she had yet done since she had been in Lochleven Castle. Next day on rising, Mary ran to her window. The weather was fine, and everything seemed to smile on her, the water, the heavens, and the earth. But without being able to account for the restraining motive, she did not want to go down into the garden before breakfast. When the door opened, she turned quickly round. It was, as on the day before, William Douglas, who came to fulfill his duty as taster. The breakfast was a short and silent one. Then, as soon as Douglas had withdrawn, Mary descended in her turn. In crossing the courtyard, she saw 2 horses ready saddled, which pointed to the near departure of a master and a squire. Was it the young man with the black hair already setting out again? This is what Mary did not dare or did not wish to ask. She consequently went her way and entered the garden. At the first glance she took it in its full extent. It was deserted. Mary walked there a moment. Then, soon tiring of the promenade, she went up again to her room. In passing back through the courtyard, she had noticed that the horses were no longer there. Directly she returned into her apartment, she went then to the window to see if she could discover anything upon the lake to guide her in her conjectures. A boat was in fact receding, and in this boat were the 2 horses and the 2 horsemen. One was William Douglas, the other a simple squire from the house. Mary continued watching the boat until it had touched the shore. Arrived there, the 2 horsemen got out, disembarked their horses, and went away at full gallop, taking the same road by which the Queen had come, so that, as the horses were prepared for a long journey, Mary thought that William Douglas was going to Edinburgh. As to the boat, scarcely had it landed its 2 passengers on the opposite shore than it returned towards the castle. At that moment, Mary Satan announced to the Queen that Lady Douglas was asking permission to visit her. It was the second time, after long hatred on Lady Douglas's part and contemptuous indifference on the Queen's, that the 2 women were face to face. Therefore the Queen, with that instinctive impulse of coquetry which urges women, in whatever situation they find themselves, to desire to be beautiful, above all for women, made a sign to Mary Satan, and, going to a little mirror fastened to the wall in a heavy Gothic frame, she arranged her curls and readjusted the lace of her collar. Then, having seated herself in the pose most favorable to her, in a great armchair, the only one in her sitting room, she said smilingly to Mary Satan that she might admit Lady Douglas, who was immediately introduced. Mary's expectation was not disappointed. Lady Douglas, in spite of her hatred for James V's daughter and mistress of herself, as she thought she was, could not prevent herself from showing by a movement of surprise the impression that this marvelous beauty was making on her. She thought she should find Mary crushed by her unhappiness, pallid from her fatigues, humbled by captivity, and she saw her calm, lovely, and haughty as usual. Mary perceived the effect that she was producing, and addressing herself with an ironical smile partly to Mary Satan, who was leaning on the back of her chair, and partly to her who was paying her this unforeseen visit. "We are fortunate today," said she, "for we are going, as it seems, to enjoy the society of our good hostess, whom we thank besides for having kindly maintained with us the empty ceremony of announcing herself, a ceremony with which, having the keys of our apartment, she could have dispensed. "If my presence is inconvenient to your grace," replied Lady Lochleven, "I am all the more sorry for it, as circumstances will oblige me to impose it twice daily, at least during the absence of my son, who is summoned to Edinburgh by the Regent. This is of what I came to inform your grace, not with the empty ceremonial of the court, but with the consideration which Lady Lochleven owes to everyone who has received hospitality in her castle." "Our good hostess mistakes our intention," Mary answered, with affected good nature, "and the Regent himself can bear witness to the pleasure we have always had in bringing nearer to us the persons who can recall to us, even indirectly, our well-beloved father, James V. It will be therefore unjustly that Lady Douglas will interpret in a manner disagreeable to herself our surprise at seeing her, and the hospitality that she offers us so obligingly does not promise us, in spite of her goodwill, sufficient distractions that we should deprive ourselves of those that her visits cannot fail to procure us." "Unfortunately, madam," replied Lady Lochleven, whom Mary was keeping standing before her, "whatever pleasure I myself derive from these visits, I shall be obliged to deprive myself of, except at the times I have mentioned. I am now too old to bear fatigue, and I have always been too proud to endure sarcasms." "Really, Satan," cried Mary, seeming to recollect herself, "we had not dreamed that Lady Lochleven, having won her right to a stool at the court of the king my father, would have need to preserve it in the prison of the queen his daughter. Bring forward a seat, Satan, that we be not deprived so soon, and by a failure of memory on our part, of our gracious hostess's company. Or even," went on Mary, rising and pointing out her own seat to Lady Lochleven, who was making a motion to withdraw, "if a stool does not suit you, my lady, take this easy chair. You will not be the first member of your family to sit in my place." At this last allusion, which recalled to her Murray's usurpation, Lady Lochleven was no doubt about to make some exceedingly bitter reply, when the young man with the dark hair appeared on the threshold, without being announced, and advancing towards Lady Lochleven, without saluting Mary. "Madam," said he, bowing to the former, "the boat which took my brother has just returned, and one of the men in it is charged with a pressing charge that Lord William forgot to make to you himself." Then, saluting the old lady with the same respect, he immediately went out of the room, without even glancing at the Queen, who, hurt by this impertinence, turned round to Mary Satan, and with her usual calm, "What have they told us, Satan, of injurious rumors, which were spread about our worthy hostess apropos of a child with a pale face and dark hair? If this child, as I have every reason to believe, has become the young man who just went out of the room, I am ready to affirm to all the incredulous that he is a true Douglas, if not for courage, of which we cannot judge, then for insolence, of which he has just given us proofs. Let us return, darling," continued the Queen, leaning on Mary Satan's arm, "for our good hostess, out of courtesy, might think herself obliged to keep us company longer, while we know that she is impatiently awaited elsewhere." With these words, Mary went into her bedroom, while the old lady, still quite stunned with the shower of sarcasms that the Queen had rained on her, withdrew, murmuring, "Yes, yes, he is a Douglas, and with God's help he will prove it, I hope." The Queen had had strength as long as she was sustained by her enemy's presence, but scarcely was she alone than she sank into a chair, and no longer having any witness of her weakness than Mary Satan, burst into tears. Indeed, she had just been cruelly wounded. Till then no man had come near her who had not paid homage either to the majesty of her rank or to the beauty of her countenance. But precisely he, on whom she had reckoned, without knowing why, with instinctive hopes, insulted her at one and the same time in her double pride of queen and woman. Thus she remained shut up till evening. At dinner time, just as Lady Lochleven had informed Mary, she ascended to the Queen's apartment in her dress of honor, and preceding 4 servants who were carrying the several dishes composing the prisoner's repast, and who, in their turn, were followed by the old castle steward, having, as on days of great ceremony, his gold chain round his neck and his ivory stick in his hand. The servants placed the dishes on the table, and waited in silence for the moment when it should please the Queen to come out of her room. But at this moment the door opened, and in place of the Queen Mary Satan appeared. "Madam," said she on entering, "her Grace was indisposed during the day and will take nothing this evening. It will be useless, then, for you to wait longer." "Permit me to hope," replied Lady Lochleven, "that she will change her decision. In any case, see me perform my office." At these words, a servant handed Lady Lochleven bread and salt on a silver salver, while the old steward, who, in the absence of William Douglas, fulfilled the duties of carver, served to her on a plate of the same metal a morsel from each of the dishes that had been brought. Then this transaction ended. "So the Queen will not appear today?" Lady Lochleven inquired. "It is Her Majesty's resolve," replied Mary Satan. "Our presence is then needless," said the old lady, "but in any case the table is served, and if her Grace should have need of anything else, she would have but to name it." With these words, Lady Lochleven, with the same stiffness and the same dignity with which she had come, withdrew, followed by her 4 servants and her steward. As Lady Lochleven had foreseen, the Queen, yielding to the entreaties of Mary Satan, came out of her room at last, towards 8 o'clock in the evening, sat down to table, and served by the only maid of honor left her, ate a little. Then, getting up, she went to the window. It was one of those magnificent summer evenings on which the whole of nature seems making holiday. The sky was studded with stars, which were reflected in the lake, and in their midst, like a more fiery star, the flame of the chafing dish shone, burning at the stern of a little boat. The Queen, by the gleam of the light it shed, perceived George Douglas and little Douglas, who were fishing. However great her wish to profit by this fine evening to breathe the pure night air, the sight of this young man who had so grossly insulted her this very day made such a keen impression on her that she shut her window directly, and retiring into her room, went to bed, and made her companion in captivity read several prayers aloud. Then, not being able to sleep, so greatly was she agitated, she rose, and throwing on a mantle went again to the window. The boat had disappeared. Mary spent part of the night gazing into the immensity of the heavens or into the depths of the lake, but in spite of the nature of the thoughts agitating her, she none the less found very great physical alleviation in contact with this pure air and in contemplation of this peaceful and silent night. Thus she awoke next day calmer and more resigned. Unfortunately, the sight of Lady Lochleven, who presented herself at breakfast time to fulfill her duties as taster, brought back her irritability. Perhaps, however, things would have gone on smoothly if Lady Lochleven, instead of remaining standing by the sideboard, had withdrawn after having tasted the various dishes of the courses. But this insisting on remaining throughout the meal, which was at bottom a mark of respect, seemed to the Queen unbearable tyranny. "Darling," said she, speaking to Mary Satan, "have you already forgotten that our good hostess complained yesterday of the fatigue she felt in standing? Bring her, then, one of the 2 stools which compose our royal furniture, and take care that it is not the one with the leg broken." "If the furniture of Lochleven Castle is in such bad condition, madam," the old lady replied, "it is the fault of the kings of Scotland. The poor Douglases for nearly a century have had such a small part of their sovereign's favor, that they have not been able to keep up the splendor of their ancestors to the level of that of private individuals. And because there was in Scotland a certain musician, as I am informed, who spent their income for a whole year in 1 month." "Those who know how to take so well, my lady," the Queen answered, "have no need of being given to. It seems to me the Douglases have lost nothing by waiting, and there is not a younger son of this noble family who might not aspire to the highest alliances. It is truly vexatious that our sister, the Queen of England, has taken a vow of virginity, as is stated." "Or rather," interrupted Lady Lochleven, "that the Queen of Scotland is not a widow by her 3rd husband. But," continued the old lady, pretending to recollect herself, "I do not say that to reproach your Grace. Catholics look upon marriage as a sacrament, and on this head receive it as often as they can." "This, then," returned Mary, "is the difference between them and the Huguenots, for they, not having the same respect for it, think it is allowed them to dispense with it in certain circumstances." At this terrible sarcasm, Lady Lochleven took a step towards Mary Stuart, holding in her hand the knife which she had just been using to cut off a piece of meat, brought her to taste. But the queen rose up with so great a calm and with such majesty that either from involuntary respect or shame of her first impulse, she let fall the weapon she was holding, and not finding anything sufficiently strong in reply to express her feelings, she signed to the servants to follow her, and went out of the apartment with all the dignity that anger permitted her to summon to her aid. Scarcely had Lady Lochleven left the room than the queen sat down again, joyful and triumphant at the victory she had just gained, and ate with a better appetite than she had yet done since she was a prisoner, while Mary Satan deplored in a low tone and with all possible respect this fatal gift of repartee that Mary had received, and which, with her beauty, was one of the causes of all her misfortunes. But the queen did nothing but laugh at all her observations, saying she was curious to see the figure her good hostess would cut at dinner time. After breakfast, the queen went down into the garden. Her satisfied pride had restored some of her cheerfulness, so much so that, seeing while crossing the hall a mandolin lying forgotten on a chair, she told Mary Satan to take it to see, she said, if she could recall her old talent. In reality, the queen was one of the best musicians of the time, and played admirably, says Brantome, on the lute and viol d'amour, an instrument much resembling the mandolin. Mary Satan obeyed. Arrived in the garden, the queen sat down in the deepest shade, and there, having tuned her instrument, she at first drew from it lively and light tones, which soon darkened little by little, at the same time that her countenance assumed a hue of deep melancholy. Mary Satan looked at her with uneasiness, although for a long time she had been used to these sudden changes in her mistress's humor, and she was about to ask the reason of this gloomy veil suddenly spread over her face, when, regulating her harmonies, Mary began to sing in a low voice, and as if for herself alone, the following verses. Caverns, meadows, plains and mounts, lands of tree and stone, rivers, rivulets and founts, by which I stray alone, bewailing as I go, with tears that overflow, sing will I, the miserable woe, that bids me grieve and sigh. I but what is here to lend ear to my lament? What is here can comprehend my dull discontent? Neither grass nor reed, nor the ripples heed, flowing by, while the stream with speed hastens from my eye. Vainly does my wounded heart hope, alas, to heal, seeking to allay its smart. Things that cannot feel, better should my pain bitterly complain, crying shrill to thee who dost constrain my spirit to such ill. Goddess who shalt never die, list to what I say, thou who makest me to lie weak beneath thy sway. If my life must know ending at thy blow, cruelest, own it perish so. But at thy behest, lo, my face may all men see, slowly pine and fade, e'en as ice doth melt and flee, near a furnace laid. Yet the burning ray, wasting me away, passion's glow, wakens no display of pity for my woe. Yet does every neighbor tree, every rocky wall, this my sorrow know and see. So in brief doth all nature know aright this my sorry plight. Thou alone takest thy delight to hear me cry and moan. But if it be thy will to see tormented still wretched me, then let my woeful immortal be. This last verse died away as if the queen were exhausted, and at the same time the mandolin slipped from her hands and would have fallen to the ground Had not Mary Satan thrown herself on her knees and prevented it? The young girl remained thus at her mistress's feet for some time, gazing at her silently, and as she saw that she was losing herself more and more in gloomy reverie. "Have those lines brought back to your majesty some sad remembrance?" she asked hesitatingly. "Oh, yes," answered the queen. "They reminded me of the unfortunate being who composed them." "And may I, without indiscretion, inquire of your grace who is their author?" "Alas, he was a noble, brave, and handsome young man with a faithful heart and a hot head who would defend me today if I had defended him then, but his boldness seemed to me rashness and his fault a crime. What was to be done? I did not love him. Poor Chatelard, I was very cruel to him." "But you did not prosecute him. It was your brother. You did not condemn him. The judges did." "Yes, yes, I know that he too was Murray's victim, and that is no doubt the reason that I am calling him to mind just now. But I was able to pardon him, Mary, and I was inflexible. I let ascend the scaffold a man whose only crime was in loving me too well, and now I am astonished and complain of being abandoned by everyone. Listen, darling, there is one thing that terrifies me. It is that when I search within myself, I find that I have not only deserved my fate, but even that God did not punish me severely enough." "What strange thoughts for your grace," cried Mary, "and see where those unlucky lines which return to your mind have led you, the very day when you were beginning to recover a little of your cheerfulness." "Alas," replied the queen, shaking her head and uttering a deep sigh, "for 6 years very few days have passed that I have not repeated those lines to myself, although it may be for the first time today that I repeat them aloud. He was a Frenchman too, Mary. They have exiled from me, taken or killed all who came to me from France. Do you remember that vessel which was swallowed up before our eyes when we came out of Calais harbor? I exclaimed then that it was a sad omen. You all wanted to reassure me. Well, who was right now, you or I?" The queen was in one of those fits of sadness for which tears are the sole remedy. So Mary Satan, perceiving that not only would every consolation be vain, but also unreasonable, far from continuing to react against her mistress's melancholy, fully agreed with her. It followed that the queen, who was suffocating, began to weep, and that her tears brought her comfort. Then little by little she regained self-control, and this crisis passed as usual, leaving her firmer and more resolute than ever, so that when she went up to her room again, it was impossible to read the slightest alteration in her countenance. The dinner hour was approaching, and Mary, who in the morning was looking forward impatiently to the enjoyment of her triumph over Lady Lochleven, now saw her advance with uneasiness. The mere idea of again facing this woman, whose pride one was always obliged to oppose with insolence, was, after the moral fatigues of the day, a fresh weariness. So she decided not to appear for dinner, as on the day before. She was all the more glad she had taken this resolution, that this time it was not Lady Lochleven who came to fulfill the duties enjoined on a member of the family to make the queen easy, but George Douglas, whom his mother in her displeasure at the morning scene sent to replace her. Thus, when Mary Satan told the queen that she saw the young man with dark hair cross the courtyard on his way to her, Mary still further congratulated herself on her decision. For this young man's insolence had wounded her more deeply than all his mother's haughty insults. The queen was not a little astonished. Then, when in a few minutes Mary Satan returned and informed her that George Douglas, having sent away the servants, desired the honor of speaking to her on a matter of importance. At first the queen refused, but Mary Satan told her that the young man's air and manner this time were so different from what she had seen 2 days before, that she thought her mistress would be wrong to refuse his request. The queen rose then, and with the pride and majesty habitual to her, entered the adjoining room, and having taken 3 steps, stopped with a disdainful air, waiting for George to address her. Mary Satan had spoken truly. George Douglas was now another man. Today he seemed to be as respectful and timid as the preceding day he had seemed haughty and proud. He, in his turn, made a step towards the queen, but seeing Mary Satan standing behind her. "Madam," said he, "I wish to speak with your majesty alone. Shall I not obtain this favor?" "Mary Satan is not a stranger to me, sir. She is my sister, my friend. She is more than all that. She is my companion in captivity. And by all these claims, madam, I have the utmost veneration for her, but what I have to tell you cannot be heard by other ears than yours. Thus, madam, as the opportunity furnished now may perhaps never present itself again, in the name of what is dearest to you, grant me what I ask." There was such a tone of respectful prayer in George's voice that Mary turned to the young girl, and making her a friendly sign with her hand. "Go then, darling," said she, "but be easy, you will lose nothing by not hearing. Go." Mary Satan withdrew. The Queen smilingly looked after her till the door was shut. Then, turning to George, "Now, sir," said she, "we are alone, speak." But George, instead of replying, advanced to the Queen, and kneeling on one knee, drew from his breast a paper which he presented to her. Mary took it with amazement, unfolded it, glancing at Douglas, who remained in the same posture, and read as follows: "We earls, lords, and barons, in consideration that our Queen is detained at Lochleven, and that her faithful subjects cannot have access to her person, seeing, on the other hand, that our duty pledges us to provide for her safety, promise and swear to employ all reasonable means, which will depend on us to set her at liberty again on conditions compatible with the honor of her Majesty, the welfare of the kingdom, and even with the safety of those who keep her in prison, provided that they consent to give her up, that if they refuse, we declare that we are prepared to make use of ourselves, our children, our friends, our servants, our vassals, our goods, our persons, and our lives, to restore her to liberty, to procure the safety of the prince, and to cooperate in punishing the late king's murderers. If we are assailed for this intent, whether as a body or in private, we promise to defend ourselves and to aid one another under pain of infamy and perjury. So may God help us. Given with our own hands at Dumbarton, St. Andrews, Argyll, Huntly, Arbroath, Galloway, Ross, Fleming, Herries, Stirling, Kilwinning, Hamilton, and St. Clair Knight." "And Satan," cried Mary, "among all these signatures, I do not see that of my faithful Satan." Douglas, still kneeling, drew from his breast a second paper and presented it to the Queen with the same marks of respect. It contained only these few words: "Trust George Douglas, for your Majesty has no more devoted friend in the entire kingdom. Satan." Mary lowered her eyes to Douglas with an expression which was hers only, then, giving him her hand to raise him. "Ah," said she, with a sigh more of joy than of sadness, "now I see that God, in spite of my faults, has not yet abandoned me. But how is it in this castle that you, a Douglas? Oh, it is incredible." "Madam," replied George, 7 years have passed since I saw you in France for the first time, and for 7 years I have loved you." Mary moved, but Douglas put forth his hand and shook his head with an air of such profound sadness that she understood that she might hear what the young man had to say. He continued, "Reassure yourself, madam, I should never have made this confession if, while explaining my conduct to you, this confession would not have given you greater confidence in me. Yes, for 7 years I have loved you, but as one loves a star that one can never reach, a Madonna to whom one can only pray. For 7 years I have followed you everywhere without you ever having paid attention to me, without my saying a word or making a gesture to attract your notice. I was on the night of Mevelin's galley when you crossed to Scotland. I was among the Regent's soldiers when you beat Huntly. I was in the escort which accompanied you when you went to see the sick king at Glasgow. I reached Edinburgh an hour after you had left it for Lochleven. And then it seemed to me that my mission was revealed to me for the first time, and that this love for which till then I had reproached myself as a crime was on the contrary a favor from God. I learned that the lords were assembled at Dumbarton. I flew thither. I pledged my name, I pledged my honor, I pledged my life, and I obtained from them, thanks to the facility I had for coming into this fortress, the happiness of bringing you the paper they have just signed. Now, madam, forget all I have told you, except the assurance of my devotion and respect. Forget that I am near you. I am used to not being seen. Only, if you have need of my life, make a sign. For 7 years my life has been yours." "Alas," replied Mary, "I was complaining this morning of no longer being loved, and I ought to complain, on the contrary, that I am still loved, for the love that I inspire is fatal and mortal. Look back, Douglas, and count the tombs that, young as I am, I have already left on my path: Francis Roman II, Chatelard, Rizzio, Darnley. Oh, to attach oneself to my fortunes more than love is needed now. Heroism and devotion are requisite, so much the more that, as you have said, Douglas, it is love without any possible reward. Do you understand? Oh, madam, madam, answered Douglas, is it not reward beyond my deserts to see you daily, to cherish the hope that liberty will be restored to you through me, and to have at least, if I do not give it you, the certainty of dying in your sight? Poor young man, murmured Mary, her eyes raised to heaven, as if she were reading there beforehand the fate awaiting her new defender. Happy Douglas, on the contrary, cried George, seizing the Queen's hand and kissing it with perhaps still more respect than love. Happy Douglas, for in obtaining a sigh from your Majesty, he has already obtained more than he hoped. And upon what have you decided with my friends? Said the Queen, raising Douglas, who till then had remained on his knees before her. Nothing yet, George replied, for we scarcely had time to see one another. Your escape, impossible without me, is difficult even with me, and your Majesty has seen that I was obliged publicly to fail in respect, to obtain from my mother the confidence which gives me the good fortune of seeing you today. If this confidence on my mother's or my brother's part ever extends to giving up to me the castle keys, then you are saved. Let your Majesty not be surprised at anything, then, in the presence of others, I shall ever be always a Douglas, that is an enemy, and except your life be in danger, madam, I shall not utter a word, I shall not make a gesture which might betray the faith that I have sworn you. But on your side, let your grace know well, that present or absent, whether I am silent or speak, whether I act or remain inert, all will be an appearance only, save my devotion. Only, continued Douglas, approaching the window and showing to the Queen a little house on Kinross Hill, only, look every evening in that direction, madam, and so long as you see a light shine there, your friends will be keeping watch for you, and you need not lose hope. Thanks, Douglas, thanks, said the Queen. It does one good to meet with a heart like yours from time to time. Oh, thanks. And now, madam, replied the young man, I must leave your Majesty. To remain longer with you would be to raise suspicions, and a single doubt of me, think of it well, madam, and that light which is your sole beacon is extinguished, and all returns into night. With these words, Douglas bowed more respectfully than he had yet done, and withdrew, leaving Mary full of hope, and still more full of pride. For this time, the homage that she had just received was certainly for the woman and not for the Queen. As the Queen had told him, Mary Satan was informed of everything, even the love of Douglas, and the two women impatiently awaited the evening to see if the promised star would shine on the horizon. Their hope was not in vain. At the appointed time, the beacon was lit. The Queen trembled with joy, for it was the confirmation of her hopes, and her companion could not tear her from the window, where she remained with her gaze fastened on the little house in Kinross. At last she yielded to Mary Satan's prayers and consented to go to bed. But twice in the night she rose noiselessly to go to the window. The light was always shining, and was not extinguished till dawn, with its sisters the stars. Next day at breakfast, George announced to the Queen the return of his brother, William Douglas. He arrived the same evening. As to himself, George, he had to leave Lochleven next morning, to confer with the nobles who had signed the declaration, and who had immediately separated to raise troops in their several counties. The Queen could not attempt to good purpose any escape, but at a time when she would be sure of gathering round her an army strong enough to hold the country. As to him, Douglas, one was so used to his silent disappearances and to his unexpected returns that there was no reason to fear that his departure would inspire any suspicion. All passed as George had said. In the evening, the sound of a bugle announced the arrival of William Douglas. He had with him Lord Ruthven, the son of him who had assassinated Rizzio, and who, exiled with Morton after the murder, died in England of the sickness with which he was already attacked the day of the terrible catastrophe in which we have seen him take such a large share. He preceded by one day Lord Lindsay of Byres and Sir Robert Melville, brother of Mary's former ambassador to Elizabeth. All three were charged with a mission from the Regent to the Queen. On the following day, everything fell back into the usual routine, and William Douglas reassumed his duties as carver. Breakfast passed without Mary's having learned anything of George's departure or Ruthven's arrival. On rising from the table, she went to her window. Scarcely was she there than she heard the sound of a horn echoing on the shores of the lake, and saw a little troop of horsemen halt, while waiting for the boat to come and take those who were going to the castle. The distance was too great for Mary to recognize any of the visitors, but it was clear, from the signs of intelligence exchanged between the little troop and the inhabitants of the fortress, that the newcomers were her enemies. This was a reason why the Queen, in her uneasiness, should not lose sight for a moment of the boat which was going to fetch them. She saw only 2 men get into it, and immediately it put off again for the castle. As the boat drew nearer, Mary's presentiments changed to real fears, for in one of the men coming towards her she thought she made out Lord Lindsay of Byres, the same who, a week before, had brought her to her prison. It was indeed he himself, as usual in a steel helmet without a visor, which allowed one to see his coarse face designed to express strong passions, and his long black beard with grey hairs here and there, which covered his chest. His person was protected, as if it were in time of war, with his faithful suit of armor, formerly polished and well gilded, but which, exposed without ceasing to rain and mist, was now eaten up with rust. He had slung on his back, much as one slings a quiver, a broadsword so heavy that it took 2 hands to manage it, and so long that while the hilt reached the left shoulder, the point reached the right spur. In a word, he was still the same soldier, brave to rashness but brutal to insolence, recognizing nothing but right and force, and always ready to use force when he believed himself in the right. The Queen was so much taken up with the sight of Lord Lindsay of Byres that it was only just as the boat reached the shore that she glanced at his companion and recognized Robert Melville. This was some consolation, for whatever might happen, she knew that she should find in him, if not ostensible, at least secret sympathy. Besides, his dress, by which one could have judged him equally with Lord Lindsay, was a perfect contrast to his companions. It consisted of a black velvet doublet, with a cap and a feather of the same hue fastened to it with a gold clasp. His only weapon, offensive or defensive, was a little sword, which he seemed to wear rather as a sign of his rank than for attack or defense. As to his features and his manners, they were in harmony with this peaceful appearance. His pale countenance expressed both acuteness and intelligence. His quick eye was mild, and his voice insinuating. His figure slight and a little bent by habit rather than by years, since he was but 45 at this time, indicated an easy and conciliatory character. However, the presence of this man of peace, who seemed entrusted with watching over the demon of war, could not reassure the Queen, and as to get to the landing place, in front of the great door of the castle, the boat had just disappeared behind the corner of a tower. She told Mary Satan to go down that she might try to learn what cause brought Lord Lindsay to Lochleven, well knowing that with the force of character with which she was endowed, she need know this cause but a few minutes beforehand, whatever it might be, to give her countenance that calm and that majesty which she had always found to influence her enemies. Left alone, Mary let her glance stray back to the little house in Kinross, her sole hope, but the distance was too great to distinguish anything. Besides, its shutters remained closed all day and seemed to open only in the evening, like the clouds which, having covered the sky for a whole morning, scatter at last to reveal to the lost sailor a solitary star. She had remained no less motionless, her gaze always fixed on the same object, when she was drawn from this mute contemplation by the step of Mary Satan. "Well, darling," asked the Queen, turning round. "Your Majesty is not mistaken," replied the messenger. "It really was Sir Robert Melville and Lord Lindsay, but there came yesterday with Sir William Douglas a 3rd ambassador, whose name, I am afraid, will be still more odious to your Majesty than either of the 2 I have just pronounced." "You deceive yourself, Mary," the Queen answered. "Neither the name of Melville nor that of Lindsay is odious to me. Melville's, on the contrary, is in my present circumstances one of those which I have most pleasure in hearing. As to Lord Lindsay's, it is doubtless not agreeable to me, but it is none the less an honourable name, always borne by men rough and wild. It is true, but incapable of treachery. Tell me then, what is this name, Mary, for you see I am calm and prepared." "Alas, madam," returned Mary, "calm and prepared as you may be, collect all your strength, not merely to hear this name uttered, but also to receive in a few minutes the man who bears it, for this name is that of Lord Ruthven. Mary Satan had spoken truly, and this name had a terrible influence upon the Queen, for scarcely had it escaped the young girl's lips than Mary Stuart uttered a cry, and turning pale, as if she were about to faint, caught hold of the window ledge. Mary Satan, frightened at the effect produced by this fatal name, immediately sprang to support the Queen, but she, stretching one hand towards her, while she laid the other on her heart. "It is nothing," said she, "I shall be better in a moment. Yes, Mary, yes, as you said, it is a fatal name and mingled with one of my most bloody memories. What such men are coming to ask of me must be dreadful indeed. But no matter, I shall soon be ready to receive my brother's ambassadors, for doubtless they are sent in his name. You, darling, prevent their entering, for I must have some minutes to myself. You know me, it will not take me long." With these words, the Queen withdrew with a firm step to her bedchamber. Mary Satan was left alone, admiring that strength of character which made of Mary Stuart, in all other respects so completely womanlike, a man in the hour of danger. She immediately went to the door to close it with the wooden bar that one passed between two iron rings, but the bar had been taken away, so that there was no means of fastening the door from within. In a moment she heard someone coming up the stairs, and guessing from the heavy, echoing step that this must be Lord Lindsay, she looked round her once again to see if she could find something to replace the bar, and finding nothing within reach, she passed her arm through the rings, resolved to let it be broken rather than allow anyone to approach her mistress before it suited her. Indeed, hardly had those who were coming up reached the landing than someone knocked violently, and a harsh voice cried, Come, open the door, open directly." "And by what right," said Mary Satan, "am I ordered thus insolently to open the Queen of Scotland's door?" "By the right of the ambassador of the regent to enter everywhere in his name. I am Lord Lindsay, and I am come to speak to Lady Mary Stuart." "To be an ambassador," answered Mary Satan, "is not to be exempted from having oneself announced in visiting a woman, and much more a queen. And if this ambassador is, as he says, Lord Lindsay, he will await his sovereign's leisure, as every Scottish noble would do in his place." "By St. Andrew," cried Lord Lindsay, "open, or I will break in the door." "Do nothing to it, my lord, I entreat you," said another voice, which Mary recognized as Melville's. "Let us rather wait for Lord Ruthven, who is not yet ready." "Upon my soul," cried Lindsay, shaking the door, "I shall not wait a second." Then, seeing that it resisted, "Why did you tell me then, you scamp?" Lindsay went on, speaking to the steward, "that the bar had been removed." "It is true," replied he. "Then," returned Lindsay, "with what is this silly wench securing the door?" "With my arm, my lord, which I have passed through the rings, as a Douglas did for King James I, at a time when Douglases had dark hair instead of red, and were faithful instead of being traitors." "Since you know your history so well," replied Lindsay in a rage, "you should remember that that weak barrier did not hinder Graham, that Catherine Douglas's arm was broken like a willow wand, and that James I was killed like a dog." "But you, my lord," responded the courageous young girl, "ought also to know the ballad that is still sung in our time. Now on Robert Graham, the king's destroyer, shame. To Robert Graham clings shame, who destroyed our king." "Mary," cried the Queen, who had overheard this altercation from her bedroom, "Mary, I command you to open the door directly. Do you hear?" Mary obeyed, and Lord Lindsay entered, followed by Melville, who walked behind him with slow steps and bent head. Arrived in the middle of the second room, Lord Lindsay stopped, and looking round him. "Well, where is she then?" he asked, "and has she not already kept us waiting long enough outside, without making us wait again inside? Or does she imagine that, despite these walls and these bars, she is always queen?" "Patience, my lord," murmured Sir Robert. "You see that Lord Ruthven has not come yet, and since we can do nothing without him, let us wait." "Let wait who will," replied Lindsay, inflamed with anger, "but it will not be I, and wherever she may be, I shall go and seek her." With these words, he made some steps towards Mary Stuart's bedroom, but at the same moment the Queen opened the door, without seeming moved either at the visit or at the insolence of the visitors, and so lovely and so full of majesty, that each, even Lindsay himself, was silent at her appearance, and, as if in obedience to a higher power, bowed respectfully before her. "I fear I have kept you waiting, my lord," said the Queen, without replying to the ambassador's salutation otherwise than by a slight inclination of the head. But a woman does not like to receive even enemies without having spent a few minutes over her toilet. "It is true that men are less tenacious of ceremony," added she, throwing a significant glance at Lord Lindsay's rusty armor and soiled and pierced doublet. "Good day, Melville," she continued, without paying attention to some words of excuse stammered by Lindsay. "Be welcome in my prison as you were in my palace, for I believe you as devoted to the one as to the other." Then, turning to Lindsay, who was looking interrogatively at the door, impatient as he was for Ruthven to come. "You have there, my lord," said she, pointing to the sword he carried over his shoulder, "a faithful companion, though it is a little heavy. Did you expect, in coming here, to find enemies against whom to employ it? In the contrary case, it is a strange ornament for a lady's presence. But no matter, my lord, I am too much of a Stuart to fear the sight of a sword, even if it were naked, I warn you." "It is not out of place here, madam," replied Lindsay, bringing it forward and leaning his elbow on its cross hilt, "for it is an old acquaintance of your family. Your ancestors, my lord, were brave and loyal enough for me not to refuse to believe what you tell me. Besides, such a good blade must have rendered them good service." "Yes, madam, yes, surely it has done so, but that kind of service that kings do not forgive. He for whom it was made was Archibald Bell the Cat, and he girded himself with it the day when, to justify his name, he went to seize in the very tent of King James Roman III, your grandfather, his unworthy favourites, Cochrane, Hummel, Leonard, and Torpichen, whom he hanged on Louder Bridge with the halters of his soldiers' horses. It was also with this sword that he slew at one blow, in the lists, Spens of Kilspindie, who had insulted him in the presence of King James Roman IV, counting on the protection his master accorded him, and which did not guard him against it any more than his shield, which it split in two. At his master's death, which took place 2 years after the defeat of Flodden, on whose battlefield he left his 2 sons and 200 warriors of the name of Douglas, it passed into the hands of the Earl of Angus, who drew it from the scabbard when he drove the Hamiltons out of Edinburgh, and that so quickly and completely that the affair was called the sweeping of the streets. Finally, your father James V saw it glisten in the fight of the bridge over the Tweed, when Buccleuch, stirred up by him, wanted to snatch him from the guardianship of the Douglases, and when 80 warriors of the name of Scott remained on the battlefield. "But," said the Queen, "how is it that this weapon, after such exploits, has not remained as a trophy in the Douglas family? No doubt the Earl of Angus required a great occasion to decide him to renounce in your favour this modern Excalibur." History of Scotland by Sir Walter Scott. The Abbot, Historical Part. "Yes, no doubt, madam, it was upon a great occasion," replied Lindsay, in spite of the imploring signs made by Melville, "and this will have at least the advantage of the others, in being sufficiently recent for you to remember. It was 10 days ago, on the battlefield of Carberry Hill, madam, when the infamous Bothwell had the audacity to make a public challenge in which he defied to single combat whomsoever would dare to maintain that he was not innocent of the murder of the king your husband. I made him answer then, I the third, that he was an assassin, and as he refused to fight with the 2 others under the pretext that they were only barons, I presented myself in my turn, I who am Earl and Lord. It was on that occasion that the noble Earl of Morton gave me this good sword to fight him to the death, so that, if he had been a little more presumptuous or a little less cowardly, dogs and vultures would be eating at this moment the pieces that, with the help of this good sword, I should have carved for them from that traitor's carcass." At these words, Mary Satan and Robert Melville looked at each other in terror, for the events that they recalled were so recent that they were, so to speak, still living in the Queen's heart. But the Queen, with incredible impassibility and a smile of contempt on her lips. "It is easy, my lord," said she, "to vanquish an enemy who does not appear in the lists. However, believe me, if Mary had inherited the Stuart sword as she has inherited their sceptre, your sword, long as it is, would yet have seemed to you too short. But as you have only to relate to us now, my lord, what you intended doing, and not what you have done, think it fit that I bring you back to something of more reality. For I do not suppose you have given yourself the trouble to come here purely and simply to add a chapter to the little treatise Des Rhodomontades Espagnols by M. de Brantome. You are right, madam, replied Lindsay, reddening with anger, and you would already know the object of our mission if Lord Ruthven did not so ridiculously keep us waiting. But added he, have patience, the matter will not be long now, for here he is. Indeed, at that moment they heard steps mounting the staircase and approaching the room, and at the sound of these steps, the Queen, who had borne with such firmness Lindsay's insults, grew so perceptibly paler that Melville, who did not take his eyes off her, put out his hand towards the armchair as if to push it towards her, but the Queen made a sign that she had no need of it and gazed at the door with apparent calm. Lord Ruthven appeared. It was the first time that she had seen the son since Rizzio had been assassinated by the father. Lord Ruthven was both a warrior and a statesman, and at this moment his dress savoured of the two professions. It consisted of a close coat of embroidered buff leather, elegant enough to be worn as a court undress, and on which, if need were, one could buckle a cuirass for battle. Like his father, he was pale. Like his father, he was to die young, and even more than his father, his countenance wore that illumined melancholy by which fortune-tellers recognize those who are to die a violent death. Lord Ruthven united in himself the polished dignity of a courtier and the inflexible character of a minister, but quite resolved, as he was to obtain from Mary Stuart, even if it were by violence, what he had come to demand in the regent's name, he none the less made her, on entering, a cold but respectful greeting, to which the Queen responded with a courtesy. Then the steward drew up to the empty armchair a heavy table on which had been prepared everything necessary for writing, and at a sign from the two lords he went out, leaving the Queen and her companion alone with the three ambassadors. Then the Queen, seeing that this table and this armchair were put ready for her, sat down, and after a moment, herself breaking this silence more gloomy than any word could have been. "My lords," said she, "you see that I wait. Can it be that this message which you have to communicate to me is so terrible that two soldiers as renowned as Lord Lindsay and Lord Ruthven hesitate at the moment of transmitting it?" "Madam," answered Ruthven, "I am not of a family, as you know, which ever hesitates to perform a duty, painful as it may be. Besides, we hope that your captivity has prepared you to hear what we have to tell you on the part of the secret council." "The secret council," said the Queen, "instituted by me, by what right does it act without me? No matter, I am waiting for this message. I suppose it is a petition to implore my mercy for the men who have dared to reach to a power that I hold only from God." "Madam," replied Ruthven, who appeared to have undertaken the painful role of spokesman, while Lindsay, mute and impatient, fidgeted with the hilt of his long sword, "it is distressing to me to have to undeceive you on this point. It is not your mercy that I come to ask. It is, on the contrary, the pardon of the secret council that I come to offer you." "To me, my lord, to me," cried Mary, "subjects offer pardon to their Queen. Oh, it is such a new and wonderful thing that my amazement outweighs my indignation, and that I beg you to continue, instead of stopping you there, as perhaps I ought to do." "And I obey you so much the more willingly, madam," went on Ruthven imperturbably, "that this pardon is only granted on certain conditions, stated in these documents, destined to re-establish the tranquility of the state, so cruelly compromised by the errors that they are going to repair." "And shall I be permitted, my lord, to read these documents, or must I, allured by my confidence in those who present them to me, sign them with my eyes shut?" "No, madam," Ruthven returned. "The secret council desire, on the contrary, that you acquaint yourself with them, for you must sign them freely." "Read me these documents, my lord, for such a reading is, I think, included in the strange duties you have accepted." Lord Ruthven took one of the two papers that he had in his hand, and read, with the impassiveness of his usual voice, the following: "Summoned from my tenderest youth to the government of the kingdom and to the crown of Scotland, I have carefully attended to the administration, but I have experienced so much fatigue and trouble that I no longer find my mind free enough, nor my strength great enough to support the burden of affairs of state. Accordingly, and as divine favor has granted us a son, whom we desire to see during our lifetime bear the crown which he has acquired by right of birth, we have resolved to abdicate, and we abdicate in his favor, by these presents, freely and voluntarily, all our rights to the crown and to the government of Scotland, desiring that he may immediately ascend the throne, as if he were called to it by our natural death, and not as the effect of our own will, and that our present abdication may have a more complete and solemn effect, and that no one should put forward the claim of ignorance, we give full powers to our trusty and faithful cousins, the Lords Lindsay of Byres and William Ruthven, to appear in our name before the nobility, the clergy, and the burgesses of Scotland, of whom they will convoke an assembly at Stirling, and to their renounce, publicly and solemnly, on our part, all our claims to the crown and to the government of Scotland. Signed freely, and as the testimony of one of our last royal wishes, in our castle of Lochleven, the June 1567. The date was left blank. There was a moment's silence after this reading, then. "Did you hear, madam?" asked Ruthven. "Yes," replied Mary Stuart. "Yes, I have heard rebellious words that I have not understood, and I thought that my ears, that one has tried to accustom for some time to a strange language, still deceived me, and that I have thought for your honor, my Lord William Ruthven, and my Lord Lindsay of Byres." "Madam," answered Lindsay, out of patience, at having kept silence so long, "our honor has nothing to do with the opinion of a woman who has so ill known how to watch over her own." "My lord," said Melville, risking a word. "Let him speak, Robert," returned the Queen. "We have in our conscience armor as well tempered as that with which Lord Lindsay is so prudently covered, although, to the shame of justice, we no longer have a sword. Continue, my lord," the Queen went on, turning to Lord Ruthven. "Is this all that my subjects require of me? A date and a signature? Ah, doubtless it is too little, and this second paper, which you have kept in order to proceed by degrees, probably contains some demand more difficult to grant than that of yielding to a child scarcely a year old a crown which belongs to me by birthright, and to abandon my scepter to take a distaff." "This other paper," replied Ruthven, without letting himself be intimidated by the tone of bitter irony adopted by the Queen, "is the deed by which your grace confirms the decision of the secret council which has named your beloved brother, the Earl of Murray, regent of the kingdom." "Indeed," said Mary, "the secret council thinks it needs my confirmation to an act of such slight importance, and my beloved brother, to bear it without remorse, needs that it should be I who add a fresh title to those of Earl of Mar and of Murray that I have already bestowed upon him. But one cannot desire anything more respectful and touching than all this, and I should be very wrong to complain. My lords," continued the Queen, rising and changing her tone, "return to those who have sent you, and tell them that to such demands Mary Stuart has no answer to give." "Take care, madam," responded Ruthven, "for I have told you it is only on these conditions that your pardon can be granted you." "And if I refuse this generous pardon," asked Mary, "what will happen?" "I cannot pronounce beforehand, madam, but your grace has enough knowledge of the laws, and above all of the history of Scotland and England, to know that murder and adultery are crimes for which more than one queen has been punished with death." "And upon what proofs could such a charge be founded, my lord? Pardon my persistence, which takes up your precious time, but I am sufficiently interested in the matter to be permitted such a question." "The proof, madam," returned Ruthven. "There is but one, I know, but that one is unexceptionable. It is the precipitate marriage of the widow of the assassinated with the chief assassin, and the letters which have been handed over to us by James Balfour, which prove that the guilty persons had united their adulterous hearts before it was permitted them to unite their bloody hands." "My lord," cried the Queen, "do you forget a certain repast given in an Edinburgh tavern by this same Bothwell to those same noblemen who treat him today as an adulterer and a murderer? Do you forget that at the end of that meal, and on the same table at which it had been given, a paper was signed to invite that same woman, to whom today you make the haste of her new wedding a crime, to leave off a widow's mourning to reassume a marriage robe. For if you have forgotten it, my lords, which would do no more honor to your sobriety than to your memory, I undertake to show it to you, I who have preserved it. And perhaps, if we search well, we shall find among the signatures the names of Lindsay of Byres and William Ruthven. "O noble Lord Herries," cried Mary, "loyal James Melville, you alone were right then, when you threw yourselves at my feet, entreating me not to conclude this marriage, which, I see it clearly today, was only a trap set for an ignorant woman by perfidious advisers or disloyal lords." "Madam," cried Ruthven, in spite of his cold impassivity beginning to lose command of himself, while Lindsay was giving still more noisy and less equivocal signs of impatience. "Madam, all these discussions are beside our aim. I beg you to return to it, then, and inform us if, your life and honor guaranteed, you consent to abdicate the crown of Scotland. And what safeguard should I have that the promises you here make me will be kept?" "Our word, madam," proudly replied Ruthven. "Your word, my lord, is a very feeble pledge to offer when one so quickly forgets one's signature. Have you not some trifle to add to it, to make me a little easier than I should be with it alone?" "Enough, Ruthven, enough," cried Lindsay. "Do you not see that for an hour this woman answers our proposals only by insults?" "Yes, let us go," said Ruthven, "and thank yourself only, madam, for the day when the thread breaks which holds the sword suspended over your head." "My lords," cried Melville, "my lords, in heaven's name, a little patience, and forgive something to her who, accustomed to command, is today forced to obey." "Very well," said Lindsay, turning round, "stay with her then, and try to obtain by your smooth words what is refused to our frank and loyal demand. In a quarter of an hour we shall return. Let the answer be ready in a quarter of an hour." With these words, the two noblemen went out, leaving Melville with the Queen, and one could count their footsteps, from the noise that Lindsay's great sword made, in resounding on each step of the staircase. Scarcely were they alone than Melville threw himself at the Queen's feet. "Madam," said he, "you remarked just now that Lord Herries and my brother had given your Majesty advice that you repented not having followed. Well, madam, reflect on that I in my turn give you, for it is more important than the other, for you will regret with still more bitterness not having listened to it. Ah, you do not know what may happen, you are ignorant of what your brother is capable." "It seems to me, however," returned the Queen, "that he has just instructed me on that head. What more will he do than he has done already? A public trial? Oh, it is all I ask. Let me only plead my cause, and we shall see what judges will dare to condemn me." "But that is what they will take good care not to do, madam, for they would be mad to do it when they keep you here in this isolated castle, in the care of your enemies, having no witness but God, who avenges crime, but who does not prevent it. Recollect, madam, what Machiavelli has said, a king's tomb is never far from his prison. You come of a family in which one dies young, madam, and almost always of a sudden death. Two of your ancestors perished by steel, and one by poison." "Oh, if my death were sudden and easy," cried Mary, "yes, I should accept it as an expiation for my faults, for if I am proud when I compare myself with others, Melville, I am humble when I judge myself. I am unjustly accused of being an accomplice of Darnley's death, but I am justly condemned for having married Bothwell." "Time presses, madam, time presses," cried Melville, looking at the sand, which, placed on the table, was marking the time. "They are coming back, they will be here in a minute, and this time you must give them an answer. Listen, madam, and at least profit by your situation as much as you can. You are alone here with one woman, without friends, without protection, without power. An abdication signed at such a juncture will never appear to your people to have been freely given, but will always pass as having been torn from you by force. And if need be, madam, if the day comes when such a solemn declaration is worth something, well, then you will have two witnesses of the violence done you. The one will be Mary Satan, and the other," he added in a low voice and looking uneasily about him, "the other will be Robert Melville." Hardly had he finished speaking when the footsteps of the two nobles were again heard on the staircase, returning even before the quarter of an hour had elapsed. A moment afterwards the door opened, and Ruthven appeared, while over his shoulder was seen Lindsay's head. "Madam," said Ruthven, "We have returned. Has your grace decided? We come for your answer." "Yes," said Lindsay, pushing aside Ruthven, who stood in his way, and advancing to the table. "Yes, an answer, clear, precise, positive, and without dissimulation." "You are exacting, my lord," said the Queen. "You would scarcely have the right to expect that from me if I were in full liberty on the other side of the lake, and surrounded with a faithful escort. But between these walls, behind these bars, in the depths of this fortress, I shall not tell you that I sign voluntarily, lest you should not believe it. But no matter, you want my signature. Well, I am going to give it to you. Melville, pass me the pen." "But I hope," said Lord Ruthven, "that your grace is not counting on using your present position one day in argument to protest against what you are going to do." The Queen had already stooped to write. She had already set her hand to the paper when Ruthven spoke to her. But scarcely had he done so than she rose up proudly, and letting fall the pen, "My lord," said she, "what you asked of me just now was but an abdication pure and simple, and I was going to sign it. But if to this abdication is joined this marginal note, then I renounce of my own accord, and as judging myself unworthy, the throne of Scotland. I would not do it for the 3 united crowns that I have been robbed of in turn." "Take care, madam," cried Lord Lindsay, seizing the Queen's wrist with his steel gauntlet and squeezing it with all his angry strength. "Take care, for our patience is at an end, and we could easily end by breaking what would not bend." The Queen remained standing, and although a violent flush had passed like a flame over her countenance, she did not utter a word and did not move. Her eyes only were fixed with such a great expression of contempt on those of the rough baron, that he, ashamed of the passion that had carried him away, let go the hand he had seized and took a step back. Then raising her sleeve and showing the violet marks made on her arm by Lord Lindsay's steel gauntlet. "This is what I expected, my lords," said she, "and nothing prevents me any longer from signing. Yes, I freely abdicate the throne and crown of Scotland, and there is the proof that my will has not been forced." With these words she took the pen and rapidly signed the 2 documents, held them out to Lord Ruthven, and bowing with great dignity, withdrew slowly into her room, accompanied by Mary Satan. Ruthven looked after her, and when she had disappeared, "It doesn't matter," he said. "She has signed, and although the means you employed, Lindsay, may be obsolete enough in diplomacy, it is not the less efficacious, it seems." "No joking, Ruthven," said Lindsay, "for she is a noble creature, and if I had dared, I should have thrown myself at her feet to ask her forgiveness." "There is still time," replied Ruthven, "and Mary, in her present situation, will not be severe upon you. Perhaps she has resolved to appeal to the judgment of God to prove her innocence, and in that case, a champion such as you might well change the face of things." "Do not joke, Ruthven," Lindsay answered a second time, with more violence than the first. "For if I were as well convinced of her innocence as I am of her crime, I tell you that no one should touch a hair of her head, not even the regent." "The devil, my lord," said Ruthven. "I did not know you were so sensitive to a gentle voice and a tearful eye. You know the story of Achilles' lance, which healed with its rust the wounds it made with its edge. Do likewise, my lord, do likewise." "Enough, Ruthven, enough," replied Lindsay. "You are like a corslet of Milan steel, which is 3 times as bright as the steel armor of Glasgow, but which is at the same time thrice as hard. We know one another, Ruthven, so an end to railleries or threats. Enough, believe me, enough." And after these words, Lord Lindsay went out first, followed by Ruthven and Melville, the first with his head high and affecting an air of insolent indifference, and the second sad, his brow bent, and not even trying to disguise the painful impression which this scene had made on him. History of Scotland by Sir Walter Scott. The Abbot, Historical Part. Chapter 6. The Queen came out of her room only in the evening, to take her place at the window which looked over the lake. At the usual time she saw the light, which was henceforth her sole hope, shine in the little house in Kinross. For a whole long month she had no other consolation than seeing it, every night, fixed and faithful. At last, at the end of this time, and as she was beginning to despair of seeing George Douglas again, one morning, on opening the window, she uttered a cry. Mary Satan ran to her, and the Queen, without having strength to speak, showed her in the middle of the lake the tiny boat at anchor, and in the boat little Douglas and George, who were absorbed in fishing, their favorite amusement. The young man had arrived the day before, and as everyone was accustomed to his unexpected returns, the sentinel had not even blown the horn, and the queen had not known that at last a friend had come. However, she was 3 days yet without seeing this friend otherwise than she had just done, that is, on the lake. It is true that from morning till evening he did not leave that spot, from which he could view the queen's windows and the queen herself, when to gaze at a wider horizon, she leaned her face against the bars. At last, on the morning of the 4th day, the queen was awakened by a great noise of dogs and horns. She immediately ran to the window, for to a prisoner everything is an event, and she saw William Douglas, who was embarking with a pack of hounds and some huntsmen, in fact, making a truce for a day with his jailer's duties to enjoy a pleasure more in harmony with his rank and birth. He was going to hunt in the woods which cover the last ridge of Ben Lomond, and which, ever sinking, die down on the banks of the lake. The queen trembled with delight, for she hoped that Lady Lochleven would maintain her ill will, and that then George would replace his brother. This hope was not disappointed. At the usual time, the queen heard the footsteps of those who were bringing her breakfast. The door opened, and she saw George Douglas enter, preceded by the servants who were carrying the dishes. George barely bowed, but the queen, warned by him not to be surprised at anything, returned him his greeting with a disdainful air. Then the servants performed their task and went out, as they were accustomed. "At last," said the queen, "you are back again, then." George motioned with his finger, went to the door to listen if all the servants had really gone away, and if no one had remained to spy. Then, returning more at ease, and bowing respectfully, "Yes, madam," returned he, "and heaven be thanked I bring good news." "Oh, tell me quickly," cried the queen, "for staying in this castle is hell. You knew that they came, did you not, and that they made me sign an abdication?" "Yes, madam," replied Douglas, "but we also knew that your signature had been obtained from you by violence alone, and our devotion to your majesty is increased thereby, if possible. But after all, what have you done? The Satans and the Hamiltons, who are, as your majesty knows, your most faithful servants," Mary turned round, smiling, and put out her hand to Mary Satan, "have already," continued George, "assembled their troops, who keep themselves in readiness for the first signal. But as they alone would not be sufficiently numerous to hold the country, we shall make our way directly to Dumbarton, whose governor is ours, and which by its position and its strength can hold out long enough against all the regent's troops to give to the faithful hearts remaining to you time to come and join us." "Yes, yes," said the queen, "I see clearly what we shall do once we get out of this, but how are we to get out?" "That is the occasion, madam," replied Douglas, "for which your majesty must call to your aid that courage of which you have given such great proofs." "If I have need only of courage and coolness," replied the queen, "be easy, neither the one nor the other will fail me." "Here is a file," said George, giving Mary Satan that instrument which he judged unworthy to touch the queen's hands, "and this evening I shall bring your majesty cords to construct a ladder. You will cut through one of the bars of this window. It is only at a height of 20 feet. I shall come up to you, as much to try it as to support you. One of the garrison is in my pay. He will give us passage by the door it is his duty to guard, and you will be free." "And when will that be?" cried the queen. "We must wait for 2 things, madam," replied Douglas. "The first, to collect at Kinross an escort sufficient for your majesty's safety. The second, that the turn for night watch of Thomas Warden should happen to be at an isolated door that we can reach without being seen." "And how will you know that? Do you stay at the castle then?" "Alas, no, madam," replied George. "At the castle I am a useless and even a dangerous friend for you, while once beyond the lake I can serve you in an effectual manner." "And how will you know when Warden's turn to mount guard has come?" "The weathercock in the north tower, instead of turning in the wind with the others, will remain fixed against it." "But how shall I be warned?" "Everything is already provided for on that side. The light which shines each night in the little house in Kinross incessantly tells you that your friends keep watch for you. But when you would like to know if the hour of your deliverance approaches or recedes, in your turn, place a light in this window. The other will immediately disappear. Then, placing your hand on your breast, count your heartbeats. If you reach the number 20 without the light reappearing, nothing is yet settled. If you only reach 10, the moment approaches. If the light does not leave you time to count beyond 5, your escape is fixed for the following night. If it reappears no more, it is fixed for the same evening. Then the owl's cry, repeated thrice in the courtyard, will be the signal. Let down the ladder when you hear it. "Oh, Douglas," cried the Queen, "you alone could foresee and calculate everything thus. Thank you 100 times." And she gave him her hand to kiss. A vivid red flushed the young man's cheeks, but almost directly mastering his emotion, he kneeled down, and restraining the expression of that love of which he had once spoken to the Queen, while promising her never more to speak of it, he took the hand that Mary extended, and kissed it with such respect that no one could have seen in this action anything but the homage of devotion and fidelity. Then, having bowed to the Queen, he went out, that a longer stay with her should not give rise to any suspicions. At the dinner hour, Douglas brought, as he had said, a parcel of cord. It was not enough, but when evening came, Mary Satan was to unroll it and let fall the end from the window, and George would fasten the remainder to it. The thing was done as arranged, and without any mishap, an hour after the hunters had returned. The following day George left the castle. The Queen and Mary Satan lost no time in setting about the rope ladder, and it was finished on the third day. The same evening, the Queen, in her impatience, and rather to assure herself of her partisans' vigilance than in the hope that the time of her deliverance was so near, brought her lamp to the window. Immediately, and as George Douglas had told her, the light in the little house at Kinross disappeared. The Queen then laid her hand on her heart and counted up to 22. Then the light reappeared. They were ready for everything, but nothing was yet settled. For a week the Queen thus questioned the light and her heartbeats without their number changing. At last, on the 8th day, she counted only as far as 10. At the 11th, the light reappeared. The Queen believed herself mistaken. She did not dare to hope what this announced. She withdrew the lamp, then at the end of a quarter of an hour showed it again. Her unknown correspondent understood with his usual intelligence that a fresh trial was required of him, and the light in the little house disappeared in its turn. Mary again questioned the pulsations of her heart, and fast as it leaped, before the 12th beat the propitious star was shining on the horizon. There was no longer any doubt. Everything was settled. Mary could not sleep all night. This persistency of her partisans inspired her with gratitude to the point of tears. The day came, and the Queen several times questioned her companion to assure herself that it was not all a dream. At every sound it seemed to her that the scheme on which her liberty hung was discovered, and when, at breakfast and at dinner time, William Douglas entered as usual, she hardly dared look at him, for fear of reading on his face the announcement that all was lost. In the evening the Queen again questioned the light. It made the same answer. Nothing had altered. The beacon was always one of hope. For 4 days it thus continued to indicate that the moment of escape was at hand. On the evening of the 5th, before the Queen had counted 5 beats, the light reappeared. The Queen leaned upon Mary Satan. She was nearly fainting between dread and delight. Her escape was fixed for the next evening. The Queen tried once more and obtained the same reply. There was no longer a doubt. Everything was ready except the prisoner's courage, for it failed her for a moment, and if Mary Satan had not drawn up a seat in time, she would have fallen prone. But the first moment over, she collected herself as usual and was stronger and more resolute than ever. Till midnight the Queen remained at the window, her eyes fixed on that star of good omen. At last Mary Satan persuaded her to go to bed, offering, if she had no wish to sleep, to read her some verses by M. Ronsard or some chapters from the Mur des Histoires, but Mary had no desire now for any profane reading, and had her hours read, making the responses as she would have done if she had been present at a mass said by a Catholic priest. Towards dawn, however, she grew drowsy, and as Mary Satan, for her part, was dropping with fatigue, she fell asleep directly in the armchair at the head of the Queen's bed. Next day she awoke, feeling that someone was tapping her on the shoulder. It was the Queen, who had already arisen. "Come and see, darling," said she. "Come and see the fine day that God is giving us. Oh, how alive is nature! How happy I shall be to be once more free among those plains and mountains. Decidedly, heaven is on our side." "Madam," replied Mary, "I would rather see the weather less fine. It would promise us a darker night. And consider, what we need is darkness, not light." "Listen," said the Queen. "It is by this we are going to see if God is indeed for us. If the weather remains as it is, yes, you are right, he abandons us. But if it clouds over, oh, then, darling, this will be a certain proof of his protection, will it not?" Mary Satan smiled, nodding that she adopted her mistress's superstition. Then the Queen, incapable of remaining idle in her great preoccupation of mind, collected the few jewels that she had preserved, enclosed them in a casket, got ready for the evening a black dress, in order to be still better hidden in the darkness. And these preparations made, she sat down again at the window, ceaselessly carrying her eyes from the lake to the little house in Kinross, shut up and dumb as usual. The dinner hour arrived. The Queen was so happy that she received William Douglas with more goodwill than was her wont, and it was with difficulty she remained seated during the time the meal lasted. But she restrained herself, and William Douglas withdrew without seeming to have noticed her agitation. Scarcely had he gone than Mary ran to the window. She had need of air, and her gaze devoured in advance those wide horizons which she was about to cross anew. It seemed to her that once at liberty, she would never shut herself up in a palace again, but would wander about the countryside continually. Then, amid all these tremors of delight, from time to time she felt unexpectedly heavy at heart. She then turned round to Mary Satan, trying to fortify her strength with hers, and the young girl kept up her hopes, but rather from duty than from conviction. But slow as they seemed to the Queen, the hours yet passed. Towards the afternoon some clouds floated across the blue sky. The Queen remarked upon them joyfully to her companion. Mary Satan congratulated her upon them, not on account of the imaginary omen that the Queen sought in them, but because of the real importance that the weather should be cloudy, that darkness might aid them in their flight. While the two prisoners were watching the billowy, moving vapors, the hour of dinner arrived. But it was half an hour of constraint and dissimulation, the more painful that, no doubt in return for the sort of goodwill shown him by the Queen in the morning, William Douglas thought himself obliged in his turn to accompany his duties with fitting compliments, which compelled the Queen to take a more active part in the conversation than her preoccupation allowed her. But William Douglas did not seem in any way to observe this absence of mind, and all passed as at breakfast. Directly he had gone, the Queen ran to the window. The few clouds which were chasing one another in the sky an hour before had thickened and spread, and all the blue was blotted out, to give place to a hue dull and leaden as pewter. Mary Stuart's presentiments were thus realized. As to the little house in Kinross, which one could still make out in the dusk, it remained shut up and seemed deserted. Night fell, the light shone as usual, the Queen signalled, it disappeared. Mary Stuart waited in vain, everything remained in darkness. The escape was for the same evening. The Queen heard 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 10 o'clock strike successively. At 10 o'clock the sentinels were relieved. Mary Stuart heard the patrols pass beneath her windows, the steps of the watch recede, then all returned to silence. Half an hour passed away thus. Suddenly the owl's cry resounded thrice. The Queen recognized George Douglas's signal. The supreme moment had come. In these circumstances, the Queen found all her strength revive. She signed to Mary Satan to take away the bar and to fix the rope ladder. While putting out the lamp, she felt her way into the bedroom to seek the casket which contained her few remaining jewels. When she came back, George Douglas was already in the room. "All goes well, madam," said he. "Your friends await you on the other side of the lake. Thomas Warden watches at the postern, and God has sent us a dark night." The Queen, without replying, gave him her hand. George bent his knee and carried this hand to his lips, but on touching it, he felt it cold and trembling. "Madam," said he, "in heaven's name summon all your courage, and do not let yourself be downcast at such a moment." "Our Lady of Good Help," murmured Satan, "come to our aid. Summon to you the spirit of the kings your ancestors, responded George, for at this moment it is not the resignation of a Christian that you require, but the strength and resolution of a queen. "Oh, Douglas, Douglas," cried Mary mournfully, "a fortune-teller predicted to me that I should die in prison and by a violent death. Has not the hour of the prediction arrived?" "Perhaps," George said, "but it is better to die as a queen than to live in this ancient castle calumniated and a prisoner." "You are right, George," the queen answered, "but for a woman the first step is everything. Forgive me." Then, after a moment's pause, "Come," said she, "I am ready." George immediately went to the window, secured the ladder again and more firmly, then getting up onto the sill and holding to the bars with one hand, he stretched out the other to the queen, who, as resolute as she had been timid a moment before, mounted on a stool and had already set one foot on the window ledge, when suddenly the cry, "Who goes there?" rang out at the foot of the tower. The queen sprang quickly back, partly instinctively and partly pushed by George, who, on the contrary, leaned out of the window to see whence came this cry, which twice again renewed, remained twice unanswered, and was immediately followed by a report and the flash of a firearm. At the same moment the sentinel on duty on the tower blew his bugle, another set going the alarm bell, and the cries, to arms," and treason, treason, resounded throughout the castle. "Yes, yes, treason, treason," cried George Douglas, leaping down into the room. "Yes, the infamous warden has betrayed us." Then, advancing to Mary, cold and motionless as a statue, "Courage, madam," said he, "courage. Whatever happens, a friend yet remains for you in the castle. It is little Douglas." Scarcely had he finished speaking when the door of the Queen's apartment opened, and William Douglas and Lady Lochleven, preceded by servants carrying torches and armed soldiers, appeared on the threshold. The room was immediately filled with people and light. "Mother," said William Douglas, pointing to his brother standing before Mary Stuart and protecting her with his body, "do you believe me now? Look." The old lady was for a moment speechless, then finding a word at last and taking a step forward. "Speak, George Douglas," cried she, "speak, and clear yourself at once of the charge which weighs on your honor. Say but these words, 'A Douglas was never faithless to his trust,' and I believe you." "Yes, mother," answered William, "a Douglas, but he is not a Douglas." "May God grant my old age the strength needed to bear on the part of one of my sons such a misfortune, and on the part of the other such an injury," exclaimed Lady Lochleven. "O woman born under a fatal star," she went on, addressing the Queen, "when will you cease to be, in the devil's hands, an instrument of perdition and death to all who approach you? O ancient house of Lochleven, cursed be the hour when this enchantress crossed thy threshold." "Do not say that, mother, do not say that," cried George. "Blessed be, on the contrary, the moment which proves that, if there are Douglases who no longer remember what they owe to their sovereigns, there are others who have never forgotten it." "Douglas, Douglas," murmured Mary Stuart, "did I not tell you?" "And I, madam," said George, "what did I reply then? That it was an honor and a duty to every faithful subject of your majesty to die for you." "Well, die then," cried William Douglas, springing on his brother with raised sword, while he, leaping back, drew his, and with a movement quick as thought and eager as hatred defended himself. But at the same moment Mary Stuart darted between the two young people. "Not another step, Lord Douglas," said she. "Sheathe your sword, George, or if you use it, let be to go hence, and against everyone but your brother. I still have need of your life, take care of it." "My life, like my arm and my honor, is at your service, madam, and from the moment you command it, I shall preserve it for you." With these words, rushing to the door with a violence and resolve which prevented anyone stopping him. "Back," cried he to the domestics who were barring the passage. "Make way for the young master of Douglas, or woe to you." "Stop him," cried William. "Seize him, dead or alive, fire upon him, kill him like a dog." 2 or 3 soldiers, not daring to disobey William, pretended to pursue his brother. Then some gunshots were heard, and a voice crying that George Douglas had just thrown himself into the lake. "And has he then escaped?" cried William. Mary Stuart breathed again. The old lady raised her hands to heaven. Yes, yes, murmured William. Yes, thank heaven for your son's flight, for his flight covers our entire house with shame. Counting from this hour, we shall be looked upon as the accomplices of his treason. Have pity on me, William, cried Lady Lochleven, wringing her hands. Have compassion on your old mother. See you not that I am dying? With these words, she fell backwards, pale and tottering. The steward and a servant supported her in their arms. I believe, my lord, said Mary Satan, coming forward, that your mother has as much need of attention just now as the Queen has need of repose. Do you not consider it is time for you to withdraw? Yes, yes, said William, to give you time to spin fresh webs, I suppose, and to seek what fresh flies you can take in them. It is well, go on with your work, but you have just seen that it is not easy to deceive William Douglas. Play your game, I shall play mine. Then turning to the servants, go out all of you, said he, and you, mother, come. The servants and the soldiers obeyed. Then William Douglas went out last, supporting Lady Lochleven, and the Queen heard him shut behind him and double-lock the two doors of her prison. Scarcely was Mary alone, and certain that she was no longer seen or heard, than all her strength deserted her, and sinking into an armchair, she burst out sobbing. Indeed, all her courage had been needed to sustain her so far, and the sight of her enemies alone had given her this courage. But hardly had they gone than her situation appeared before her in all its fatal hardship. Dethroned, a prisoner, without another fiend in this impregnable castle than a child to whom she had scarce given attention, and who was the sole and last thread attaching her past hopes to her hopes for the future, what remained to Mary Stuart of her two thrones and her double power? Her name, that was all, her name with which free she had doubtless stirred Scotland, but which little by little was about to be effaced in the hearts of her adherents, and which during her lifetime oblivion was to cover perhaps as with a shroud. Such an idea was insupportable to a soul as lofty as Mary Stuart's, and to an organization which, like that of the flowers, has need, before everything, of air, light, and sun. Fortunately, there remained to her the best beloved of her four Marys, who, always devoted and consoling, hastened to succor and comfort her. But this time it was no easy matter, and the Queen let her act and speak without answering her otherwise than with sobs and tears, when suddenly, looking through the window to which she had drawn up her mistress's armchair. "The light," cried she, "Madam, the light." At the same time she raised the Queen, and with arm outstretched from the window, she showed her the beacon, the eternal symbol of hope, relighted in the midst of this dark night on Kinross Hill. There was no mistake possible, not a star was shining in the sky. "Lord God, I give thee thanks," said the Queen, falling on her knees and raising her arms to heaven with a gesture of gratitude. "Douglas has escaped, and my friends still keep watch." Then, after a fervent prayer, which restored to her a little strength, the Queen re-entered her room, and tired out by her varied successive emotions, she slept an uneasy, agitated sleep, over which the indefatigable Mary Satan kept watch till daybreak. As William Douglas had said, from this time forward the Queen was a prisoner indeed, and permission to go down into the garden was no longer granted, but under the surveillance of two soldiers. But this annoyance seemed to her so unbearable that she preferred to give up the recreation, which, surrounded with such conditions, became a torture. So she shut herself up in her apartments, finding a certain bitter and haughty pleasure in the very excess of her misfortune. Chapter 7. A week after the events we have related, as 9 o'clock in the evening had just sounded from the castle bell, and the Queen and Mary Satan were sitting at a table where they were working at their tapestry, a stone thrown from the courtyard passed through the window bars, broke a pane of glass, and fell into the room. The Queen's first idea was to believe it accidental or an insult, but Mary Satan, turning round, noticed that the stone was wrapped up in a paper. She immediately picked it up. The paper was a letter from George Douglas, conceived in these terms: "You have commanded me to live, madam. I have obeyed, and your majesty has been able to tell, from the Kinross light, that your servants continue to watch over you. However, not to raise suspicion, the soldiers collected for that fatal night dispersed at dawn, and will not gather again till a fresh attempt makes their presence necessary. But alas! To renew this attempt now when your majesty's jailers are on their guard, would be your ruin. Let them take every precaution, then, madam, let them sleep in security, while we in our devotion shall go on watching. Patience and courage. Brave and loyal heart, cried Mary, more constantly devoted to misfortune than others are to prosperity. Yes, I shall have patience and courage, and so long as that light shines, I shall still believe in liberty. This letter restored to the Queen all her former courage. She had means of communication with George through little Douglas, for no doubt it was he who had thrown that stone. She hastened, in her turn, to write a letter to George, in which she both charged him to express her gratitude to all the lords who had signed the protestation, and begged them, in the name of the fidelity they had sworn to her, not to cool in their devotion, promising them, for her part, to await the result with that patience and courage they asked of her. The Queen was not mistaken. Next day, as she was at her window, little Douglas came to play at the foot of the tower, and without raising his head, stopped just beneath her to dig a trap to catch birds. The Queen looked to see if she were observed, and assured that that part of the courtyard was deserted, she let fall the stone wrapped in her letter. At first she feared to have made a serious error, for little Douglas did not even turn at the noise, and it was only after a moment, during which the prisoner's heart was torn with frightful anxiety, that indifferently, and as if he were looking for something else, the child laid his hand on the stone, and without hurrying, without raising his head, without indeed giving any sign of intelligence to her who had thrown it, he put the letter in his pocket, finishing the work he had begun with the greatest calm, and showing the Queen, by this coolness beyond his years, what reliance she could place in him. From that moment the Queen regained fresh hope, but days, weeks, months passed without bringing any change in her situation. Winter came, the prisoner saw snow spread over the plains and mountains, and the lake afforded her, if she had only been able to pass the door, a firm road to gain the other bank. But no letter came during all this time to bring her the consoling news that they were busy about her deliverance. The faithful light alone announced to her every evening that a friend was keeping watch. Soon nature awoke from her death sleep. Some forward sun rays broke through the clouds of this somber sky of Scotland. The snow melted, the lake broke its ice crust, the first buds opened, the green turf reappeared. Everything came out of its prison at the joyous approach of spring, and it was a great grief to Mary to see that she alone was condemned to an eternal winter. At last, one evening, she thought she observed in the motions of the light that something fresh was happening. She had so often questioned this poor flickering star, and she had so often let it count her heartbeats more than 20 times, that to spare herself the pain of disappointment, for a long time she had no longer interrogated it. However, she resolved to make one last attempt, and almost hopeless, she put her light near the window and immediately took it away. Still, faithful to the signal, the other disappeared at the same moment and reappeared at the 11th heartbeat of the Queen. At the same time, by a strange coincidence, a stone passing through the window fell at Mary Satan's feet. It was, like the first, wrapped in a letter from George. The Queen took it from her companion's hands, opened it, and read. The moment draws near, your adherents are assembled, summon all your courage. Tomorrow, at 11 o'clock in the evening, drop a cord from your window, and draw up the packet that will be fastened to it. There remained in the Queen's apartments the rope over and above what had served for the ladder taken away by the guards the evening of the frustrated escape. Next day, at the appointed hour, the two prisoners shut up the lamp in the bedroom, so that no light should betray them, and Mary Satan, approaching the window, let down the cord. After a minute, she felt from its movements that something was being attached to it. Mary Satan pulled, and a rather bulky parcel appeared at the bars, which it could not pass on account of its size. Then the Queen came to her companion's aid. The parcel was untied, and its contents, separately, got through easily. The two prisoners carried them into the bedroom, and barricaded within, commenced an inventory. There were 2 complete suits of men's clothes in the Douglas livery. The Queen was at a loss when she saw a letter fastened to the collar of one of the 2 coats. Eager to know the meaning of this enigma, she immediately opened it and read as follows. It is only by dint of audacity that Her Majesty can recover her liberty. Let Her Majesty read this letter then, and punctually follow, if she deign to adopt them, the instructions she will find therein. In the daytime, the keys of the castle do not leave the belt of the old steward. When curfew is rung and he has made his rounds to make sure that all the doors are fast shut, he gives them up to William Douglas, who, if he stays up, fastens them to his sword belt, or, if he sleeps, puts them under his pillow. For 5 months, little Douglas, whom everyone is accustomed to see working at the armorer's forge of the castle, has been employed in making some keys like enough to the others, once they are substituted for them, for William to be deceived. Yesterday, little Douglas finished the last. On the first favorable opportunity that Her Majesty will know to be about to present itself, by carefully questioning the light each day, little Douglas will exchange the false keys for the true, will enter the Queen's room, and will find her dressed, as well as Miss Mary Satan, in their men's clothing, and he will go before them to lead them, by the way which offers the best chances for their escape. A boat will be prepared and will await them. Till then, every evening, as much to accustom themselves to these new costumes as to give them an appearance of having been worn, Her Majesty and Miss Mary Satan will dress themselves in the suits, which they must keep on from 9 o'clock till midnight. Besides, it is possible that, without having had time to warn them, their young guide may suddenly come to seek them. It is urgent, then, that he find them ready. The garments ought to fit perfectly Her Majesty and her companion, the measure having been taken on Miss Mary Fleming and Miss Mary Livingston, who are exactly their size. One cannot too strongly recommend Her Majesty to summon to her aid on the supreme occasion the coolness and courage of which she has given such frequent proofs at other times. The two prisoners were astounded at the boldness of this plan. At first they looked at one another in consternation, for success seemed impossible. They none the less made trial of their disguise. As George had said, it fitted each of them as if they had been measured for it. Every evening the Queen questioned the light, as George had urged, and that for a whole long month, during which each evening the Queen and Mary Satan, although the light gave no fresh tidings, arrayed themselves in their men's clothes, as had been arranged, so that they both acquired such practice that they became as familiar to them as those of their own sex. At last, the 2nd May, 1568, the Queen was awakened by the blowing of a horn. Uneasy as to what it announced, she slipped on a cloak and ran to the window, where Mary Satan joined her directly. A rather numerous band of horsemen had halted on the side of the lake, displaying the Douglas pennon, and 3 boats were rowing together and vying with each other to fetch the new arrivals. This event caused the Queen dismay. In her situation, the least change in the castle routine was to be feared, for it might upset all the concerted plans. This apprehension redoubled when, on the boats drawing near, the Queen recognized in the elder Lord Douglas, the husband of Lady Lochleven, and the father of William and George. The venerable knight, who was keeper of the marches in the north, was coming to visit his ancient manor, in which he had not set foot for 3 years. It was an event for Lochleven, and some minutes after the arrival of the boats, Mary Stuart heard the old steward's footsteps mounting the stairs. He came to announce his master's arrival to the Queen, and, as it must needs be a time of rejoicing to all the castle inhabitants when its master returned, he came to invite the Queen to the dinner in celebration of the event. Whether instinctively or from distaste, the Queen declined. All day long the bell and the bugle resounded. Lord Douglas, like a true feudal lord, travelled with the retinue of a prince. One saw nothing but new soldiers and servants passing and repassing beneath the Queen's windows. The footmen and horsemen were wearing, moreover, a livery similar to that which the Queen and Mary Satan had received. Mary awaited the night with impatience. The day before, she had questioned her light, and it had informed her as usual, in reappearing at her 11th or 12th heartbeat, that the moment of escape was near. But she greatly feared that Lord Douglas's arrival might have upset everything, and that this evening's signal could only announce a postponement. But hardly had she seen the light shine than she placed her lamp in the window. The other disappeared directly, and Mary Stuart, with terrible anxiety, began to question it. This anxiety increased when she had counted more than 15 beats. Then she stopped, cast down, her eyes mechanically fixed on the spot where the light had been. But her astonishment was great when, at the end of a few minutes, she did not see it reappear, and when, half an hour having elapsed, everything remained in darkness. The queen then renewed her signal, but obtained no response. The escape was for the same evening. The queen and merry Satan were so little expecting this issue that, contrary to their custom, they had not put on their men's clothes that evening. They immediately flew to the queen's bedchamber, bolted the door behind them, and began to dress. They had hardly finished their hurried toilette when they heard a key turn in the lock. They immediately blew out the lamp. Light steps approached the door. The two women leaned one against the other, for they both were near falling. Someone tapped gently. The queen asked who was there, and little Douglas's voice answered in the two first lines of an old ballad. Douglas, Douglas, tender and true. Mary opened directly. It was the watchword agreed upon with George Douglas. The child was without a light. He stretched out his hand and encountered the queen's. In the starlight, Mary Stuart saw him kneel down. Then she felt the imprint of his lips on her fingers. "Is your Majesty ready to follow me?" he asked in a low tone, rising. "Yes, my child," the queen answered. "It is for this evening, then." "With your Majesty's permission, yes, it is for this evening." "Is everything ready?" "Everything." "What are we to do?" "Follow me everywhere." my God," cried Mary Stuart, "have pity on us." Then, having breathed a short prayer in a low voice, while Mary Satan was taking the casket in which were the queen's jewels, "I am ready," said she. "And you, darling?" "I also," replied Mary Satan. "Come then," said little Douglas. The two prisoners followed the child, the queen going first and Mary Satan after. Their youthful guide carefully shut again the door behind him, so that if a warder happened to pass he would see nothing. Then he began to descend the winding stair. Halfway down, the noise of the feast reached them, a mingling of shouts of laughter, the confusion of voices, and the clinking of glasses. The queen placed her hand on her young guide's shoulder. "Where are you leading us?" she asked him with terror. "Out of the castle," replied the child. "But we shall have to pass through the great hall." "Without a doubt, and that is exactly what George foresaw. Among the footmen, whose livery your Majesty is wearing, no one will recognize you." My God," the queen murmured, leaning against the wall. "Courage, madam," said Mary Satan in a low voice, "or we are lost." "You are right," returned the queen. "Let us go." And they started again, still led by their guide. At the foot of the stair he stopped, and giving the queen a stone pitcher full of wine. "Set this jug on your right shoulder, madam," said he. "It will hide your face from the guests, and your Majesty will give rise to less suspicion if carrying something. You, Miss Mary, give me that casket, and put on your head this basket of bread. Now, that's right. Do you feel you have strength?" "Yes," said the queen. "Yes," said Mary Satan. "Then follow me." The child went on his way, and after a few steps, the fugitives found themselves in a kind of antechamber to the great hall, from which proceeded noise and light. Several servants were occupied there with different duties, not one paid attention to them, and that a little reassured the queen. Besides, there was no longer any drawing back. Little Douglas had just entered the great hall. The guests, seated on both sides of a long table, ranged according to the rank of those assembled at it, were beginning dessert, and consequently had reached the gayest moment of the repast. Moreover, the hall was so large that the lamps and candles which lighted it, multiplied as they were, left in the most favorable half-light both sides of the apartment, in which 15 or 20 servants were coming and going. The queen and Mary Satan mingled with this crowd, which was too much occupied to notice them, and without stopping, without slackening, without looking back, they crossed the whole length of the hall, reached the other door, and found themselves in the vestibule corresponding to the one they had passed through on coming in. The queen set down her jug there, Mary Satan her basket, and both, still led by the child, entered a corridor at the end of which they found themselves in the courtyard. A patrol was passing at the moment, but he took no notice of them. The child made his way towards the garden, still followed by the two women. There, for no little while, It was necessary to try which of all the keys opened the door. It was a time of inexpressible anxiety. At last the key turned in the lock, the door opened, the Queen and Mary Satan rushed into the garden. The child closed the door behind them. About 2/3 of the way across, little Douglas held out his hand as a sign to them to stop. Then, putting down the casket and the keys on the ground, he placed his hands together, and blowing into them, thrice imitated the owl's cry so well that it was impossible to believe that a human voice was uttering the sounds. Then, picking up the casket and the keys, he kept on his way on tiptoe and with an attentive ear. On getting near the wall, they again stopped, and after a moment's anxious waiting they heard a groan, then something like the sound of a falling body. Some seconds later the owl's cry was answered by a tuwit tuwu. "It is over," little Douglas said calmly. "Come." "What is over?" asked the Queen, "and what is that groan we heard?" "There was a sentry at the door on to the lake," the child answered, "but he is no longer there." The Queen felt her heart's blood grow cold, at the same time that a chilly sweat broke out to the roots of her hair, for she perfectly understood. An unfortunate being had just lost his life on her account. Tottering, she leaned on Mary Satan, who herself felt her strength giving way. Meanwhile, little Douglas was trying the keys. The second opened the door. "And the Queen," said in a low voice a man who was waiting on the other side of the wall. "She is following me," replied the child. George Douglas, for it was he, sprang into the garden, and taking the Queen's arm on one side and Mary Satan's on the other, he hurried them away quickly to the lake side. When passing through the doorway, Mary Stuart could not help throwing an uneasy look about her, and it seemed to her that a shapeless object was lying at the bottom of the wall, and as she was shuddering all over. "Do not pity him," said George in a low voice, "for it is a judgment from heaven. That man was the infamous warden who betrayed us." "Alas," said the Queen, "guilty as he was, he is none the less dead on my account." "When it concerned your safety, madam, was one to haggle over drops of that base blood? But silence! This way, William, this way, let us keep along the wall, whose shadow hides us. The boat is within 20 steps, and we are saved." With these words, George hurried on the two women still more quickly, and all four, without having been detected, reached the banks of the lake. As Douglas had said, a little boat was waiting, and on seeing the fugitives approach, 4 rowers, couched along its bottom, rose, and one of them, springing to land, pulled the chain so that the Queen and Mary Satan could get in. Douglas seated them at the prow, the child placed himself at the rudder, and George, with a kick, pushed off the boat, which began to glide over the lake. "And now," said he, "we are really saved, for they might as well pursue a sea swallow on Solway Firth as try to reach us. Row, children, row, never mind if they hear us. The main thing is to get into the open." "Who goes there?" cried a voice above from the castle terrace. "Row, row," said Douglas, placing himself in front of the Queen. The boat," cried the same voice. "Bring to the boat." Then, seeing that it continued to recede, "Treason, treason," cried the sentinel, "to arms." At the same moment a flash lit up the lake. The report of a firearm was heard, and a ball passed, whistling. The Queen uttered a little cry, although she had run no danger, George, as we have said, having placed himself in front of her, quite protecting her with his body. The alarm bell now rang, and all the castle lights were seen moving and glancing about, as if distracted, in the rooms. "Courage, children," said Douglas. "Row as if your lives depended on each stroke of the oar, for ere 5 minutes the skiff will be out after us." "That won't be so easy for them as you think, George," said little Douglas, "for I shut all the doors behind me, and some time will elapse before the keys that I have left there open them. As to these," added he, showing those he had so skillfully abstracted, "I resign them to the Kelpie, the genie of the lake, and I nominate him porter of Lochleven Castle." The discharge of a small piece of artillery answered William's joke, but as the night was too dark for one to aim to such a distance as that already between the castle and the boat, the ball ricocheted at 20 paces from the fugitives, while the report died away in echo after echo. Then Douglas drew his pistol from his belt, and warning the ladies to have no fear, he fired in the air, not to answer by idle bravado the castle cannonade, but to give notice to a troop of faithful friends who were waiting for them on the other shore of the lake, that the Queen had escaped. Immediately, in spite of the danger of being so near Kinross, cries of joy resounded on the bank, and William having turned the rudder, the boat made for land at the spot whence they had been heard. Douglas then gave his hand to the Queen, who sprang lightly ashore, and who, falling on her knees, immediately began to give thanks to God for her happy deliverance. On rising, the Queen found herself surrounded by her most faithful servants, Hamilton, Harry's and Satan, Mary's father. Light-headed with joy, the Queen extended her hands to them, thanking them with broken words, which expressed her intoxication and her gratitude better than the choicest phrases could have done, when suddenly, turning round, she perceived George Douglas alone and melancholy. Then, going to him and taking him by the hand, "My lords," said she, presenting George to them, and pointing to William, "behold my two deliverers. Behold those to whom, as long as I live, I shall preserve gratitude of which nothing will ever acquit me." "Madam," said Douglas, "each of us has only done what he ought, and he who has risked most is the happiest. But if your Majesty will believe me, you will not lose a moment in needless words." "Douglas is right," said Lord Satan. To horse, to horse." Immediately, and while 4 couriers set out in 4 different directions to announce to the Queen's friends her happy escape, they brought her a horse saddled for her, which she mounted with her usual skill. Then the little troop, which, composed of about 20 persons, was escorting the future destiny of Scotland, keeping away from the village of Kinross, to which the castle firing had doubtless given the alarm, took at a gallop the road to Satan's castle, where was already a garrison large enough to defend the Queen from a sudden attack. The Queen journeyed all night, accompanied on one side by Douglas, on the other by Lord Satan. Then at daybreak they stopped at the gate of the castle of West Nidri, belonging to Lord Satan, as we have said, and situated in West Lothian. Douglas sprang from his horse to offer his hand to Mary Stuart, but Lord Satan claimed his privilege as master of the house. The Queen consoled Douglas with a glance and entered the fortress. "Madam," said Lord Satan, leading her into a room prepared for her for 9 months, "your Majesty must have need of repose, after the fatigue and the emotions you have gone through since yesterday morning. You may sleep here in peace, and disquiet yourself for nothing. Any noise you may hear will be made by a reinforcement of friends, which we are expecting. As to our enemies, your Majesty has nothing to fear from them so long as you inhabit the castle of a Satan." The Queen again thanked all her deliverers, gave her hand to Douglas to kiss one last time, kissed little William on the forehead, and named him her favorite page for the future. Then, profiting by the advice given her, entered her room where Mary Satan, to the exclusion of every other woman, claimed the privilege of performing about her the duties with which she had been charged during their 11 months' captivity in Lochleven Castle. On opening her eyes, Mary Stuart thought she had had one of those dreams so gainful to prisoners, when waking they see again the bolts on their doors and the bars on their windows. So the Queen, unable to believe the evidence of her senses, ran, half-dressed, to the window. The courtyard was filled with soldiers, and these soldiers all friends who had hastened at the news of her escape. She recognized the banners of her faithful friends, the Satans, the Arbroaths, the Harrys, and the Hamiltons, and scarcely had she been seen at the window than all these banners bent before her, with the shouts 100 times repeated of "Long live Mary of Scotland! Long live our Queen!" Then, without giving heed to the disarray of her toilet, lovely and chaste with her emotion and her happiness, she greeted them in her turn, her eyes full of tears, but this time they were tears of joy. However, the Queen recollected that she was barely covered, and blushing at having allowed herself to be thus carried away in her ecstasy, she abruptly drew back, quite rosy with confusion. Then she had an instant's womanly fright. She had fled from Lochleven Castle in the Douglas livery, and without either the leisure or the opportunity for taking women's clothes with her. But she could not remain attired as a man, so she explained her uneasiness to Mary Satan, who responded by opening the closets in the Queen's room. They were furnished, not only with robes, the measure for which, like that of the suit, had been taken from Mary Fleming, but also with all the necessaries for a woman's toilet. The Queen was astonished, It was like being in a fairy castle. "Mignon," said she, looking one after another at the robes, all the stuffs of which were chosen with exquisite taste, "I knew your father was a brave and loyal knight, but I did not think him so learned in the matter of the toilet. We shall name him groom of the wardrobe." "Alas, madam," smilingly replied Mary Satan, "you are not mistaken. My father has had everything in the castle furbished up to the last corslet, sharpened to the last sword, unfurled to the last banner. But my father, ready as he is to die for your majesty, would not have dreamed for an instant of offering you anything but his roof to rest under or his cloak to cover you. It is Douglas again who has foreseen everything, prepared everything, everything even to Rossabelle, your majesty's favorite steed, which is impatiently awaiting in the stable the moment when, mounted on her, your majesty will make your triumphal re-entry into Edinburgh." "And how has he been able to get her back again?" Mary asked. "I thought that in the division of my spoils Rossabelle had fallen to the fair Alice, my brother's favorite sultana." "Yes, yes," said Mary Satan, "it was so, and as her value was known, she was kept under lock and key by an army of grooms. But Douglas is the man of miracles, and as I have told you, Rossabelle awaits your majesty." "Noble Douglas," murmured the queen, with eyes full of tears, then, as if speaking to herself, "and this is precisely one of those devotions that we can never repay. The others will be happy with honors, places, money, but to Douglas what matter all these things?" "Come, madam, come," said Mary Satan. "God takes on himself the debts of kings. He will reward Douglas. As to your majesty, reflect that they are waiting dinner for you. I hope," added she, smiling, "that you will not affront my father as you did Lord Douglas yesterday in refusing to partake of his feast on his fortunate homecoming." "And luck has come to me for it, I hope," replied Mary. "But you are right, darling, no more sad thoughts. We will consider when we have indeed become queen again what we can do for Douglas." The queen dressed and went down. As Mary Satan had told her, the chief noblemen of her party, already gathered round her, were waiting for her in the great hall of the castle. Her arrival was greeted with acclamations of the liveliest enthusiasm, and she sat down to table, with Lord Satan on her right hand, Douglas on her left, and behind her little William, who the same day was beginning his duties as page. Next morning the queen was awakened by the sound of trumpets and bugles. It had been decided the day before that she should set out that day for Hamilton, where reinforcements were looked for. The queen donned an elegant riding habit, and soon, mounted on Rossabelle, appeared amid her defenders. The shouts of joy redoubled. Her beauty, her grace, and her courage were admired by everyone. Mary Stuart became her own self once more, and she felt spring up in her again the power of fascination she had always exercised on those who came near her. Everyone was in good humor, and the happiest of all was perhaps little William, who for the first time in his life had such a fine dress and such a fine horse. 2,000 or 3,000 men were awaiting the queen at Hamilton, which she reached the same evening, and during the night following her arrival, the troops increased to 6,000. The 2nd of May she was a prisoner, without another friend but a child in her prison, without other means of communication with her adherents than the flickering and uncertain light of a lamp, and 3 days afterwards, that is to say, between the Sunday and the Wednesday, she found herself not only free, but also at the head of a powerful confederacy, which counted at its head 9 earls, 8 peers, 9 bishops, and a number of barons and nobles renowned among the bravest of Scotland. The advice of the most judicious among those about the queen was to shut herself up in the strong castle of Dumbarton, which, being impregnable, would give all her adherents time to assemble together, distant and scattered as they were. Accordingly, the guidance of the troops who were to conduct the queen to that town was entrusted to the Earl of Argyll, and the 11th of May she took the road with an army of nearly 10,000 men. Murray was at Glasgow when he heard of the queen's escape. The place was strong. He decided to hold it and summoned to him his bravest and most devoted partisans. Kirkcaldy of Grange, Morton, Lindsay of Byres, Lord Lochleven, and William Douglas hastened to him, and 6,000 of the best troops in the kingdom gathered round them, while Lord Ruthven in the counties of Berwick and Angus raised levies with which to join them. The 13th May, Morton occupied from daybreak the village of Langside, through which the Queen must pass to get to Dumbarton. The news of the occupation reached the Queen as the two armies were yet 7 miles apart. Mary's first instinct was to escape an engagement. She remembered her last battle at Carberry Hill, at the end of which she had been separated from Bothwell and brought to Edinburgh. So she expressed aloud this opinion, which was supported by George Douglas, who, in black armour, without other arms, had continued at the Queen's side. "Avoid an engagement," cried Lord Satan, not daring to answer his sovereign, and replying to George as if this opinion had originated with him. "We could do it, perhaps, if we were 1 to 10, but we shall certainly not do so when we are 3 to 2. You speak a strange tongue, my young master," continued he with some contempt, "and you forget, it seems to me, that you are a Douglas and that you speak to a Satan." "My lord," returned George calmly, "when we only hazard the lives of Douglases and Satans, you will find me, I hope, as ready to fight as you, be it 1 to 10, be it 3 to 2. But we are now answerable for an existence dearer to Scotland than that of all the Satans and all the Douglases. My advice is then to avoid battle." "Battle, battle," cried all the chieftains. "You hear, madam," said Lord Satan to Mary Stuart. "I believe that to wish to act against such unanimity would be dangerous. In Scotland, madam, there is an ancient proverb which has it that there is most prudence in courage. But have you not heard that the regent has taken up an advantageous position?" the Queen said. "The greyhound hunts the hare on the hillside as well as in the plain," replied Satan. "We will drive him out, wherever he is." "Let it be as you desire, then, my lords. It shall not be said that Mary Stuart returned to the scabbard the sword her defenders had drawn for her." Then, turning round to Douglas, "George," she said to him, "choose a guard of 20 men for me, and take command of them. You will not quit me." George bent low in obedience, chose 20 from among the bravest men, placed the Queen in their midst, and put himself at their head. Then the troops, which had halted, received the order to continue their road. In 2 hours' time, the advance guard was in sight of the enemy, it halted, and the rest of the army rejoined it. The Queen's troops then found themselves parallel with the city of Glasgow, and the heights which rose in front of them were already occupied by a force above which floated, as above that of Mary, the royal banners of Scotland on the other side, and on the opposite slope stretched the village of Langside, encircled with enclosures and gardens. The road which led to it, and which followed all the variations of the ground, narrowed at one place in such a way that 2 men could hardly pass abreast, then farther on lost itself in a ravine, beyond which it reappeared, then branched into 2, of which one climbed to the village of Langside, while the other led to Glasgow. On seeing the lie of the ground, the Earl of Argyll immediately comprehended the importance of occupying this village, and turning to Lord Satan, he ordered him to gallop off and try to arrive there before the enemy, who doubtless, having made the same observation as the commander of the royal forces, was setting in motion at that very moment a considerable body of cavalry. Lord Satan called up his men directly, but while he was ranging them round his banner, Lord Arbroath drew his sword, and approaching the Earl of Argyll, "My lord," said he, "you do me a wrong in charging Lord Satan to seize that post. As commander of the vanguard, it is to me this honor belongs. Allow me, then, to use my privilege in claiming it." "It is I who received the order to seize it. I will seize it," cried Satan. "Perhaps," returned Lord Arbroath, "but not before me." "Before you and before every Hamilton in the world," exclaimed Satan, putting his horse to the gallop and rushing down into the hollow road. "Saint Bennet, and forward!" "Come, my faithful kinsmen," cried Lord Arbroath, dashing forward on his side with the same object. "Come, my men-at-arms, for God and the Queen." The 2 troops precipitated themselves immediately in disorder and ran against one another in the narrow way, where, as we have said, 2 men could hardly pass abreast. There was a terrible collision there, and the conflict began among friends who should have been united against the enemy. Finally, the 2 troops, leaving behind them some corpses stifled in the press, or even killed by their companions, passed through the defile pell-mell and were lost sight of in the ravine. But during this struggle Satan and Arbroath had lost precious time, and the detachment sent by Murray, which had taken the road by Glasgow, had reached the village beforehand. It was now necessary not to take it, but to retake it. Argyll saw that the whole day's struggle would be concentrated there, and, understanding more and more the importance of the village, immediately put himself at the head of the body of his army, commanding a rearguard of 2,000 men to remain there and await further orders to take part in the fighting. But whether the captain who commanded them had ill understood, or whether he was eager to distinguish himself in the eyes of the Queen, scarcely had Argyll vanished into the ravine, at the end of which the struggle had already commenced between Kirkcaldy of Grange and Morton on the one side, and on the other between Arbroath and Satan. Then, without regarding the cries of Mary Stuart, he set off in his turn at a gallop, leaving the Queen without other guard than the little escort of 20 men which Douglas had chosen for her. Douglas sighed. "Alas," said the Queen, hearing him, "I am not a soldier, but there, it seems to me, is a battle very badly begun." "What is to be done?" replied Douglas. "We are every one of us infatuated from first to last, and all these men are behaving today like madmen or children." "Victory, victory," said the Queen. "The enemy is retreating, fighting. I see the banners of Satan and Arbroath floating near the first houses in the village. Oh, my brave lords," cried she, clapping her hands. "Victory, victory." But she stopped suddenly on perceiving a body of the enemy's army advancing to charge the victors in flank. It is nothing," said Douglas. "So long as there is only cavalry we have nothing much to fear, and besides the Earl of Argyll will fall in time to aid them." "George," said little William. "Well," asked Douglas. "Don't you see?" the child went on, stretching out his arms towards the enemy's force, which was coming on at a gallop. "What?" "Each horseman carries a footman armed with an arquebuse behind him, so that the troop is twice as numerous as it appears." "That's true, upon my soul, the child has good sight. Let someone go at once full gallop, and take news of this to the Earl or Argyll." "Aye, aye," cried little William. "I saw them first. It is my right to bear the tidings." "Go then, my child," said Douglas, "and may God preserve thee." The child flew, quick as lightning, not hearing or feigning not to hear the Queen, who was recalling him. He was seen to cross the gorge and plunge into the hollow road at the moment when Argyll was debouching at the end, and coming to the aid of Satan and Arbroath. Meanwhile, the enemy's detachment had dismounted its infantry, which, immediately formed up, was scattering on the sides of the ravine by paths impracticable for horses. "William will come too late," cried Douglas, "or even should he arrive in time, the news is now useless to them. Oh, madmen, madmen that we are, this is how we have always lost all our battles." "Is the battle lost, then?" demanded Mary, growing pale. "No, madam, no," cried Douglas. "Heaven be thanked, not yet, but through too great haste we have begun badly." "And William," said Mary Stuart. "He is now serving his apprenticeship in arms, for, if I am not mistaken, he must be at this moment at the very spot where those marksmen are making such quick firing." "Poor child," cried the Queen, "if ill should befall him, I shall never console myself." "Alas, madam," replied Douglas, "I greatly fear that his first battle is his last, and that everything is already over for him, for, unless I mistake, there is his horse returning riderless." "Oh, my God," said the Queen, weeping and raising her hands to heaven, "it is then decreed that I should be fatal to all around me." George was not deceived. It was William's horse coming back without his young master and covered with blood. "Madam," said Douglas, "we are ill placed here. Let us gain that hillock on which is the castle of Crookstone. From thence we shall survey the whole battlefield." "No, not there, said the Queen in terror. "Within that castle I came to spend the first days of my marriage with Darnley. It will bring me misfortune." "Well, beneath that yew tree then," said George, pointing to another slight rise near the first. "But it is important for us to lose no detail of this engagement. Everything depends perhaps for your majesty on an ill-judged maneuver or a lost moment. Guide me then, the queen said, for as for me, I no longer see it. Each report of that terrible cannonade echoes to the depths of my heart. However well placed, as was this eminence for overlooking from its summit the whole battlefield, the reiterated discharge of cannon and musketry covered it with such a cloud of smoke that it was impossible to make out from it anything but masses lost amid a murderous fog. At last, when an hour had passed in this desperate conflict, through the skirts of this sea of smoke, the fugitives were seen to emerge and disperse in all directions, followed by the victors. Only, at that distance, it was impossible to make out who had gained or lost the battle, and the banners, which on both sides displayed the Scottish arms, could in no way clear up this confusion. At that moment, there was seen coming down from the Glasgow hillsides all the remaining reserve of Murray's army. It was coming at full speed to engage in the fighting. But this maneuver might equally well have, for its object, the support of defeated friends, as to complete the rout of the enemy. However, soon there was no longer any doubt, for this reserve charged the fugitives, amid whom it spread fresh confusion. The Queen's army was beaten. At the same time, 3 or 4 horsemen appeared on the hither side of the ravine, advancing at a gallop. Douglas recognized them as enemies. "Fly, madam," cried George, "fly without loss of a second, for those who are coming upon us are followed by others. Gain the road while I go to check them. And you," added he, addressing the escort, "be killed to the last man rather than let them take your queen." "George, George," cried the queen, motionless and as if riveted to the spot. But George had already dashed away with all his horse's speed, and as he was splendidly mounted, he flew across the space with lightning rapidity and reached the gorge before the enemy. There he stopped, put his lance in rest, and alone against 5 bravely awaited the encounter. As to the queen, she had no desire to go, but on the contrary, as if turned to stone, she remained in the same place, her eyes fastened on this combat which was taking place at scarcely 500 paces from her. Suddenly, glancing at her enemies, she saw that one of them bore in the middle of his shield a bleeding heart, the Douglas arms. Then she uttered a cry of pain, and drooping her head. "Douglas against Douglas, brother against brother," she murmured. "It only wanted this last blow." "Madam, madam," cried her escort, "there is not an instant to lose. The young master of Douglas cannot hold out long thus alone against 5. Let us fly, let us fly." And 2 of them, taking the queen's horse by the bridle, put it to the gallop, at the moment when George, after having beaten down 2 of his enemies and wounded a 3rd, was thrown down in his turn in the dust, thrust to the heart by a lance-head. The queen groaned on seeing him fall, then, as if he alone had detained her, and as if he being killed she had no interest in anything else, she put Rossabelle to the gallop, and as she and her troop were splendidly mounted, they had soon lost sight of the battlefield. She fled thus for 60 miles, without taking any rest, and without ceasing to weep or to sigh. At last, having traversed the counties of Renfrew and Ayr, she reached the Abbey of Dundrennan in Galloway, and certain of being, for the time at least, sheltered from every danger, she gave the order to stop. The prior respectfully received her at the gate of the convent. "I bring you misfortune and ruin, father," said the queen, alighting from her horse. "They are welcome," replied the prior, "since they come accompanied by duty." The queen gave Rossabelle to the care of one of the men-at-arms who had accompanied her, and leaning on Mary Satan, who had not left her for a moment, and on Lord Herries, who had rejoined her on the road, she entered the convent. Lord Herries had not concealed her position from Mary Stuart. The day had been completely lost, and with the day, at least for the present, all hope of rescinding the throne of Scotland. There remained but 3 courses for the Queen to take to withdraw into France, Spain, or England. On the advice of Lord Herries, which accorded with her own feeling, she decided upon the last, and that same night she wrote this double missive in verse and in prose to Elizabeth. "My dear sister, I have often enough begged you to receive my tempest-tossed vessel into your haven during the storm. If at this pass she finds a safe harbor there, I shall cast anchor there forever. Otherwise the bark is in God's keeping, for she is ready and caulked for defense on her voyage against all storms. I have dealt openly with you, and still do so. Do not take it in bad part if I write thus. It is not in defiance of you, as it appears, for in everything I rely on your friendship." This sonnet accompanied the letter. "One thought alone brings danger and delight. Bitter and sweet change places in my heart, with doubt, and then with hope it takes its part, till peace and rest alike are put to flight. Therefore, dear sister, if this card pursue that keen desire by which I am oppressed, to see you, tease because I live distressed, unless some swift and sweet result ensue. Beheld I have my ship compelled by fate to seek the open sea, when close to port, and calmest days break into storm and gale, wherefore full grieved and fearful is my state, not for your sake, but since, in evil sort, fortune so oft snaps strongest rope and sail." Elizabeth trembled with joy at receiving this double letter. For the 8 years that her enmity had been daily increasing to Mary Stuart, she had followed her with her eyes continually, as a wolf might a gazelle. At last, the gazelle sought refuge in the wolf's den. Elizabeth had never hoped as much. She immediately dispatched an order to the Sheriff of Cumberland to make known to Mary that she was ready to receive her. One morning, a bugle was heard blowing on the seashore. It was Queen Elizabeth's envoy come to fetch Queen Mary Stuart. Then arose great entreaties to the fugitive not to trust herself thus to a rival in power, glory, and beauty. But the poor dispossessed queen was full of confidence in her. She called her good sister, and believed herself going, free and rid of care, to take at Elizabeth's court the place due to her rank and her misfortunes. Thus she persisted in spite of all that could be said. In our time, we have seen the same infatuation seize another royal fugitive, who, like Mary Stuart, confided himself to the generosity of his enemy England. Like Mary Stuart, he was cruelly punished for his confidence, and found in the deadly climate of St. Helena the scaffold of Fotheringay. Mary Stuart set out on her journey then, with her little following. Arrived at the shore of Solway Firth, she found there the warden of the English marches. He was a gentleman named Lowther, who received the queen with the greatest respect, but who gave her to understand that he could not permit more than 3 of her women to accompany her. Mary Satan immediately claimed her privilege. The queen held out to her hand. "Alas, Mignon," said she, "but it might well be another's turn. You have already suffered enough for me and with me." But Mary, unable to reply, clung to her hand, making a sign with her head that nothing in the world should part her from her mistress. Then all who had accompanied the queen renewed their entreaties that she should not persist in this fatal resolve, and when she was already a third of the way along the plank placed for her to enter the skiff, the prior of Dundrennan, who had offered Mary Stuart such dangerous and touching hospitality, entered the water up to his knees to try to detain her, but all was useless. The queen had made up her mind. At that moment Lowther approached her. "Madam," said he, "accept anew my regrets that I cannot offer a warm welcome in England to all who would wish to follow you there, but our queen has given us positive orders, and we must carry them out. May I be permitted to remind your majesty that the tide serves." "Positive orders," cried the prior. "Do you hear, madam? Oh, you are lost if you quit this shore. Back while there is yet time. Back, madam, in heaven's name, to me, sir knights, to me," he cried, turning to Lord Herries and the other lords who had accompanied Mary Stuart. "Do not allow your queen to abandon you, were it needful to struggle with her and the English at the same time. Hold her back, my lords, in heaven's name, withhold her." "What means this violence, sir priest?" said the warden of the marches. "I came here at your queen's express command. She is free to return to you, and there is no need to have recourse to force for that." Then, addressing the queen, "Madam," said he, "do you consent to follow me into England in full liberty of choice? Answer, I entreat you, for my honor demands that the whole world should be aware that you have followed me freely." "Sir," replied Mary Stuart, "I ask your pardon, in the name of this worthy servant of God and his queen, for what he may have said of offense to you. Freely I leave Scotland and place myself in your hands, trusting that I shall be free either to remain in England with my royal sister, or to return to France to my worthy relatives." Then, turning to the priest, "Your blessing, Father, and God protect you." "Alas, alas," murmured the abbot, obeying the queen, "it is not we who are in need of God's protection, but rather you, my daughter. May the blessing of a poor priest turn aside from you the misfortunes I foresee. Go, and may it be with you as the Lord has ordained in his wisdom and in his mercy." Then the queen gave her hand to the sheriff, who conducted her to the skiff, followed by Mary Satan and 2 other women only. The sails were immediately unfurled, and the little vessel began to recede from the shores of Galloway to make her way towards those of Cumberland. So long as it could be seen, they who had accompanied the queen lingered on the beach, waving her signs of adieu, which, standing on the deck of the shallop which was bearing her away, she returned with her handkerchief. Finally, the boat disappeared, and all burst into lamentations or into sobbing. They were right, for the good Prior of Dundrennan's presentiments were only too true, and they had seen Mary Stuart for the last time. Chapter 8. On landing on the shores of England, the Queen of Scotland found messengers from Elizabeth empowered to express to her all the regret their mistress felt in being unable to admit her to her presence, or to give her the affectionate welcome she bore her in her heart. But it was essential, they added, that first of all the Queen should clear herself of the death of Darnley, whose family, being subjects of the Queen of England, had a right to her protection and justice.